these Middle Eastern countries, it didn't work as it worked in Africa. You
Right.
destabilize them, yes, but no, they become a bigger threat in terms of you have to constantly be watching your back. You never have to watch your back in Nigeria or in any other in Ghana or in when you go down there, you start influence those countries.
So
You
basically,
never
you're
have
saying the bullying and the destabilization is not a tactic that we use so much anymore after the Michael
no,
Manley situation.
no,
Is that
no,
what you?
no.
Okay.
It was
I
still
don't want
used
to
up
get in the
until
way.
it, it was
I
still
don't want
used
to get in the
until
way of Chef and them conversation though. Chef and the
but
Josh actually started
Oh
the
yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. My bad, my bad.
but no, Chef never started a conversation yet. I was the first to come on. So, Chef, the floor is yours. We'll talk about this later. We'll
yeah,
continue the
facts.
conversation on this later.
But
But
still,
Mujasi did.
Steve, because you actually educate me. I'm trying to get where you're coming from. Sure.
Yeah. No, America's a bully nation. Some know that too.
Right.
Brass can't ignore
Because
that.
I
Yeah,
never disagree
rightfully
with
so.
anything you were saying. Yeah, I think you and Brass were pretty much saying the same thing yesterday, just kind of in a different way.
No, but there's a thing though. There's an
Mhm.
American, any American that's honest. I'm gonna wait till Mujasi to come back. Somebody tag Mujasi because I want to hear this conversation between Chef and Mujasi. But um, there's an American arrogance uh, earned, but everybody in America didn't earn it. But you just by being here, I guess you get to use it. But
Right.
there's an American arrogance where you can't say the number one, everybody wants to come here, this, that, and the other, and not use the bully thing. There's a reason why we have such a focus on military. I mean, there's some countries where no focus on military at all. So for me to say that, but my point about Jamaica was Jamaica in the 70s. You can read books. This is a funny thing about history. You can read books and you can learn and you can learn and you can learn. But I would say that there are some situations where the books really can't do it much justice. I think
Right.
slavery, probably civil rights.
Right.
Um,
Right.
we
Political
can
unrest,
watch as many
political.
movies as we want. You're never gonna know what it's like. Like you're never gonna know what it's like to walk alone, no cell phone, no internet, no friends. You're never gonna know what that's like to walk uh, a street in a dirt road in Mississippi in the middle of the night, Jim Crow South.
Right.
Right.
You're not
I was
gonna
Right.
know. Like you can
Yeah.
read it, you can watch it, you can,
yeah.
but you yourself will
Nigga,
never
you
know.
wasn't there.
So yeah, it's like watching a
Yeah.
roller coaster ride. You got everybody on that bitch tell you, but you don't know until you get strapped into the seat. So I get all of that, and that's where I can give you the stats, I can give you the timelines, the stuff I learned in school, but you would have to, at a bare minimum, recognize if someone you're talking to was physically there, you'd
You got
have
to
to
take it back.
give some kind of deference, you know what I mean, to that
Right.
person that was there. Now, if they're an honest person, if they're and basically from what the guy that was at my brother's cookout is about as old as Stu Pease or older probably, and he's
Hmm.
But
yeah,
when
he's
he
quite
heard
older.
what I did, and when I told him when I told who I was and what I was, he probably know what I was. When I say I was a young striker, he probably know what
Yeah.
I was. I was
Yeah,
mean by that.
yeah,
He knew, right? He
yeah.
knew
He
what I
left
mean
the
by
he left the cookout, and my brother went in there, and they just listened to us. That's why I say, like, sometimes when we have these conversations, it can't always be about how many people are watching or any of this,
that.
that, and the other. Some of these conversations are just important because it's just people, people are listening to these conversations. So it's like,
Right.
that's why I'll say I don't really care how many people watch this one. This is a conversation that I want to have though, because
Right.
this is some clarity on the subject that most people don't talk about. People don't talk about those political wars. They don't know, like, that there was gunplay. We the secession, the between those two political parties. There was gunplay. Like this
Yeah.
motherfuckers grabbing motherfuckers out of the house, telling them to go vote. And you got to be afraid to go to a rally because you might get shot. You know, that kind of like real games. And then like when people talk so gangster about shit in America, you
When
know,
biggest,
yeah,
biggest
yeah,
man, when biggest
exactly.
man came the door braving the 4-4.
Yeah,
I
we
live
talk
through.
so gangster about America, but
I
I'm
live
telling
through.
y'all right now, you know, all these motherfuckers. I was watching the 20v1 with Patrick Bet David. He's a capitalist. He runs Valuetainment, and he told one of the little girls I was telling them about how we should enact communism and we should get away from capitalism. It's a capitalist conversation. I want to do a show with Corey on this. And he told the girl, he said, "I'll give you $20,000 and a first class plane ticket to any communist country in the world. Would you go?" And she said, "I would never leave America."
Right.
So a lot of times you got to know these motherfuckers that be talking. A lot of them is just talking shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
They're not really like you don't know what it's like to live in a third world country. All that
No,
shit about well, you know, Ibrahim and you know, he's doing the greatest, this, that, and the other. A lot of you
no.
motherfuckers wouldn't go live in Burkina Faso. I promise you that.
Yeah,
Promise you that.
All right,
but you know
listen.
what? But you know,
I
but
tell
but
people this.
but you know what, Brass? When you're young and you don't
Peace
know
to you,
shit,
pure black.
that, but when you're young and you don't know shit, that is how you talk. You think
Right.
1992 is old school. You never been through nothing in your life. You don't know
Yeah,
nothing
I
about
agree.
before internet. So
Yep.
now, so now you're living this shitty internet lifestyle and thinking everything is real. And some old head like me had to come and tell you that's not how it works.
Facts.
I
Yeah.
Right.
remember, I remember watching people get run over by tanks in China on TV and how serious that was. And that's a communist country. How all these
Yeah.
things are going on. These young people don't know nothing about real life. They're living their life
I,
on
Hmm.
the internet. And then they're
I
pulling us
tell
into the bullshit too. We starting
I
to get
tell
into the bullshit internet lifestyle too, and that's not good. We starting to be pulled into the fuckery instead of having
yeah,
real conversation.
Brass, I tell people this that listen. I was in Kingston until I was like 28. And I left Kingston. I went to the country to live at a nice house in Ocho by the beach, all of that bullshit.
Hmm.
Live good. And like I primarily spend most of my time, I drive into Kingston like every other weekend, but mostly to go to clubs and those things. But when I went down in the real muck, what I used to enjoy, because I enjoy a place named 2 Mile. 2 miles, just 2 miles away from Kingston City. I love the bars there. I love ghetto girls when I was growing up. And
Hmm.
when I started going back down there, I lost my wings, meaning that my spidey senses wasn't there. I get accustomed to this cushy life in Ocho Rios, this touristy life, walking around with thousands of dollars in my pocket, knowing that when I go back there, so that's not how you flex. You don't flex with jewelry, you don't flex with money, you don't bling off because you have techers, real notorious techers who will take everything. And when I come here, and sometimes I hear people talking on this, and they're talking like the gangster. And I say, seriously? You want to survive a day where I come from? When I eat it like a chorus said to eat a yellow house, we eat a native, eat a raw. I come from some place with some young crocodile. Not easy. So when I
Hmm.
come here, I don't forget my credential and I can't talk my history. I can't talk my history. I can't tell people say I used to beat up homosexuals or any guy will look kind of and I stop. So when somebody
Hmm.
says stupid is a gay or stupid is electronic, I laugh because you can say that no, I'm 5'7", I start and I get fat now. You can't say that no because I get old. But when I was 22, 23, you wouldn't talk to me. You wouldn't even look at me. You want to talk to me, and and then who around me, you wouldn't even come there. You wouldn't even walk on the same street, much as the other side of the street. You'd walk in a different town. If I was in Miramar, you would go to Pembroke Pines. So when people come here and gangster and I act like them bad and oh I am a shotter and I was this and I was that and I was when I was in the street and you look at them good from head to toe and say, you were in the street? You're a crackhead. You can't be in the streets talking badness. We kick you in your bottom and run your way. No, no. My son old enough now. He soon graduate. He must graduate university soon. After that, we can go lie down and rest. That's all I live in for now. So I can come and chat shit on the internet because I know my space
And
in hell good. My space in hell
you know how
well
you
prepared.
hear
Chef, where you
people
at?
talk shit about what they used to be and this, that, and the other, and you think they just talking shit. Stupid, I just want to tell you, I believe what you just said. I don't believe you talking shit. I believe everything you just said.
And my son, let's hope and pray so my son graduate. And as soon as I'm ready from university, my space in hell well prepared. I know that. I know that. Anybody who don't content with them space, because no sin go unpunished.
Hey,
No sin.
do y'all feel like in these conversations that we're disrespecting Africans?
No, no, but it's true.
I'm
Here's what
confused. I'm talking to Pure Black right now.
here's
He
what I'll
said,
No,
say.
I'm not listening to
About
I'm not about to listen
mm,
to
Here's
what
what
did he
I'll say.
say? I'm not about to listen to African Americans, this Africans in Africa. Are we doing that? I'm confused. Are
Here's
we
what
doing that?
Here's what I'll say, Brad. Sometimes when you say certain things, you may not
Me?
recognize. Well, let's say this. Sometimes when things are said in these conversations, we might not be aware that we might be insulting people's culture. And it's not. I don't think it's an intentional thing. Like talking about
Right.
sacrificing chickens and goats, that might offend certain. But it's not meant to do that. But you just don't know that people take that seriously. People take offense to that sort of thing because that is their culture and that is where they come from and that is what they know. So you might say other things that might be offensive unintentionally. That is why
Wait,
I told you.
this is
That's
going
why I
back to
told you.
the chicken and goats?
No. I'm just using that as an example that I could think of.
Oh.
I don't want to start the conversation again, but I'm saying certain
yeah,
things you
and
might think might be offensive, and you might not realize it. You might say certain
no,
things that might be culturally offensive, and you may not know. That's just an example I could pull out.
no,
People
no.
take certain things
and then I
seriously.
think there have been times where we might have gotten a little overboard, and one or two of us might have just said some shit, maybe just jokingly, but it was kind of offensive, Um,
Like what?
Corey, like come on, bro, Corey be going in sometimes.
Like what? No, I
You know
mean
what I
just
mean?
no. Listen, I don't listen. Hold on. I
Well,
don't
why would I
mind
want to
stuff.
repeat the shit?
No, because I'd like to learn. I'd like to know if y'all, if people were offended about the sacrifice of chickens and this, that, and other conversations, then y'all gotta also remove yourself from your own worldview and try to accept somebody else's. To me,
Yeah,
that would
but
seem absolutely insane.
Bryce, let me tell you my worldview as a
Yeah.
Jamaican. Growing up as a kid, the African American, the American Yankee, we call them Yankee. Not the white people alone. The African Americans were placed on a pedestal by most countries. When I was growing up as a little boy in the 70s, they came back, they were bigger because the nutrition was better. American children were bigger than Jamaican children. So a 6-year-old America was bigger than a 6-year-old in Jamaica. And for the rest of the world, because nutrition plays a heavy part in your development. Nobody can deny that. But when people started coming here in mass,
Uh-huh.
you guys didn't have the shine that was saw from the distance. And a lot of people will say, oh, people from the diaspora disrespect Americans. Because the shine that was given to us, based on how people describe you guys, when we come here,
Hmm.
what we saw was not what we expected. And then a lot of people think that we're disrespecting America. So we understand the disrespect back. So sometimes we don't pay it in the mind. So sometimes when many persons, if I ask my friends from different countries, when them hear American talk, them say, sure, them fuckers, the all them can do is talk. Because them in a first world country and them live like shit.
I think
Them a
hold on
character like
real
shit.
quick. I think this is where so Pure Black said you literally said none of us will move to an African country. Facts. I don't think that's disrespectful to Africa though. And I'm not saying you
But,
wouldn't move to African country because Africa's not beautiful or Africa is not a suitable place
but,
to
but
live.
that's not
I
true.
know, hold on. Let me get this point out. So so let me explain what I mean. I'm not being disrespectful to Africa. I'm being disrespectful to all these capping out. Okay, now I'm about to rant for half a second. I wouldn't because you said I wouldn't move to Ohio if you paid me. I wouldn't move back to Ohio if you paid me. Like, I'm just not. That's not. I have no problem with that. That's not a jab. But
Mhm.
the disrespect is not to Africa. The disrespect is to these capping ass motherfuckers that we talk to in these Pan African conversations and Egyptian conversations. They'll talk about Egypt and Africa and they Pan African and all this that, but they don't give a fuck about Africa.
Right.
So I don't think
And
that
we
that's
and we,
disrespectful to Africa. I'm being disrespectful to the people. I'm being disrespectful to the people that complain about capitalism, but wouldn't move to Africa and leave this capitalism under no circumstances. The people that talk about Ibrahim is doing such a great job, they wouldn't go to Burkina Faso and live to actually support the movement. So I'm not disrespecting Africa. I'm calling niggas bluffs. That's talking all that shit. The majority
No,
of
because
people in these conversations don't give a damn about Africa.
And they're not willing to
the
give up the
majority of
luxuries and
people,
comfortabilities
no,
that the Western world offer them. Because they always talk
Yeah,
about colonialism and shit.
no,
It's like,
the majority of people don't give a damn about anything. Just call
yeah.
it that. Much
No,
less
no,
Africa.
no,
They
no,
don't
no,
give
no,
a
no, no,
damn.
no, 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 no. Yes, I get that, but don't get away from the point. When
Yeah.
in these conversations, two P's, these
Mm.
people that we listen to every day, you would think that they get up and pray and cry about Africa every day.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
And I swear to you, if they had the opportunity to go there, because some of these people do. Some of these
Some,
people that y'all talk to every day that say, I'm a Pan Africanist and we should go do this and we should go do this. The reason why their Pan Africanism doesn't respect the Pan in Pan Africanism, because the part about Africa would mean actual work, actual donation, actual effort. It just means so they just say my Pan Africanism is I'm helping people cross the street. The actual work is the rest of the Pan Africanism that you'd actually do, like some shit, like rather than play 2K, actually go do something. So you can pure black. I don't want you to think. Uh, uh, I don't think you. I don't want you to think I'm disrespecting Africa. But if that's what you want to think, I'm not trying to change your mind. But I'm just telling you, I've had enough conversations with people in this community that I know for a fact they talk about Egypt and everything in Africa and don't give a fuck about Africa at all. That's
that,
just
that, that,
where I stand at.
no, that is true. That is true. And I understand because to you, and I pick you up right away. You don't make a good street dude, you know. You don't make a good street dude. But you're not dead quick. Right? The problem is that you call it like you see it. And sometimes you just have to shut up. But you can't help yourself. You call it like you see it. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing, but it's a thing that will make you a good mediator. They would have called you a clean art man in the streets. Like you see, no, when the art clean, people recognize this youth art clean, him talk the truth and him try and live by words. But many people out there just do it because it make them feel good to say certain things out of their mouth. Them don't have any experience in nothing in life really, more than them hear people speaking on the internet and then parrot it and them go down there and them say, okay, this is a good, what you call it now? Way for make me look like my conscious. Them is the OTEP brothers. You know those OTEP people? Them is um Dr. Mufambu, wherever I'm on name, the school one. That's what them is. Them just put on a costume and they come online and the costume, while them online, them have on them costume and them portray that image. But offline, them is somebody totally different. Offline, them hypocritical. And you're trying to call it out. But when you start looking around, you start to realize that everybody in this space, and when I say everybody, I'm not talking all, I just generalize it. The majority of people in this space put on costumes. You soon you starting to realize that now, and it make you uncomfortable. I see that and I laugh it every time you do something. I laugh, because I tell you to turn off part of your brain. And you never believe me
Yeah, you have
because
told me that before. Stop caring
because
so much. Just turn off your brain. Don't even listen to these motherfuckers.
yeah, because them have on costumes, it's image. Everybody here drinks Sprite. Substance don't matter, it's image. Remember that Sprite ad? That's what it is. It's image in this area. It's image. So, but that's when you realize you're going to start to few people talk it like them do it. In this space, Sheffrin. Sheffrin doing him little thing. He's a family man. Him street aware. Him having business. Him doing him little thing. Come online and him drop some knowledge. But him drop some knowledge while him doing him business.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Right? I just said, okay, I can't take Sheffrin serious because based on what I'm saying, how I'm describing, how I'm think. Because people respond to tell you how them think. Me and you don't agree. And so the first time we met, I called you a mean Negro. He's not a mean Negro, and I apologize for that. And I can apologize for that today. Because you see things from a different perspective, from your experiences. And you say, oh, why we can't do this and do that, and it will work for some. It might not work for all. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you. Corey, hardworking dude. Right? Hardworking dude. Not be the most eloquent, but him say what he mean and he mean what him say. Right? When you talk to a dude like American Dream, who come from Jamaica, you realize that him grew up in a bubble. Him grew up in a bubble. Him is one of those immigrants who come through immigration and then is a bullshit artist.
He's a
Who never learn,
self-hater too, huh? He's a
yeah,
self-hater. He don't like black people, huh?
Yeah,
I see
please
why
say,
they
learn,
with him.
please say it, Stupides. We've been waiting for a while. Please say it. What
right?
is American Dream?
No, American Dream. American Dream is a comic, him is a clown.
No, no,
Him,
no,
him,
no, no, no. We're all
him grew up
waiting. It's
in
two
a bubble.
words.
Him is,
It's the
him, him,
funniest shit in
him
the
is a
comic
ladder
community,
puller.
bro.
Him is a ladder puller. And we know what a ladder puller is. Imagine.
That motherfucker said he is a ladder puller. That is the
No,
funniest statement in the conscious community. A fucking
right,
ladder puller.
Josh, let me explain how you would be a ladder puller. Let's say you're the first one in your community, or one of the few in your community to go to college. And you went through college through a scholarship, a shitty scholarship, a black owned scholarship. The black church gave you a scholarship. And as soon as you finish school, the first thing you said to yourself, we need to get rid of those scholarships. The same scholarship that help you. You need to get rid of it. Wouldn't you be a ladder puller then?
Yeah, you would be. You would be definitely classified as a ladder puller.
That's what he is. He is where he is because of immigration. And as soon as he gets here and gets his green card and gets his citizenship, what do you say that? We need to close that door. We cannot allow other people to come in this way. You're a ladder puller. Don't say anything, even if you agree with it. You must not have a public opinion on that because the way you came through the door.
That ladder
You
puller
can't.
shit is the funniest shit ever.
Mm-hmm. Ladder puller is just hilarious, bro.
That shit is funny as fuck.
No, because a ladder is a way to get upward mobility. And if you remove the ladder from other people, they must climb a rope now, or they must build a scaffolding. They must start all over because you feel that the ladder is unfair, and that's the same ladder that you use. You understand what I'm saying? But
Mm-hmm.
many people in communities start look around and you realize how much ladder pullers there. That one in the Supreme Court, he is the biggest ladder puller in the entire America as a black man. Find me, find me a ladder puller on his level. You can't. You can't find a ladder puller on his level. But that's what we face. That's what we face. As soon as many persons reach in a nice community, oh, we can't have all these black people in the community. The property value is going to go down. Black people in Jamaica live in $1 million houses, in $1 million community full of black people, and the value never go down. The same black people, I meet black people who lived in the ghetto of ghettos, and the children came to America and became some of the biggest drug dealers, and they buy a house up in Cherry Gardens. And that same person in Cherry Gardens is not the same personality as the same person in in in, in 3 Mile. They change the attitude because they're not going to mash up the neighborhood that they spend so much money for. Black people know to behave in certain circumstances. So leave them, let them get upward mobility. Leave them, let them get rich. Don't badman anybody. Walk with a clean heart. But that fucker named American Dream, the biggest ladder puller on the planet. Oh, I'm American. Uh, Dude, your citizenship can be revoked. Citizenship don't.
Facts.
You wasn't born here. You wasn't born here. I have I have my citizenship upstairs in a paper. My citizenship certificate. But tomorrow a law can pass from the Supreme Court, especially this Supreme Court, that say if I get 10 traffic tickets, I'm no longer worthy of my citizenship. Everybody need to know that.
I got a question for the panel when y'all get a chance. It's probably gonna get us
Yeah,
cussed out again. It is what it is. Shouts to ATL boy, I appreciate your support. Pure Black, I think, and I just want to address that comment. He says that y'all give Pan Africanism y'all own our own definition, typical nigga shit. So before I ask my question, I just want to address that topic. That's that statement because Pure Black is actually, he's a good supporter. I think it's the
Well,
other way around.
well, I get.
why am I
No,
using
no,
the
hold
word
on.
nigga?
I want to
People
address it. I
come.
don't know. I just love music. It's all good. But is I don't know who he is. But here's the thing. I think, and I'm always stand on this statement. I'll let people do whatever they want. I'm not gonna fight them on whatever. I think when people make up their own version of Pan Africanism, I think it's because they're afraid to do the work, the cultural, the political, the financial work, the economical work, to actually have connection and connect African peoples all over the globe. I think that that's too much. So that when they help a black lady across the street, they're like, done with my Pan Africanism for the day. When they tip a black waitress more money than they would tip someone else, well, got my Pan Africanism out the way. So I just want to say, at its core, Pan Africanism politically is a movement. I'm looking this up because see, if we're changing the definition, I figured I'd go get the actual definition. So politically, it's a movement for unity of African peoples worldwide. Economically, it calls for resource sharing, development, and actual investments in Africa's growth. Cultural and spiritually, it's emphasizing a shared heritage and destiny among Africans in the diaspora. Think Garvey, think Nkrumah, think Du Bois. None of them define Pan Africanism as being nice to other Black folks. It's building infrastructure, institutions, and power to connect the continent and its diaspora. The shortcut version that you're noticing, performative Pan Africanism, helping a Black person across the street buying from a Black owned shop or wearing red, black, and green clothing, saying I only hire Black, using Pan Africanism as a label to signal solidarity without the labor, sacrifice, or strategic vision. Real landing my plane. Why people avoid the work? There's a scale to this commitment. True Pan Africanism requires money, travel, networking, political struggle, and often risk. Accountability. If someone claims Pan Africanism is just about small symbolic acts, they don't have to explain why they aren't building schools, funding African industries, or lobbying for diaspora policies. And then there's comfort. Symbolism feels good and costs little. Real Pan African work demands sacrifice. And so I that's where I'm at with it. So when y'all tell me that y'all trying to, you help a Black homeless person versus a white homeless person, and that's your Pan Africanism, you're doing performative Pan Africanism in my eyes. And go on and keep doing it. I'm not gonna tell you to stop, but I didn't redefine the definition. I'm just once again holding motherfuckers that have this
Uh,
symbolism of Pan-Africanism accountable. But that's enough. I don't want to go off into Pan-Africanism change.
that's idealistic Pan-Africanism, and I agree
Yeah,
with you. The
yeah,
same ritual that you have for Pan-Africanism, as a Christian, you should have it for Christianity. Be fearing all counts. Because I know people that only go to church on Sunday, one day a week, and they're Christians, and nobody question
yeah,
the Christianity, and nobody
yeah,
question the Christianity. So if we're going to operate on that level, we have to operate on that level in all things.
yeah.
And
Like I know I am a Sunday Christian. I
yeah,
leave as soon as I leave church. I'm listening to the most ignorant shit in the car.
yeah,
I'm I light a cigar after every service.
Yeah,
Like I mean, come on, bro. I know I'm not.
but that's
I
acceptable
know I'm
though.
a hypocrite. I can admit it.
But
yeah, yeah.
but
In
that's
the same,
acceptable. But that's acceptable in the practice to do that, because once you come on Sunday, Jesus will forgive you for your sins, and He will keep forgiving you until you die. So that's
yeah,
okay according to the philosophy of Christianity.
Yeah, I
Once
know,
you
but
say,
most people
Jesus,
don't know
forgive
that. We're
me.
just ignorant. Yeah, most people listen. Listen. Most people that are in church when I was like clubbing and partying, and I still, my friends still are. I could still smell last night on them niggas when they in church on Sunday.
But we know that. But that's acceptable. That is how
Yeah,
people
I know,
practice
but
it.
most people don't think of it. You
They
know what's
don't read the
funny?
book, and they don't know anything about the book to even have
No,
a
no,
conversation
Joey.
about it.
No,
They really
I
don't.
know, but Joey, we don't look at the Bible like this Medunetter and primary as a primary source and all of that. We just go to church, Joey.
yeah, but
We're not like Bible scholars or looking for some kind of underneath and this, that, and the other. We go to church because our grandmother's been taking us to church since forever, and now we take our kids to church. I know some of the scriptures in it because I went to Sunday school and Catholic school, but we don't look at it. We don't look at it that deep. But hold on, I don't want to get away from my question because we have the ability to do that. Chef, I need you for this conversation. Freddie, I need you for this conversation. Smalls, whoever's in here. This is a question to the panel. And this has nothing to do with Africa or nothing like that. It's an economy question. If all the money in the world was divided equally, do
Yo, I'm
y'all
leaving.
think that it would return to the same pockets that it was originally in less than 5 years? Freddie, you
Hell
go
yeah.
first.
Oh, sorry.
Freddie, you go first. And why? Like, explain your answer when you say it.
Oh yeah, you right. Can you take it from me, please? Hold on. I'm about to show you.
Are you first asking us, do we agree with that?
Do you agree? It's two questions. If all the money in the world were divided equally, would it return to the same pockets in 5 years? And then yes or no, and then defend your answer. That's my question. So whoever can
I'm
answer
gonna say
first. Go ahead, Joey.
I'm gonna say yes, because black people are not taught economic literacy. They think a gold chain and a car is an investment, and it's really not an investment. We don't have financial literacy. We have this ingrown desire to floss because that's been part of our culture. But we don't look at the economic part to say, well, let me invest some of this. Let me invest 70%, and I could fuck off the other 30% and still have something in the bank. I could mess with the holes, I could buy cars, I could buy jewelry, but I need to invest something. That's not impressed upon us as a people. We've
I
forgotten economics, and we've forgotten the sense that our ancestors taught us. We're moving in this capitalist system way too much. And we're not seeing the good part of it, where they show you to invest and what you should invest in. So definitely in probably about 6 months to a year, Bugatti's going to get all of our money. Jacob the Jeweler is going to get all of our money. We don't even think to start a jewelry store or buy jewelry so we can sell to our own people. We don't have any car company. We don't have any high fashion.
yeah.
So definitely in
I
6 months
I have a
we'll be in trouble.
question for your answer. Why, when I said if all the money in the world were divided equally, would it go back to the same hands in 5 years? Why did you immediately start talking about black people?
Ah,
Because those, because black people are the only people I'm concerned with. Those are the only people I think
Okay.
I should be concerned with. I mean, if I'm wrong, correct me.
I
Yeah, I'm
don't
saying.
know.
I'm
anybody else
just saying.
caught that.
That's my view.
I
That's
don't
my
know if
view.
anybody else caught that, but I was like, we're talking about everyone. And you're like, well, black people ain't got no
But you
goddamn
should have
goddamn
known. You should have known I was going to say that, Brad. You should have
No,
known I was going to
I'm
say that.
not questioning it. I'm just wondering if anybody else caught that you just immediately just started talking about black people.
Probably not. Probably not.
That's
Probably
like
not.
all somebody. You just
No, I caught it.
you just said niggas.
I didn't say nothing. I'm like, so the Mexicans gonna get their money took because the niggas is gonna
This
fucking
is live. This is live. Yeah, we're live.
I don't care. I don't give a shit.
No.
Were they black too? You know,
Was
small.
we live? You're saying we're live.
Oh,
right
okay.
now.
Oh, okay.
Smalls. They black too, you know. But when I say black, I'm specifically talking about African Americans and our bad habits. Because those other people who are black too definitely support their own. They definitely gonna live 20 in a house if they get money. White people are gonna do that. We as so-called African Americans, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna think about that. And that's why I said I have to be concerned with my people. Because the rest of them have been taking care of themselves forever. So I have to be concerned with my people. You know,
I'm gonna give people more.
All right,
I'm gonna give people more credit, and I'm gonna say that
let's small go first.
Yeah, I'm gonna give people, not just black people, more credit and say no, I wouldn't go back into the same hand. Not all of it, you know. I think people would have enough sense to, even if I didn't know how to invest, like I'll go fucking hire somebody at that point. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I don't think we just go out and I and I'm not just talking about black people. I don't think everyone would just go out and just fuck off all the money. I don't think that would happen. So that's my answer in a nutshell.
Can I input on that? Because
Answer the question first. Yes or no, though.
the first answer that received who would cringe my board. But all right, if all the money worldwide was divided among people equally, would the money go back to the original people? Yeah. Would the money go back to the original people? That was the question.
Yes.
Within 5 years.
That's the question.
And the answer would be, if I really think about it, within 5 years, the majority of the money would go back to the original people. Because money is a tool. And if you don't know how to use a tool, especially money, you're not going to use the tool properly, you're going to break it. But there are many people, and I know many people in the world, that needed opportunity. That are brilliant people, irrespective of race, who needed an opportunity. Those people will do well, irrespective of race. Just give them the opportunity. The brilliant, they needed to go to school, boom. Those people might survive and thrive. But we're basing the answer that everybody is fool. No, not everybody's fool. A large percentage of the populations are idiots, yes? We have to agree on that. And those people would waste the money. But those percentage of the population, irrespective of color, who were just starving for opportunity, they would use the money to good, in good interest.
That's
Right?
crazy.
They would use the money. Yeah, but the majority of the money will go back.
I don't want to give an answer. I want to hear everybody else's answers because I already know. I know my answer. My answer is not going to change. I know Ricardo, shouts to you in London. It's always weird. We take that for granted. We got people in this motherfucker watching us from London, England right now. That's actually impressive to me. Haskell, I don't know if you can actually talk just yet, but the question to the panel right now is if all the money in the world were divided equally, would it go back to the same hands in 5 years?
Peace,
So
Haskell, by the way.
So the question is yes or no.
What's up, y'all?
The question will be, what's up? The question will be first, yes or no, do you agree? And then the second part would be defend your answer.
Just intuitively, I'm gonna say no.
There we go.
As far as defending it, yeah, I'm gonna need some time to really put some thought into it.
Okay. You got time, got nothing but time.
I really came to see Majasi straighten out Chef though.
Yeah,
I
he
ain't
said
ready for that.
he'll be here shortly. Yeah, he'll be here
Yeah.
shortly. I
So,
that actually I came in here for that also, but Mujasi said he had a quick meeting he had to deal with. He'll be on in a second. Um,
Yeah. My thing is, I've just seen people come up and build generational wealth, whether it be somebody grandma won lottery, not just black people,
but that's not
someone.
generational wealth.
But
See,
yeah, that's
that's my
true. That's
reason
true.
to
That's true.
that's my reason
Okay, yeah.
for the fact of it. I definitely think that I don't know about the time. The only thing I would have a question about is how fast it would happen, but I know it would happen.
You think it would
Um,
happen?
no, I know it would
yeah,
happen. Money,
exactly.
money is a behavioral thing.
Okay,
So
Money is
okay.
cool.
your behaviors, just because the money was split, it doesn't mean that the behaviors that you had, they're still the same. So some people save and invest, some people spend it quickly. That's not something that's going to change because they redistributed the wealth. And some people just don't believe in owning assets. Capitalism, in and of itself, the people that get the reward are the people that own assets. So most people just have an aversion, like they want to work, they want to use inventions, they don't want to create patents, they want to
Hmm.
have an apartment, they don't want to own land. So they'll that would still go. They would just take that and get a better apartment in most cases, or they would take that, get a house with no financial literacy, and end up back in an apartment within 5 years. Like I
No,
think, you know what I'm saying? Like I think
bro,
that those things would be, even if they said, oh, like, because you could look at lottery winners too. Like there's
Uh-huh.
already
look at
uh
professional sports
cases. Yeah,
players.
yeah,
Look at professional sports players. How much,
yeah,
what percentage of them go broke? You can give, and we're talking, even if somebody with $5 million can live well for the rest of their life, but
Uh-huh.
professional players who make 10 times that still end up broke.
yeah.
But not
And then
all though.
also there'd be an industry.
No,
I
the
think there'd be
majority,
industries
the
created
majority,
to
the
make sure
majority
that it
of
would
professional
happen.
players, don't say not all of them. 70 or 80% of professional players end up broke.
Yeah.
And see, my only problem with what you guys are saying though is what about the people who would like to invest and save or would like to do certain things but just don't have the opportunity? So that's why I'm saying it wouldn't go back into the same hands.
But they don't have the
In my
education. They don't have the education
They
or the
don't know how to
literacy
do
or the
but that's
ability
what
to do it. Like most
that's
people
what
that want to save and invest, you know what the first thing they do?
uh-huh.
They open a savings account.
Savings account, yeah. But
It's
yeah,
one of the worst ways to save
worst,
money.
yeah, you ain't getting nothing.
So
But,
you
but,
even
but,
if
but then
you still have to have the literacy. You still have to have the literacy to do it. What's up, IBM? Peace to you. You still have to have some form of financial literacy to be able um to get into the game. And when we say the same hands in the same 5 years, you're looking at
mhm,
people. I'm looking
mhm.
at institutions.
Yeah. Okay.
You understand what I mean?
Um,
Like this is not
yeah,
these are like
yeah, yeah,
human
yeah.
beings. I'm not like, I don't mean literally hands with fingers. I mean like the same
Oh,
power
damn.
structures, the same
the same
institutions, the
infrastructure.
same groups. It would still be in the same we'd be in the same
Oh,
situation.
damn. Yeah, you know what? You got me
Who in
right
the
there. I
network?
wasn't thinking
Look
that
at
way.
success, right? I was always taught look at success like an air conditioner, right?
Yeah.
So this is all right. Let me take 2 seconds to give a success lesson. So, or success analogy. Look at success. Sometimes you compare success sometimes to an air conditioner, right? You see people join like a new company or a new business. So they start off with a new business idea and they run real hot, right? They start off at 78 degrees and then they
Hmm.
just burn. They burn and they get all the way up to 99, 100 degrees, this, that, and the other. But the scary thing is, like an air conditioner, in most cases, they're gonna find their way back to 78 degrees because that's where it's comfortable. That's where that's where it's safe. That's
Right.
where they have some kind of normality And anything above that, while exciting, they still want to find their way back to this. That's why, like, when people say they want to be content, what I'm learning about people that say they want to be content creators, they just look at other content creators and they want to just automatically skip all the work it takes and get to that. So like they see a Kai Sanat and they think that that's who they're gonna be, but when actuality, all they really want to do is really kind of want to just do their life. They don't want to do the work of getting up and editing and hosting lives and shit like that. They really just want to be who they are. They're just talking shit. So so what happens is they just want to get back to 78. And then it also goes in the reverse when it gets too cold in the room, when they about to lose their house, they about to be evicted, they don't have any money, this, that, and the other. Then they just work really hard not to go from 68 to 99, just 68 to get back to 78.
78.
Because the comfortable is the comfortable thing, right? That they're trying to get back to. So that's like a success principle, and most people will get back to that. Most times, if you give a very person, you give like a poor person a whole bunch of money, yes, they're gonna go crazy for a little while, but shit, I know this sounds crazy. A lot of them are gonna want to go back to the life that they had because they understood it. They survived. They thrived. They survived in it, not necessarily thrived. So literacy, they don't really know. So that's why I know most times when people talk about business, they capping, and most people don't want their lives to change. That's not. That's not a
When
thing for them.
when you put it when you put it in when you framed it as entities at that point, I actually have to change my answer. Because yeah, you corrected. I was thinking more people. But yeah, if you're talking about entities, yeah, GM still on GM, like fucking,
Yeah, the credit card companies
yeah,
just go
credit card
crazy.
companies, right?
As
Yeah,
soon as they
yeah,
distributed all this wealth to people, the credit cards would change their whole strategy.
uh,
They get all these people to have credit, and they put them right back in debt because they
yeah,
don't have the
yeah.
literacy. Literacy is way more important than having the actual um, access to capital. It's the literacy. That's why the literacy is so important.
That's why I call money a tool.
Yeah.
That's why I call money a tool. That's why I use that terminology. Because most
Yeah,
people don't
and
understand.
just go ahead. I'm sorry, Stupid. What were you saying? Damn, I didn't mean to cut him off.
Yeah, but it is most of the money will go back because even with networking, a poor man who has a good network can become rich. But a rich man who don't know anybody will remain poor. Have you ever seen when they go to the Diamond District and they buy Rolex watches from each other and they buy it based on the shaking each other hand and said, okay, I'll send a check next week or I can give you a post-dated check for a month while he goes out and make $1,000 on this or $2,000 on the sale of a watch. Not big profit, you know. It's
Right.
because they
Yeah.
have the network.
And then also in a situation like this, you're talking about distributing the money evenly, right? So you're not talking about making people rich overnight, right? So, most people are going to invest and they're going to invest into the same companies that are already out there. So, like, yeah, go right back into
Yeah, it's just gonna go right back. But
it.
so Haskell, while you getting the answer, I guess Chef is busy. The Ricardo Robinson says, Brad, someone on the panel on the last live stream said that Ethiopia was never colonized or conquered. It says he was incorrect. The Italians colonized Ethiopia for over 5 years and Somalia for 60 years. I appreciate the correction. If that's, I mean, I don't think it was me that said it. I'm not, I wouldn't even know to say it, but whoever said that, if you got pushback, give them some pushback. But if you
Man,
actually went and look,
No,
I
it was
appreciate
it
that.
was it wasn't colonized. They were still at war. The empire had to run. Emperor Haile Selassie had to run. He had to run away. We're not taking that away. right? But it was in the terms of when we use the word colonize, and it wasn't really. It wasn't really. It always had the ability to maintain what it was, right? But it wasn't colonized in the sense of 400 years of colonization, because at the time, even when it was happening, there were other conflicts going on with Italy. So when we use it, it wasn't like 200 years or so, right? But they weren't enslaved either, and that's why they don't believe that they're black.
Hmm.
They have to go back to the root causes of it, because they claim that, oh, we weren't enslaved and we weren't this, and our issue was with Mussolini, because Italy came late to the game. Italy was trying to secure its part of Africa.
Yeah, I
So
wouldn't know. That's how I know I didn't say it. I wouldn't. I don't. I
yeah.
wouldn't know
Oh, I learned about it is
anything.
when I was
But
studying.
I'll say this to you, Ricardo. A lot of people on here um, will say things. Remember, some of it show a little bit of give us a little bit of grace, because sometimes in these conversations you feel like you're fighting for your life. You're actually not, but you feel like you're fighting for your life, and in actuality, you're really just just
That's
having a
true.
conversation. So motherfuckers will pull out any kind of conversation, any kind of dagger, or they'll try to do the York tactic and send
Mhm.
you to the right and the left and up the middle and then all the way around and then come back to what were we talking about again?
Mhm. Yeah, but
So you got to remember that.
Ethiopia, yeah, Ethiopian situation was a different thing. The emperor at the time, the Mussolini, ran away to England, but he himself was a bullshit artist. He himself was a bullshit artist. The wealth wasn't properly shared at the time. Right? He
I
was a
got, I got,
monarch.
I got, I got one that you said yesterday, Stu Peas, that I not pushback, but I did want to ask you about it. You said yesterday Greece didn't pay off the IMF loan, right? Everything I looked up says they.
Yeah, ask him when them
That's not
default.
that's not what he was saying. What he was saying was what country without American subsidies paid off the
Or
IMF loan?
European, or European subsidies, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
European subsidies.
I'm glad you get it. I'm glad you get it. That's why I love you. We love a conversation with you because you're honest. As I tell
Yeah.
you, so you're honest. I picked that up from day one. You're not chief ex. You're not this crackhead who try to call an idiot. I'm an idiot. I say, idiot, idiot. I even know that you used to suck dick to scratch your age. I don't think anything past a crackhead.
Yeah. Because see, the reason why that's important, Smalls, is you could say that they technically paid it off, but
Actually missed. I
you got
missed
to
what he said.
remember.
My
Okay,
internet went
so
out. What did he say?
all right, so let's have the IMF conversation again for half a second. And this is
Yeah.
where
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't fight Stupies on a lot of this.
Wait, Mujashi's here, so maybe we should hold
Well,
off.
that's it. Chef ain't Chef. I don't know if Chef's here. So
Oh
Chef,
yeah,
if
that's
Chef
true.
is here,
That's
then
true.
they got a conversation.
All right, but go
Um,
ahead.
yeah, just because y'all see the thumbnails chat, it doesn't always mean the person is there. So for the people that think we just sit around each other for 15 hours, even one person might be in here for actually 3, but their thumbnail will be here the whole
Mhm.
time.
Oh yeah.
I do that. I do that constantly. If you don't see both my thumbnails here, I'm definitely not here. If you see both thumbnails here, there's about a 70% chance that I'm still here. Most times I'm not. I'm floating around recording the show. So let's
I'll put
have a
y'all on and go to work in a minute. So just know that everyone's not near their
yeah.
phone all the
Yeah.
time. Yeah, go ahead.
So understand that, and then I'll pass it to Mujasi to at least begin to have the conversation, because Haskell's here to hear that conversation too. So in order to pay the IMF off, when you
Mhm.
do get into debt with the IMF, the amount of shit that you got to do in
Yeah.
your country to pay them off,
Your country
most
going to
times
destabilize.
it doesn't even make sense to pay them off. You got to raise the
Right.
taxes. You got to fucking mess with the pensions. You got to, most times you're going to have to privatize a lot of your assets, or
Sell
at
all
least
this.
the state assets. So
Ah,
But then remember with the IMF, another thing that they do is you know how we do budgets here in the United States? When you
Hmm.
owe the IMF, you can do a budget, but instead of sending it to the people or your congressional party to vote on it, you got to send that shit to the IMF.
All right. So
Yeah.
right.
And the IMF will not allow you to have that budget if it doesn't make sense to them. So a lot of what Stu Pease was saying yesterday was not wrong because
Right.
what happened is even after you repay the IMF, the same crisis levels that you were in to borrow the money from IMF, you
You
gotta
right
go back
back in
to
there.
the same crisis levels
Hey, right.
after you pay them. So
Yeah.
you end up really in another couple of years putting yourself in a situation
You have to go back to
where
them.
you gotta borrow again. And then mind you, while all of this is going on, Smalls,
Hmm.
the youth don't understand this. So all your talent is leaving, all your wealthy people are leaving, the crime is going higher, the standard of living is going lower. And then you say, "Yay! I paid off the IMF." And then mind you, this might be 20 years. This might be 20 years. Not this might be a decade or 20 years. So here's the thing. Yes, they paid them off, but you are never celebrating that you paid the IMF off because of the amount of loss that you had to do in order to do it. So yes, it's really just shit. And then even with the and that's why he brought up the subsidies. Because a lot of
Hmm.
times when you pay off the IMF, the other part you got to remember is sometimes it's really just switched to the European Union. So your debt
Mm.
isn't necessarily paid. Yes, it's paid off to the IMF, but it's really you just got in debt with other people
With other people.
and you
Okay.
just stretch the
Okay.
shit out over a longer term so that it's not so harsh. The restrictions aren't so harsh. So you gotta there's so many compromises you gotta do to pay the IMF. I fully understand why countries take that money and just say, fuck it, we just owe you.
Okay. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
But let me say, brass. Who schooled you, brass? You went and read all that shit, you know. You
Huh?
went and read them. Who schooled you on it? After you
No. Yesterday I couldn't figure out why you kept saying um European subsidies. So I
Subsidies.
looked
Yeah.
that up. I didn't understand. I know what European subsidies are, but I didn't know why you kept saying that in regards to the IMF. So then I went and dug a little deeper into um, what are the costs of paying. That was really the question I asked. What are the costs? What are the actual costs of paying off the IMF? And then you
right,
start seeing all of the things you got to do it. Now I understand why you said, well, yeah, the European subsidies would kind of help that. But if you
right.
try to do that without those subsidies, you're just going to
You
go back
can't.
to pre-crisis levels. You're going to go right back
You
to the
Right.
same.
can't. You can't. I don't have anything I don't know about and read up on, you know.
Yeah.
But if
So essentially, what Stu Pease was saying was they didn't pay the debt because they borrowed from Peter to pay Paul.
Well,
So they just
they
no,
was
switched it.
no. Like
no, no,
example,
no, no.
if I told you,
Oh,
Smalls, no, for no, not even that.
okay. Okay.
If I told you,
Okay. All right.
Smalls, go outside and fight the bully and win, it's going to make you feel better. And if you
Uh-huh.
go outside and fight the bully, but you fucking lose both arms, both legs, half your spleen,
Right.
and then at
Yeah,
the end, I visit you in the hospital and say, see, you feel better now that you beat up that bully. You're like, man, fuck no.
Right.
If I'd have ran, I'd have still had all my damn limbs and everything else. Like, no, no. The symbolic feeling of feeling better does not beat having two arms, two legs, and my damn spleen.
right.
So, so it's not necessarily the
It's not a
European
win. This
subsidy.
when a win is a
It's
loss.
just not a win. Yeah.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Okay. I get.
It's when a
Yeah.
win
Yeah.
is a
Okay.
loss. You can't
Okay. I
even
got.
calculate how much you're losing because you got to remember in these countries, while these leaders are screwing up, people leave.
Right.
The people that could
Right.
change your country, the Elon Musks and the stuff
The
like that,
talent.
the
Yeah.
talent and the ideas and the growth and then on top of that, people remember when global finance, people want to move to these countries and build up industries. But when you in debt with the IMF and you slashing all of this shit, you don't even look attractive to them. So
No,
now, even when whatever
but
you have, it doesn't
Rod,
matter. Go ahead, Stupiz, and then I'm going to get to
Rod,
Mujasi.
yeah, you're missing a fundamental part. Why immigrants look more successful in America when they come to America is because the best leave. And you
Yeah,
put the best anywhere, they're going to thrive. So the best Cubans left Cuba, the best Jamaicans left Jamaica in the early 70s. Those ones quickly ascended to positions. We can research Jamaican influence in America. You will see the best tend to leave, or the majority who leave is the best. The best leave Colombia, the best leave Nicaragua. So the ordinary American, African American now, is not competing with the ordinary Jamaican. He's competing in a Jamaica who was in Jamaica as a doctor, a lawyer, or an Indian chief. And he's going to lose every day.
you're
If
not
you're
lying,
average,
bro. You're not lying.
you're going to lose.
You're not
So
lying.
he's going to say, this is bullshit, this is bullshit. Because you're going to compete with the best from Nicaragua, and you're going to lose. It's the best league in these countries migrating to greener pastures. And that's what you're competing with. And that's what you're going to lose. And that's what it's going to look like these immigrants are taking over. It's just that the best coming, the best is not the best American competing with the best Nicaraguan in it, or the best Canadian or the best Jamaican in it. It's ordinary average people competing with them because that's where they start. They start at the average ordinary level. And the best is going to rise to the top. The black Americans are at the top, will stay at the top because he's
Yeah,
the
you
best
have
black
no
American.
argument. Yeah, you have no
Bro,
argument from
at
me.
the top.
Yeah, you have
Bro,
no argument. Yeah.
and that's the problem with the
Like I know
immigration.
for a fact, if they redistributed all the wealth, I'll get right back. Matter of fact, I'll get further. All of that shit within 5 years, I sort that shit out. I get further. I know it. But hold on, hey Mujasi. I don't know if you can come off mute. I know you came in here. What was you and Chef talking about as to why everybody came in here when Chef dropped the link?
Oh, so I didn't even know Chef was gonna drop the link. We was I was just responding to his piece that him and Fetty was conversing about. He had dropped his thoughts on, like, 54 countries, 17 Caribbean nations, and ain't no, there's something that he said similar yesterday when y'all was on the chat. He had said something to the effect that ain't none of them got anything. Like, we're not industrialized, like we're not, in any we can't promote or dignify anything of any of these nations being liberated, having good projects, industrialized, just in any type of good place. And I was just kind of connecting with him on that and just responding to that and saying that there's reasons for that. It's multi-contextual, but it was something him and Fetty was responding to. I got to look back at the chat. So I kind of responded to that and said, well, let's look at that for a second. And a couple of pieces where he asked the question, I just responded to that and just kind of dove a little bit deeper into, like, this is what my thoughts is on it. And this is why those 54 countries and 17 Caribbean nations look the way that they look, and just gave my simplistic analysis to why I think we're in the predicament that we're in globally as different various African groups. And so he was just saying that, he hear what I'm saying, but he disagreed, which I've been listening to Chef for quite some time now, so I know there's certain positions and points that he wouldn't, take in. It's just he got his own particular perspective and angle. So it was just kind of pushing on him. But one thing that he said that I was real interested to see if he'll take me on that challenge is he made the comment that said that why he, and it was something he responded to Fetty as well too. He said, "Well, I recognize racism and systemic racism and how it affects people." He said failure is not, he said it creates disparities, but failure is one of those that is self-inflicted. Yeah, if I'm quoting him correct, I gotta read the check. He says something to the effect that racism and structural
I'm gonna do you a
racism, while he
favor real
believes
quick.
in,
I'm gonna
eh,
do you a favor real quick. So
mhm,
I don't know what Chef is, um, but I'm gonna read what he said.
okay.
I'm scrolling through the chat right now. I just wanted to make sure that we could still hear
And,
the audio.
and this was a continuation from the conversation that he and because you keep mentioning Fetty. That was the chat part from last night, right?
Yeah.
But this
I don't
this
know.
was
I
the
thought that was this
continuation.
morning. Yeah. Hmm.
Oh, this morning rather. But this
This
was the
this is
continuation
continuing the conversation from yesterday. Is what he's trying to
from
say.
yeah. Okay, I just want to
Yeah.
make sure. Yeah, I just want to
Yeah.
make sure. Okay, go ahead.
Hmm.
Yeah, they were talking about we were talking about racism, and they were
Hmm.
saying that there's a reason why no countries in the world were successful, no black countries specifically were successful. So we started talking about Botswana and
Right.
Ghana. There's a number of countries that, black countries, quote unquote black countries. I call them African, but black countries that that were successful. And then it was a racism conversation. So Chief X says using experiences in slavery pre-civil rights era in relation to 2025 is disingenuous and an excuse to save face. There's no systematic racism in 2025. I vehemently disagree, but that's neither here nor there. Let me get to what Chef is talking about. Okay, so Chef says, um, so Haskell, you're a funny dude. I remember this conversation now. So Fetty told Chef that you was cooking earlier. It seems like you're finally seeing all of the excuses that people have.
Hmm.
So Chef says, I believe in racism, and I believe that racism is systemic. And I
Hmm.
believe that racism creates disparities, but I don't agree that it causes failure. Racism causes disparities, but failure is self-inflicted.
Right. And
Um,
that's what I was responding to. Yep.
So then so then Freddie says two things can be true. I somewhat agree with that assessment. I'd like to hear what Freddie thinks about that. So then Haskell says, and this is why I'm laughing at Haskell, says, realize that you have made a grave error when the likes of Defects and Fetty
Right.
are championing
Right.
you. Just know you've made a wrong
Right.
turn somewhere.
Right.
That
That's
damn
what got him on
Haskell,
Oh,
that
that's some funny shit.
one.
nigga
That came
Haskell.
through on that.
He said, no, you've made an error. You don't know what it is, but if they agreeing with you, you did something wrong. So it says, Chef says, there was always blacks that made it and did for themselves in spite of racist people and racist systems. Every person and group of people have cultural, family, and external obstacles that uniquely affect them. You still thrive. If I don't make it, it's not because the system, it's mine. So Haskell says I've never. So yeah, I ain't even messing that up. So then Fetty played a video. I don't think I could play it. Chef says they don't like Booker T. Racism does not have more power than intelligence and self determination. I'm gonna say cap. But it says you got to be a loser to believe that. I guess I'm a loser. Um, it says Booker T went to the Dominican Republic and told them they was lazy. Ain't no way y'all black got y'all own country and all this land and ain't doing nothing with it. 70 something black countries and all of them broke. That can't be racism. 54 African countries, 13 Caribbean nations, and they all fucked up. Not one industrial. We're fucked. So it says basically he's saying that African and black and African diaspora failures on the continent, it's all self-inflicted. It's not racism. That would be a
Yeah.
very tough statement to make. Um,
Yeah. When
there's
they was
just
talking
10 of
about that
those,
yesterday.
but
Mm. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm
it
just
says there's
like,
10 of
you
those, and
can't
that's
believe that.
just one thing a piece. It would turn the whole situation around. And then I want to go to you. Um, it says I would counter that. You said I would counter this by saying individuals can fail. Groups of people experience challenges and dilemmas. racism, white supremacy um, can produce challenges and dilemmas that seem virtually impossible for a group to overcome. And it looks like failure, yet racism, white supremacy can produce disparities that affect an individual's outcome, resulting in failure. But here's my challenge to you. Read the essay by Dr. Bobby Wright called Black Suicide, Lynching by Another Name. Come back and reassess your statement and see if you maintain that position. If you do, I'll cash up you $100. If you change course in that statement, you owe me a haircut. He's not going to read it. You can delete your cash app. Don't even worry about it. He ain't going to read it, bro. Trust me. So it says, so Chef then said, we got more land in countries than any other race in both hemispheres, and not one is jumping. Okay, it says, oh, Chef, you can't believe it, yo. The first thing to consider is that most of the countries we don't own the land, and where we do, we don't own the larger infrastructural industries. In many of these places, we are just face holding political puppets in bed with foreign investors and owners. There ain't too many countries in the Caribbean or the continent that is ready for industrialization because first world countries depend on their political and economical retardation. You have to already know that, champ. I'm wondering if you confuse them the land we occupy versus the land that we own. And he didn't understand.
Who wrote that?
That's
Who wrote that? Oh, bro, I was about to say I completely agree with that. Yeah, go ahead.
and then that's when Chef dropped the link, but then he didn't say much. Shouts to Corey in the chat. So I don't know if that refreshed your memory, but maybe speak from there.
Yeah.
He was preaching. You were preaching, boy. Go ahead.
Yeah, that last one. Yeah, that last one. You got me with that one.
Yeah. I think the good thing is that y'all said this yesterday. So this ain't I just found a way to say it in my own words, but y'all said this yesterday. Is that
you said it more eloquent than me when I talk about the resources and the mining.
No, Stupid, you be saying it, you be dropping it. And my point in that is that if my brother Chef, and he said he read Walter Rodney's work. Even if he just opened it and skimmed it and scanned it, maybe went through a chapter.
He was capping, Justin. He was capping.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't be all.
Give my brothers benefit of the doubt, man. If y'all say y'all read it, I'm gonna take it that y'all read it.
Read something, including Chef. Just expect that there's a taste of cap somewhere in there. Because
I ain't gonna let y'all do my man Chef like
all
that.
This hair and raise these kids and do these shows, and then understand that they Thanos level readers and they spread. I don't believe.
Y'all are not gonna do my homie Chef like put them goddamn clippers down and come in.
Right.
Nah, fuck that shit. Yeah, fuck that.
It's better that Chef don't talk. Joshie, you got the floor. Off with his head. Talk. Cut him off.
God damn, I hate to hear this shit because Joshie, you was actually preaching that last one.
The shit that Chef was saying was dumb as hell and it needs correction. So go ahead.
I'm a little bit on Chef's side though, bro. But I just thought I want him to
hear you right now. We listen for the correction.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Mujasi.
Let him correct. And then if you keep talking, Mujasi gonna correct you.
I'm not correcting.
I gotta understand that's the Chevron is the Archbishop of humanity, right? So I always understand his angle, right? His angle is to definitely to show empathy for human beings, right? Empathy and sympathy needs to be spread across the world for human beings. So I'm just saying, I don't know what his angle is on this one. Right? Tread carefully. Carefully.
You know what?
I don't know what his angle is.
Here's one thing I had to join with Chef on because he asked the question: either we are the most ignorant people on earth, or white folks are the most evilest people on earth. And I remember some things like, I kid you not, I remember wrestling with that a few years ago, just like in the last 3 or 4 years, just really looking at different situations, geopolitical situations that we're in, from the Caribbean to South America, North America, the continent. And I just remember asking myself, what the hell is wrong with us?
Nothing.
And I
What is
say, right.
it?
And I started to question, like, these folks that we call white or European descendants are not that big of a deal. They're not a big deal. So I had, like, if I know they're not a big deal because I'm surrounded by these jokers up here, then is there something wrong with us by default to where we're losing to these scrubs?
Right.
And I wrestled with that for months, just trying to make sense of it. So when he asked that question, I'm like, yeah, I remember being there. And sometimes I have echoes of thoughts like that, like, why are we losing the way that we're losing? But then also I have to go back through my notes, because sometimes when I get occupied with working with my fathers, working with my families, I get a little detached away from the historical and the political context. Like you mentioned yesterday, Stupiz, the multi-contextual context of what happened to us over the various few centuries that put us in the predicament and the state that we're in. Sometimes you lose sight of that when you're looking at what's happening with barbecue in Haiti right now, and looking at
Yeah.
the various different squabbles that's happening and why Haiti can't seem to pull itself out of this mess. How all of these different groups of people behind the scenes are taking advantage of this destabilization of the island. And there's a benefit to them of doing that. And America is a part of that
Or
piece as well
causing
too.
it,
They're
or
causing it,
causing
yeah.
it.
They're causing
Yeah.
it, yeah. Because when
Yeah.
you look at the context, you go back and you say, oh, Canada has a place in that. America has a place in that. You see all of
France,
these different interest
England.
groups that has set the stage for it. Go ahead, Stupiz.
Yeah, people don't understand that. Most African countries are seen as resources. They're not seen as people.
Resources.
And we
Yeah.
say,
Yeah.
Right. That's
extract
right.
resources from these people without giving them back anything. And that's the
That's right.
problem Mango had in the 70s with bauxite and alcohol. He said that this is unfair. You cannot be taking all the resources and we're getting
Mm-hmm.
12 cents
Mm.
and
Mm-hmm.
you selling for $1,000 a ton and we are getting 10 cents a ton. It's the same
Mm.
thing with the minerals in African countries. The coffee in Colombia, when you look at it
Mm-hmm.
and say, how is that the coffee is growing in Colombia and the Colombia is only getting $1 a pound when Starbucks selling it for $2,000 a pound? It's
Right.
unfair. But
That's
they
right.
need to put
That's what you. That's
they
what
need
you
to
were
put you
referring to yesterday, Stu Pease. Whether it was a good idea or not, like Jamaica asked for their fair share. Like that's what you were saying. Yeah.
once
Yeah.
you, once you ask for your fair share, they start to destabilize you and seek markets other places. And so we're not banned from you. We prefer to pay more here than pay you a fair deal. It has
Mm-hmm.
happened. Instead of they giving you a fair deal, they're going to pay for it somewhere else because sooner or later they'll destabilize you. Your country will get into civil conflict and we'll get back the stuff for cheap. That's what's going on. But you talk to most people, they don't understand that. They say, no, that you're not, that's not true. And it is.
Mm-hmm.
It
Yeah.
is.
Mm-hmm.
But
And
I
and we
mean,
I think y'all
all right,
talked about this yesterday.
all right. Look at the ghetto. Look at the ghettos in America. You think that the project have to look like that? You think that the housing has to look like that? No, because
Mm-hmm.
no.
when you force people there, you allow Walmart to get cheap labor. It's part of the big plan. Walmart is the biggest employer of people in the United States. Yet still, a significant portion of Walmart workers are on welfare.
I have to
It's
be
not,
honest. I don't think that there's enough correction of chef going on. With Stu Peas, they've heard us. I need. They're not listening to us. I need Mujasi to
the
It's
to
currency.
to
happening.
correct, because this is a person who's telling like what Chef said. I just need you to get into the problem with Chef's statement.
Yeah.
That's all. Let's keep it there. And it's a blessing that he's on mute. It's a blessing so that we can't be interrupted with them barber statements. Just please.
I am not gonna lie, Brass. I think this nigga might be hiding. I'm not gonna lie. This is the longest
No,
No,
he's
shit
yeah,
not
has
it's
ever
hiding.
been.
it's peaceful.
No.
You know how you had them toddlers. If you got kids, and you got them
I know.
toddlers that you finally got them down to sleep. You miss him, but you really don't. Let that
Yeah.
nigga rest. Go ahead,
I have
Majasi.
never seen this nigga
So
kill mute this long, man.
are we just uncomfortable with what Sheffrin said, or
I don't. It's not
are we
factual.
proving it wrong?
No,
Are we proving it
no.
wrong?
It's just not
Here's what it
factual.
is. Yeah, it's not factual, and I'm not here to like challenge what he's saying or even correct him. I'm here to just offer my thoughts and perspective, and that's what I was doing on the chat. It's more so if you
Well,
recognize, if
I
you
want him
recognize,
if he need to be
go,
correct. I mean, like,
you
cause
want to
we
correct it if you
can't be
need to be.
mincing words around here, right? If that's wow, if Chevron is absolutely wow, right? We need to be able to say that. So let's.
Yeah, Chef needs mentorship, and I believe Mujasi is the man. I believe Mujasi is the man for the
No,
And
job.
Corey,
But
you
I do
can't
want
say
to,
them, bro.
Can
You
I
can't
can
say
I
them, Corey.
no.
but
You
I do
can't
wait,
want to
say
can I
say,
them.
come
I
Not
do
not
want
in
to
this
can I
say
come
room.
though.
help my homie a little bit? Can I come help my
No,
homie a little
Hey,
bit?
no.
Why
hey,
not?
hold on
Oh
right quick, Smalls.
man.
Hold
It's
on
Okay.
right quick.
Smalls.
I just hopped on. Let me get this off real quick, Brass. I want to
Hmm.
say that with Mujasi, don't give your $100 away, bro. Cause the stipulations of the bet is that Chef is gonna reverse course on his sentiments once he reads this thing that you're gonna give him to read, and it's not gonna
Mm.
happen. So
to be
what I'll
fair.
do is so what I'm gonna do, Mujasi, I'm gonna put my Cash App in the chat, and you could just send me the 100, dog.
That was slick as hell. That
That
was
nigga
slick
Haskell,
as
yeah,
hell.
boy.
My man Haskell, I
That's
Hey,
like
why I
it.
Brass,
fuck
think
with
about it.
Haskell. I fuck with Haskell tough, bro.
Hey, Brass, think about it, right? Think about it, right? Steph said he read how Europe underdeveloped Africa,
Right,
Mhm.
right.
and he still feel the way he do.
Yeah,
So
so he's not
what
That's
are
what
gonna
I
you
was
gonna?
change.
just gonna say.
Right, he's not going to change.
That's what I was just
But
gonna say.
see,
Here we
Brass
go.
won't let me throw this nigga no
No,
bail.
go
I'm
ahead. Go
trying
ahead. Go
to
ahead. Throw him some bell.
let
Go ahead.
okay, listen. There was one person who was a part of this conversation who we're not mentioning. The good brother Aston B.
He
And
was
the good
cooking.
brother
He was
Aston
cooking
B.
yesterday.
But some of the claims he was, but some of the claims were a little wild though, Mujasi. And I think that's when you got a lot of the more extreme statements from Chef. I think it was more in response to some of those statements that he was making. Like we have to keep that in mind. That's the only thing I wanted to say. Like that's the one key element that we're leaving out. I mean, that man said that white people won't uh, agree to universal health care just so niggas won't have you got to
Okay, but
understand how
listen,
that
but Smalls.
conversation went though.
But
Mm.
y'all will say that
Okay.
he was cooking, and then
Uh-huh.
it took me less than 30 seconds for him to
Get
say,
that shit the fuck
yeah,
out
I
of here.
may have no, not for me to say get it out of here. For him to
No, for
say
him.
himself that he misspoke.
Yeah. He spoke in
So
extreme.
What did he say he
you can't
misspoke about? What part
about
he missed?
the only reason we don't have universal health care is because whites don't want to have blacks to have it.
Yeah,
And what he
Ashton
does,
said that.
and that's a bad argument because you'll mash everything from the New Deal to Medicare and Medicaid to the ACA, all the way up
The
to
creation of the
now.
AMA,
And now
all of it.
you're
Yeah.
acting like that racism. He said only, like that's the main reason. You cannot skip big pharma in any medical conversation.
That's
In
right.
any medical conversation that you have about healthcare, you start with the AMA, big pharma and their lobbying, corporations, and
And insurance company.
then everything else begins to fall. Because if it was profitable for black people to have it, then it wouldn't, it's the profits. The
Yeah.
healthcare industry is a for-profit industry.
For
Is
profit
racism
industry.
involved? Yes, but it's never in that for-profit industry. If racism caused them to make less money, they'd stop doing it. So it's not. That's not the. You can't. Universal health care is a socialist practice. It's actually against capitalism. It's giving all of the profit and all the profit share, all of the power to the government. And corporations
No,
ain't with
no,
that
no, no.
shit.
What it does is it's the opposite of a monopoly, right? So instead of
Yeah,
one guy raking in all the money, you got one person negotiating the price for everybody,
right,
right? So
right.
that's kind of what and we do social. See, the wild part is the crony capitalism and just capitalism. Period. We can talk about capitalism. Period. I don't even want to put a name, an adjective on it, right? Capitalism is based on socialism. Huh? Somebody say, huh? What? What are
The
you
sub
talking
the
about?
subsidy the subsidies
What is he
and the bullshit.
saying? What is he talking about? Because what happens is the only thing about capitalism that's private is the profits, but the all of the
Mm.
costs and the overhead and everything else and the losses is all socialized.
So, yeah,
You know what
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying?
Absolutely.
They
Let's be honest.
privatize the income. They privatize the money, right? The profits, right? But then they socialize the losses. See what I'm saying? And it's been like that. It's been like that the whole time.
For the
Redistribution,
last 100 years.
the
Yeah.
redistribution of money. Redistribution is a capitalist's worst nightmare. They all cry about, well, we can't have the redistributing the money to the poor folk. I mean, what are you against rich people or something? All this old wild shit, right? You see what I'm saying? But no, they done already and continue to every day redistributing the wealth from the poorest all the way up to the top 10%.
Hey,
Hmm.
Corey,
I'm
and
saying,
that's why I always say, right? I always say that capitalism, insofar as describing America's economic system, is a misnomer
it's a
because
misnomer.
the main tenet of what makes capitalism is the idea of a free market economy where
Mhm,
people and companies trade goods and services in an
mhm.
organic manner, unfettered by the government. And this economic system is anything but that. It's
It's three
neo,
card
it's
minded,
ne, it's right. It's neo feudalism is what it
neoliberalism.
is. It is
It's neoliberalism,
not
right?
capitalism at
Yeah,
all.
well, I call it neoliberalism, Haskell, because see, with these neoliberal, and that's what all of these conservatives today, these new conservatives, they all neoliberalists, right? They all do Reaganomics. Ain't none of them conservative because they all fuck up the national debt. They all put us in a worse position every time. Again, every time since I've been on this green earth that we had a Republican president. Every time the Republicans has took over the Senate and the House, right? Every single time we go into a recession, right?
Recession.
And that's because they're neoliberals. They're not. These people ain't conservatives. They spend more money when these Republicans get in office. They go to spending more money and giving out more welfare checks than we ever did in human history. Right now, today, we're giving out more welfare than we ever did in human history. And Keisha ain't getting a nickel of it. As a matter of fact, she getting her ass kicked off of it.
Right. You're right, Corey. Corey, remember
Yeah.
when I had this conversation with somebody said the food stamp program is under the Department of Agriculture because it wasn't made to protect hungry black people. It was made to protect white farmers. That
Subsidize the
was
farm. Yes.
white farmers. It was
Mm.
made to
God
subsidize
damn it.
white and people nearly killed me. I said, you don't know what you're talking about. And when somebody read it, them say, oh, you're right, stupid. You're right. Yes.
And then did you know that
The
like companies like Walmart,
presidents and parties don't cause
Yeah,
recession.
do
yeah,
do
I'm just
you
gonna
do
say
you
that.
do you know it's the decisions made by those neoliberals that's advising them. But let me tell you, did you know that companies like Walmart's, right? they
Mhm.
actually finance those apps that's on your phone. Um, it's apps on your phone that you can borrow. It's like you know them check cashing places.
Yeah,
You can get
yes, yes,
you can get a payday loan and shit. They got apps on your phone where you can do that, but it's way worse, right? You know what I'm saying? And let me tell you, Walmart's and them, they actually subsidize those people.
yeah.
Walmart's and them give them the money to start up because they know it's a market. They already know that they workers can't afford to make it to next week. So what the worker gonna do? Because I put one video in there where the baby needed the medicine. The one worker, she can't afford to make it to next week because her baby needs some medicine. So what she do? She go online, she get her phone out, and she get one of these payday loans from one of these wild ass apps.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Charging her obscene amount of APR and interest rates. You see what I'm saying? And see, she wouldn't even have a clue. Then they asking for tips. They actually connect it to your bank account now, so they getting the money before you even get it.
Yeah.
So next week, you thought you was only gonna borrow it for this week, but you didn't know all of the fees and penalties that came with that, right?
I have to borrow to pay back the loan.
So next week when you get your paycheck, you're gonna re-borrow.
Yeah. The
Sending
IMF
you
and
down a spiraling hole. It's
the IMF and the
predatory.
micro level. The
Yeah.
IMF on the micro level. But that's what people don't understand. What the perfect on the macro level is that they're bringing it out to the micro level. That ordinary people living loan to loan. This is the new version of the owe your soul to the something store. What that song there? That when people used to work on the plantation and they get paid in plantation money. The
Yeah,
dollar
yeah.
don't mean
You talking about sharing,
Sharecroppers.
sharecropping.
sharecropping.
Yeah.
Sharecropping. And you get the plantation money as pay, and you go to the plantation shop, and you go to the plantation supermarket, and you have to, it's within the plantation. The money has no value outside of it. That's what it is now when you work for certain
And then
companies.
the plantation owner says, "Well, we reported losses this year. So if
Yeah,
I'm taking a loss, you got to take a loss."
right.
Yeah. So like,
They never
yeah.
make profit.
Question
None of
would
these
be to
companies
Chef,
ever make
using that
profit.
example, two P's. Would he class the sharecroppers as failures due to their own lack of ingenuity or whatever, or would they be failures due to the built-in sabotage of how that business relationship was done? That
No,
would be
No,
because
my
the thing
question to
is, them
Chef.
sharecroppers already can see it, right? But they just don't. They lie to themselves. Most of the time, when you get scammed, even today, even today's stupids in Haskell, right? If I was to scam y'all, both of y'all two out of $1,000, I could still come on this lie. It's very likely I could still come on this Discord every day, and y'all won't mention it. Why? Because y'all embarrassed. Y'all embarrassed to let motherfuckers know that I scammed y'all too. See what I'm saying? That's how that shit go. And so that's what happened with the sharecropper. They know they was getting fucked over. You
yes.
see what I'm saying? But they gotta keep it cool to keep the old lady at home from being worried and the kids being worried. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's kind of they
Kick
had
the
to do what they
can
had
down
to
the
do
street,
because that was the
basically.
that was the only that was the only game in town, right? You coming right
Yeah.
out of slavery. What are you gonna do? You got to take that deal. It's really nothing. There's no other really options, right?
There's no
So, and it's the same. It's the same game that they play with the IMF on a global level. You know what I'm saying?
right.
These countries are coming right out of colonialism, right? So
Mhm.
you have no infrastructure, you have no continuity of business or doing business, or you know what I'm saying? You starting from scratch. So in order to develop your country, you gotta go borrow some money from these people. And then what they do, they write that fucked up contract that's gonna keep you buried in debt in perpetuity. So the game is played
But
here.
And
y'all,
It's
everybody signs to the contract though.
Chef, Chef, Chef,
they
Chef,
do.
Chef and Fetty, stop what y'all doing. Come off of mute.
That's all I'm
And
saying
start
is,
cooking
right?
these niggas,
So
man.
the
Y'all,
so the girl so
they
the
cooking
girl
y'all right now.
is the same thing basically on the micro scale, right? The girl
Yeah.
that can afford to get through the week, right? It's her responsibility to read the fine print, right? And understand that app is now connected to her bank account, right? It's
Yeah.
her responsibility to know that they charging her, you see what
Options.
I'm saying, 45% interest rate on the motherfucker. So
Yeah.
for every dollar she borrow, right, she got to pay them back $1.50. You
Yeah,
know
but
what I'm
what's the
saying?
option?
Huh?
What's the other option? The other option.
Her other option is to tough it out through this
And our
week.
baby sick. Your
No,
baby
no,
sick and need medicine.
she can get the medicine. She can either get that medicine, right, and not have something else, because this is decisions that people make every day at school, right?
No, no,
You know, people decide whether they're gonna put gas in their car or they gonna eat today, right? Those are the decisions that's made every day. And it seems funny, but this is the society that we've built. This is the society that we live in. This is the American. This is the America that we're comfortable with. This is the America that we became comfortable with. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, she has a responsibility, right, to be educated, because I'm in the same position as her. I'm not rich. I wasn't born with some type of silver spoon or no shit. Y'all see me. I work 90-hour weeks.
right.
It's a sacrifice, right? It's do I wanna go to my daughter's softball game, right? Or can I just send my dad there and my wife there to cheer for her, and I stay my black ass here at work? It's life decision that's being
No,
made every day.
I understand
You
what
know what
you're
I'm
saying,
saying?
Corey.
So now,
I
now,
understand.
now, listen. Now, it could be that I, right, pay the ultimate price, and the girl who got the other girl that got the medicine, right, she do good, right? Because see now, my daughter, the ultimate price might be that my daughter may say, my 9-year-old may say, well, Dad, that was kind of fucked up, bro. You ain't never come to none of my softball games. You know what I'm saying? And so I really don't fuck with you like that. See, those are things. Those are
Right.
all decisions that have to be made. Your personality, who you are, is all based upon a bunch of decisions you done made. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead.
No, you're right. You're right, because the decision. If you realize that you don't have the resources, you
Now,
can't spend.
understand, I am not arguing for Chef. Now, he got to bail his crazy ass out. Now, he done said a couple crazy things here. Hey, he got to bail his own self out of that. You know what I'm
But
saying?
imagine this. Let's look at the scenario, Corey. After the
Huh?
medicine this week, next week is the rent. So now she have the rent and the medicine loan. Then she have, if that is a one thing, if it's one thing, it's okay. You can overcome it. But most black people around the world never just face one problem. When the kid's sick, no food not in the house. So now you decide, am I going to get food in the house, or am I going to look after the sick child?
Mm-hmm.
School due. School,
Mm-hmm.
it's always compounded. And
Oh,
that's
it's
how it is
compounded, definitely.
internationally.
Mm-hmm.
It's always, it's not one thing. When people say, oh, it's the medicine, chances are the child sick because the child nutrition never good. There's
Mm-hmm.
no good supermarkets in the area that you live. The last time, if you ask, if you point on a strawberry, the child can identify it.
Absolutely, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Because
Yeah,
I had a
I'm just
joke. I used to tell somebody, say, now this girl was acting like she's all that. And I say, you know that your baby can't identify chicken leg. Your 6-year-old child never said chicken leg from him born. Or somebody will tell me that oxtail tastes like turkey neck. Jamaicans will get that. Turkey neck look like oxtail when you cut it up. And some
It
people will
do. It
want to
do.
tell
It does.
that oxtail tastes like turkey neck. And you say to them, say, you're joking. Oxtail in no way tastes like turkey neck.
Mm-mm.
You've never seen, you've never seen a burger. There's simple things like that. Because what we face with economically from day one, it's easy to compound problems.
So is that racism?
Is it
Get these
racism?
niggas,
The
Chef.
compounding of the problems, or what? What are you saying, Chef?
Yeah, I listened to y'all, and like I said, even in my statement, I said that racism, I believe in it, and I believe in systemic racism. And I said that racism do create disparities, right? Said it. You know what I mean? So now we're moving to the point where everybody go through this shit. All of the shit that y'all mentioned, right? Individually, and when y'all talked about the compound interest that countries go through coming out of colonization, all countries go through the same shit. You dig what I'm
Right.
saying? So, and they all face exploitation from the previous their previous colonizers, right?
Right.
Right.
Fine. So where is anybody disagreeing so far? Now, I'm not even talking about particularly black people. I'm talking about every country that went through this. Do
Right.
y'all agree?
So far, I'm walking with you. So far, go ahead.
All right.
I don't know if
Now,
everybody else. I'm speaking for myself, though. Shit. I don't know if everybody walking.
go ahead.
So far, I am.
Everybody didn't go through it, but continue.
Oh my God. So who didn't? What colonized country didn't go through this?
All right.
China.
China. No.
Yes, they did.
No. Let's talk. Because when we talk about colonized countries, we need to establish this, that you have countries that have been established longer than other countries, right? African countries, not because it's the borders and on the map. When were they established? And when they were established, who were they established by? No, the majority of colonized countries weren't established. They're new countries. They're relatively new countries, less than 100 years old, in terms of getting their own autonomy. Would you agree or disagree with me on that?
I can agree with that, but that's the majority of the countries. The majority of the countries in Asia and Africa and the Americas face the same issues around the same time. Are you serious?
Give me an example.
So you telling me India was India 200 years ago? No, it wasn't. There was fledgling kingdoms all through that whole subcontinent. Pakistan is new. India is new. The current construct of what we call it, China, that shit is new.
Yeah,
Are
those
y'all
countries wasn't
serious?
even popping in the 90s and 80s when I was alive. Like,
That's why.
oh
But
yeah,
that's why
let's be
India is
real.
so fucked up. India is a failed state too, Chef.
Yo, I'm saying India, well, don't just pick India. India is doing hella good compared to African countries.
The people
You
at the
feel me?
top are. The people at the top are. As a population, fuck no.
I would say Africa, I would say we would be in a good position if we had a country that was on the level of India. I wouldn't even be able to make this argument. I'm saying that. If we had an India, the conversation would be over. I would say, y'all got it. Y'all right.
If African countries are India, then there are many Indians. There are many India. There are many
See,
Indians.
now you about to come with another excuse, bro.
Nigeria is a India. If we're going to say India, Nigeria
Excuses. Keep cooking, Chef.
Nigeria is a India. Would you agree with me on that? If
What
we
are
cut the
you
word
talking about?
Nigeria is an India.
You talking about in terms of GDP, production.
Oh, no.
In terms of the population who is wealthy, the population who is middle class, and the population who is poor. India is the largest middle class in the world. Right? No disagreement.
If Nigeria is on the level of India, then the conversation is over. We all was wrong.
Right.
So what?
Because the whole point was there was no flourishing African country, no country with industry, no, you know what I'm saying? So if you're saying that Nigeria's on the same level with India, we would have just been wrong, you know?
Okay, I
But
get
That's what
it.
he's saying.
flourishing. It's India flourishing. No, that's what he threw that Dr. York in the conversation because he didn't talk about India in the first place.
I
He just
didn't.
brought.
You brought up India. You brought up
No, no,
India.
no. I said to you, tell me a country, give me an example, and you said India. Give me an
No, when
example.
you no
Or tell me
when
what
you
my
when
apologies.
you yeah, when you said India, I started talking about how India, you dig what I'm saying, was a fledgling, it wasn't India 200 years ago.
No,
You dig what
I
I'm
didn't.
saying? Like
I
I'm
didn't.
saying that political state of India, it wasn't that. You know what I mean? You had the Punjabi state. You had so many different, you know what I mean, factions of what when they got independence. You know what I mean? They came under one governmental system that was forced upon them by the British. You dig what I'm saying? Those people living in one state together under one political entity. That like so the same things that happened in Africa, I'm saying happened all across the world. It just didn't happen to Africans. And if those countries are able to dig their way up out of it, right? With the racism, the don't speak the same, all of the same shit. You know what I mean? Why can't African countries do the same thing? And you said Nigeria. I didn't know Nigeria was on the level of India. And
No.
now that I know that, then I was wrong.
Let me clarify what I said. I said to you, all of these nations are relatively new, right? All of these nations are relatively new. And you draw an example to India to say India is new also.
Right.
Because India wasn't India before the British mark out India and call this place India and that place Pakistan, right? But in fact, there's fallacy to your argument because India was India from the time even when those murderers, those Chinese murderers, had the largest empire. What them name again? Them start with M. Um, they start with M. Genghis Khan empire. India was always India. Those people, although they were separate tribes, they recognized who they were. They had shared religion, right? It's when the Muslims come, the Muslims separate them, but they had similar religion, same religion. They had a mixed system. They were formalized. They were
Get back
highly
to
formalized,
get back to Africa.
right? So therefore, we're
I
not
don't want the Indian, you know what I mean? I fuck India up. I fuck India up. I'm not an expert on India, so let's go, you know.
So when you're talking about India, so India wasn't that. Start to look back in history and realize that those
It
countries.
was I stand on that it wasn't. But you know what I mean? I'm not gonna have a whole Indian conversation because that's gonna derail you know what I'm saying? We're gonna spend 30 minutes arguing
Yeah,
about, you know what I mean,
moving on.
India, and that wasn't even the initial point.
My problem with
Even
it,
though even though I think you're wrong. You dig what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna belabor.
no problem. But we're going to talk about the African nations now.
Yeah.
They're relatively young nations, right? And none of them on first world level. When I was growing up, they used to call them third world countries. Now they're calling them developing countries, right? And so none of these developing countries have achieved the level of a Taiwan, of a China, of a Singapore. Although Singapore, when Singapore was coming up, the Singaporean leader, the famous Singaporean leader, came to Jamaica in 1960, in the 60s, because our GDP was at a growth rate of 5%. He came to Jamaica and he learned why Jamaica had that GDP. Because Jamaica was on a big growth rate, 55% GDP, until you decide to fuck with America, fuck with Castro, that destabilized us. But that's a different argument. Many of these countries were just seen as resources, right? The Congo was always seen as Belgium bitch, Belgium rubber plantation, Belgium gem plantation. It's how it was perceived. And even after they got independence, independence didn't mean that the colonizer left, completely. He still owned the land. A lot of the great houses in Jamaica, like Rosal Great House, that tourists go to. It's recently, last 40 years, ownership was transferred to Jamaicans. A lot of the land was still owned by the colonizers and the children of the colonizers. A lot of the resources are always owned by those people. Not because it's
So
a big country,
okay,
right?
so you're saying that African countries really are not independent. That's the
There's
only argument that y'all could be making. If Africa or if African nations are only the way that they are because of Europeans, then what y'all saying is that colonization never really ended.
never ended.
Oh, okay. See,
I can use the
yeah.
same
I'm,
argument.
this is the disconnect in the argument because I'm coming from a position that colonization is over. So if y'all position is that colonization is not over and these people are left to their own devices, right? And I'm of the position that they was left to their own devices and they just made bad business deals and everything else. I think that was completely self-inflicted. And the only way to get out of that is by unfucking yourself. And the fact that they ain't unfuck themselves is their fucking fault. Do y'all get that? You know what I mean? Like, but
Well,
I get it. Y'all saying that colonization was never really over. Y'all believe in neo-colonialism or some shit. You dig what I'm saying? So that's the
right.
problem right there. They're not truly autonomous. They're not sovereign. You know what I mean? All of the shit that I believe that Africa was, y'all telling me it never really happened for them, but it happened for the Japanese and everybody else. But the true freedom and shit never happened for black people because of racism. I got it.
Yeah,
I ain't know.
I would love to hear what Brother Majasi would. I would
The
love to hear your thoughts on
My
this.
God, Chef
Like,
cooking, man. What's gotten into you, Chef, over the past 2 days?
no.
yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Like, this is
You cooking, man.
No, people, no,
yeah.
people on the panel think that
Colonial. It's not
you believe that?
over.
Do you believe that it ended?
Oh Jesus.
It didn't end. It didn't end.
Oh
Do you
man.
believe that these colonial powers left these states and left all resources in those states to the autonomy of the individual in the states? Is that what you said?
So
That
Patrice
colonial
Lumumba and them died for nothing, right? Nkrumah presidency was a farce. You know what I mean? African independence never really happened. We've been living in a fantasy world since the 50s. It's basically the white people are so bad that they pulled the biggest scam on the whole fucking man. That's crazy as hell. Motherfucking Haiti never was independent then. They never was able to make their own decisions.
Let me give you an example.
Jamaica don't have a y'all. Listen,
Yeah. I
Jamaica
mean,
don't have a choice for why they the way that they are. Because
Hey,
white
Chef,
people just
Chef,
no,
uh-huh.
is
because
I'm
can
trying
I
to figure out
can
because
I
I think Stu Pease really laid it out clear. Chef,
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out the question that you're asking. Are you serious with your question or are you
No,
being
no, no, no,
sarcastic?
no. I'm being sarcastic. I'm
Gotcha.
being sarcastic.
Okay. Because because you had me convinced. I'm like, I don't know if he's serious
No,
or
no,
not. Is he
no.
really asking this question?
But that's what it's leading me to, though. So y'all. I'm asking because I'm saying that decolonization happened. But everything that he's arguing, he's saying basically they don't have true autonomy.
Right.
They're not sovereign. You did what I'm
They
saying? So
don't.
Yeah.
decolonization was a farce. So that means that all these African nations in them has been tricked for the last 60 years. So they dumb.
No,
That
no,
leads to
no
something
Chef.
gotta be wrong with you.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
yeah.
have
And if that was the case, then y'all win. At that point, we can't win. Like, so y'all win. Like, there's
but
no
the
there's
point
no overcoming that.
but the point I think Chef is missing is now you have corrupt leaders who are carrying on
Right,
the colonial mentality and fucking up the country. It's not just
right.
they
And
woke up one day and said we want to fuck up the country. They're getting
Self-inflicted.
bribed. They're getting bribes. These leaders.
Self-inflicted.
Listen, I had a man
So
tell me. I had a man tell me. He said, "Listen, one of the kings of his country took some of the wealth that was laid up for his people, sold the shit off, and went to Europe somewhere." So we understand that there's definitely some self-infliction, but it's part of a mental problem that we're suffering with this corrupt
Okay.
mentality. We,
Okay.
when we were on our own, despite all the shit that you talk about,
I'm with you.
anybody,
I'm with you.
any and everybody would tell us ancient Kemet was one of the greatest and most
Oh God.
peaceful civilizations.
I
Africa
remember.
was doing very well with what they were doing, despite whatever we think. They were doing well on their own with all of what we think was bad problems. Because we have
I'm
to
not
look
saying
that we're being tricked by historians, and historians are making it seem like everything in ancient Africa was war and tribalism, and that's not true. It took time. They sat down and they reasoned amongst each other. We're not doing that. We're having shitty YouTube conversations without being very well read and understanding the history of what we're talking about. And that is
okay.
my
Let me
beef
let me
with people.
let me say, let me say
Agreed.
something. Give me 2 seconds to say something. Why is the colonization never ending? When most of these governments were established in the 50s from African countries, they were established under the grace of the colonizers. Whether it want to be Mugabe in Zimbabwe, whether it want to be Bustamante in Jamaica, everybody had to go down to the colonizers and kiss the ring and say, listen, we understand now that we're independent, but guess what? We will still fall in your accord. You can go back and read history. Everybody who got independence, stipulations were put in place. It had to be status quo. There was no full autonomy. And then in those days, America the colonizers also, you know, but they colonized different. Like they support certain government, like when they supported the Shah in Iran, and they support something in Panama. That's the general that died in prison in Miami, Noriega in Panama. There's no autonomy. When Panama got independence, they did not get full control of autonomy over the canal. And when Noriega decided, listen, we want the canal to decide our future because it makes a lot of money. He was disposed. It happens all over the world. None of these countries are autonomous. They're independent, but they're not. And when you start looking at
Okay.
leadership around the world, you realize that colonization never ended. It just got a different
Okay.
face.
Okay.
Okay. I
Okay.
see what you're saying.
Well, that's the
Yeah.
problem. That's the problem. Right then and there. Now, Haskell, where are you at?
Haskell, like you're not in
Majasi,
here.
Joey.
Listen,
So
I'm gonna agree with you. I'm gonna partially agree with you, but I'm still gonna say that you should read more and learn a little bit more before you
I agree. We
make
all should.
these
We all
broad,
should.
sweeping
I would say
conditions.
we all should. You feel me? But I
As
should be
soon as
able
you
to have
come
the
on the panel
conversation.
where I'm at and you tell somebody, well, you need to read more, or you just need to read, like you automatically, like I'm automatically writing everything you saying off. Like, you see what I'm saying? That's wild as fuck. Cause like obviously he's well enough abreast on the subject to even have a conversation, right? Furthermore, though I don't agree with everything he's saying, right? He sounds more learned on the subject matter than you is. So the wild part is you get these wild ass niggas saying which you need to read more. Like that's not a rebuttal, homie. That doesn't rebut or disprove what Shepard said. What it shows is that
Corey, I agree.
all you got
I agreed
you,
with
you,
what
you
he said, but I
but what do you
still
need to
said he
but
should
now he
read
need to
more.
read more after he
I
didn't
need to
gave
read
you
more too. I need to read more too. So it's not
Bro,
just
that's
him.
a wild ass response, bro. It's a
Well,
wild
then,
ass response.
well,
And
then
it's
it's a wild ass response. But then it's a wild ass response that I'm not standing down from. I think we all need
cool,
to read
fine.
more and be more well
I ain't
informed.
saying
I'm
you
not
do
standing
stand
down.
down. I'm just saying, like,
Well, it's a wild
I
ass
don't give
response.
you no
And that's gonna
credit.
be my response.
When I'm on
I
the
just,
panel, right, that's
Corey,
automatically not
Corey,
giving you
that
no
doesn't,
point.
Corey. I can tell how well read Chef is on the issue by the way he's talking. Whether he's halfway well read, not well read at all. So I'm not saying the man didn't read nothing. I'm saying I
So,
could tell he needs to read more. Just like I
listen,
need to
all
read
he
more.
need to do is be
And I know that.
abreast of the subject. Because ain't
Well, he have to
millions
read to
niggas
do that, does he not?
saying nothing.
So you don't have to read?
Nobody, listen,
Wow, Corey.
Jose,
That's some wild shit.
Jose,
That's
calm down. Listen, nobody's on the panel, on this goddamn panel, is an expert in shit. Not a damn thing, not one subject that we talk about is any expert ever came on any of these panels. You see what I'm saying? So, like the whole, well, I can tell how much he read and how much he did. Man, get the fuck out of here, bro.
I'm not standing down. I'm not standing down because watching YouTube videos clearly doesn't inform anyone of real life. You have to dive into some sort of academics. I'm not standing down on that. Corey, I love you. You're my brother, but you just a wild bro. You just out here. You're wild and you're outspoken. That's why we love you. And I'm sure under all the talk he talk, you're well read too, Corey. So don't act like you don't read nothing.
I
You just
don't
watch a
know,
YouTube
but
video.
see,
Don't do
you
that.
might have
Don't
a
do that,
point.
Corey. I'm not accepting that
might
from you
have,
because I know you
Corey, let
read
me give
too.
you an example, Corey. Corey, let me give you an example.
Joey, go ahead,
Corey, let me give you an example. Slavery ended when exploitation of black workers, especially we talk about sharecropping. When did that end? When did that end? Was it, wouldn't you
That shit went
classify?
up into the 60s.
Yeah,
Sharecropping went on up into the 60s.
yeah, wouldn't you classify sharecropping as a quasi slavery, especially those persons who didn't get paid in American dollars? Those persons
Exploitation.
who got paid.
It was high level exploitation. You know what I
Right.
mean? I will agree. High level exploitation.
And the same thing happened for all of those countries. They were given independence, but it was slick. They're slick with it. Listen, you might not like Francis questioning, but I'm black, and everybody, you know. It cannot be natural for some people to be so evil. But, but when you start looking at it,
I want to say something, but I'm gonna sound like a complete sellout if I say it, so I'm not gonna say it. Y'all go ahead.
say it.
Because here's the thing: everybody's experience is not the same. I know my family's history, and actually, I'm not saying sharecropping was a good thing. That's not what I'm saying. But my family did come up off of it. I'm just saying, like, it wasn't. It might not have been the same for everybody. I'm just saying, like, but like, yeah, like like you can't speak in absolutes with anything. You feel me?
Okay, I hear you. Ah,
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, like even my last name, even my last name, Stu Peas. God, this is gonna sound coonish as fuck. Even my last name on my grandmother's side, we took on the goddamn slave owner's last name. Yeah, like we came up off that shit, bro. Like we was good. Like so I'm just saying, you can't speak in absolutes. I'm just saying.
when did you come up off it? When did your family come up off it? 1950?
Say that again.
When did your family come up off sharecropping? When did they?
No, earlier than the 50s. I think it was like I'd have to look it up, but I think it was more like 40s, 30s, some shit like that. And
40s and 30s.
and yeah, and so my great grandfather was able to take the money and develop an industry. He had a roofing company and like a whole bunch of other. I'm not listen, bro. I'm just saying, like this sounds. I don't even want to admit this shit. It sounds coolish as fuck, but I mean, I'm just saying you can't speak of that out in absolutes like that. goddamn, I hate to even admit this, but I'm just saying, like,
How is that coonish though?
No, no, that's
yeah,
not.
but that's what
Listen,
happened.
Smalls. That's not coonish. Listen. That's not
Yeah.
coonish. And I have to interject
Uh-huh.
here. We have anecdotal experiences where people didn't experience the full atrocities of sharecropping. For
And
example,
that's
because
what
that's what
I'm
we're talking
saying.
about. No, we do. We do.
Right.
We have in that same
Yeah.
era, we have a few black folks that managed to make it into higher classes of finances,
They
economic.
thrive. They
They
thrive.
some of them
Yeah.
thrive. We've had a political class that developed during the sharecropping era that had and
Uh-huh.
even existed before slavery ended that really
It is
managed to move
anecdotal
into
though.
position to change their trajectory. However, the complicated thing about this is that when we speak in the critical mass, the generality, when we look at the statistical reality of Black folks during sharecropping and the peonage in that system, that's when we kind of do an accumulative assessment of things. So it doesn't
Hmm.
disqualify
Right.
your
Right.
ancestors' experiences. What it does, it says, what Stu Pease is elevating is that when we look at what happened in 1865 and the ratification of the 13th Amendment in 1868, we knew that slavery, for the most part, ended in its formal way before that. But the system that was created afterwards maintained the economic advantages for white Americans and for the broader white American, even those
Right.
before they got migrated here, that benefited them for generations afterwards. And Stu Peeve is using that as a metaphor, a simile, to translate that this is what happened with colonization. There was no
Yeah.
group of Europeans that just walked away from Africa and said, okay, well, the niggas want to take over. Let's go ahead and hand it to them, sign that right here, and we're
Right.
gonna go ahead and ship on
Right.
out of here. Yeah, let us move those boxes. We done. No, they buckled in. They created their
Right.
strings for puppetry. They created their industry contracts. They created debt. They created structures to make sure that, yes, you can rule and be in face to look like you're ruling, but all of the economic resources underneath, this is ours. And we're not going nowhere. And we got the
Thank you.
gun to make sure that that's secured. And that's what neocolonialization looked like. And if we study, and I'll land here, if we study
Uh,
all of the liberatory personalities that came in the 1950s and the 60s during the independence movement in Africa, most of them was overturned by a coup or some type of militia in the right wing who was funded by the same European groups that were so-called backing out. And so it
mm,
never really transferred into complete autonomy of the Africans to own. It just looked like it did. But ain't no European or white group ever gonna sit up here and pass up no money. If they've been in there for like for 60, 70 years making money off of some land and some group of people exploiting it, they ain't gonna just walk away just because some revolutionaries came up and said, we want this for ours. They just gonna
right.
change face and adjust the system just like Jim Crow and segregation did, and sharecropping did. And I land there.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your eloquence to explain my points. Beautiful. It cannot be said any better. Colonialism
Yeah.
never ends.
Yeah. Well, Johnson preaching it this morning, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah.
No, I'm not
Yeah.
preaching. I'm just reiterating
I
what y'all
missed it.
already said.
Well,
I'm not preaching.
not even
I'm just
preaching, but
reiterating what y'all already said.
you're making some excellent points, and you're kind of surmising what we've already said in a nice,
Absolutely.
understandable package. Yeah. In other words, yeah.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
And I didn't get a chance to say this earlier, but man, the conversations that we've been having, y'all been having over the last few days has been nothing short of phenomenal. I haven't been able to jump in, but I've been listening, taking notes when I
And
can, and just been impressed. So I appreciate y'all brothers for having a much wider conversation than the
Right.
Gorilla Gate and Black Egypt. So I appreciate y'all brothers.
And
hey,
ladies
Mujasi,
and
that's
gentlemen,
yeah.
and
You go ahead, Joy.
gentlemen, that is what being well read and well studied sounds like.
Right.
That is someone who didn't watch 20 YouTube videos last night and actually opened a book and read
Yeah.
something, wants to impart some knowledge.
Yeah.
And that is what I think we need to do more of. Get together and
Right.
study and have more intelligent conversation. I'm angry, you angry. but fist pumping has its place. I don't mind the fist pumping and the keeping it real, but as Dave Chappelle said, keeping it real can go wrong at any time. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna say this much too, Joe, and add on to what you're saying. Value your brains, brothers, because there's a lot more that I want to contribute, and a lot more that I'll be able to contribute. But I have a head injury, and so like, listen, I would give up any muscle in my fucking body, like to just have my brain. You know what I'm saying? Like to have the memory I used to have, and like so when you guys talk about read this, like shit, I've read shit that I can't even remember though. So like,
Right.
yeah, bro, like yeah, like this is not only a valuable group, but I'll just say this much too: value your brains and take care of them, man, because that's listen, biceps, triceps, pecs, ain't nothing. If the brain is a muscle, then that's the most valuable one. That's all I'm gonna say. Because there's a lot of times I want to contribute and dive in, but my memory is fucked. You know what I'm saying? From a goddamn car crash. So yeah.
But here's what I want to make sure I mention this just kind of as a pushback element to, I think that's you, Joy. I'm not sure because I'm have my phone barely available to me. Um, I hear what you're saying in terms of we should be literate and we should be reading and have some good study efforts. And I actually just posted our flyer for our study group for TMI. My
Yeah, I
concern
saw
is that
that.
okay, cool. I don't want to create or even advocate any position of elitism around studying and literature and going into reading because I say that because some of the most deepest wisdoms I've ever gotten from people were from people who was unread, people who just know how to observe the environment, who knows how to just analyze people, who knows how to see and just assess their experience and try to ask questions and make sense of it and having deep dialogue with people. And so there's a learning piece that comes with that. Don't we
Interesting.
can't
Okay.
underestimate and undermine the power of what's happening with these exchanges on the Discord. Because brothers are learning, whether or not they want to admit it or not. Brothers are learning. Brothers are inquiring. You know, we're shaking some things up. We're watching stuff. We're having some discourse that's allowing us to challenge our previously conceived notions and pushing us to deeper thought. And so reading is one modality to do that. But documentaries, listening to certain things and having dialogue, that's always been a part of our learning process. And that's why we called it the fire pit, because even the history and the trajectory of Africans gathering around a fireplace wasn't only to study the Bible. It was to organize. It was to have some deeper conversations. It was to pray. It was to clap. It was to heal. But most importantly, we talked. And those
Mm,
talking conversation passed down stories, it passed down narratives, it passed down symbolisms, it passed down all of this knowledge that we continue to maintain in our memories through conversation. And so I learned from Corey, I learned from Chef, I learned from Smalls, I learned from Haskell, I learned from Fetty, I learned from Hits, I learned from Brass. I used to have some morning conversations with Logic. Me and Logic will always just have some conversation that he'd just be challenging me just for me to think and have these mental exercises because the conversation itself is good for us to evaluate and assess what we know. So I'm just
right.
careful with saying that, telling brothers they need to just read more, read more, read more. I think it does help. But some of us don't have the luxury, some of us don't have the time, the resources, or the capability of being able to dive into a book. So we have to exercise and appreciate the modalities of having conversations with brothers who just have some good old common sense. And I
Common
love that
sense.
about our
Yeah.
people. Absolutely.
And information is information, brother Bajasti. Like no matter how you absorb it, right? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely. Yes,
If
sir.
I just happen to be driving an 18 wheeler and listen to a fucking a book on audio,
Yes.
is it different for me? Like reading, like what's you know what I'm saying? Like
Exactly.
I don't
It's how
know.
you take in information and how you process it. Because what you
Right.
find amongst our people is that a lot of us can retain a lot just by what we listen to. we retain a
Yeah,
lot just off of what we conversation about. And
You know,
so even if we don't read the book, talking with somebody about the book at least gives us some glimpse of some insight for us. I'll
I
land there.
I agree with you, Mujahid. I'm not trying to be elitist. I'm just saying reading is a habit that I never had, and as an old ass man, I'm developing the habit, and I think it
Absolutely.
helps me. And I'm trying to encourage others while they're
Absolutely.
young to make an attempt to read
It depends
something
on what
because
you
it helps
read.
you.
No
It
doubt.
depends on what you read,
Man,
because
I didn't read
just
so
because
much
you
shit.
read don't mean it's gonna broaden your horizons.
Yeah,
Some of the shit
I
you
That's
didn't.
read
true.
make you stupider. But go ahead.
I
Go ahead.
didn't.
Well,
I didn't
I,
read so much shit, and I don't like to sit here. Y'all never gonna get me to butt my chest about that. Like that's. I take all of those slights because I didn't read so much in my motherfucking lifetime. Like I'm just going off the hip now. There's enough information that's downloaded where I can go on YouTube and basically shoot from the hip. You dig what I'm saying? Like that's what you do when you once you develop those type of fucking muscles. Once you acquired enough information, you can basically have these conversations, Joey. You feel me? You don't have to be
agree.
a,
I
a,
agree.
so I'm asking the question. Now that we didn't got to the bottom of it, right? I'm saying now y'all saying that the undevelopment of Africa is due to outside influences. And for some reason, these colonial outside influences dealt with Africa in a way that they didn't deal with no other people that they colonized. That's what I'm getting. It's either racism for Negroes, right? That's worse than the racism that they showed to Indians, Chinese, and anybody else. That they only dealt with Negroes in such a way where we're the only colonized group, right? That was colonized by Europeans that can't get out the fucking mud. It's either that or it's our inability to be able to deal with him intellectually. Because if he didn't trick the whole world, that colonization never ended, it gotta be something wrong with niggas if they been tricked for 60 years. Like that, we're part of the United Nations and everything. All of those countries got seats in the United Nations. Nobody brought this up. It was a false, basically the Emancipation Proclamation and the freeing of the slaves. You're basically saying that they could have tricked us on that for the last 150 years. If the African nations don't know that they're not still colonized, then could we come from those people? Could we be tricked about slavery never ended? Is this the level? Is
I
this the
think
level of
Brass
our
tried to talk
intellect?
to y'all about that a few months ago. Brass tried to elevate
Yeah.
that. You can make the argument that slavery never ended.
No,
And he
we're
talked
not doing
about
something
mass
correctly.
incarceration.
No, we're
Okay.
not doing something correctly with our sovereignty given back to us. That's something that we gotta address.
True. True. There's elements of that.
I'd
Yeah.
say I'd say it'd be a mix of both though, Sheffield, because here's the thing. I want to be completely on your side, but man, when they point out certain examples, I'm like, yeah, bro, like you can't deny that. You know what I mean? Like,
I never
so
denied racism.
right,
I'm
right,
gonna go
right.
back to my fundamental point. It creates the disparity. I keep saying it. So if y'all think I'm saying something that y'all not saying, if I'm saying that racism exists, it creates the disparities that we see. But the fact is, when you don't even know that you're in control of your own country, that is a mental lapse. That is a failure on your part. Nobody
Yeah,
else.
see, well, Joshy, that would be what I would have to accept, though, bro, and that would be, oof,
And,
that
and,
would hurt.
and also he said something that kind of resonated,
Ooh,
right? He said something about is the racism against black people the worst kind of racism, basically? Like they do racism with black people different than they do the rest of the world. Is that?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
like
That kind of caught me right. That made me pause right there a little
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
a
know.
it's something to consider. And here's what I have to, clearly I'm always transparent with y'all of what I know and what I don't know. And I don't know the dynamics and the geopolitical histories of India and British dealings in China and their dealings in other parts of, like the Polynesian areas. I don't
Especially
know
when
their dealings
Mexico can exist right next door
right,
to America.
exactly.
You know what
And
I mean? It's
so
hard for me to fathom that racism is somehow different for the African countries when Mexico can exist right next door.
Well,
Right.
here's the thing. I don't know enough in terms of how they may have created a buffer class and created a proxy government to establish in place because I don't know. I mean, I don't know enough about Indian independency. I don't know a lot about the Boxer War in China. I don't know a
They
lot about those
Russian
pieces.
oil when the rest of the world is asking them please not to. To actually
Right,
threaten them.
right,
The
right,
world is threatening them to
right,
bomb their asses because they buying Russian oil and they telling the rest of the world, man, fuck y'all.
right.
So
And so
I
when you hear
I
those
like that,
African
Go ahead.
when you hear a lot of African countries now, like what we talked about this Burkina Faso thing a few months ago, when we're seeing
Hmm.
African folks saying we want to get the French up out of here, it makes you reminiscent of what happened in Rwanda between the Hutu and the Tutsi. And
Right.
if
Yeah.
we use that analysis and say, well, they did that to themselves, which part of it is true, Chef, I totally agree with you that there's an analysis that we can make when we're looking at what is self-inflicted and what we continue to absorb ourselves into. We still have to hold space for the analysis of how much did the Belgians and the French create the dynamic between the Hutu and the Tutsi that end up transferring to that civil war that they end up having in the 1980s. And so that's I think the 1980s, 1990s. And so that's the complicated piece that we have to examine that both do exist and that there is
I'm
a piece that
sure
we
they
can't
played some
create a
pretty hard money.
blameless African. Yeah, we can't create a blameless African in this because, like I said in the post, part of our adaptation was us feeding into our own avarice, our own selfishness, and being able to create our own insulated pocket of class to fulfill our own interests. And that's the corruption that we see in Africa. And some, even if we go beyond that, they've criticized even Mandela for being a part of that puppet proxy government system, even for South Africa. And so there's a lot of different ways that we can explore how neo-colonialization transferred into creating false notions of independency that makes it look like they are in control and that they're doing this to themselves. And in reality, there's always a corporation, an industry, a company within foreign interests that's controlling a lot of the domestic policies and domestic programming that exist on the continent. We can always find both analyses that exist. I'll land now.
I can't believe that y'all are allowing Chef to beat y'all on this argument. It's taking everything in my power to stay out of this conversation so he could get a win on this.
What are you hearing, Braster? Where you saying
Yeah, no,
you
Right.
it's
What are
what
you
I'm not.
hearing?
No, it's what I'm not hearing. Y'all so focused on racism. Y'all ain't saying nothing about chattel slavery. Y'all ain't saying nothing about Jim Crow. You ain't saying nothing about Reconstruction.
Oh,
Nothing
you
like
missed the piece.
you're
We
talking
said so. We
about.
talked about Jim
Yeah,
Crow. We
but
did. Peas brought it
racism.
up.
The
I thought
different
it
the
was in
different forms
the
of
context of
racism
African country.
is a different argument. That slavery that we were under, the chattel slavery, is completely unique in its use on this planet. Like there is
Right,
no. It was meant to wipe us out. It wasn't
right.
meant. It wasn't indentured servitude or no. It was in. And then right after that, you know what they gave us? Nothing. Reconstruction. And then you know what they gave us right after that? Jim Crow. And then you know what they gave us right after that? Civil rights movement. We're literally, as far as like people on this particular side of the world in the United States, we're nowhere near where we are, but it's because what we went through was unique. And it's not an excuse. It's not a damn this, that, nothing. Now some people I agree. Some people with chefs say, this is why I didn't fight him too much on it, because he didn't say all. Some cases, there are just some lazy motherfuckers that had opportunities that just fucked off all kinds of opportunities and the other. And there are people that win. But we also have to focus less on racism and focus more on chattel slavery and what we went through. It was built to destroy a race. Even when we were on this continent after slavery, we still weren't even considered human.
Right.
So now there was
I think that the conversation was more in the context of the
Yeah.
Sovereign nations. Sovereign
yeah,
nations.
Yeah.
African
Yeah.
okay.
than,
Absolutely. Yeah. That's fine.
because I would agree with you there. Definitely.
Yeah, I
Brad.
agree with you, Brad.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
think,
then I
yeah,
fucked
we're
it up.
somewhere
I
else.
guess I
Yeah.
want to kill Chef so bad. I'm just fucking up the conversation right now. But somebody
Yeah,
got
just
to
for no
kill Chef.
reason.
Somebody got
Just
to
for no reason.
Listen. Chef has to be stopped. I don't care what anybody says.
Why?
I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna make up an argument. Don't worry, Chef. I'll be right back. I'm gonna kill your ass or something shortly.
This nigga just on some chefrication
has
shit.
to
I don't
be
understand
stopped.
it.
And why?
Why?
Hey, listen, but while we're stopping Chef, subscribe to Carnivorous Podcast and Chef Freno on
Please
Twitch.
do.
But go there to stop him. Don't just go there to support him. Go there to take off with his head. Go ahead. Pause. Y'all go ahead. But even all right, so, hold on though. All right, so are we saying that? So what are we saying about Botswana and them? That they don't count?
No, they don't. I don't even know why you brought that silly shit up. Like,
damn.
Like I never heard. I'm going to Botswana. Botswana.
Yeah, but that could also be because they don't know.
Don't know. Well, then listen. The white man win again.
Let's see why I say you got to be stopped, bro. Right there, bro.
I'm trying to think Chef is just instigating this just to be instigating. I don't think he believes this.
Wakanda exists and is
that
really
nigga
called
Loki.
Botswana.
I didn't say Wakanda. Botswana is real. Botswana is a real place.
This nigga that brought up some Zulu.
Like, I said Botswana because you don't know it.
Right. No, I know
you just don't know what's going on in Botswana. You don't know what's going on in Ghana. I don't either, but I know it's successful.
Look, Botswana is some Zulu. So now you telling me some Zulu then got it jumping. And, no, sir. I'm not.
No, Botswana gained their independence. I had to look it up. I'm being honest right now. Botswana gained their independence in 1966. It was one of the poorest in the world in 1966. They used their diamond wealth wisely. They avoided corruption compared to their neighbors, and now has a higher per capita GDP than South Africa and is praised for its stability and governance. Barbados, former British colony, majority black, has a strong tourism financial sector, transitioned to a republic in 2021. GDP per capita is in the upper middle income range with higher living standards than many European post-communist states. Cape Verde, Mauritius. Now you could say they don't count because they're small, but look at all the other small places that's fucked up. Like they actually did it. Yeah, Cape Verde. Cape Verde, small island nation, resource poor, but invested in education and political stability, consistently ranks highest on democracy indexes in Africa. Mauritius, multi-ethnic,
in Africa,
transformed from a sugar economy to a finance, IT, and tourism economy, considered an African tiger with one of the highest human development indexes in the world. These are examples. Now you can ignore them. That's Mauritius. You can ignore them because you don't know them.
You got it.
No, I'm just saying you can ignore them because you don't know them, but they do exist.
I'm taking this good information in. You feel me? This is good.
This is why they say we hate Africa, though, Chef. I'm be honest with you. Why? This is why the chat literally says we hate Africa. Literally.
No,
this is why.
It's what we then got to. I don't know if you was here.
Okay,
is that colonization never really ended. This is what they're saying. They're saying that the reason why Africa and black countries in both hemispheres is the way that it is because colonization never really ended. It ended for everybody else besides black people. We the only people that still afflicted with it. And that's causing all of the deleterious effects that we see in the economies of black people and everything else is because we've been tricked to think that colonization ended, and it didn't. This is what I'm getting. And it's still puppeteers, right? Africans are not smart enough to see that the previous colonial powers is still a puppeteers of all of the strife and disparities that's happening to African people. We just can't see it.
Just
But they did.
a little bit of clarity, Chef. I don't know enough
Right.
about other British colonized places to say if if neo-colonization don't exist in India and China and other places. I don't know enough. I don't know that history enough to say that. So it's not a fair assessment to say that only Africans didn't know that and everybody else got free and they're good. I don't know that enough. I wouldn't say that. The hunch,
So they could
theoretically,
be
I must
fucked
say,
up too.
yes, they could be fucked
Yeah,
up too. And
because
theoretically, I would
even
say that there is a neo-colonial class that exists in India that probably still exists to this day. So
yeah.
I'll
Well,
land there.
let's be clear. Now, this is where Chef. You can't even argue the point with Chef on this. This is, and if you argue this, then you're just trying to argue. Even if the formal colonization ended, who controls that power, that money, and those resources? Even the military and weapons, in most cases, is still colonial. It's still there. So you can France still intervenes in shit in regards to West Africa today. United States still has those fucking I forgot what they call those bases, but that's why that guy that Langley, when he was talking about Ibrahim, it was so hilarious because it was the first time people really knew we have bases in Africa. They're called it's Afra something.
They
We have
outposts, basically.
yeah, but they have a name for them. So we can act like I mean, look at what China's doing in Africa right now. The colonization, while it may have formally, like I said, ended, but those resources, it's too resourceful, it's too much money, it's too much. It's still a struggle for power over there in Africa. Over in Africa, so he wouldn't be wrong in that. But I was just speaking about us here because I ain't gonna finish my sentence because that's literally what they say. But I don't really. I am gonna finish my sentence. I don't really care what's going on over there. Like it doesn't keep me up at night. But what happens to us here is what I would be more focused on. And I'm telling y'all, chattel slavery was a motherfucker. And to go from that to Reconstruction to Jim Crow to Civil Rights Movement, it was difficult. And even in those cases, I would say some of that shit is our fault. But to say racism, you know, it's I think he said something along the lines of it's just ourselves is the failure. No, racism can make you fail. Can make you fail out with no fault of your own at all. There's definitely specific situations where systemic racism can shut down any fucking thing that you're trying to do, no matter what, no matter what kind of will or resilience that you have. There's certain parts within that systemic racism that that there's just nothing you can do.
So what
You
about what about yourself? How do y'all assess yourself? If racism was such a driving force, then how was y'all able to maneuver around it and live the lives that y'all want to live? And
That's
I
a real
guarantee
good
you,
question.
right? I guarantee you, if y'all not living the lives that y'all envisioned or wanted, I guarantee you it was something that you failed to do your damn self. If you're being honest.
um
If y'all being honest. Go
I
ahead.
don't. I had so to get in my position where I'm at, um, it was people that made decisions before me.
Yeah, that
So
would be
that's kind
that's
of
literally what I was about to say.
that's
It
my
wasn't
use
me.
for it.
Yeah, it wasn't me. It was
Yeah.
not me. I can point to my father and my grandfather. Not so much my great grandparents, but my father and my grandfather. Well, my father, my parents and my grandparents. There
No,
were
no, no.
decisions that were
I'm
made
saying, what did
before
you?
me
No, no.
that
That's
put me
not
in a
what I asked.
position where I was shielded from some of that stuff. A lot of it.
No, no, no. I'm not saying where you're at. I'm saying what I was asking, did something stop you from doing something that you wanted to do? Like, was there a racism or something? Most people at
So,
their jobs didn't decide to be where they at. They kind of fell into the motherfucker. So I'm saying, is this somewhere in life that you wanted to be, but you couldn't be because of racism?
You
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I
yeah.
can
Okay,
answer
that's
that.
easy.
Here's,
Go ahead, Majasi.
I'm gonna actually say something that might support a little bit of what you're saying, Chef. Because of racism, I end up getting a position that um that probably wouldn't have been served to me if they would have stayed true to their code of ethics and practice. Um, I'm a professor at a college up here, and before
Mm-hmm.
me, in the department that I teach in, there was no black person that served as faculty in that department. None. And because I graduated not only with flying colors, but some of the research that I presented and grounded in that field and discipline, they immediately want to absorb me in and say, we have to put him on faculty. But I think one of the biggest key decisions on why they had to do that is because they had to diversify their faculty portfolio to make themselves look like that they're more accessible to the community that was trying to access that program. And so it's
So
because
you
of
Dr. Ben on the low. Wait a
oh, I'm not
minute.
no Dr. Ben.
Wait a minute. So you Dr. Ben. Uh
No, I'm
oh.
not no Dr.
No, he
Ben.
got the degree. He got the
I
degree.
I'm
got
just
the
fucking with
degree.
you, Josh. I'm just fucking with you.
No, I know the joke.
I
I know
just
the joke
pictured this
there.
conversation having. I just pictured this conversation happening between James Turner and Dr. Ben in the '60s. That's all I'm. But go ahead. I hate to be the
No,
asshole.
I think
Pause.
that's it. And because in that respects, yes, I can see how the structure of whiteness and the typical practice that they had um that they was pushing up against in order to diversify their image and make it seem like that program is more accessible to wider communities benefited me to be able to land a faculty position with this department. Now, and I'll land here. Has my life been heavily shaped and course corrected by white supremacy, especially in Minnesota? Heck yeah. And it's some of the things that I didn't get to achieve in the time that I wanted to achieve it, impacted by my own personal decisions. That is also true as well too. There's some things, some decisions that I made, young, stupid, dumb, and not having the resources. Um, it it kind of changed and altered the trajectory of what my life should have been. And unlike my brother Brass and what he described, I didn't have the generation before me providing a blueprint, providing a path, providing resources, providing insight to be able to curve the direction that I was going. It just didn't exist. And so there's a lot of things that I had to push through because of what we call the intergenerational transmission of their experiences with racism and how it dictated the life trajectory of my life. I had to still push through those barriers in order to get the degrees, in order to buy my home, in order to start my family and stabilize my family and do some of those things. So yes, both exist. Am I impacted by white supremacy? Yes. But did I also make some decisions that impacted my decisions around that? Yes, as well too. And that's why I encourage you and want you to read that article that Dr. Bobby Wright wrote, because his analysis on Black suicide in the 1970s and the early 19 going into the 80s, he died in 82. It gives us an interesting approach and how we examine the decisions that we make, the resources that we have, and what unfolds in our life that's dictated by social factors that we don't see. And I'll land there.
Yeah, even excelling in the field of even excelling in the field of real estate, excelling in the field of finance and investing. Racism is sad, but I know I pay more because of the areas that I have to, in order to compete in certain areas, I'm kind of locked out of as far as investment. There's a lot of conversations that I'm locked out of, places I'm locked out of. So even while saying I'm successful, right? I'm not where I want to be. I'm not where I know with the same amount of work where I could be. And then there's just little stuff like there's not a guarantee that there's not a guarantee that even what I'm trying to do is going to work because I don't know what they're going to do to lock my son out or to lock there isn't no built-in measures to, there's no built-in, it's like you're walking a tightrope because there are no built-in measures for stupid generations of my family. There are situations where, like like George Bush Sr., George Bush Jr. could be stupid and an absolute idiot and asshole, but still go to Yale, still be the governor of Texas, still be president of the United States. I don't have that leeway, that human leeway. It's just we're just expected to do this. I know, and I also know, Chef, another place where racism affects me, even though I've been lucky so far. I've also been lucky enough to not uh uh um for certain things not to be taken away. I know I could do one thing where all of the shit can go. I can get a DUI, I can get an assault charge, I can make a mistake, a human mistake, human error, but my human error could throw away all, pretty much everything. So yeah, it's affects what's going on with us. What did you say, Corey?
Oh no, yeah, I'm listening, bro. Hey.
Yeah, no, I mean, so I don't agree that I just don't agree that when we say that the mantles of racism, this, that, and the other, um, I always thought that appraisal thing was a myth. I hear people say it all the time I just changed the pictures in the house and got a $300,000 valuation. I'm in real estate. I've never seen that shit happen. But I do know for a fact that properties I have, um, the amount of work I got to do compared to what somebody else has to do to get them to appraise at a proper price, to be able to purchase them at a proper price or a proper price where I can make a profit. Yeah, it's a little different. So, but now here's the thing, Chef, and this is why I say when my parents get involved. My parents taught me more about the residuals of real estate and the residuals of finance versus trying to be a for-profit financier. So the long game of finance, I wouldn't have never known that because it takes that kind of experience. And I'm sure they had to go through a lot of bullshit that I just didn't have to go through, that I was shielded from. Remember, there's 13 other versions, or there's 12 other versions of me that went ahead of me and all my sisters and brothers. So I'm an anomaly in a lot of this shit. That's why I don't like to throw success in people's face, because I know very well in the same set of circumstances, it wouldn't have been that way. If my father would have gave up, if my grandfather would have gave up, I could still be on a fucking farm in Ohio, bro. So I don't like to quote unquote toot my own horn. I'm lucky, but I'm well advised, right? So I'm where preparation met hard work, and I allowed the luck to happen. So it wasn't devoid of racism. It was in spite of racism, with racism working just as hard to take away my success versus stop me from being successful.
I think that's kind of like now he can speak for himself, but I think that's kind of the core of Sheffrin's argument, right? the fact that you can move the way you move in spite of racism, white supremacy, or systemic racism. Um, why can't them countries do that?
Global politics is different, Corey. You know that.
Yeah, I understand
Yeah,
that
no, I'm just saying,
global
like,
politics is different than the individual, but I'm talking
yeah.
about the in spite of, right? The in spite of part of it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of the core. Now he could step in and correct me, but I'm thinking he's saying that's kind of the core of his argument is in spite of trade embargoes and tariffs, right? In spite of all of the threats and the divide and conquer and they funding your next door neighbors and arming your next door neighbors, in spite of all that, right? You figure out a way to overcome that and still move through the channels and end up successful on the other end. Right, yeah, you got to do a little bit extra. Yeah, you got to call your white friend to put the pictures on the wall. You know what I'm saying, or whatever it is. You know, I went to I went to a jewelry store one time, right? And I had one of my white friends, you know, buy the piece of jewelry for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's different ways to maneuver in the world. Like, so I think what Chef's saying is why ain't they figuring it out? You know what I'm saying? Because India figures it out, and you know other countries figure it out. You know, so to speak, right? Um, why ain't the
That's the
African?
assumption, Corey. That's the assumption. Because I mean, I don't know if they figured it out. Do you know that for sure that they figured it out?
Okay.
Well, so I think now it's still now. I agree with y'all when y'all talked about the arm of colonialism always kind of lingering around.
Mm-hmm.
But even so take Brass's story for example, right? Even in Brass's story, the systemic racism is still lingering around. I was telling Shepard, I think Fetty was on there on the call one time on the Discord or whatever, and I was telling him like for the overwhelming vast majority of my day, right? I'm facing racism for the majority of my day. Like if when I'm not home, you know what I mean? For when I leave off of my property, immediately once I leave off my property for the majority of that time, I'm dealing with racism,
Yeah,
either directly or indirectly, right?
I
But
remember you saying that last week. Yeah.
yeah, but I maneuver. You know what I'm saying? I still
I
make way. You know what I'm saying?
I I can relate to that because in the trucking industry, you definitely deal with that same sort of thing. Absolutely. So I
Especially when
can
you get
definitely.
to a upper, especially like when you start to gain responsibility, like in your field, like you
Mhm.
understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Because you could just be I don't think I would face as much racism if I was just an average cement mason. If I just went to work every day and I wasn't in charge of nothing, I just did my job and came home. That was it. I don't think that I would face as much racism, right? But it's the fact that once you start to try to move into the spaces that Brass was talking about, it's these different spaces that you got to get into that he's not allowed in. You know what I mean? And then even sometimes he might slip through the cracks and get into those spaces, right? He's still dealing with that racism as he's in that space. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying
But Corey,
I hear both sides, but I
but
just want
Corey,
to
yeah,
know
yeah,
why can't the other countries do that? But go ahead, bro.
And then I
yeah,
want to get
yeah,
into that. After
yeah,
Stu Peas,
yeah,
after Stu Peas, I want to get into the country part because there's a few differences we're not addressing that would make it a little bit clearer based on countries versus individual. But go ahead, Stupid.
Right.
What you just answer, you answer the individual part, but you answer that the system as it exists today will only accommodate so much until it cracks. So it's all right for many people of color, black people, to be successful. But when majority of black people starting to become successful, it's the system not will work as they want. It's going to crack, and they're going to retune the system. With the countries, it's hard because you are the focus of a superpower of a country with more resources than yours. Imagine you and Mike Tyson get into a fight. There might be 54 of you, but Mike Tyson focusing directly on you in his prime.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get your ass busted up severely, and everybody's afraid of Mike. So nobody not coming to help you. Because they see you getting your ass busted left, right, and center. Uppercut, right, jab, tooth, everything out. Eye socket, break. That's what it is. So when people talk about, oh, I'm successful here, the system allows people to be successful. But once it
Yeah.
passes mass, the system is going to readjust itself. It did. If we use Black Wall Street, they passed the critical mass for them to accommodate them. Them said, no, it wasn't a problem when those 2, 3, 4 uppity Negroes or 5% of Negroes are uppity. We can't deal with that. The system can accommodate 10% of uppity Negroes, but 50% of uppity Negroes? Oh no. Oh no. Now you're dealing with money and collective power
See,
dynamics.
That's a
see, I don't
transfer of
know.
power
I
right
don't.
Hold
there.
on, but hold on. I
Well,
want to stay on that
go
country
ahead.
part.
Go ahead.
I like the
No,
point.
go
I like
ahead.
the point.
I just don't
Yeah.
want to get away from the country and individual because there's some distinct differences that I want to bring up. And I then also
Well,
looked up some stats so that we can get some
uh-huh.
clarity on a couple of things. But go ahead, Simone.
Because the only thing about what Stupees just brought up, that goes from baked in to conspiracy. And that's where you kind of lose me a little bit. You know what I mean? Like what you kind of describing is some intentional keep a black man down type of like I'm not convinced on that shit. I can go with the baked in shit. You know what I mean? Like the systematic, you know, is what it is type of shit. But this, like what you just described was like, let's not let these niggas come up. Where's the proof on that, though?
No, I don't
And
think
so
it's
it's
a
a
proof.
clear
I don't think that's
difference.
a proof statement. Yeah, I don't think he's doing that.
So you
But go ahead, Corey.
Okay.
Smalls, and this is just a
Uh-huh.
question, and because I like the dialogue. But
Uh-huh.
so you saying it's a clear difference between baked in and conspiracy theory. You want to
Yes.
elaborate a little bit on that for me?
Yeah. Because here's the thing: there's just some things that are systematic, that are a result of colonialism and you know the way things have always ran. But I think people take it a step further when it's like this is meant to keep the black man down, type of shit. I don't know about all of that. I mean,
Mhm.
maybe. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I don't know. Like you can kind of.
Hmm.
Smalls,
Oh,
what if you have a government official who admits
mhm.
on
Yeah, I
national
was about to
TV
say.
that
Go ahead.
he created a policy to lock up people through the drug
Say his
laws?
name, please. Please say
I
his
want
name.
you to say his
Yeah,
name
yeah. Be
because,
No,
brother,
no,
if
no,
specific.
no,
you
no, no,
broke it
no,
down,
no, no,
you
no. Say his name, please. Just say his name.
I can't
Joe Biden.
remember. No, it wasn't Biden. It was like
No,
under
it
the
wasn't
Nixon
him.
administration.
Literally.
Okay.
No.
It was Nixon. It wasn't Nixon, but who was it?
It was Nixon.
It was Nixon, but I thought it
Yeah,
was
it was
somebody
Nick.
else
It
who
was, and he
admitted it.
brought the people in. It was the same people that he brought in to
Hmm.
turn them damn Democrats, to
Mhm.
work on them Southern Democrats.
Yep, the
There was
Southern strategy.
literally a system.
Hmm.
Hold on. When we talk about, see, I wanted to talk about countries, but now we about to have a motherfucking political conversation. I
Let's
want y'all
go.
to
Let's
understand
go.
something, bro. When
Right.
y'all
Let's
talking
go.
about conspiracy and all this other shit, I did it already. Chattel slavery. What you don't realize in chattel slavery is the fucking unpaid labor Remember, now listen, we so focused on, I call it shadow slavery, but chattel slavery. And in that time, we talk about all of the things they did to us during that time. Corey, what was the main thing that they didn't do in regards to us during slavery? They didn't fucking pay us.
Right.
It's 250 years of one class of people unpaid labor.
Right.
So the
Right.
world, so no one, everybody, when we talk about the brutality, we talk about the this, that, and the other. There was a theft of wealth. So now, when they finished slavery, these people started from fucking zero. And then as soon as the slavery ended, they started black codes. They started locking you up for crossing the railroad tracks. They started telling, they start like so then they promised you these things, never gave you none of it. And then even after Jim Crow, you couldn't own no land, no school, no vote, nothing. Even after that, then they redlined us into all these specific little areas where you could live and you couldn't live. And then guess what they
Goddamn
told the banks?
gerrymandering.
This ain't conspiracy. Guess what they told the banks in the redlining with those black neighborhoods? Do not lend. 3 words.
Yeah.
These areas were marked: do not lend, do not invest, do not build.
Yeah, we don't talk about gerrymandering. So yeah, that's
no,
bro.
but see, that's the and these are federal
That's
maps.
redlining, not gerrymandering.
Yep.
No, I'm talking about redlining. These are I'm talking about
Federal
federal
policies.
homeowner maps with red line. It's where the shit comes from. And they were
That's the
told
worst
not
thing
to
that
do
ever
nothing in
happened
them
to
areas.
But that's what I mean. Yeah.
Other than the slavery part, other than the chattel slavery part, the redlining was the worst thing that ever happened to black people.
Yeah.
Right.
Come on.
Make all the blacks let all the blacks only live in these areas, and in those areas, don't spend no money there. Investors were told don't do only specific shit. That's why you see all the same shit in the hood: liquor store, church, Chinese store, nail shop. You see the same shit because those are the people. Those are the people that you can profit from that shit. Everybody else is told not to invest. But hold on, it goes deeper than that. People don't talk about the GI Bill. And the GI Bill exclusion, when they were with the same motherfuckers after World War II, black veterans, they were denied the same shit that these people built their families and generations of white people on. They were denied the GI Bill. And what the GI Bill was, people don't realize that the GI Bill, if you really
Created
want
the
a
white middle
reason for a
class.
white middle class, it's the GI Bill.
That's right. Created the white middle class.
The education and the housing of the GI Bill after World War II created the white middle class. Black people were excluded from that white middle class. And then the same thing I always talk about, I don't care if y'all ever agree with me, I'm not doing the most shows on it until I feel like it again, is the fucking mass incarceration, bro.
Come on.
Yeah.
That's not a conspiracy. If you listen, a wise man taught me in political science that oppression never leaves. It just rebrands itself.
Come on.
Mass incarceration is really no different than fucking slavery, bro. They hunt you in these fucking neighborhoods, over police you, over lock you up to get you to destroy families. And then they get you into prison. And then when you get to prison, you're making fucking goods for free. And then they let you out 30, 40, 50 fucking years later. You don't got no fucking money. You don't know how to live in society. And you end up right back. And because you left the family, you probably created a son that has a higher rate of incarceration.
Yep.
So now you can do the fucking secretly drugs in the hood and the Illuminati and all failures, all of that. I'm just saying, let's not undercut the baked in shit
that
has destroyed the black people with all the fucking fake ass. They just drove a train of guns and just fuck all of that, because that's the easy shit. They might do that too, but it's this baked in shit. Don't fall for the distraction of, well,
Look,
is it a conspiracy or is it baked
mhm,
in? The baked in shit is enough to cover the
absolutely.
conspiracy and the baked in shit. And that's just me.
Well,
Great.
and don't local politics play a part in that too,
Well,
Brad? Like not just
even in local politics, you're just
yeah.
participating in the local politics of the red line neighborhood that you live in.
But that's the reason I know the difference between gerrymandering and redline. That's the reason why I mentioned both of them together because
No,
some of
I
that shit
know
was
he was.
about
What they were
votes.
saying was I wasn't
Yeah,
talking about gerrymandering. They weren't saying
yeah.
that
Okay,
that's not one of the
okay,
things
cool.
that's baked in. But
Oh,
gerrymandering, we
but
gotta also
gerrymandering is
separate.
definitely baked in. It's kind of pretty blatant.
Yeah,
That's
that's
one of
all
the
I
more
was saying.
blatant. Like they don't. That's not even
But
hiding.
that's just
Like
not
that's
black and
just
white,
like
though.
blatant.
That's what I was
Yeah.
trying to say. That's not just black and white. I tried to keep it specifically to blacks.
Right.
Gerrymandering isn't specifically to black.
That's
Gerrymandering is a
class
political,
thing.
financial thing, also.
Yeah,
That's just
redlining is
different from
more racial. Yeah, I
yeah.
get
Redlining is specifically to us, so that's why I don't like. See now, I'm about to. Everybody probably thought I was cooking. Now I'm about to piss y'all off. This is why Mujasi, everybody on this panel, this is why when I hear shit like melanin theory and I hear white genetic annihilation and all this shit that is fucking conspiracy, not real, this, that, and the other, there's enough real baked in things that we got to focus on that we don't need to be distracted by the rest of that stuff. Specifically from one of us telling us that this is what we need to be focusing on. No,
Yeah.
you taking the attention from the actual baked in stuff. Now, do you kind of see my point,
Oh,
Mujahid?
okay.
I don't know if you ever,
Yeah.
I
Like
don't
we
know if
could
you
actually
ever
be
really
working on.
understood why
Like
I
we could
get so
actually be working on.
irritated. We can work on the baked in stuff.
Understood it.
I can't work on melanin theory. I
Right.
can't work on white genetic annihilation. There's nothing I can do about it when you calling the
Right.
white man the devil. But we can
Right.
focus on this. We don't need no energy put towards that bullshit. We need to be
No,
focused on the stuff that we can fight. So now
yeah.
I hope I was cooking, and I hope I went back and pissed y'all off too, so we got a good balance.
No, not at all. Not at all. I don't feel pissed off. I've
No, but do you
always
understand why I get
understood.
so
Yeah,
upset about that melanin thing?
absolutely.
Like now, I
Absolutely.
don't know.
I
I
told you
don't know
that
if
then.
people ever. Yeah, I don't know if people ever understood when they thought I was just tearing down the sister and tearing down her ideas and something the other. It's because white supremacy doesn't need an excuse. Racism
Yeah.
doesn't need an
Yeah.
excuse.
Yep.
There's too much that we can look at. Corey noticed in capitalism. There's
Yep.
the wealth transfer. Everybody be so focused on, oh, slavery was so terrible, but I got to be the finance guy to come in. Well, goddamn, they didn't pay us for 250 years.
That's right. That's
Right.
right.
So now we're a class of people that work harder than everybody else and got nothing.
Nothing
Come
to
on.
show for it.
People
Come
don't
on.
talk about the GI Bill. I'm telling you, the GI Bill is probably the least discussed form of racism ever discussed in history.
Not in my class.
They don't
But
even
yep.
talk about how the white middle class was created by the GI
Yep.
Bill.
Absolutely.
Our
Absolutely.
exclusion, that's why when they talk that, but you know what they do say, Mujasi? We
What's
done
that?
fought in every war.
Mm-hmm.
We're just like you. No, you ain't. You fought just like them. You were put on the front lines more than them. You were given more dangerous jobs, the least pay, the least rank. And then when you did leave as a veteran and you still had all your faculties, you weren't even given the same opportunities to build a black middle
Yeah.
class that they had built.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's right.
And we still do the same jobs for less benefits and less pay today.
Today,
We still do the equal job, just like you said. You're a real estate agent, but it's a lot tougher for you to pass off the work you got to do compared to the work
bro.
your colleagues got to do. Right? Is crazy. You know what I'm saying? And that's the whole point right there. That's another because I remember Mujasi was asking about some of the ways they redistribute the wealth, but that's another way they do that.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
They
Yes,
do
sir.
it so many. In so many ways. You can't get You can't do 50 to 80 trillion, right? With one or two ways, right? You got to have 1,000 ways to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then Corey, think about this. Think about the defeatism in Brass's voice when you brought up that point, and he realized, like, yeah, you know what, that nigga, yeah, he's right. Like, so it's
No, I deal
and
with it
Brass is
all the
a
time, bro. I deal with it
yeah,
all the time.
and my point is, you're a fair
No,
and
I've
objective
never noticed.
person, like.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like no, Brass is a very fair and objective person. Like he's not gonna bullshit. It seems to me. At least that's just my opinion.
No, I just
Um,
it hurts. It hurts
yeah,
physically.
bro.
I don't even like to talk about it in public, but it hurts physically
Yeah,
to know
that's
how
how I
many
know it exists.
situations I done outworked all my peers.
Right.
And then watch them
Right.
motherfuckers go on stages, watch them motherfuckers go. You know, I was a part of a company one time. It was it wasn't really a company, it was a business, but you really kind of worked for them. And I figured out early that it was more about recruiting versus anything they was offering. This is like
One,
early and like after college and shit.
one thing
And
Mm-hmm.
right, and I realized like, yeah, y'all don't really give a fuck how much of the products. It's just how many people can I get, in front of you. I think everybody been to them meetings where somebody call you and they're like, yeah, great job opportunity or whatever, and then you go to the shit and
I shoot
it's
one
a
of them
whole bunch
niggas.
of
If
fucking
somebody ever invite me to another one of them motherfuckers, a nigga don't
so you
respect
know
you. He
what I'm
send you to
talking
some shit
about.
like that.
You know what I'm talking about.
You
Yo,
only
I
send people
remember,
that's
yeah,
some
I still get it.
those shit.
I still get them
It,
to this day. So like you go to it and you're like, all right, so it's like a
A
business
Ponzi
opportunity.
scheme.
Yeah, and then you
yeah.
go in the room, it's all this loud ass music, all these people dancing and fucking drinking lemonade, and you're like, man, what the fuck is this? And then your friend is staring
Mm.
at you like, hey man, what's going on? And like you ain't never seen this nigga in a tie or nothing. Now he in a tie. He talking to you. He brought you over to some white man. This white man saying, this guy said you're one of the best niggas I've ever seen. So it's like, all right. So then you sit there and they make the motherfucking like me, they'll make a nigga like me sit front row. So then now I gotta sit in the front row so that way I can't fucking tip out the back when you start this bullshit.
God, this
And
sounds
then
so familiar.
Like
no,
Get Out.
it's the little bullshit. It's a little multi-marketing thing.
Oh
Yeah,
And
I
man.
put
and
a bunch of that in the thing in the chat the other day. Go ahead though, Brian.
right. So then, but see, then like I did fall for one. And the only reason I did is because, it was smart because it helped me. It was something that was already in the field I was in. It would give me another couple streams of income, all kind of shit. But at the time, I didn't live where I live now, so I lived in a different area, and it was basically once you kind of figure out what it is, it's really just to get as many people to the meeting as possible. And for you, that's essentially it ain't much more than that. If you take it more serious than that, you're the fool. My father laughed at me the entire time I was doing it. He said you
You
need to
get paid
learn.
off of how many people sign up at the meeting.
Yeah,
So
and he
Yeah.
was
when
like,
they
See,
put that 300, if y'all got 13 people and 10 of them put sign up that day at 300, you get your cut off of that. And
right,
every meeting you
and,
get, man, that's some bullshit,
or yeah,
man.
or
and
what
see,
is fair though. Hold on. I don't want to get
They're
off
Go
the
ahead,
point.
go
I
ahead,
don't
go
want to
ahead,
get
go
off
ahead.
the point. But I don't want to get off
all
the point. But
sponsors and friends.
right, but I don't want to get off the point because there's even racism baked in that because it's not just it is how many people sign up. Don't get me wrong, but it's also the level of the people that you bring because then
Mm.
you get into their network. But now think about being me at 20 something years old in a fucking red line neighborhood. I'm bringing motherfucking my piece of shit ass friends, uh, motherfuckers that graduated college, but we still ain't got a peck of piss in yet. And then even the guys that I'm watching, I'm bringing in. I think I recruited like maybe 5,000 people or something in like 6 months. over time. Like it wasn't like because it's not just you individually. That's where the pyramid part comes
Yeah,
in.
the people that you
You
bring
recruit
in,
this, and then they
yeah,
bring right all the little
and they
pyramid
bring
scheme
in
shit,
people,
right?
but they all come under you.
Right. So
They all
I'm
count
I'm
for you.
leading the shit in the country, but I'm the least paid because just off of the simple fact of the motherfuckers I'm bringing in is just signing up, hanging around for a few days, and then fucking leaving. But they're bringing in, so, and I would hear things like you would see the money on one end. This person's the largest producer. I was young, so $100,000 at 20 is a lot of fucking money. So I was happy
Yeah,
with
it
the
is.
bread. But I'm saying at 20, there were people that were doing far less than me, working far less as hard, but these motherfuckers making millions of dollars a year. So now I'm in a situation where I'm like, oh no, I got to get it for myself. And then that's when I went into business for myself. And then that's where I'm at now. But my point is that racism affects you in ways, even being an outlier, racism affects you in ways that you just can't calculate. And then
No.
there's major things that happen that show you, like COVID. COVID was a very strong indicator to the globe of the amount of racism in healthcare due to the underlying um, diseases that COVID exposed. How
Mm-hmm.
how healthcare actually was fucking up, and that's not something in and of you could fault somebody. That's just that's your parents telling you about the dumbass drink ginger ale and castor oil and shit. No, take your ass to the doctor, bro. That's the Dr. Sabies, eat alkaline and all of that dumbass shit. Like, no, go to the doctor, bro. You might not agree with them, but that's where you need to be if something's wrong. So that's my overarching point to say that. And you're right, Paz, that is called capitalism. I was done. I can show y'all the country thing later, but
No,
I'm tired of talking, to be honest.
brass,
Yeah,
question. Now, when you
yeah.
look at that at a micro level, you have to realize that it was also being operated on a macro level. The same system. That's why colonialism, that's why I can say it never dies. Because the
Mm-hmm.
oppression never
Yeah,
dies.
I agree with you that it
Come
never
on.
died. They might be emancipated from officially, but the
But
colonialism never leaves. It's still there. It's oppression
rebrand,
never leaves. It just rebrands itself.
rebrand every time. And every 50 years they rebrand it.
So
Because
you telling me that
So
black
they
people?
everybody going for the same three-car money deal.
Chef.
I'm no, I'm not. Listen, if that's the case, right? It's people way smarter than us that
mhm,
run whole countries. You
yeah,
telling me they can't figure that shit out?
No,
If
I'm not
y'all
no,
saying they
saying
can't.
They
y'all can
figured it
see
out.
it,
I'm
No,
not
let
saying
him
that
They
say
they
it.
no,
figured it
no.
Let
out.
him finish. Let him
n-
finish, Joey. Let
Not
him
on,
finish.
not only figure it out, figure a way around that shit. Because I asked y'all right earlier, and I went on mute and I listened to y'all. I said, "Yo, what did racism stop y'all from doing in y'all lives?" And I heard all y'all. I heard all y'all answers, right? But
Hmm.
I don't. For me, like I said, if there's anything that I didn't achieve in my life, it's because of me. It was something that I didn't do. It was less effort put into it. I know this. You feel me? And I'm the type of person. I told y'all I believe in systemic racism. I'm not saying that racism don't exist. Now, it might have been harder for me to get to certain places because of the situation that I grew up in. You dig what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And because I'm black. All of those will be things that we got to fight against. It's like fighting against the current, but it's not insurmountable. You dig what I'm saying? And anytime you don't achieve something, more than likely individually, is because you failed to do something. That's just what I believe. Because there's no way as a grown man I'm gonna say I've been hindered in some type by some outside force and I didn't figure out a way around that shit. That would be crazy. You know what I mean? Like most people, the first time they buy a house, right? A new homeowner, right? Yo, once you go talk to a real estate agent, right? You realize, oh shit, I gotta get my shit together. You dig what I'm saying? Like
Bars.
I didn't know I had to, you know what I mean? Boom, boom, boom. But then you work towards getting your shit together so you'll be in a position to buy a house. Now another nigga might go in there with the same issues as me, and they'll claim that's the racism that stopped them from getting that motherfucking house, or from them getting that motherfucking loan. When only thing they had to do was go 8 months under discipline and work towards fixing all that shit to be able to buy more. There's always obstacles to everything. The same white people that we think got all the shit, yo, you think that they don't have obstacles? You feel me? Brass always talk about college. Yo, how do you get through college? You overcome the obstacles. It could be a nigga, it could be 20 niggas that drop out. And they gonna claim it was racism why they couldn't finish and it was this and that. Well, what about all the niggas who do finish? Why racism didn't stop them from? I just thought, and for all these African countries, it was colonialism, secret colonialism that stopped y'all from industrializing. And man, come on, man. Y'all can't do this shit to me. Not today.
And
But that's where I went
this
into
is
the.
this is
That's where I
go
went
ahead, go
into
ahead.
the depth. That's why what I didn't get into, Chef. And I agree with you when we're talking about individuals. Where I disagree with y'all is when y'all talk about countries, because the dynamic changes once you start talking about countries. When you're talking about global systems um, versus individual success. So I looked up some stats for you. I can flip properties and I could to build wealth, but a country can't flip its debt or sell off like all of the history's disadvantages. So just understand this too. And then also in the United States, when we talk about Africa, any success I have, just to humble myself even more, is that it's also taking place in the number one economy in the world. So if I'm building it in the US, it ain't really a flex. So you're talking about African and Caribbean nations who start with independence, but once they got that independence, there was no infrastructure, no institutions, and still massive debt. So like for example, this is what I looked up for you. So when Ghana got independence in 1957, it had fewer than 100 university graduates in the entire country. Now just think about how crazy that sounds for a country that, yes, they got their independence, but they had less than 100 university graduates to build that on. Global systems work against Black countries. IMF debt traps, World Bank debt traps. Even with the nations, the difference between African nations and everyone else, African nations per country spend more on interest payments to those banks than they do on health or education for their people.
Thank you.
Resource extraction. Even the resources that they have that you saying that they should be able to use to help themselves, the oil in Nigeria, the cobalt in the Congo, the diamonds, that's still controlled, even independent of any other colon. Once all them people leave, the resources are still under control of a foreign power. When they do the trade rules and Africa has to sit down to the table, similar to because it's just written into the contracts. It was the deal. What do you mean how?
That's self-inflicted.
No, it's not self-inflicted.
Nah, hey, Brass, you got Africans in Africa that are scholars that's, credentialed and will say the same thing. Like, even though you have, other people outside of that country or whatever that run certain industries, it's like a lot of that shit is self-inflicted, to where a lot of them say, even if everyone were to leave, the people who got those resources, if they were to leave those people on their own, a lot of them say they don't even have a system to even do for self, even if everybody did leave it. You know what I mean?
So Fetty, let me ask you a question real quick. When we try to compare an African country to the rest of the world, y'all always remind me of not you per se, but just these conversations we have of the Berlin Conference. When they just split up Africa, they didn't split it up for the benefit of Africans. So now you got a situation where you got countries versus like a India, where when they trying to fight for something, that's one person fighting in one house. Versus Africa, you might have more of an analogous statement of 12 countries fighting for one thing. They didn't split up Africa themselves. So when you say African country, it's only an African country because they allowed it to be an African country. They split it up. So it's
I'm saying I think
their
the
success or
self-inflicted part comes
failure.
into where you got
Africa, hold
violence
on.
wilding out.
Africans weren't even invited when they split Africa up. So it wasn't split up to the benefit of Africans. They already started off fucked up. So when they run into an emergency and then they got to go, we could say it's self-inflicted, but Argentina's failed, Brazil's failed. There's other places that failed. That's why I got to highlight Mauritius, Barbados, Botswana, Cape Verde. I got to highlight these people that somehow overcame all of this shit. Because when you say, I'm talking about for a country, now a person, there's a lot of different ins and outs that you can get around. And Chef is right. College is not an education race, it's a resilience race. Who can last? But in country states, there's so many other parameters and things that they got to deal with that you can't erase the systemic shit from us. And we got to highlight those success stories because there are some that made it out, but I don't think self-inflicted because they did the same thing any other country would do. But yet when they got to repay the bank, they spend more repaying the debt than they can spend on health and education for their own people. And y'all saying that's self-inflicted when they did the same thing
Two
other
things can
countries
be
did.
true. A lot of these convos is either or. Like I think it's a little bit of self-infliction along with the shit you talking about. But it's a lot of shit that they could correct on their own. That has to be a part of it, bro. Like you can't neglect that at
I'm
all.
not saying that they don't make mistakes. I'm just trying to say
I'm talking
you
about
cannot
frameworks of
say,
industrialization. Like again, do you be listening to what Frank Zanu be saying?
yeah, I
That's
do.
the African.
I listen. I just don't. I can't
So I'm
absorb it
saying like
all
when
until I
I
get
hear him say
you know.
that certain quote unquote black countries and shit like that, and they culture and language don't even have a word dealing with maintenance and shit like that. He's bringing a new perspective to an African American like me when he talks about how Africans may not understand certain frameworks and how to manipulate and take advantage of the resources they got in their native areas. You know what I'm saying? So
So
hearing
would
him
you
say
agree
that,
that it's? So are you saying it's more self-inflicted than
no,
it
no,
is? No, I'm
again,
asking.
I'm not
No.
making an
Again, you
inference
said
saying
two things
one is
could be
more
true.
important than the other.
No.
I'm
I
saying
know. I'm
things
just
can be
saying.
true.
I know
That's
you're
all I'm
saying two things could be true, but my question is, would you say that it's more of a self-inflicted blow than a systemic blow?
I mean, if you ask me for a direct percentage, I don't know, but
No,
I
not a
think
percentage, just more
I
more
think
one way or the other.
history, culture, things before, like again, if you talking about a certain ancestral group or whatever, I think history, a continuation of history, like say, certain Asians following Confucius ideologies and shit. I think a lot of that and the continuation of certain practices that's deemed valuable today plays a part as to why certain groups have the have versus the have nots and shit. But I mean, I don't know. It's like when we hear, like, I've been listening to this conversation like the past 2 days, and I just kind of cringe when I hear African Americans sometimes, like, again, give excuses for, like, nobody's undermining the shit y'all talking about, but there has to be some element of, again, going against the tide and still trying to strive for the best that you can. So when I
All
hear
right. Can I say something? Because you need to understand geopolitics, and I'm going to use an
you don't know,
example.
again, bro, I haven't said anything at all. So you assuming
You,
assuming
when
anything.
he was asking if you think it's more or less.
I
self-inflicted.
think
And
it
you're
could
going
be
down,
it could be
and,
more it could be
and you're going,
more it
you're
could be
going
more
around,
it could be
you're going
60
around the
40.
bush.
But again, a person like you has to acknowledge before we even progress to that there is the element of accountability and self you know what I'm saying, so you have to acknowledge that first.
I will acknowledge that there's an element of accountability.
Okay.
Did you say
Okay.
an African language? There's no
No,
word
no,
for maintenance.
No,
no,
I didn't say that. And when he was
no,
talking
no.
about when Frank
But
Zanu was talking about say
Frank
Nigeria and
John is an
Ghana,
asshole. He's an asshole. Because to
No, no, no,
maintain,
no. Hold on. I want to hear this though,
he's
because
an asshole.
real
Go
quick,
ahead,
and
go
then
ahead.
Stupies, you can go right after that. What did he mean by that when he said that?
remember I sent you the video when he was talking
No, no,
about
I
like
know. I didn't. I
they
didn't
can't.
watch. I watched. I watched.
Okay.
I've been on his page watching videos. I haven't watched every one you sent me. But I'll go back and look at it. But just since you saw it, just tell me what he meant by "there's
He
no
was talking
word
about
for
simple
nothing."
things like the title was like certain African countries and certain people in those countries can't even maintain simple shit like a toilet. Remember I
Uh,
think you remember we was talking about that
yeah, I
what he said
remember
in
that.
the clip.
I remember
But
that,
yeah,
but I didn't remember that statement.
in that video, he was talking about how in certain countries, say like a Ghana or something like that, or Nigeria, he was talking about certain words like maintenance that could I guess could highly correlate to things we see now. And
Yes,
he's saying like in African certain African countries, that
yes.
idea of what a framework and how a lot of people operate now isn't even in the language. So how can you master a framework if it's not even in your culture or language? It was interesting. I ain't saying I fully agree with him, but I just never heard that.
Okay.
Yes. No, no, let me rebut. You see, that dude is an asshole. In every culture, you have ladder pullers. And you have people who sit on hierarchies and make proclamation. He's one of those. No, as you said earlier, when these countries have the loan, they can't even provide healthcare or education. Maintenance require parts and money. Many persons here who buy houses, when the father and mother died, the children sometimes don't have the resources to maintain the house. You're in real estate, so you know that what I'm speaking is true. Maintenance to keep a car in good running order almost costs as much as a car. Depends on the kind of car it is. If it's a Japanese car, it will cost less. If it's an American car, it might cost more. But when people talk about the situation that exists and not taking outside factors into consideration to realize that, listen, it's a young economy and they have made mistakes. And along with the mistakes, in many times there have been conflicts. And those conflicts, it's going to take a time to resolve. Are we asking, let's go, I might not live 100 years. Let's see what it's like 100 years' time. Right? The cultures that more successful are those cultures which have long-standing cultural impact. The Chinese, the Indians, they although they were colonized, they weren't mistreated or they weren't forced down into a wig-wearing parliamentary system as the colonized country was. If you look at most of the colonized countries, especially those that are British, they abandoned their own culture and took up the British culture. They start wearing the wigs for the judicial system. They start following the English system, which might not work in their culture. It's a growing pain, and we know. But people are talking like, oh, I see other countries jump up and reach where they reach overnight. Because 40, 50 years are relative overnight. The Chinese may have been colonized by the Japanese and part of it by the British, Hong Kong, but they weren't totally colonized in the term of the whole system was abandoned. They still maintain systems that they carry on today. They still maintain belief systems that they carry on today.
I
Right?
want to say something when you guys are done.
Right? But I don't. I don't. But let me say something, Brass. Thank you very much for making my point. I cannot understand how Brass is a Republican. A thinking man. A thinking man. You have to sit down with me and explain that to me because there is no way on the God given earth that Brass in him heart is a Republican. No. Ask anybody who listens to Brass. will never say Brass is a Republican. Brass, you have some explaining to do.
No
Yeah,
problem. Go ahead, Westside.
so I agree with different points that different people make. I kind of agree with Chef. I agree with Soupy. Like, because for me, a lot of times it comes down to percentages, but I really don't know the percentage. I might agree 10% with you, 10% with 5% with that, 50 with this. You know what I mean? But it's like everybody's making a good point to some degree, right? But the whole thing, like with because my foundation is okay, we're all human beings, right? And even if you were in 100% black country and you said to someone, hey, I want to do this, I want to build this business, majority of people or a big chunk of them are going to say, hey, that can't work. You're going to have people that even that statement's a fight. Even that statement's like putting a doubt in your mind that, hey, what you're saying is not going to work. And so you have to fight through that. So no matter where you are, you got to fight. Now in America, yeah, you're going to deal with that racism fight, right? Now, my argument will be the fight we have now, right? Even on racism, is not the same fight that we had in the 1840s. It's not the same fight that you had after the Civil War. It's not the same fight that you had during Jim Crow. I think we have an easier time now. It's a mental thing still, but it's still an easier time. Now, you can take any system as a human being that anyone has worked, because Chinese system, for instance, it was successful for thousands of years, right? That's what we're saying, or generally, right? They weren't a unified state the whole time either, right? But it was a good system. But then things are relative. All the time you're competing against other systems, other peoples, other things, all this stuff. And so your system might be fine for 1,000 years ago. But as some of these other people come in with new systems, new weaponry, new political systems, all this stuff, and they're advancing down the field, if you stay stuck where you are, they're going to blow past you and keep going, which is what happened if you look at an American stuff. Even today, China being the second largest economy in the world, 4 times the population of the United States. If you look at GDP, America still has a GDP $10 trillion bigger than China. Japan, with half the population of the United States, which is an interesting thing to think about, has a GDP of 4 trillion. Now we got to think of what factors lead to these differences, right? But America, with its system that it's set up, is running down the field and passing in on certain metrics some of these other places, right? And so for me, it's a constant like adjusting to see where you are, changing what you need to change, taking what works, and leaving what doesn't as much as you can. Learning from other people, essentially. I think that's super duper important. And for African nations, because to build something like a nation, it's not a one-man task. It's a systems and a community task, right? And so you have to have people at the top, for one, that are enlightened enough to know that I'm not going to go for what benefits me as an individual or my family or my tribe. I'm looking out for what's going to benefit this country, the majority of people in this country, the most. And so, and that way you kind of even out the wealth in a sense. You have a middle class, all this type of stuff. So it's a process, but there's a book called Why Nations Fail. You can kind of go through that and kind of see it, but
I read that book.
it's a complex situation.
Yeah, very good book.
It's yeah, very good book. It's very complex thing to overcome the inertia or the ideas that are already embedded in a society. And so that's why I'm saying, like, a lot of this stuff though, in reality, to me, it comes back to, because like with humans, to me, it's like opposite day,
But
it's
what's
like
the core argument of that book though? See, this is where
Mhm,
Joey would be somewhat right with the
mhm,
reading, because it's
mhm,
just a book that people didn't read. But the
mhm,
core argument is is it what they saying interactive? I know it was exclusive. This is why I feel the way I feel about Ibrahim. It was inclusive and exclusive. When you have inclusive institutions versus exclusive institutions, that's the life or death of any nation. So when you have exclusive institutions where you just everything is concentrated with the elites and you really don't have the incentives to kind of build up anything, you're eventually you will fail. Now, United States has been the anomaly, but what it also accounts for in that book is your military power and your legacy. But when you don't have legacy and you do those things, you fall. But when you have inclusive shit and political power with economic systems backed by politics, you can't lose. But that goes back into the African countries. Some of this debt that they acquired was from the colonial powers that left. The debt doesn't leave when the colonial powers leave. Those payments they gotta make, those aren't self-inflicted deals. And I hate to say this, we could do a show on it or a separate conversation about it. When the Berlin Conference split up Africa, they were built to lose. They were built to lose. Like they cut that shit up. They had no idea of language, territory, nothing. They just split the shit up. They divided it. They didn't care about ethnicities. They didn't care about language. They didn't care about culture. They just fucking took 10,000 different motherfuckers and just jammed them into 50 fucking states with fake borders. So they was doomed to lose from the beginning. You got countries like fucking Nigeria who had 200 plus ethnic groups forced into one nation.
So low key.
But it's Nigeria's fault that they're struggling. Come on, bro.
So you're right in the sense that you said it's inclusive versus extractive institutions, right? That's
Right.
what it's arguing, right? And so when it goes through the book, it's talking about because it gives examples, right? It shows like I think it's called I remember if it's El Paso, Texas, and El Paso, Mexico. Like they're both right across the border from each other.
Uh-huh.
One's in America, one's in Mexico. And the outcomes, education outcomes, health outcomes, all this type of stuff are better on the United States side versus the Mexican side. But it's the same people. Ethnically, it's the same people that live on both sides, right? And so it's showing that the system you live under in America provides certain things versus down in Mexico, right? And so what it's saying is you said extractive, one of them extractive, right? And so extractive are designed to by elites to extract wealth and power, right? And
Yeah.
inclusive, right, are designed to share power and provide economic
Yeah, rule of
opportunities
law,
for a broad
property
segment
rights and
of
things like
right
that. Yeah. Open
for a broad
markets.
for a broad segment of the population,
Right.
leading to
Yeah.
shared prosperity and long-term growth. So in a sense, like in your that's what I'm saying, it's like kind of like opposite data sets. Like you would think that okay, if I have one person running this country, like China, for instance, a one-party state, right? Theoretically, you think, oh, if you have one person running this country, we can get a lot of stuff done fast. You know, this guy, he's going to make all the decisions. He'll bang it out. We'll advance quick. But in reality, that's not how it works. In
No.
reality, the more people you have involved, it might take a little longer to make a decision, but you're going to get a better outcome because everybody's kind of pulling for their own interests, right?
Yeah. And the best example is North Korea and South Korea right next to each other.
Right
One
next to
is
each other.
one, they're right across from each other, both one extractive, one inclusive. So you
Same
can
people.
see a live experiment of the same people with an extractive government and an inclusive government, how that shit works and how it goes. It's like it's kind of simple, but you can look
Right.
at how, you can look at, even if you agree with one or disagree with the other, the
Right.
prosperity that South Korea has versus the prosperity that North Korea has
Right.
it's very telling with the broad participation. So,
And so this is
Hey,
the
real
thing too,
quick.
because yeah.
Hey, real quick. I wanted to say, comment on what Fetty was talking about with the Zanu guy. I haven't looked into him extensively, and I'll probably review some of his videos. I wanted to ask Fetty if he has that specific video of where Zanu makes the claim that in whatever languages he's referring to. I'm assuming in tropical West Africa, more than likely, that they don't have a word for quote maintenance or whatever it is. I'd like to see the
Oh yeah,
video.
just
I do want to.
type in Frank on YouTube. Just type in Frank Zanu and maintenance. I think that should come up.
He
Yeah,
Okay,
said,
but
real quick,
just so
real
we're
quick,
clear
real
about
quick,
that
real quick,
maintenance, because I just
Scoopies, don't
watched it.
jump in, don't jump in yet, right? So I want to say something, just from watching a couple videos that brother Fetty put in the video, and I hope he doesn't take this as an affront
He's
to
going
him
to
or
take
his
it
entire.
offensive. Go ahead.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't. But from my assessment, right, um, just from watching that short video of Zanu, I can tell that he's just a continental version of Thomas Sowell, right? A pseudo
Yeah, I said
intellectual
that.
who
Yeah,
is.
yeah. I'm not really
Yeah,
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 familiar
Fetty
with
yeah.
said
him.
no. Fetty
Yeah.
said that.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
said that. Yeah, I
Fetty
Oh,
said
said
that.
I
yeah.
didn't even I
Fetty said
didn't
that
even
to
hear
me.
that.
Yeah,
I
no,
didn't even
Fetty.
hear that,
No.
right?
We was talking about Zanu before, and he told me that. We both agreed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
wow, that's interesting because I didn't even hear Fetty even say that, but I immediately clocked it because
Yeah.
what people like Sowell do is they're engaging in a cottage industry where they're soliciting white benefactors by repeating certain racist tropes, but they wrap it in this air of sophistication and academy that I think that people like Fetty, I think, I want to say, I want to put it on youth, right? That because it comes off as so sophisticated, it kind of bypasses their filters, right? They don't even pick up that really what this guy is doing is he's no different than the Hodge twins on the internet or Tommy Sotomayor. It's just wrapped in this sophisticated academic scholarly talk. All he's doing is soliciting non-black benefactors by reiterating and regurgitating old, tired racist tropes using big ass words and a bunch of bullshit.
Do you
But
think all of those people have more so correlation dealing with because like Thomas Sowell and I'm sure Frank Zano and others, they're not again saying that things like oppression and slavery is like it's non-existent, but they're saying it's a group of black intellectuals or whatever you want to call them that doesn't use the Joker card of saying the system or the white man is the reason for all of our downfalls, and when it comes to their own people they hold a mirror to themselves and their people and say these are things we can correct. And a lot of these things are detrimental to our progression. So I even know, like you say, like their rhetoric is directed. It's like an extreme to fight another extreme. I agree with you. Nah, man. But
The
at the
if
thing
same
they're
time,
if
the,
their
the thing with
motives,
go ahead.
the
go ahead.
thing with Sowell and them is that they don't have any nuance in their discussions. You see what I'm saying? They're not looking at how something occurs, right? They just look at this is what it is and this is why it is. And
You
they
know
give
what,
some
brother? My
description
bad to
like,
cut you off. My bad to cut you. I think Sowell actually uses a broad, like worldwide concept and tries to point to the fact that black man, your experience isn't isn't as far off as other nations and people who are also enslaved. So I think the way he makes correlations is that he tries to make other examples from other places of the world and use that if that makes sense. And that could
so
kind of
what
undermine.
what
Go
I'm
And
ahead.
that's
saying is
and
I don't think he's wrong in 100%, right? He
Right, right,
has
right.
good points on some stuff, but if you have no empathy essentially in your discussion or your conversation, right, it's gonna cause people to dismiss a lot of what you say. You
I
see,
got
so
you. I got
if you can't understand, like, hey, how did this? Because I would like to make an assumption that people are trying to do the right thing. They're trying to do the best thing. Now you might not know what that is. You see what I'm saying? But how did things get to where they are? Sometimes they don't deal with that point. They
they
don't try
don't
to
care.
understand what the right. They don't
West
care. They don't
side,
try to
west
understand where the
side,
you. Yeah,
person's coming
because
from. Right.
you know why though,
west
brother?
side.
Because they from their framework, they looking at it as the world at large isn't going to stop what they're doing to tend to our personal needs or whatever. So we're in a world of competition. And yes, empathy is important, but like it's like a coach, bro. Some coaches ain't gonna be like, hey man, we gonna some coaches gonna walk in that bitch and say, yo, we some shit, we last on defense in the whole league. we got to get our shit right. And other people
See,
roadmap
see,
to success will be a little different.
see,
So,
see, Fetty,
I
here's
see
the
why a lot of African Americans may not resonate with Thomas so well because he doesn't have that empathetic side. Of
forget
you know what I
about
mean,
forget about the empathy, right? Um, just how about this truthfulness in the historical record and what has actually transpired, right? If his thing were just strictly about bootstrapism and saying, hey, no matter what, these people are going to work against us. We got to figure it out no matter what. We don't have a choice. If he's stuck to that, then I
I
wouldn't
don't
have
think
an issue with
he's
them.
stuck to that
Hold on,
class. Go
hold
ahead.
on, Fetty. But when you throw in dog whistles, right? Like um, black people, then there's no word for maintenance in the language. That's a dog whistle. It's pandering, and Soel does the same thing with his argument, his stupid argument about how Black American degenerate culture has its roots in Southern white degenerative culture and blah 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 blah. When if
I
you
love
go
that
to
book. I love
immediately,
that book.
huh?
I love that book. You should read it.
Which book?
Yeah, black rednecks and
Which
and
Hmm
which? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Black
It's a
Hey,
bull.
redneck.
It's a. Here's why it's a bullshit argument. Because coming
It's not an
immediately out of
argument. It's not his
it,
book. That book is
listen,
not an argument.
I'm not talking about the book it's in totality. I'm talking about
Uh,
specifically the idea that certain degenerative behaviors that you see exhibited on a large scale, particularly beginning with the hip hop generation, right? And how depraved it is at this point with the basically all the women rappers being sex workers and all the male rappers being criminals, essentially, right? Or a large portion of it, right? And the degenerative culture that flowed out of that, right? That's something really that's happened within the last 40 years. To
no,
tie
it's
that
not.
to,
yeah,
yes, it is.
he pushes culture. When he
Yes, it
says
is.
culture, I'm like, yeah, he does.
Yeah, chef, in American history, coming immediately out of slavery, going into the Jim Crow era. I know you could point to certain things like the Harlem Renaissance, where there was a widespread use of heroin and all of that type of shit. But this pervasive promotion of a degenerate lifestyle that we see today
We
in
always
Black
had that element.
society, that
No,
you had it as a,
no.
you had.
We
Go ahead.
always had that element. We always had that element amongst us. What group of people don't always
Don't
have
have
that
that
element?
element, right?
Huh?
But right, what group of
And,
people
and that
don't have?
and that's what he was speaking to though.
That's
He
not.
wasn't
No,
talking
no,
about
it
Yeah,
wasn't.
all of
yeah,
us.
and he also spoke on how like hip
No,
hop
no, he
and
wasn't.
along with policies, certain policies kind of he thinks strip the natural working. It's like policies now, especially because he has a problem with liberals. He thinks liberals and their policies kind of hindered the black man and black woman's progression because even during times of oppression and slavery or just a lot of shit going on, you had successful black people that stood stood the face of time, whether it was black families. He talks about how like even during slavery and all of that, the black family was still intact, and when certain policies came along, that's what made it worse.
You
You know
had
what I mean?
you had you're always going to have people that kind of slip through the cracks or find some sort of exploit in a system that's rigged against them, right? So pointing out outliers in a population when looked at in totality is destitute. I'm not even going to mince words because even today, Black America, when looked at in totality, you look at the total amount of wealth that's in America.
Yeah, don't
Pointing out
judge
a
us by Jay-Z. You can't judge us by
Right,
Jay-Z.
right. Point out a
That's
couple
retarded.
outliers and say, "Hey, look over here. This guy said, we had successful people and blah 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 blah." I'm sure you had
Yeah,
successful sharecroppers. I'm
in
sure you
in
had successful.
reality,
I'm
in
sure you had
reality,
successful sharecroppers, right? Because of Murphy's law, right? Anything that can happen will happen, right? So you're always going to have the outliers. But he's just a disingenuous person in
yeah,
general. But go ahead,
in
brother Westside.
No,
reality,
I do think if
only
you read a lot of his stuff, he does give a lot of context. I just think you disagree with his like roadmap on how to get to. I think you just disagree with the roadmap, but he does give a lot of context, especially historically. Whenever he wants to prove a point, you know what I mean?
in reality, only 20%, even today, I think only like 20% of black people live in poverty in the United States currently, you know. And but again, we're comparing two things or multiple things, right? And so we're comparing black populations in America versus Asian versus white, all that type of stuff. And if you do that in this country, I don't think no matter how far back you go, yes, you can find successful blacks, but I don't think you'll find a circumstance where blacks are like overtaking whites as a whole, you know what I mean, in any way. So
Even overtaken, but having representative amount of wealth and agency insofar as having industry to where you can hire a significant amount of your own people and that sort of thing. You're not going to find that. You can always find your ones and twos. Your what's the lady that came up with the that was the first millionaire that
CJ Walker, Madam CJ
see,
Walker.
yeah, they always could find, your little ones and twos and stuff like that. But in totality, they're, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, yeah,
Yeah.
it's
And that's why I make the argument that today things are better for black folks today than at any other period in time in American history, I think, because the
I
number
agree with
one
that.
thing
I
you
agree with
need,
that, bro.
the number one thing you need to advance is you need freedom. You need the ability to access the safety that the state provides, the economic situations the state provides, all the things that the state provides to a citizen. You need the freedom to access these things in order to advance. And I think at this point in time, we we have that at the highest level, probably any period in this country. You know what I mean? So it's now a matter of it's a constant fight. You got to be constantly vigilant, of course, but it's now a matter of taking advantage of these things as much as
Right.
possible.
nah, no doubt about it. Definitely from an individual standpoint, if you have bad habits, and you don't wake up to go to work on time or something like that, or you don't maintain your car and it blows up the engine and now you can't work, or you suffer a setback financially because of irresponsibility or stuff like that. Yes, on an individual level there's always going to be a certain amount of personal agency and responsibility that every person is supposed to have, right? And even beyond that, I would say even the group also, to speak to what Fedidim is saying. So it's not all about the the um the impediments that the system has, erected for us to stumble over. It's not 100% that. Could
Yeah.
never be. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Because then
Asper,
that would
I
mean,
remember having a conversation with you a couple of weeks ago regarding culture. And my main thing is that, like you said, you can address all of the things externally that's going on. But if you got different cultures that value different things, that's going to yield different results. So I'm saying if you got just say a group, you know, just say Asians, right, that value education to the point where they got concepts called tiger moms and shit like that. And if you look at another culture that may not value education the same way, may have just different things that may hold them back, that's going to yield different results. And that's not the 100% cause, but culture plays a huge role, bro.
But
I don't
what
know
if
what
you
big
nobody
start
time.
saying.
off? See, I tried to have a conversation, but what if you start off trying to value all these things while you are that? Listen, what I
Keep
said
Let's talk
trying.
about
about
Keep
West
trying.
African. Let's talk about
no,
You
West
keep
African history.
trying.
no,
You
no.
keep trying.
I
You
ain't
don't
gonna keep
start
trying.
off trying and then stop.
No, I didn't say you
What the
don't
fuck?
stop. That's not what I said. But when you say value different cultures, and what these different cultures value different things, what about the African countries that the colonizer got into debt with IMF and then gave the country the independence? So they started off in debt. They had all the freedom, had all the whatever. They started
They
off
started
in
off
debt.
tribal too, though. They was
No,
tribal
yeah,
as well.
well, no, I understand that, but I'm saying they started off in debt, and then on top of that, yes, you keep trying, but while you're valuing education, are we trying to say that African countries, not you, Freddie, African countries value education and health and family, this, that, and the other, but if your resources got to go to paying back a debt versus spending the money on infrastructure versus spending the money on health and education, it might be a little bit more difficult to fucking implement all these great changes we looking for.
I want y'all to admit niggas stupid.
No, I'm not doing that.
So wait a minute. So hold on, real quick, Brad. So
I'm
Chef, I
not
don't know
doing
if you
that.
troll. I don't know if you trolling, but it seems you've made a 180. Like,
No,
hold on, hold on,
no,
hold on.
how?
I
I
don't know if you
keep
were,
saying no.
but were you
Hey, hey,
joking?
hold on. Let me
Because
ask.
if you're
I'm gonna
saying
repeat this because you jumped
niggas
off.
is, go ahead.
No, I'm gonna repeat this because you jumped off. Right? I didn't say it over and over every time before I talk. Racism exists. Systematic racism exists. I haven't denied that shit at all. And I said racism and systematic racism create the disparities. I said it. But failure, I'm going to say it again.
Individual
Failure is
failure,
more
Yeah,
of the
you said
individual
that from the
individual,
failure,
yo.
beginning.
individual favor, failure, or population
Individual
failure.
failure and group
Group
failure.
cohesion, yeah, group
Okay,
cohesion,
So
nation building,
if
go ahead.
I
knowing your
have a
circumstance,
country,
knowing a formula. Yeah, that's what you
if
saying, sir.
I have a country, you dig what I'm saying? And my country failed. My country failed because the people of that country failed to meet the demand that they couldn't meet it.
All right,
Without
cool. I was asking you specifically about the niggas is stupid thing. I don't know if you were
yeah,
joking,
yeah,
but
I'm
if
saying
you
because all of the excuses
hold
that's
on, hold
being
on.
made, it gotta be
But if
either
we're
these niggas
oh,
are stupid, you feel me, or
mhm.
racism, right?
Is that
It's just
powerful?
it's just
It,
that
Yeah,
powerful, yo.
they.
Like,
You basically saying they gonna
right,
be bullied forever. Basically, like
right.
if you
yeah,
want to
So
make an
there's
so
no
analogy
way
in school,
more.
this nigga grabbing
listen,
you by the shirt and you swinging and
listen,
you can't do
Fetty,
nothing. And you just
Fetty,
There's
a
no way
great
out, niggas,
American,
according to
yeah,
y'all.
like so if you
a great
if you
American.
account. Oh, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
No, I was going to say a great American poet said that forever is a mighty long time. A young brother out of Mississippi named Big Crit, right? Keep in mind we live very
Y'all fuck with
we,
Big Crit.
That was
we
real
live
fly, by the way. Go ahead.
It wasn't it?
we, we live very short lives, bro. When we talk about uh it seeming like this is kind of insurmountable odds or we never gonna get out of this, we're looking at it from the framework of our lifetimes. That shit is a blip. These nations that y'all think got this independence, majority of them got it in the 60s, right? That's
Right.
60 years. That's 60 years ago. That's nothing, right? Considering all the impediments that they put up. You look at China and you look and you see the large advancements they made in 60 to 100 years, and you say, well, why couldn't we do that? It's apples to oranges. They weren't being sabotaged all along the
Why
way. The
wouldn't
whole
they?
they were not
Who
though,
told
Chef.
you they
That
wasn't?
the historical record told me that.
No,
When,
no historical
when,
record told you that.
when you what you mean? So what I read
No,
last
no,
night, I don't know if you heard me when I was reading about the whole ping pong thing and how the U.S. went over there and developed the infrastructure and
ping
invested
pong.
into,
Well,
huh?
let me get the fuck off. Did you just say ping pong?
Yes, yes, it's a quote. It's basically a terminology that they used for a period of time in the early 20th
No,
century when
it's
the
called,
United States.
let me say, it's called ping
It,
pong diplomacy. It was first initiated by Nixon in the 60s. If you watch Forrest Gump, when Forrest was playing ping pong and he sent him over to China, it was a way to open relationship with China. They had a ping pong game. And
right.
since
So
then,
so
we refer to it
so
as
so
ping pong diplomacy.
yeah. So the basic thing is right. Hold on. We can even talk about India because India came up earlier in the discussion, right? And you're basically saying, hey, they got marginalized just like we did. Blah 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 blah. If you look at Zimbabwe and South Africa, where the imperialists, the British, constructed a caste system and put Indians over black people, right? That
Right.
shows you that in a racial hierarchy, the Indians are placed above us, right? So the type of disdain that they have for us and the type of undermining that they do, it's not the same. Yes, they look at
But
the
look what
Indian
they
as,
did
but
to the Indians in India.
yes, what they
So
did
so
to them. Hold
obviously,
on, hold on, hold
so
on, hold on.
obviously it
What they
wasn't a
did to
racial
them,
thing.
what they did to them was horrible, right? But in terms of their approach to us, a whole nother level. That's all I'm saying. Whole nother level.
Right, that's what I'm
And
saying.
Chef,
I'm
you know
saying.
history, Chef.
So this
Why
is
you
the
ask
thing.
that question, Chef? You
What
you
So
question?
know history. You know what they did for Europe in the 40s and 50s after World War II. You know how
You
much
mean for
money they
China?
spent over
Oh yeah,
there to
for Europe
rebuild that
too.
shit.
Yeah,
but
for Europe too.
but
Yeah.
guys, but
Yeah,
this is the thing
you
though.
know what they did after the Cold War to Japan and South Korea. You know exactly what they did. Stop doing that. You know during the Cold War
His
they
ass
paid
trolling.
Africa not to develop. They
His ass
But
paid
this
them
is
trolling.
not to develop. They told them not to develop. They
this is
paid them not to do it, bro. So
They
what you
paid
acting
who
like
not
you
to
don't know
develop?
this?
They paid
Africa.
who?
They paid
They
certain puppet leaders and puppet
man. All right.
When y'all talk
So
about
then
the
it's
King Kong shit,
self-inflicted.
no,
Well,
y'all
then
talk
it's
about
self-inflicted.
no, it's
Well,
big bank take. Well, no, it's not. No, it's not because the wars that were caused in those places
bro.
during Cold War, that was motherfucking. That ain't had nothing to do with Africa. Africa, that wasn't their priority. They just was a small country that got caught up in a larger war. Like Angola and all them places, them wars and coups and shit that took place there, that was Cold War shit. They had nothing to do with them, and they were powerless to stop that shit. They couldn't have stopped that shit.
You think China wasn't under
I didn't say
pressure?
China. I didn't say
No,
China.
I'm
You
giving
about to
other
you
countries.
tactic me
Eh,
out of a conversation I'm having about Angola. I don't want
But
to talk
I don't
about
even know
China
why Angola came up. Like that's
because
just
because when we talk about one of the things in African Americans is the reset moments. They didn't. Africa has not had the reset moment. They don't. There are not a lot of places. I mean, I'd have to look it up, but there's not a lot of places where there was colonialization. There was a lot of debt. There was this, that, and the third. All the different shit I was talking about.
who
But
got
there
a
was no
clean slate?
reset moment where they just started. After World War II, do you know?
Name the country that got the clean slate and
I
ain't
didn't
had to
say a
go
clean
through shit.
slate. You're trying to change my words. I didn't say
You
clean
you
slate.
said reset. A reset would
Yeah, a
be
reset. The
a
Marshall
start
Plan.
over, a
No.
clean.
What
Let's
about the
start
Marshall
from
Plan?
scratch.
They
Huh?
gave Europe. They gave motherfucking Western Europe damn near what would be equivalent. We looked this shit up yesterday. I don't want to say a fucked up number, but like a couple $100 billion. They gave them like 13 at the time, 13 or 12. So between 10 and 13 billion dollars after World War II, they pumped that shit into Europe. That built up infrastructure, that built up industry, it stabilized the fucking currency. And then right after that, they went from rubble in World War II to motherfucking booming economies in less than 20 years. They didn't do that shit for Africa at all.
They don't
They,
pull fuck back. Nigga, what
What
are
do
you
you mean they
that's
don't
not
what are
the
they
pull?
gonna
point.
get
He's
I'm
not
rid of?
telling you what
saying
they
No.
did.
the
No, I'm not
point
telling
isn't
you.
that
No,
they're
I'm not
this is
telling
the
you
supposed
what
to,
thing
they're
Chef.
though.
supposed to do. I'm
One
telling you
second.
what they did.
You saying you
This is
can't
the
compare
thing
the
though.
two. You can't
Oh,
This
compare the two, Chef. It's apples and oranges. That's the point that
this
he's
this
making.
is this
You're not saying they supposed to invest in Africa like they did Europe. That's not the point. Like, how are you not
this,
getting this?
this is the thing
I'm not.
though. This is the thing though. Western Europe, right, had a system prior to World War II, prior to the destruction. Remember, Germany was a democracy prior to Hitler coming in and taking power for himself and making it pretty much authoritarian government, right? All these other places, England still had a democracy, France, all these places around, they still had their political structure in place. They reinstated the political structure in Germany, so it was an easy fix, easier fix.
Well, no, but it
And
was hold on. But it was rubble. One, two, they didn't have to do it. So the fact that they did it. Listen, the reason why I brought
brother,
up Angola, no, the
hold on.
reason why I brought up Angola though is
Uh,
because the Cold War. If you don't look, there's books about what the Cold War did to Africa. When we talk about all
right,
these coups and assassinations and
right,
and the
right,
IMF traps and all of that, there are certain places in Africa that got caught up in the Cold War that had nothing to do with the Cold War, but they were thrown into political fights and all this other shit.
right,
Rather
right.
than so they're helping Western Europe. They helped Japan and South Korea after World War II. You know
Mhm,
why they did it, bro? In that same book that you named, the
mhm.
in
Why
the same
nations
book we was
fail?
talking about, Why Nations
Yeah.
Fail. Do you know why they helped Japan and South Korea? It's the funniest shit in the world. Nobody even talks about it. They helped them on purpose. They rebuilt Japan on purpose just to make it a capitalist showcase and put a thumb in the air against communism. It was
brother.
literally some
What what
selfish
what
shit.
what
They was like, look what
what I'm
capitalism can do
saying though,
rather than
what
communism. Come
what I'm
on,
saying
bro.
though, what I'm saying though, going back to that same book, what that book also is saying is that there are institutions in a place already that allow it to set up. There's already
Right.
some
They
institutionalization,
have some continuity already as
right?
far as yeah.
So what I'm saying, Europe already had that. And so to
Right.
put money in it and reinvest in it was easier because they already had the structure. Japan had that structure because they had a centralized government, right? Yeah, they had the emperor and all that, but they had certain political systems in place and certain structures in place that you could like do this type of stuff. This was like, but look at Afghanistan now. Let's come to modern times. Look at Afghanistan, right? America spends 20 years over there, right? Does all kinds of stuff over there, blah, 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 right? Tries to set up essentially a political system
But
that
why are you
mimics the
making this
system.
point though?
The
Why are
the
you saying
point I'm
African
making is
Africa
that
had
the,
Africa had
the
infrastructure,
point I'm
Africa had
making is
trade,
that
and they
the
had
point
functioning systems. So why are you saying that?
the point I'm making is
Okay.
I'm not saying they could not have done the Marshall Plan
When
in
did they
Africa
have?
or something similar, right? I'm just saying that there's also a high probability that if they had done that similar thing, you would not end up with the similar result because the states are a lot of times weak, even to this day. Now, my argument is Africa as it is now, most African countries are better off now
Turn on the
than a
camera.
lot of other times in the
West side,
past.
west side, west side.
Yeah.
Turn on the camera. I need to see him. I need to see him. I need
Whoa,
to see
whoa,
him.
whoa, whoa, Brass, get him, Brass.
No, you got him already. You got him already.
Turn on the fucking camera. I need to.
Hey, Brass, you say what you got
Why is
on?
that?
What you got on right
You
now,
got
Brass?
I
What you
don't know.
wearing?
I don't
Sorry,
know.
sorry,
I'm
Iris.
uncomfortable, Stupid. Stranger danger.
No,
What we
turn on the
doing,
camera.
Stu?
Look,
He
I
ain't
want
Why
gonna
is
civilized.
turn
that,
on the
man?
camera, bro.
I want
Why
Uh,
you saying that?
yeah, yeah.
What ticked you off? What ticked you off?
Yeah,
Two
something
piece.
pissed
What you
Stupid
said?
off. Turn that goddamn camera on.
Okay, this is the coolness of the coolness I've heard in the longest. You slip past American dream. You know that, right?
No, 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 no.
That's
nah, you
cool.
might have
Don't,
jumped the
no,
gun,
no, no.
Stoopies.
No, don't
Stoopies, you might
compare
have
me.
jumped the gun.
Don't compare me to
Damn, he
Dream,
said
dog.
you're worse than American
Don't
shit.
Hey, cause you know what it is.
don't compare me
Hey,
to
I
West
thought he
Side.
was agreeing with y'all.
Yeah, he
No,
was.
no,
I'm
he
Listen,
trying to figure out.
no,
I'm trying to
where
figure
I
out what I
think
said wrong.
West
I'm trying
Side,
to figure out.
West
What
Side,
he don't
Dang,
like.
y'all
West
Hold on,
Side.
crazy.
one mic.
Hey, West
What he
Side,
don't
West
like
Side.
is
What I think happened
Paul's
is, what I
statement
think
about
happened
African
is, I,
infrastructure. He didn't
I,
like,
I think he was
and I didn't like it either.
anticipating. Yeah, I didn't like it either. But I think he was anticipating that West Side, and we all were, that West Side was going to eventually tie the bow on what he was saying to say that Africa didn't really have any sort of infrastructure or government or anything. Was that where you were eventually going to go at, West Side?
What?
I,
Well, this is what I'm
hold
saying,
on,
right?
Stoopies. Hold
That
on, Stoopies.
I'm saying that that's kind of my argument to a degree, right? Now,
And that's why they
let me
didn't
get
invest in Africa, is what you're saying? Is
no,
that
no,
part of it?
I'm not saying that's why they didn't. I'm saying that
Okay.
if they did, there's a potential that you would have ended up
They would have wasted their money. Okay.
in a because okay, what you
All right,
need to
go
have
ahead.
because
Go ahead
remember
and call them all kind of
they're
coon
African
stoopies.
countries.
You
Hold on
go ahead and
one second,
fire at will.
one
Fire
second,
at
one
will,
second, one
Stoopies.
second, one second, one second,
Yeah,
one
let me
second, one
finish
second,
though, Stupid.
one second.
Let me
Let me say this.
let me
Let me
finish.
say this.
I
Let
knew
me
that's
say
what
this.
I was going to say.
Let me say
I knew
this.
Gonna
Let me
write
say
my
this.
name on some
Uh,
Benny bombs. Go
Hold
ahead,
on one
go
second.
ahead, West Side. But just know
Hold
what's
on
gonna
one
happen
second.
when you're done. Go ahead,
Let
bro.
me say this. Like I said, there are African countries right now, right? That I feel like my argument, they're better off now than they even were if you go back 100 years. They have made big strides in health, infrastructure, all this stuff, right?
there were
They're
colonies
making big
100 years
moves,
ago.
Now let
right?
him finish. Let him finish.
And
Let him finish.
also, there are African countries, even after independence, they've made strides, even after independence. There are African countries too that like are pretty successful, like a Botswana, right? So you would have to look at what Botswana did or Angola. Some of these other countries, they're kind of looked at as models in a
Stop
sense,
talking.
right?
Stop talking. Stop talking. Because you don't know the history of
No,
Botswana.
yeah. Just go.
You don't know. People like to bring up Botswana and don't know the history of
Mhm.
Botswana. Botswana was a protectorate of the British government. It was never a colony. It was a protectorate. It was a place that had goat farming and cattle farming. It had no resources. So the British, and they begged the British to protect them from the South Africans, the Boers, when the Boers was taking over Africa, when the one who gave the scholarship was taking over, what's his
Cecil
name? Who
Rhodes.
gave Road,
Cecil
Cecil
Rhodes.
Road. Botswana went to the English and begged them, please protect us, please protect us. Right? They were very calm. The population was small. And as a result, the English signed an agreement with them to say, listen, anybody touch Botswana, touch us. So they were never attacked. They never got through what most people got through based on what they were in Africa. As soon as they found the gems, that's made contract with the British. Most of the resources in Botswana is controlled by the British. They're nice, calm, well-behaved ass kissers. They're not role models. But we leave Botswana alone because I'm not going to disparage any African country. But you, Negro, you ladder pulling, coonish, Negro.
Come on, man.
Let him
Hey,
get his
come on.
shit
You
off.
gotta
He said
chill.
he
You
was
gotta
gonna talk
chill,
about. He
man.
said he was gonna talk
No
about. I don't
chill.
think that's not taking it personal, but
There's no chill because what he just said is what every Negro always said. Do not give any Negro money because they don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, they're
That's
gonna
what he
screw it
just
up. They're gonna fuck it up. They're gonna buy Jordans and rims.
hey,
Is
but
basically
CPs, I got a different argument though. But that's why I keep going to the Berlin Conference. They
right.
had infrastructure, but the
Yes,
infrastructure they fucking had, them railroads to get the shit, it wasn't to get the shit into Africa so they could build themselves.
it was to get
That
the
shit
ship
was
out.
to go to the ports to get the shit out
Yeah,
of
out,
because
Africa.
the
right?
same thing.
So,
Banana
when we
plantation.
talk
And
about,
that's
hold
it.
on. So that's why I keep saying you gotta be clear. You have to be fucking clear. Mass education in Africa was restricted. They wasn't trying to, that was elites. The elites was getting educated. But that
Yep.
whole Berlin Conference, you have to take it, it was built to fail. So any successes, this is my pushback for Chef is when I name successes, he says, who gives a fuck about them? The outlier, it would be an outlier for African countries to succeed if they were built to fail from the Berlin Conference.
Beautiful.
Once again, I'm gonna land my plane. This was 250 plus. No, I don't know how many tribes at the time. Freddie could say it, but when they drew this shit up into 50 fucking different states, they didn't regard no ethnicity, no linguistics, no fucking tribal war, no trade. They just chopped that shit up and told all them people this is Africa. And then when
Mhm.
they built railroads to get the resources out. So the infrastructure was already there. Because here's the thing before, now we could say the colonial infrastructure might have been inferior to everybody else's, but their pre colonial infrastructure was not inferior. It might have been different than what everybody else had going on, but it wasn't inferior. You had University of Sankore, you had manuscript libraries in Mali and Mauritania, irrigation
Right,
systems in the Sahel and Nile Valley. They had terracing in Ethiopia and East Africa, metallurgy. When it was
right.
indigenous African infrastructure, they was fine. Once the fucking colonialism came in and split the whole shit up, then they was just talking about extraction and keeping them motherfuckers stupid. So I don't agree. And then on top of that, even though Europe had the infrastructure and Japan and Korea, South Korea had the infrastructure, they didn't do that shit to help them motherfuckers. They did that shit as a thumb to communism. They were saying, look what capitalism can do. So just in
Right.
case anybody else wanted to do communism, come on, we gotta have an honest historical conversation, not just
Look,
the surface level shit.
look, I'm trying to have an honest conversation,
I ain't
right?
say you was lying. This ain't
No,
personal to you.
I get you. I get you. I ain't
Yeah, yeah,
knocking it.
yeah.
You know what I mean? I ain't hating, man. You can call me whatever you want.
I didn't call
Yeah,
But
you
yeah.
what
that.
I
Bro.
do
Them
know
words.
I
is,
call you.
That's two P's. I never call
I
somebody
use that.
what I do know is the correct answer is always there. It always exists. Now, are you going to pick it or not? You see what I'm saying? Because Africa
Many countries have gotten all kinds of resources already from the West. You can name it, all kinds of
Yeah,
aid,
name them, name them.
right? Check this out.
Elaborate.
Check this
Name
out.
them.
Hold on. Even look at medicine. Let's go to medicine,
Mm-hmm.
right? The amount of things that have been eradicated or brought down, the numbers, starting from AIDS, malaria, think about it. All these different things, healthcare outcomes, right? That's aid, right? Now, China is giving aid. They're doing the same thing. They're building the trains to the ports to get the stuff out too, right? I was reading
I'm
on
not
a
arguing
dam.
with you.
I was reading on a dam in the Congo. There are two dams built in the Congo. They were built like in the 50s or somewhere back there. I forgot exactly when they were built. I don't think it was built by the Congolese government. Could be wrong. Or if it was built by the Congolese, it was in partnership. But these dams are not producing electricity at the rates that they are designed to produce electricity. And so I'm
You see these
saying,
dumb arguments.
Let them
You see
finish.
these,
Let them finish. Let them finish. Let them finish.
brother, you can say what you want. If something's built to produce at a certain level and it's not producing at that level, right? You got to ask yourself, why is it not producing at that level?
Maybe
I'm
because they
not saying the
started
people are
changing
Good
stupid.
question.
design.
That's a
I'm
good
not
question.
saying I'm not saying people are stupid. Because if I call African stupid, I'm calling myself stupid. What I'm saying is the systems that are in place is not giving the people the power to educate and execute themselves to the fullest of their potential.
West
And
side.
you see it
Can
all the
I give you a
time.
point? Can I
Let's
give you a point real
go ahead.
quick? West side, real quick. You can go right back in. But when you're discussing this aid,
Mhm.
for every dollar that they gave Africa of that 500 billion people be talking about,
Mhm.
$5, $3 to $5 had to be repaid. Every dollar that they gave for that Marshall Plan,
Mhm.
no tied aid. It was just a grant or an easy loan. So when you call something aid, when you say I'm helping you with 500 billion, but you expect me to pay back $1 trillion, that's not aid, my brother. That's leverage. That's motherfucking, you're using me. You're tying
Right.
me to some lifelong shit.
And so this is the thing. Remember, right? Because I'm dealing with a solution. I'm not dealing with saying, hey, they need to stay where they're at because they don't have the ability. We know the people have the ability because you see Africans come here all the time, Indians too. I remember Chris Rock said he got out the airport in India and there was human shit on the street. But you have Indians here running major corporations,
Yeah, but if
including the
you give me
corporation.
a bit, but
One
if you
second,
give
brother.
me a,
One second, brother. One
Yeah,
second,
good,
they the
brother.
brain drain ones.
good,
Including the platform we're sitting on now.
yeah.
The Indian runs this. Google right now. So my point is not that the people are stupid. My point is that the system, there's something with the systems that are not allowing these people to express themselves to their fullest potential within the countries that they come from.
But if
They're
they
not getting
start 10 steps behind and you give me a goddamn a $20 bed net for malaria,
right,
and then
right,
you take $1 trillion worth of gold and
right,
cobalt, you're not
right.
helping me, bro.
And I agree with you, brother,
Right. So
on that point.
let's not say
On,
no, but
on the
I'm just
no.
saying like let's be real. Hold on, real quick. I just want to say this.
Mm,
Just be real quick. When
mm,
they
mm,
do um um the how can I say when they do these medical things, they do that shit and then they fucking leave. Like it's all the profits don't go to Africa. When they do that malaria and HIV and all of that, those things aren't funded to produce drugs. They still gotta buy them fucking drugs from other people. When they give them fucking when Africa exports oil and cobalt and diamonds and cocoa, so if you give me $500 billion, but I give you my the shit that make your smartphones and make your electronic cars and make you trillions of dollars, and you call it, well, we gave them food, we gave them aid for food and malaria. It ain't an even exchange. And then here's another part to all you motherfuckers that keep saying that Africa somehow they're just as bright as everybody else. Yeah, they are. But goddamn, the gun for them in the race started 200 years later. Motherfuckers was already gone. And then they said,
Brother.
boom, now Africa, you go. So even as bright as they are,
Mhm,
as brilliant as they are,
mhm.
they still are 10 steps behind. And we say, well, you didn't place in the race at the end. And then we're trying to say it's somehow their fault. No, they motherfucking not only did they make them start later with the Berlin Conference and all fucked up, then they told them with all this debt, and I want you to carry an elephant on your motherfucking back while you running.
So
And then at
low
the
key
end of the
jizza.
race, I say take off the elephant, and you ain't shit because you ain't keep up with the rest of the country. This don't make sense when we talk about
Low key jizza. My question for you, after saying all that I agree with,
okay.
right?
And mind you, I'll be
You
talking to the
now,
chat too. This is a show.
you, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
You now are in a position of power with a group of other people, right? Because no
Yeah.
one man's gonna fix this.
Right.
What is your idea or your number of ideas to get the people out of this situation? What do you think should be done going forward? So we know what caused it in the past. I agree with that. How do we move forward to get out of this situation, to get ourselves in a better place?
Well, when we say
I
move
hate this
forward,
question, yo. I hate it.
we know that colonization. What's up, Logic? I didn't know he's in. Well, we know that the colonization leaves because we see all the fucking Independence Day banners, but the colonizers didn't leave. So even though these places are now independent, the fucking resources are still tied. They still got IMF debt, and the military is usually still controlled by the colonizer at left. And I'm gonna say something that's raw, that everybody can call me a fucking ladder puller, but I don't really give a damn. I am concerned with the African Americans on this continent, specifically the African Americans that bear my last name on this continent. And unlike motherfuckers in here that's talking, I don't give a flying fuck what happens over there in Africa. I'm just being 100% honest.
But low key,
I don't know. Let me finish my statement. I can't wait on that. I can't because here's the thing. I care. But see, when I put my care into something, it means I'm gonna do something about it. I'm gonna fly over there. I'm gonna invest. I'm gonna do this, that, and the other. I'm not doing none of that. So even if I'm telling you that I care, I really don't, because I'll talk about it on here, but I'm not gonna do nothing in Africa. I am more concerned with what's going on with African Americans, specifically the ones that carry my last name in the United States, more than I care about Egypt, the Sahel, or any whatever the fuck is going on over there. So I'm not gonna be a hypocrite. Unlike these other motherfuckers, I don't know on this panel or in this chat or watching the show that's gonna tell you that they're gonna, there's a plan, this the plan, and this is what I'm gonna do.
There's no fucking
That's what I'm
plan.
gonna say.
Listen, I agree with you. There's no fucking plan. And anybody coming on the program and say, "What's your plan?" They're being disingenuous because there's no fucking plan. But although we don't have a plan, there's no reason why we can't speak the truth. Speak the truth and shame the devil. But
I
we
have
don't
a
have any
plan.
plan because the same problem.
I have a plan.
Stop. Let me talk. Let me talk, please. Let me talk, please. Let me talk. Let me talk. Because what happens here? What happens here today is that the same conflict is being faced on a micro level by the cousins and people that we might see on a day-to-day basis. It is no different. It is no different. You're asking for a global. We're not ignoring a global problem, but we know that we can't contribute at this time to eliminating that problem. They have to do their fighting over there. What that means to kick out the colonizers, to struggle for the next 50 years while they don't get any aid. But they cannot be in the same system, hoping that a system that is profiting from them is going to help them. It didn't happen 50 years ago, and not happen today. It's not happening today. Right? It's like here. The system that pull you down. As Shepard said, despite racism, he has what he accomplished. Because he understands this is denying it. But he tries to find workaround. Those Africans have to find a workaround. It's hard and it's But it's life. It's life. It's life. But
So
you
I
don't
look,
feel
have
like,
this.
man, that's like the
so
worst statement in the whole conscious community. Like, why would
I'm not
like the
conscious.
fact that
I'm not
you need
conscious.
to ask us what we need to do to fix Africa? Like it in itself, it basically suggests that you ain't doing shit to fix Africa, but you want to fix it, and you asking me how to fix it. See, that shit sound dumb as fuck. Like if you the nigga that care about it, like you should have something going to where other people can just come in and help you do what you're doing. Like you shouldn't be the nigga that care and you asking me to tell you what to do because you care. Like that shit sound crazy as fuck. Like I hate that. I don't understand it. Like and I understand people got this whole thing
so
about Africa
so
or whatever, but the
so
but the
logic,
fact that they need me to make a plan for them and they the ones who care, that shit is retarded.
logic, logic. When I ask that question, I'm not asking that question. Remember, we're all having a hypothetical situation conversation on this whole. That's all we're doing. We're just throwing out ideas as to why things are the way they are. None of us are in these
Why
locations that
you
we're
didn't ask
talking about.
me like what kind? I don't know what kind of work you do, but you didn't say, hey, how do I do XYZ at my job? Because you fucking know. You know what I'm saying? You
No,
go
no,
there and
no,
you do
no.
trial and error, and you get better and better every day, the same way you would with Africa. If you was
So
trying
logic,
shit, you'd be like, okay, I tried that, didn't work. Let me try this. But you
logic,
asking me.
logic, logic. We're on this panel. We went from talking about World War II and the Marshall Plan and Japan and China's growth and things back in America. We're talking about all this is just hypothetical. None of us are in Japan right now. None of us are in Europe right now. None of us are in Africa, right? We're just talking. So
Okay,
we
okay.
know
So you
what the
you making it all
problems
up. I'm
are.
I'm cool now. You actually not that
Yeah,
serious. I
that's
got
all we're
you.
doing right
You
now.
sit
We're not.
around making a plan to save
No,
Africa, but you
no,
ain't serious.
no,
I
no,
got you. Go
brother,
ahead. Go
brother,
ahead. Go ahead.
brother, brother, brother. I never talked about a plan. We're talking about what's wrong with Africa,
No,
right?
I heard you say you
And
had
how,
a
and
plan. You just ain't say
brother,
it yet. Come on,
I
give
have
me
a
an
plan.
idea.
I have an idea. Now, what I'm saying is, but we're talking about what are some of the issues in Africa and how it became that way through colonialism and all this type of stuff. And that's true. I'm just saying, and then we're talking about the Marshall Plan and how they used the Marshall Plan to build back up Europe and stuff like that. I was making an argument that, hey, these places had a certain structure in place that allowed for, they had a structure for one, and then, of course, they're white folks. And so white folks are going to help white folks. But then Japan was Asian, but they did help Japan too, right? And all this. But my whole idea is I agree with how we got here. But to me, and how my brain works is how do you get out of the situation? Unless you're going to tell me you can't get out of it. And I
No,
think that
I
the
would say
number
we're
Yeah,
not
yeah.
one,
It's
qualified.
nothing wrong with
I would say
forecasting,
we're not
a
qualified to have
circumstance
the
and stuff.
conversation about how Africa can get out of this situation. I
and
don't
my,
think anybody on this panel is qualified. These are global conversations. We can wax hypothetically, but the reason why I brought up the Marshall Plan isn't hypothetical, and you make an amazing point when you say that yes, they pumped $13 billion into Europe after World War II, and those countries got back on their feet within 20 years. But when you say, well, it's because they had infrastructure. I just made the leap
no, I
that you
didn't
were.
say,
No,
I'm
you
not talking
said
about
they
the
had
infrastructure.
infrastructure. They had infrastructure
No,
before
no.
the rubble.
Yeah, but
That's what
the
you said.
infrastructure, no, but I'm not talking about the infrastructure mainly because my premise is your political system, your
Okay,
political
even that.
structure
Yeah,
is
that's
what's most
infrastructure.
important
No, that's
because
infrastructure
we
also.
look at resources as natural resources. We look at gold and diamonds, and the reality is the main resource you have is not the gold and the diamond. This is where I'm starting. Your main resource is the human population, your
No,
people.
no, and that's fine. No, no,
Because you
listen to
can look
me.
at
I'm not
plenty of
disagreeing with
countries
you. Hold
that
on,
don't
West Side.
have no natural, one second.
I'm not
You can look at
disagreeing with
plenty of
you.
countries that don't have no natural resources that are wealthier than countries that do.
Right, and I'm not
Japan,
disagreeing with you. But my
okay.
point with the infrastructure, it's not my disagreement. It's
Mm,
just
mm,
when you say that they had the infrastructure, the politics, the people, whatever they had before,
mm, mm.
your premise was that it made it easier so that when the United States invested, It was easier for them to get back in the game. But it's just when
Yeah.
we talk about Africa and we forget the Berlin Conference, it's like you got to remember, like the reason why I keep bringing it up is because I think not you, but I think people forget that any infrastructure that Africans aren't that's not their fault for the Berlin Conference. They took that shit, split that shit up, and just pushed all the exports out of the country and put in their own colonialism. So they literally any infrastructure they had was a colonizer's infrastructure. So even if they were to pump money into it or anything like that, it wouldn't benefit. It's never to benefit Africans. Even when the colonizers leave and give them their independence, they leave leaving the debt that they've accrued while still controlling the military and the resources. So we cannot say we have to appreciate the anomalies in Africa that like the ones that I highlighted, the ones that were able to through all that bullshit still able to succeed. It's not the same as an individual because even I know I'm an outlier. Chef might not want to admit it. Chef is an outlier. Corey is an outlier. The people that made it through all of that shit. How many different times in your life as a black man, growing up where you grew up, were you put in situations where you could be in jail or dead versus another motherfucker that just went to school and just did whatever? Like we dodged all these bullets. Motherfuckers in this conversation are special motherfuckers.
And so
Motherfuckers that
that's
ain't
what I,
never been to prison, ain't never been on crack, ain't never motherfucking been drugged the fuck out or murdered, all this other wild ass shit. We're outliers amongst our own people. So when we're sitting up here having this conversation, that's why I'm saying we're not qualified to have it, because there's a certain level of luck that we're even able to talk about this shit on a Discord.
and
Because if
that's
we
what I'm
look to our left and look to our right, a lot of motherfuckers that was with us through our life ain't here no more.
and that's what I'm
So
saying,
yeah,
low
I
key.
don't think we're qualified to try to fix Africa. I don't
And
even
and
want to
this is
try.
this is what I'm saying, low key. That some of the same things you talk about with what hindered Africa's progress is a similar argument to what people say over here that hindered African Americans' progress here, right?
Yeah,
You were in a certain position for a number of years, and then the state, essentially the state that
yeah.
has a monopoly on violence uses violence to keep you in a subjugated state. And that happened way up until in the 60s in the civil rights era. And then after the civil rights era,
Still
it
today, mass
you
incarceration,
yeah,
redlining,
you
it's still
still
happening
right.
today.
It's still happening, but I would make an argument that it's better than in the 1840 or 1870s
No, it's just
or prior
different.
to the civil rights movement,
No,
right?
it's
It's
just it's
different
just it's just
because at
different.
the end of the day, and so
Yeah.
this is my point of saying that is that it's a similar thing. We can make an argument that the Africans faced. Right now, we know that there's an issue, right? We know how this issue came up. But if I ask you today, what do Black Americans need to do going forward
There you
to
go.
ensure that they don't end up in the mass incarceration system? What are some of the things we could do? How did you stay out of it? How did you not get caught up? How did other people on
Generational
this
wealth,
panel not get caught?
generational wealth, financial literacy, education, and a lot of fucking luck.
Exactly. And so this is the thing. The more we can spread that out to the people, the more people that get that idea, then it's less likely that you will get caught up by some of these traps. And it's already happening because I was looking the other day at the murder rate in LA, for instance. In the 80s and 90s, it was like 2,000. Now LA's population is bigger and it's like 500. So you have a decrease in a lot of violent crime in the United States. You have people getting this message over time. So I feel like it's getting better. You're probably going to have states now putting in laws to say, hey, we're not going to be as punitive. We're not going to arrest people and lock people up for 3 strikes and all this type of stuff like it was, right? So all this stuff is kind of changing, right? To a degree, right? So it's getting better.
And so that's all I'm saying. I mean, we're all having a hypothetical situation. We're talking about Africa, the Marshall Plan, but I feel like it's important to know these different things from wherever in
Yeah,
the world you can get this
yeah,
information so that you can make a better decision wherever you're at. Because all this is going to inform your own decisions in life, right?
yeah. And that's why every time Chef say or Fetty say, we got to start taking more of the blame, I'm going to fight them every time. Every time. Personal responsibility and being humble is important, but in certain cases, there are situations where it doesn't fucking matter. The concrete is too much for the roads to go through.
That's true. Because I always give people the example of like Afghanistan. If you're a woman in Afghanistan, right? The state that controls the means of force, the people that are running the country say you cannot go to school. I don't care how much personal whatever you got. The odds are the vast majority of women will not get educated. It just is what it is. You might be able to read on your own. Maybe your family taught you in the household. You might have a few people that get in, but it
Can I,
won't
can I,
affect the vast
can I
majority
cut
of the population.
Can I cut you? Because you brought up Afghanistan, which is a good
Mm,
situation.
mm.
But if we even compare with other Muslim countries, that are generating countries, none of them are industrialized, apart from apart from Pakistan and Sri Lanka. None of the Muslim countries are industrialized. They depend solely on the oil. People might say, look at Dubai. Dubai is a Las Vegas. That's what Dubai is. Dubai, there's no true industrialization in those countries, and they are also colonized because the Saudi oil is actually American oil, right? The Aramco, one of the world's biggest oil product, it's an American company. Saudi own 51% of it, American own 49. But if Saudi decide that they're going to go against the Americans, guess what will happen to those refineries? 30 F-35 will fly over Saudi Arabia tomorrow, and all of those wells will be no more. That is colonization. That is colonization. But nobody wants to talk about that.
So, Stu, please,
Yeah.
Saudi Aramco, right, according to AI, is a majority owned by Saudi Arabian government
Yeah.
and its sovereign wealth fund, the public investment
What did
fund.
I say?
Who? Wait,
I
hold
said
on,
51%.
Let them
hold
finish.
on,
Let them finish. Let them
hold
finish.
on, hold on. Who collectively holds more than 98% of the company's shares? That's Saudi
Mm.
Aramco. The Saudi government fully nationalized Aramco in
I-
1980, but has since sold a small percentage of shares to public investors through initial public offering in 2019. So, according to this, they own 98% of
okay.
Saudi Aramco. You see what I'm saying? So,
Okay.
this is the thing.
Appreciate
It's
that. We
me and you.
appreciate that, Brendan. We appreciate
I
We,
that, Brendan.
appreciate. I appreciate you. You're right. I'm so
because we
sorry.
had
You're so right. Michael was
this
wrong.
conversation.
No, no,
I
We
no.
had
was.
I'm talking to the chat. Serious B, somebody I respect, he said this is one of the most genuine and productive discussions I've heard on Black YouTube in a long time. I was just telling
I,
him I appreciate him for that.
Yeah, no, I believe you, the dude who talking. I believe you about the Saudi oil. If you believe that, the publicly owned,
yeah,
Yeah,
yes.
that, yeah,
because
shout out
the
to
thing
Serious
is,
B.
Let the Saudi say something that the American do wrong.
brother, we got to realize the time we're in. And that's the thing. Sometimes I feel like we think we're living in a time where we're not. So, for instance, I'm gonna bring it up low key. You're talking about the
And
Berlin
then I want to
Conference.
switch the conversation to something else when you're done. Go ahead.
That's
Yeah.
fine. You're talking about the Berlin Conference. The Berlin Conference was when? 1880s or something?
You can switch the conversation now.
Right?
Because you don't want to get mad, I know.
No, I mean,
The
No, no,
Berlin.
no. Hey, West Side, stay right there. Stay right there.
Mm,
So while you
mm,
were talking, right?
mm.
Shouts to Soda. I don't know who you are, but shouts to Soda. And I hope everybody can take this conversation because I'm actually about to go smoke some meat. Pause. Finish my
Oh,
smoked meat
Jesus
for Labor
Christ.
Day. Yeah, that's wild. So Logic, if you can moderate and take over, I don't know if you're free now, but
I'm on my way back to the hotel, and I'll be able to get on my laptop and I can do something. But yeah, I got you. I'm definitely gonna stay on the call. I guess like
Okay,
man, for my little 2 cents before you change the subject, man.
go ahead.
It's like I think the approach is so bad to me. To me, it's bad, right? Like same stuff people been saying for like the last 10 years, and what I mean by it is like you're approaching this from the angle of what do we do, right? And and I think that like if you really think about that, me and you might can't do shit, right? Like like two like let's say just like hypothetically, two broke motherfuckers together really don't can't do much. If you really think about it, a million broke motherfuckers together can't really do much. But
Yeah.
you can get like five super wealthy motherfuckers and do a whole bunch of shit. You feel
Okay.
me? So like if I don't have something to bring to the table, then me linking up with you don't mean nothing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like so whole time the answer would still be you gotta focus on building yourself up. So when it's time for you to do something, you actually can do it. And somebody won't be dragging you along for whatever journey that it is. And you could be, a part of the process. Like that's just the simple answer. Because like without that, without that, no matter what direction anything goes in, like you're at a disadvantage because you're not focusing on building your personal wealth. Like, so like I think people need to have a little bit more of that rather than how do I convince you to do the same thing that everybody else is doing, because I don't like that hasn't really caught on and looked like 50 some odd years, right? So maybe if we stop trying to like hang on to these, oh, this has got to be this specific ideology and it can't be no other particular type of way, and just get to the bread, like stuff is like avenues will open up because of that. Like I'm not saying things will get easier. I'm not saying everything will just go away, but like you kind of have to do that, regardless of how everything else in the environment is happening. You have simple.
And
That,
man,
but
I'm
that,
just
So
but
hoping I'm just hoping everyone can fully digest what you just said before they respond. That's all I'll say.
I wanna move it to something else. So in the chat while Westside was talking, some of the narratives in the chat, I just let the chat be the chat. But in this conversation, and by the way, if you think this Brendan is the metaphysical herbalist who quantum jumps, then you definitely don't know who the hell Brendan is. Brendan is the exact opposite. But
Wait, what?
no, that's somebody in the chat. I try to stay out of the chat. But the next topic
Okay.
I got while they was talking to Westside, so we got this person named Soda in our chat. I'm assuming they a person of color. And while you were talking, Westside, they put that they just were putting a couple things. So I was reading. It says the last documented KKK killing was in 1981. I hope you don't think that means that was the last time the KKK killed somebody. But it says black people now more than the white other way around. Now I didn't know what that meant. Oh, black people kill whites more than the other way around. Chat GPT that. So I guess they felt awfully gangster. But see, I'm from the city out here, so I like putting people on the Summer Jam screen. So I would definitely invite you to come in here and defend that argument. But you made a statement. I don't know if you was referring to something I said or what Westside said, but you said that mass incarceration is a buzzword. We have a criminal problem. So before I go in, maybe somebody else would like to go into that conversation. But
I mean, I would have to see the sources this person is going to provide, because I would doubt
right.
that black people are killing white people at disproportionate rates or something like that. Mass incarceration, I think it's pretty documented. Now, yeah, you can say people are getting put in for crimes and stuff like that, but yeah, there's some over policing and all that going on, and other lack of access to resources and stuff like that in various communities, and
Yeah, it's an economic problem.
right, and
We don't
also
have a
there's
we don't have a criminal problem. It's economic. But go
also
ahead.
there's I would also say that I think that
there's a strength in, and I was going to mention this even when we talk about Africa, there's strength in realizing that the greatest benefit that you can receive is helping somebody else. And that's my stance. And so if you think like that, you're a little more content and stuff like that, then hopefully it'll keep you from doing or going down certain paths, and then focus more on how you can help other people. And that will help bring everybody up.
So let me give you
But
the
I don't
stats
think
on mass
Is
incarceration.
that how the government got on top? Now I get it. I knew I was missing something.
So,
yes it is. Yes it is. Yes it
okay,
is.
so
Exactly.
mass incarceration, to call it a buzzword, I just want to give you some telling statements about mass incarceration. The United States locks up about 2 million people, the largest prison population in the world. But blacks are 5 to 7 times more likely than white people to be incarcerated. 1 in 3 black men by the year 2000, aged 20 to 29, were under correctional control. That's either jail, prison, probation, or parole. And people forget with mass incarceration, the last two, probation or parole. That's a system. There's also the war on drugs that they called it versus actual crime. In 1970, starting in the 70s, drug policies exploded prison populations, even as the crime rates were flat or falling. So you had crack cocaine penalties that were 100 to 1 versus powder cocaine penalties, which hit black communities the hardest. So, example, a black
Mandatory
man
minimum.
caught with a 5 gram of crack got the same sentence as a white banker who had 500 grams of powder cocaine.
Wow.
So that means that the incarceration grew faster than the actual crime. By the 90s, nonviolent drug offenses accounted for much of the surge in imprisonment. So now let's talk about the collateral damage. Give me a second, about 2 or 3 minutes. Collateral damage is beyond the criminals. So you have mass incarceration, which meant whole neighborhoods lost fathers, brothers, and breadwinners. An economy. Incarcerated people earn 40% less when they return home. Civic power. 1 in 16 black adults today can't vote because of felony disenfranchisement. Resources were poured into prisons instead of education and prevention in the black communities. So why is it different from just crime problems? Other communities have the same crime, but they're not policed, prosecuted, or sentenced in the same way. The white drug use rates are about the same as black drug use, but the arrests and the sentencing are vastly unequal. And what mass incarceration did was create a racialized caste system where being black in and of itself was criminalized. So it's not a buzzword. It's the same as saying crime is high. It's not the same. Mass incarceration and saying crime is high are two different conversations. But when you deliberately over police and then over sentence black communities and put millions of them behind bars for nonviolent offenses, crime can explain some of it. The policy will explain the majority of it. I land my plane. Y'all can fight that if y'all like. I don't think you can. I don't think you can. So go ahead. Y'all can have it, but I refuse. Because these are the same people that talk about black on black crime. They'll say the KKK ended in 81, but I'm sure that there are people in this chat and on this panel. There have been KKK murders in their lifetime today. Like there are KKK murders in the past, what, 30 years, 20 years, 10 years, 15 years? And here's the second thing. Do y'all think that the KKK were just aliens? That when the KKK stopped, they just motherfucking left the earth? Or did they put on judge costumes and police uniforms? Did they put on
And so
doctors? Did they put on doctor's garb? Did they become teachers and professors? What was the KKK when they were wearing hoods? They were bankers. So the KKK didn't go anywhere. They just took off their fucking hoods.
And so that's the truth, because you're dealing with an idea, right? You're dealing with an idea. And so people are going to hold this idea in all stratas of society. Now, the question becomes, is it the vast majority or who's holding this idea? But the idea is going to exist. Talking about hate crimes, I was looking up the Hate Crimes Act. There's a common name called the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes Act, Prevention Act of 2009, right?
Mm-hmm.
James Byrd Jr. was a guy in 1998. I think it was 1998 and 1999. They pretty much beat him up or something, put him on the back of a truck and drug him for like miles, right? And so they have this Hate Crime Prevention Act, passed in 2009, dealing with his case and Matthew Shepard, right? James Byrd Jr. And now it says, which expands, right? This act expands federal hate crime law to include bias based on race, religion, national origin, ethnicity, disability, sexual orientation, and gender identity. This law, codified at 18 U.C.S.C. 249, allows federal prosecution of hate crimes when local authorities cannot adequately handle them, and works with state laws, blah, blah. You see what I'm saying? So, but this instance with Matthew Byrd in the late 90s, right? I don't know if these guys were hate crime KKK members, but they did do an act that resembles what the KKK would have done, and this was in the late 90s. So
yeah, and
it
when we
was
talk
a
about
law passed because of it.
yeah, and when we talk about like you hear these black on black crimes, but people don't want to deal. Crime is not a race thing; it's a location thing. The technical term would be a proximity thing. 80 to 85% of white people that get murdered get killed by 80 to 85% of white people. But there's no such thing as fucking white on white crime. Like some of this shit, we don't gotta fucking look it up. Some of this shit don't like, okay, the Klan, you killed a white woman in Oklahoma in 2008 because she tried to leave a ritual. So that means that they're still, they kill each other. But when we're looking at these statements, you can't, there's no, anytime there's a term for black people that's not used for any other group, it's bullshit. I don't need to source that. I don't need to look it up. If they need to somehow call something black on black crime, then you ain't heard the terms white on white crime, yellow on yellow crime, and all of that other weird ass shit, then you already know the shit don't make sense. It's not used for anyone else. Crime is crime. You commit crime where you are. That's it. The driver of violence is economics. It's community disadvantage. It's not because people are more savage or because they're black. When you pull all the investment out of a fucking poor community, and expect the crime to rise. When you remove the after school programs, when you take the basketball hoops off the rims in the parks, when you make it where there's nothing else for these kids to do in any poor neighborhood, crime's gonna rise. And it ain't black on black, it ain't white on white. Like some of this shit, some of that, you got to understand when a political weapon is being used against you. You have to understand that, because what happens is that's where we get to the scrutiny of, well, black people just have this thing that they do. They have this unique pathology. They have this unique pathology. They're just over savage and over criminal. I want to send a message. I'm going to land my plane right here. Hopefully one of y'all's off mute. Y'all can talk because I'm about to dip out. If black people, my grandmother taught me this, and she told me she got this from her mother, which would be my great grandmother. She told me this. It's one of my favorite statements. If black people were as savage as the world made us out to be, there'd be no more white people left on this planet. Because if we look at the shit that's been done to us, whether it's the Berlin Conference, whether it's chattel slavery, the transatlantic slave trade, Jim Crow, and all of that, If we were truly savage, like if that was our unique pathology, there wouldn't be one European on this planet. I land my plane.
I agree with what you said, but I think what a lot of people may have a problem with is that a lot of things dealing with violence, degeneracy, or whatever, you can kind of see it echoed in our culture in other groups of people who may not even be in America. That's their first, I guess, stereotype of us. And I mean, truth be told, we actually do uphold a lot of them negative stereotypes. Like me being 29 and listening to the music I listen to. Let me finish, please.
Let him
No,
finish. You gotta let him
You the man,
finish,
bro,
Stupid.
stupid.
You
Bro, you
gotta
the
let
man
him
who
finish.
used to
He
always
started
talk about,
talking when I was done.
let
You
me
gotta let
finish,
him
but
have
you
the
always
floor.
cut somebody
Even
off.
if you don't agree with his opinion, you gotta let
Let
him
me
have the
finish,
floor.
but you
Let
don't let
him let
nobody
him
talk.
go. Go ahead, Freddie. Go
There's an
ahead, Freddie.
echo. There's an
Damn.
echo. There's an echo. There is an echo.
No, there's no echo for us. If the chat, if there's an echo, let me know. Go ahead, Freddie. Finish what you were saying. Oh, he left. Go ahead, Stu.
no, he totally disregarded everything that you said and went into the common speaking point. I hate those speaking points where somebody made such a conscious statement as you did, and his rebuttal was, however, we see signs of it without taking into consideration the why. Yeah, honestly, these Negro peons, these Negroes who have been, these Negroes who have been brainwashed to believe that they're less than, right? They will listen to Taylor Swift and say, "Oh, that sounds so good." But if Rihanna sing it or Beyonce sing it, "Oh, that is so ratchet." All of it is ratchet. All of it is ratchet. What Hannah Montana when she was swinging on the wrecking ball with her skinny self, with her coochie almost showing, she was super ratchet. But nobody talked about her because she had the complexion for she had the complexion of angels according to the Bible, right? And then somebody coming to justify. However, we see it in all. No, you don't see it. You don't see it. Or you develop your thinking based on what other people tell you to think. Oh, black people can't survive. If you give Negroes money, they buy Bentleys. Let them buy Bentleys. Let them buy Bentleys. What is their problem? What is their problem? Oh, that is why I don't believe in reparations, Because look at the African countries. They had money. And no, we need to stop it. We need to stop it. All of these Dr. York Negroes. No.
Yeah,
We need to stop talking.
it is a York tactic, and that's why I like to see when you make statements like our violence is cultural,
Yeah.
then that means you don't even understand poverty. When you have weak institutions, you have concentrated poverty, and you have a system that is excluding you from participation, or for the most part, not all, but for the most part, you're gonna get higher violence.
Yeah, and then
Go back to how many of y'all saw gangs in New York? Remember
right.
gangs in New York when the Irish and the Italians first got over here? They were extremely violent in those ghettos in New
Right.
York. Ain't nobody call that shit white culture. Latin
White
America,
on
them
white
fucking
crime.
the favelas over there in what is that, Brazil or Colombia? The favelas
Brazil.
where they're in extreme poverty. They don't call that shit Latino culture. So when you say our homicide rates are higher, well, goddamn it, so are the poverty, unemployment, and fucking segregation levels too. So when you have these conversations, it kills this culture shit. White on white homicide is 80 to 85%. No such fucking thing as white on white crime. When Europeans for hundreds of years were in constant fucking war. World War I, World War II, every fucking war before that, that killed 80 million motherfuckers. That wasn't white culture. Why the fuck is our violence gotta be black culture?
Right. And then
Black
black people
culture,
come
our culture, you know what black culture is? Surviving. A black culture has nothing to do with violence. Everything we do is trying to motherfucking preserve some form of fucking dignity amongst all this bullshit. They keep us out of schools, we create HBCUs. They tell us we can't go to their church, we create black churches. We can't play their music, we play our own fucking music. Everything we fucking do is we try to fucking survive. We just don't get the
And
opportunity to do what evolution gives us is survive and thrive. We're trying to thrive amongst all this survival. That's the difficult part. But don't fucking sit up here and say our culture is fucking violent. We're not a
Brass,
fucking violent culture. That's violent. Violence is conditional upon a certain set of factors. None being the color of your fucking skin. The fuck
Yeah,
are
I
y'all
don't, I
yeah,
don't,
doing? What are we doing?
I, I
I don't
don't, I
even
yeah.
know
don't
how
agree
y'all can
with,
stay on mute when niggas say shit like that.
I don't agree
Brass.
with the
That's why
cultural
I'm coming.
argument.
God damn.
Before you go further, Haskell, that's why I'm coming off from you because Brass, I usually uh create some sort of contentious argument for what you just said. I can't make any right now. Like you're just right. Like we right. You're just right. You hear what I'm saying? Like there's if anyone could argue against that, go ahead. But yeah, I
Chief,
mean it is what it is.
you conveniently just joined the conversation, Chief. And I know you're
Yeah,
gonna come in
good
here and
luck
try
with
to
that,
say
Chief
some
X.
crazy. You're gonna say some crazy shit. You're gonna try to piss me off. You can't piss me off today more than I've already been pissed off. And
I
I
don't, I
said
don't.
before you joined the panel, I said I had to go. Logic tried to take the conversation, but go in here, go on and tell us how there's
One,
no
let me
such
just
thing as
let me
systemic
say
racism, Chief.
let me
I'm
say this
inside,
real
Brad.
quick.
I
Let me
gotta
Somebody
say
go.
was
this.
somebody was talking when you was talking. I couldn't hear you.
I was saying, first off, happy Labor Day. I didn't start there. Two, we got
Okay.
a couple shows we need to do. I saw some things that are unique to your conversation. And I'm already furious. So I ain't about to unleash already anger on you when you come in here and tell us that there's no such thing as systemic racism and that it is all our fault. I already said I had to leave. I'm not leaving because you joined, but Logic's going to moderate this part. I've been moderating for 5 hours on Labor Day. I'm going to go spend some time with my family. I love all y'all. Peace to the chat, but I gotta go.
All right. Peace out,
Peace out,
Brass.
Yes,
Brass.
sir.
Peace, Brass.
Later, Brass.
Yep.
Hey, what y'all was talking about, man?
Chief X, I want you to stand strong. Excuse me, I'm eating pizza. I want you to stand strong and don't back down with these niggas. Cause
I just
at the
want to
same
say
time,
I don't. Go ahead.
mhm.
I
Well,
just
I
want
was
to say
gonna
I
say
don't
at the
agree with
same
the.
time. Go ahead,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, Small.
Okay. Now I was just gonna say at the same time, I don't agree with everything Chief X said. I think Chief X makes some valid points, so I don't want Chief X to back down with this conversation. I think we need some balance to the conversation. So I'm glad to see Chief X here. So that's all I was gonna say. You go ahead, Westside.
But I don't agree with the cultural argument, right? I don't think black people are inherently violent, right? I will say this though. Sometimes I'm on these chats or in these listening in, and we'll be having a discussion on science, education, more of a scholarly conversation. And I will hear people just going off to the fact of saying, man, if I see you, I'll fuck you up, essentially, right? And I'll be like, why? If this is, we're the educated ones, we're the enlightened ones here. How are we getting all the way over there, man? And that's all I got
Right.
to say.
Well. As far as what you're saying, as far as the biological shit, yeah, I don't believe in that shit either. But yeah, that there is something culturally to be addressed with what you just said. You know, how
And
we
this is
get
why,
to that point. Mhm.
I come back to saying that we take these arguments too seriously, in the sense that I have some things right. I could be wrong. You have some things right. You could be wrong too, right? And so if you take it from that step where, hey, I'm willing, hopefully, to open up myself and learn something new if necessary, right? Then you remove this idea that me being wrong is something wrong with me or something. You know what I mean?
Now hold
Like
up a second.
Right.
Now
where
hold up.
where
Because
you have to.
when you do that, that's like one thing like I'm a somewhat competitive person, right? Like I hate when I go play basketball with somebody and then somewhere down the line they was like, oh, I'm just trying to have fun. Like I don't want that nigga on my team. You know what I'm saying? Like don't sit up here and act like we just out here having fun now that the level of competition is getting serious. Now you just okay with losing. Nah, fuck that shit. Go let me be on the other team so we could beat y'all then. Cause now I'm having fun while I'm beating y'all. Like
Yeah,
so to sit here and act like to you, if you care about the circumstances of black people, that oh it's just a frivolous conversation. Like I don't
logic. You ever
I
heard the
don't
statement?
Logic,
You
that
you
type of
ever you
nigga
ever
though. I ain't gonna
you
lie.
ever heard you ever heard the statement? You ever heard the statement? Speak softly and carry a big stick.
yes. What
That's
does
that
that have
state.
to do
That's that
with
that's that, that's that
that's just
idea. Someone does not have to be brash or violent or anything like that to be right or strong. You can be strong, but still, try to understand someone's position or give them some leeway. Now, if they attack you, that's when you show your strength. So I can go on the ball court and I could be quiet and just be killing these dudes. You see what I'm saying? Because a guy could be talking only once and he ain't shit. And so that's my point.
Logic, logic, big up logic, respect, QP's here. Logic. Have you ever heard the statement, quit, keep quiet and stop talking bullshit? It's better to shut up than to say bullshit. Your parents ever tell you if you don't have anything good to
I
say,
a hundred
you,
I a
you,
hundred
you
percent agree. If you
don't
just
say anything.
bullshitting, yeah, I 100% agree.
No, that is the school I come from. It's not speak quiet and carry a big. Okay? Yeah.
I'm not saying. Well, I wouldn't say what
Huh?
Logic was saying. Bullshit, right? It's just that
Yeah. It's work
you
with
know.
find the whole spot.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
get the analogy he's
Yeah,
making.
yeah,
I'm
but
not
see,
Mm,
saying it's bullshit.
many
right,
Yeah,
times, many times.
let's not sit here and act like act like we don't care because maybe it's not moving as fast as we want it to, or you know what I'm saying? Like the outcome doesn't look a particular way or something. Like let's not do that. Let's not say, oh, well, we don't really mean it when we say we would like to increase our social status in America. What do you mean we don't mean it? Of course we mean that shit. That's not
yeah.
a statement to be taken lightly.
We'll say you
Oh, so
stupid.
they said they were just playing, huh? Like,
He just playing, Corey. He don't mean it.
what part about it? Because I walked away for a while,
Hmm?
and so I'm sure y'all done had like 10 different conversations.
Hey, I was
But
just asking them, right? I was trying to like at least create some boundaries. Like, come on, bro. If we're gonna be talking about the plight of black people in America, let's not be acting like we're just doing it for just being frivolous and we don't got nothing else to do. Like, nah, we in here and having a conversation because we care. And I
Right.
would assume that if we actually care and the opportunity presented itself for us to actually do something about it, I would assume that because we care, we would do it, right? So like let's not just act like we playing, because like nigga, if you could just change it, you would. Like, come on.
yeah, and then not only that, like it's a network of people. If nothing else, right, Logic, we like us having these discussions, right?
Mhm.
If we can't get nothing else out of it, I mean, absolutely bare minimum, right? If nothing else, we have a network of people that can be as well or as well as informed as you are on different subject matters, right?
No,
Mhm.
true.
So that's and
And so I
that's kind of only thing to expect more than that, right? To expect any of these conversations to lead to anything more than that. I
No,
don't know that that's
I
being
get
honest.
that. I get that. I mean, I don't expect everybody who got an affinity to Africa. I don't expect them to go over there and and actually do stuff. I don't say that, but I don't expect them to try to convince me that I should go over there and do it, and then turn around and say he was just playing and he ain't mean it. Like that I don't
Right.
expect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
there lies
the problem, I think. So
Yeah. No
check this
doubt.
out. So I agree with what Corey's saying here. You know what I mean? Like these conversations, they might not seem productive, but to me, they're very productive because they're helping us suss out like ideas that we have. They're also helping people that listen to this, and you don't know where someone's going to take that. You're going to take that to your family. You're going to take that to your friends. You're going to take that out there into the world, and you'll make a difference. Like all
I
these little
know
actions
exactly where it
build
leads.
up.
It leads to. It leads to people like Logic now being on the panel, having this discussions with me. You know, for a while now. So Logic,
Right.
Logic was somebody in the audience that heard different things.
Right.
What came now, Logic is somebody who participates in the conversation and initiates a lot of the conversation. So that's the benefit to me. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Now I get Logic's perspective that I didn't
Exactly.
have before. You know, so now
Before.
my vision of the world is that much
Right.
more refined. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
And that's a powerful thing. And the thing
Hmm.
about it is these discussions, it's like to me, because my premise is look, it's all human beings you're dealing, no matter where in the world you are. And so a lot of times we respond to the same things. Same, we kind of respond in similar ways. And so whether I'm studying Africa or Asia or Europe or South America, wherever, you can learn something from those people that you can put into your own life or into your own community that will benefit you. And so you just gotta, it doesn't matter. It's not like I'm saying because we have this conversation, now we're gonna run out there and save the world and we're gonna do everything. No, it's a matter of you learning for yourself first. And then that way you know how to move. You can pass this on to your family, hopefully, pass this on to your friends, pass it on to your community, and on all that. But it's like you learning first and foremost from other people. You know what I mean? Whether people on the panel or people around the world, whatever. Well, I gotta be the asshole to do it. The chief is in the building, and I got respect for Chief X, so I'm gonna just go ahead and do it and say I'd love to hear what Chief X has to think about this entire conversation, and I think it would keep things moving. As a matter of fact, so
Did we come to any agreement so far though?
I don't think we have. I don't think we have, Corey. So that's why I wanted to kind of.
I was on way earlier. Like I think the last thing that we were talking about was or at least the last thing I remember was the last question I asked was the in spite of, right? You know, like how, and then I think Braz came in and talked about the difference between the individuality, the in spite of in an individual way, and then in spite of in a way, in a global way. You know what I mean? I think he came in and talked about the two different aspects of that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. But yeah, go ahead, Chief X. Well, you know, I guess we haven't came to any kind of consensus here.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I think we need a little bit of some
hold on,
polarity.
hold on. Just can I speak? I haven't said a word yet. Okay,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
absolutely,
You
absolutely. My
want
bad,
you
Chief.
want some
You want to get some
arguments on, you want some disagreement. Okay, I get you. That's fine. I love the disagreement because it actually brings out the actual, it brings every point out. So definitely.
Okay. So I don't know what you guys been talking about because I just jumped in this chat, but I know Brass did ask me a question, and he asked me because I think I made a comment in the chat, and I always make this comment. There's no systematic racism. Is that what you guys been talking about? Or is it other subject?
We have been talking about systematic racism. Kind of that's not been the base topic, but it's been an underlying theme
Yeah,
to the topic.
right.
Yeah, go ahead
Hey,
and elaborate.
Chief,
Elaborate.
accountability versus blaming the system. That's the majority. You know what I mean, and which one is more? I guess which
Fetty,
one is
could you
more you can
repeat?
point to
Could
for
you
the reason
repeat
why
that?
we
Could you
got
repeat that? I think that's a good analysis of what we're talking about. Could you repeat that? Because you were a little low.
well, no, just accountability versus external forces.
Okay,
Right.
cool. So overall, like, so sometimes I'll use my son as an example. Like when I say there's no systematic racism, I'm dead serious. I'm not joking. Um, there used to be systematic racism, but in 2025, somebody want to mute out.
Oh,
But in 2000, but in 2025, there's no systematic racism. So I asked this question before, and I was asking people in 2025, if you're claiming there's systematic racism, tell me which system you're talking about that's racist. And people get stumped. They can't really, oh, the housing industry. Then they'll bring up an example from 1970, 1960, 1950 and talk about redlining and all this. I say, whoa. I agree there was systematic racism back in the day. I'm talking about today. Is there systematic racism? So, like when I apply for a loan, I used to be a loan officer and a realtor. I've never, ever, the entire time I was a realtor, seen a black family with good credit get turned down for a loan because they're black. I've never in my life seen a lender not want to make some $10,000 because a client was black. I never known a Mexican, a white, a Russian, or anybody in the real estate industry turn down $10,000 from closing a deal because the client was black. Never seen it. Now you can say something happened in the 1950s and 60s, but we have civil rights now. There's laws.
You went
What
out, Chief.
happened? Then was that me? Oh, okay.
He started getting good and he went out.
Yeah, he was going in. I ain't gonna lie.
I don't.
Come on
Yeah,
back, T-Pack.
he was doing
He,
something.
he was doing something.
Y'all stop it.
He
Y'all
was
stop
doing
it. T-Pack.
something. I
He was
don't
doing
know.
something. I don't think he was
Going
doing
in.
anything going off.
I'm still listening. I'm
Can
all
y'all hear
ears
me?
though. Oh, we hear you now.
Can y'all
Go
hear
ahead.
me?
Go ahead, Chief.
Okay.
Go ahead,
I know what
T-Pack.
happened. My phone rang. What's the last thing I said?
The last thing you said,
You say you was gonna
that's
use your
connected.
son as an example because you ain't never seen Mexicans deny black folks.
So I said,
You were talking about people not denying the
Right.
loan.
okay, cool, yeah. So my question is, I don't want people to forget, what system is a racist in 2025? And it stumps people. They can't tell me. Because black folk in general are with the Democratic Party. And to me, the Democratic Party has always pushed kind of a victimhood mentality. Fight back. These people are racist. They're trying to get you. Vote for us. You know what I mean? So in our minds, we want to be victims. We're used to being victims. So we see everything from a victimhood perspective a lot of times in Black America. You know what I mean? So I'm with accountability. So my son went to an all-white school damn near, and he was the prom king, him and his girlfriend. He's never faced any racism, any kind of discrimination. He's been loved at all his jobs he got after he graduated from college. I don't see in any way in his life that he's experienced racism or someone held him back, because I can do anything I want to do. If I want to start a toilet paper company, nobody's going to stop me. If I want to go get a passport, nobody's going to stop me. If I want to take a trip to Russia right now, I'm going to be in Russia. Nobody's going to stop me. If I want to go to Belize, Japan, nobody's going to stop me. It's no system against me and my movements in America in 2025, is what I'm saying. So somebody has to tell me what system is racist, what system is practicing racism and won't get punished for doing it. Now, what people will do is they'll find a person, an individual who may be a racist, and this racist just so happened to work in the court system. That's not the system. That's this individual racist who has a problem. That's the individual who did some stupid shit. It's an individual who discriminated, not the system. You get what I'm saying, y'all?
So in other words, in people's analysis, go ahead.
Like so,
You
so
want
let me
you
give
want to tell me?
let me give you like a little example, Chief X, right? Because I would probably argue that the racism that you don't see is probably far more dangerous than the ones that you do see, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, I think my glaring example
The
falls
racist
on
said.
racism that you don't see could be more dangerous than the one that you do see, right? Like my glaring example, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's called zoning or districting, right? Where they cluster low income houses together, and they use that district of low income houses, and they use the property taxes on the low income houses, which are typically undervalued, and all sorts of other different things that are moving around to keep those property values low, keep those taxes that are coming in from the property values low, and that is used to underfund the public school systems in that area. Whereas, like right across the street, which that could be in a totally different zone or district, and it could have a lot more I don't know, businesses or whatnot in the area, and their property taxes are much higher because of that particular area, and that school is going to have much better educational opportunities. So like that's something that's real subtle, doesn't necessarily overtly include color, but when I say clusters of low income housing, I'm sure you can understand how a lot of black people could fit that build, right? So it doesn't necessarily say it's racist, but if you just look at how it's played out, it would affect black people in a large majority, just based on that, right? So it's difficult to take a stance where you would lean so far into that there's no problem, to where you almost like almost get like maybe a false sense of security. You know what I'm saying? So like I'm saying that that's a very clear example how you can see it actually is still existing today, right? Now there is no imaginary barrier stopping people from moving across the street, but if you are low income, well, your low income may not qualify you to live across the street. Like you may be forced to live in this district simply because of your income. You know what I'm saying? So like there are some kind of things that do funnel people into these predicaments, and they don't necessarily overtly pop out as racist, but they do find ways to target majority of black people. You get what I'm saying? So that would be my example of how you can actually still see racism in the system. Like, and even America doesn't necessarily deny that. So that those were my 2 points about being so confident that it doesn't exist, that it could possibly lead to a false sense of security. And I gave you an example of how they can use it just like that.
Yeah. Okay. So you're projecting. I think you're trying to say are you saying that there's racism in housing? Because
I'm
I'm not.
My example is I believe it's called zoning or districting. I can look it up for you right quickly, but let me explain it to you again, right? So districts, the property tax from the district is what funds the public school in that district. You get what I'm saying?
I think I understood you a little bit. I'll give you. Let me just answer what you're saying. Okay. So in California, I can't speak for any other states. Property taxes is based off of how much the value of your home you bought is. If you bought a home for $1 million, your property taxes is going to be higher than if you bought a home for 500,000. That's just the mathematics. It's nothing racist about that. So a lot of times schools get a lot of funding from property taxes and
Not a
homeownership.
lot,
You know,
majority
right?
of them.
But
So I'm saying, so get my analogy about clusters of low income houses, right?
right. So people in low income housing got a benefit to get low income housing. In other words, they got some love. That's not racism. That's help. They got some help. So I mean, I'm not sure if you're saying low income people who pay less property taxes should have the same everything
So
that people who paying more
let's
property taxes.
let's slow down. Let's slow down. So helping them would be actually allowing them to have the access to the good education, right? The appearance of helping them would just be say, well, we gave you an education at all. Like that would be the appearance of me helping you. No,
But
but
that's
me
not it's
actually
not race.
helping
It's
you.
not race based. It's based on your income and how much you make, your socioeconomic status. If
So
you're
if
a
I
Vietnamese
read
in that
if I read this to
socioeconomic
you,
status,
will you not feel like you're arguing with me and then arguing like with what I'm reading?
yeah,
Like,
because it's kind of convoluted the way you explained it. But
I hope I'm
anybody
not
got
confusing nobody.
Well, it's because of the residual. So what Logic is talking about is the zoning, right? Is a residual of the redlining, right? So you already was redlined out of the housing already, the black community, right? So it's not likely that you're passing on valuable property, right, to the next generation. You see what I'm saying? So that next generation is overwhelmingly in low income housing. Not meaning that it's some type of federal program that gets you this housing. That's not what Logic is meaning by low income housing. It's based on the income on the annual income that's reported. You see what I'm saying? And those houses, that low income neighborhood or zone or district, right? They have a value placed upon them. That value should be realized. You see in the white people who took advantage of things like the GI Bill, which we talked about earlier, right? They were able to pass on generational wealth just through home ownership. You see what I'm saying? And so that allowed them to have a different quality of life, and because the way our school system, just the way he Logic talked about how the school system is funded by the taxes collected from the district. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And when we're paying equal taxes as all the white folks, right? And fighting actually harder than all the white folks in all these different wars and all that. And we're not realizing those same benefits. As a matter of fact, we're redlined out of those benefits, out of our generational wealth that would put up barriers to avoid us from being in low income districts. You see what I'm saying? So what Logic is talking about is a residual. This zoning is a residual thing from the redlining. The redlining don't affect just one generation. So when you say like, well, I can understand when you say it was systematic racism back in the 70s, you don't think that has a ripple effect?
Okay, so now you made a clearer point. Okay. So basically, yeah, I'm agreeing with what you said actually. So you're talking about basically in general, you're talking about the wealth gap, right? So when they may have
the wealth gap is disproportionately in the black community due to things like redlining.
Right, that happened back in the day. Right. So I get what you're saying. Yeah. So land and property is kind of like wealth. You know what I mean? And it's passed down and stuff like that. I get. So these are incidents that happened back in the day in a systematic, in a racist system back in the day. That system is like today. My grandmother and grandpa. My grandpa worked in aerospace industry. He also was a bricklayer, right? He also was security at a church. He retired, sold his house over here in the Carson Compton area, sold his 5-bedroom apartment unit, and they moved to Vegas and bought a house cash. When my grandparents passed, my uncles and mama and aunties got to pass down some money. No one stopped them from benefiting from land and property ownership. But I get what you're saying, because there is a wealth gap, and we don't have the land and property that we should have from acts that went down in redlining back in the day. But there's no redlining today. That's all I'm saying in real estate.
Right, and that's actually what I'm saying is that this zoning thing is actually still a problem, right? Like it's not going to use the same language that redlining would have used, but it poses the same problem if you're understanding what I'm saying. Like it's still by and large like puts an invisible barrier to the education, right? To in some ways the higher income areas, right? Because their income is can be a barrier, right? That they can price you out of these benefits. You know what I'm saying? That's one way they can make it expensive is just by the price alone. You get what I'm saying by that? So it's not using the same language as redlining. Redlining just tell you no to your face, like you know what I'm saying? Like you just can't cross this line for whatever particular reason. So the different way of doing it would be we're just going to price you out. All the jobs that are available to you are $50,000 and less. So we know that you're not going to qualify for a $400,000 house just because of your income. You get what I'm saying?
And you're not supposed to qualify for an expensive house if your income is bad, your credit is bad. So bottom line, what I'm saying is these are like, we're looking for an excuse, right? Bottom line, Corey, me, and you right now in 2025, if we got good credit and money, you can move wherever you want, just like any other white man, any Russian, any Jew,
Yeah, but
anybody
I
else.
can, but I'm gonna pay a higher interest rate and a higher principal.
No, your interest rate is based on your credit score.
No,
The worse your credit
listen,
score is, the higher you're going to have a higher
no,
interest rate.
they do base it. They do
The
base
thing
it
that you
partially
buy
on
has
that.
a part of that too, and all of
You're
that.
absolutely right. That I'm not saying. Are you thinking I'm saying that they base my credit score on just because I'm black? Because if you thought that, then no, I'm not saying that at all. Right.
Okay,
So
yeah,
my
a lot
credit
of
score,
in finance, they don't even know what race
has
you
to
are.
be. Listen, hold on, Chief X. My credit score even has to be better than average, even to go in there and have a conversation with them about getting a loan for a home, right? On top of that, right? So a white person can go in there with a way less credit score and a lot more blemishes on his credit report than me. And get this is demonstrable, right? Not only that, when I do with my good credit score, right? When I do go in and get the loan from the house, they only gonna show me a certain neighborhoods. First of all, the real estate person only gonna show me certain neighborhoods, right? And then even if I say fuck the real estate agent and I go and choose the one I want, right? I go and choose the one I want. I don't let the professional negotiate for me, right? I go and choose the one I want. Then I pay a higher interest rate and a higher principal. This is all demonstrable. Even when I'm selling, even when you want to sell your home, Chief X, your home as a black man is going to go for less than the guy next door to you if he's a white man. That's
Okay,
been
so
demonstrable
let me explain.
for years.
So let me explain. So I was a realtor in the state of California. I was also a loan officer. I refinanced homes. I did home loans for people who want to purchase homes. I did the deal if you as a realtor also for the buyer and the seller, right? Your home value Like in today's time, people don't even know if you're white and black. You're just a number. If you apply for a loan, they're gonna look at your job, your job, and your income and your credit score. You're just a number. Nobody's basing, oh, they're black. No. So homes in high crime areas and areas that are maybe not be fashionable are it's just going to be less. Like here in Inglewood, like I remember they were building the Rams SoFi Stadium, the Los Angeles Rams Stadium in Inglewood. Black residents, half of them were happy, half of them were mad, right? The ones that were happy were homeowners because their property values shot up. Black folk in Inglewood's property values are very nice. Black folk are happy. Now, the apartment people who didn't have homes, their rent was so high. So gentrification was going on. But all these black folk voted for the Ram Stadium and voted for all this. They voted to have all these restaurants and palm trees all lined up by the Ram Stadium. They voted for all this. Now, after they vote, here comes a little gentrification because it's been beautification now. So the people who are renting, they can't rent. They got to move somewhere where they can afford now. This is what you niggas voted for. There's plenty places to move because of gentrification. It's not race-based. It was just a socioeconomic thing that was going on, and the area got improved. So
and
people,
we don't control that, right? So when you say we get priced out, we don't control that.
Logic. Hold on real quick. The thing about it, it doesn't matter if you white, black, or Mexican. You can move in or move out. It's not race-based. This is what I'm saying. It's not, we're going to fuck over these. No. Property values goes up because it's been beautified in restaurants and things and amenities are in the area. It has nothing to do with we're going to do this because we want to hold black folk down. It's not race-based. This is just what
I think we're having two different conversations. You haven't.
No.
Talking
Okay,
about
let me address what you were saying. Let me address what you was. Let me address what you were saying, Corey.
We're talking about.
Let me address what you said, Corey. I got you. Let me address what you said. I was just adding something else. So, Corey, I want you to understand. A person's interest rate is strictly based on their credit score, and if they have a good lender. If I'm a realtor,
in an ideal world, I agree with you.
Right. Okay.
But that ain't where we live.
I'm trying to tell you because I'm an expert at it. I did it for a long time. It's never been a difference. It's never been a difference. Listen, it's never been a difference. My girlfriend is an assistant principal at a high school. She owns 2 properties, got an 800 credit score. It's nothing that anyone can get over her. She's going to get the same thing any white man with the same stuff got. It's no different.
You think a black woman has the same opportunity as a white man? You telling me that? If you're telling me that, Chief X, then I can't have a conversation.
Let me say this, man.
This is what I'm telling you. My black girlfriend can move.
Listen. Hold on. Let's be clear because I think there's a lot of interruptions, and we talking over each other. Hold on.
My black girlfriend.
I've been letting you go. I ain't been interrupting.
Let me just say this one more thing, Corey. No, let me just clarify. My black girlfriend can buy a home anywhere any white man can buy a home. So yes,
I wouldn't deny that. But what I'm asking you is, are you telling me that a black woman in the United States of America has the same opportunity as white men does?
That's another subject. That's not what we're talking about. I was just talking about property.
No, that's exactly what we're talking about. Systemic
racism. That's not a system like that.
But that's exactly what I'm talking about when I say you get priced out, because the opportunity for her to get that job where she can qualify for that $400,000 house is limited.
Priced out of what?
Priced out of moving into the better neighborhoods and getting the better schools. That's exactly what I'm saying.
At the baseline,
I think you're confusing.
Start at the baseline.
No, listen, like me and Corey are saying the exact same thing.
No, you guys are reaching because you really can't. You really can't point out a system that's racist.
You're just pointing out the housing system. You just disagree and don't accept it.
There
That's
is
that's a,
no
that's
racism.
one thing.
Listen,
Like, what about the job market? How about the job market? You want to go into that,
my son graduated college and he works at
bro?
Mater Day. Hold on.
Everybody's got somebody they can point to that's
I know,
doing
but I'm
beautiful.
just I gotta give some example. Yeah, I gotta give you some kind of answer and example.
Well, you
Listen.
got to give it to me on a population level, not
Okay,
a.
that's well, let me do that then. Let me do that.
I'll
Listen,
give you a
Okay.
population level. Black unemployment is
if
number
I
one
got a
in
job,
unemployment right now.
oh my God. Listen, my son graduated and got his degree and works at the most prestigious school in all of California called Mater Day. Number one in sports in the nation. Went up in there and took that job over any white boy, any white girl, anybody, and took the job, and they love him today. He was not discriminated against. I've never been discriminated on a job. I've always went to jobs and took a job because it's the way I present myself, my conversation. You got to get people to like you. You got to sell yourself. Accountability is what we've been talking about. I'm accountable for where my life goes, and I can't be held back.
Yeah,
So
you
this is the thing.
that's that you can't be 100% like that can't be 100%. Especially if you can acknowledge that there's a limit of opportunity. Like you can't then go on to say I'm in 100% control while
What feels
acknowledging that there is that right that while acknowledging that other people around me are having better opportunities. That's
and
I
what
don't see
feels?
how you
How
can
are people having
I
better
don't see how
opportunities
you
than me
can
or my
agree
son?
with both of those things at the same time. I don't.
And they're having a better opportunity in what field? What field can't blacks get into if they want to? What fields black can't get an
I
education in
didn't
if they
say they
want to?
couldn't get into it, but I'm not going to deny that the white counterparts have an advantage. Like I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say that black people can't break through, but it's the whole adage of black people got to work twice as hard. It's still true, right? Like that black man will have 3 times the credentials of that white boy. 9 times out of 10, they in the
So
same field.
this is the thing.
Let me give you a clear
If
example.
if
Like if I'm a realtor, right? So when I was used to show homes, it'd be a white couple, a Mexican couple, and a black couple used to come look at this home. In my heart, I used to see this nice black couple with a child, and I said, I want to give them this property. So they all submit offers, and I talk to the owner, and me as a realtor and the owner of the property get together and figure out who we're gonna choose to get this house. We may choose the black folk. That's just how life is. But that's me as an individual making a
all
decision.
right, Chief X, you just answered your own question right there.
Right. So that's it.
Chief
Those are
X, you
individuals
just answered
making a
your
decision.
own question and proved everybody's point right there.
And I did not. I said in housing, you can buy a house
Brother,
anywhere you want in any
brother,
city you want. You cannot deny that.
brother,
First of all, you got to agree with that first, and stop
brother,
acting like nothing I'm saying is agreeable.
brother. Let me
Can you
start
go
off.
buy a house
I
anywhere you
agree
want to
with
right now?
you, Chief X.
You
When
literally
you
just told the
say
story in which y'all did not pick the most qualified person. That's exactly what your story is.
Okay,
here is where I agree with you, Chief X.
that's
If
not a
you
that's not
say
a
to me,
system. That is an individual that works in a
Chief X,
system. That's what I keep telling you
Chief
guys.
X, Chief X, I agree with you if you say to me that things are better off for black folks now in terms of jobs and opportunity and acquiring homes and all that compared to other previous times in American history. I agree with that. You have more options to buy wherever you want, whenever you want, and all that. I agree with that 100%. Now, is there racism? Yes. Is there systematic racism? Yes. Now, your example that you just said with you yourself as an individual in a position of power, right? As a realtor or loan officer, whatever, right? Wanting a particular person to get the home based on your phenotype or whatever other metric, right? Extrapolate that out to the whole society, which is majority white. They, unless they're super enlightened or have a really open mind, can also have these biases. On a whole, they
The
vote.
individual, yes.
They
I
vote
understand
in a
that.
way. They vote in a way that maintains their position
more so than anybody else's. So when you say that the people voted for the Ram Stadium, the people that vote at the highest rates in America are white folks. The poorer you are, the less likely you are to vote. And so those are the people that voted for that Ram Stadium mainly. Because in that era, what's the percentage of black in Inglewood?
The residents of Inglewood, which means
What's the
black
percentage
and
of black in
Latino.
Inglewood?
Listen. The residents of Inglewood voted, okay? And the residents of Inglewood are black and Latino. It wasn't white folk voting. See, you're looking for excuses.
I'm not looking for excuses. I'm
Okay,
saying
so
that as human beings, we have biases, right?
This is what I started off. I said it can be an individual in the system who can be racist. This is what I'm saying. So I'm an individual. I'm not a system.
Yes, I know, but I'm saying that the systems are built by individuals. And as a collective, if the individuals have those biases, they will lead. It's just natural. Like
the system would be
The
more
system
so.
don't
The
operate
system
itself,
would be more.
yo. The system ain't some goddamn computer or something, bro.
The system would be more so laws and rules that are written for people.
Chief X, and those are made by individuals that are elected to office.
No. Individuals cannot make up racist rules and discriminate. Discrimination is against the law. People will get sued. You cannot write no discriminatory laws in 2025.
It's going in the wrong direction. Let's drop that, right? We gotta stay. No, you're good, Chief X, but we gotta stay right here. How it's possible for us to be limited on opportunity and yet be able to enjoy all the same things that everybody else. Like we gotta stay right there.
And no,
if
everybody is not equal, and everybody is not going to have the same thing. A person with a lower socioeconomic financials are not going to have the same thing somebody who's rich have. So let's get that out of our mind and stop. Hold on. You shouldn't even say that because it doesn't even make sense.
Well, you are the one who's actually saying it. I'm just
not
repeating
saying that.
But
I'm letting you know that a person who's a millionaire is going to have more access to stuff. Right. Than a person who only got $10 in their bank account.
Right. So with that being said, are you saying that black people in a whole, right?
Exactly.
Right. You saying black people as a whole, based on some of the adversities we went through, like redlining, right? Based on that, our opportunities to reach those higher caps of money and income have been significantly reduced, right? You're
repeating what you said already. I already agreed.
That's what I'm saying.
No. Listen.
But you disagree with it again. I'm asking you to, how does that make sense?
Listen, Logic. I already agreed that we have a loss of land and property for what happened back in the day. I agreed to this already. You're repeating that. That happened before.
I don't understand your answer.
That happened back in the day during redlining. There's no redlining in 2025.
He's saying
we gave you the example of zoning. We just gave you the example.
Listen.
Zoning issues. Of course, a poor area gonna have different zoning than a rich area.
Is the redlining back in the day don't have no effect on us today?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, and he's basically saying that we're not suffering from a lack of opportunity. He's also saying that.
There's no redlining today, and everyone knows it. Let's be honest.
Nobody said it was, though, Chief X.
Okay, so there was redlining back in the day that affected us. Yes.
No, that still affects us today.
I agree. For the fourth time, I agree. Yes, it's a wealth gap
so
now.
What are you arguing about then?
He's saying at some point.
That's what I'm saying, Corey. How can he have his position that he has and agree with that at the same time? I don't get it.
There's no system of racism today doing that.
Can I jump in?
Logic. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, let me jump in real quick.
The residuals of redlining still exist today, but there is no system of redlining today. I don't know. Like that's kind of
So let me jump in real quick, Corey. I guess what he's saying chronologically, it stopped at a certain point, right? Because I was getting ready to ask him how does he reconcile his viewpoint of there not being any systemic or systematic racism, and at the same time support a person like Antonio Moore. because every time I listen to Antonio Moore, the version of the reparations movement that he always that the thing that he specializes in is specifically the wealth gap. And a talking point that he always reiterates is the fact that Black Americans have less than 1% of the wealth, and the vast majority of it is calcified in the hands of boomers. And that came at a time in Black America where it was like it was a certain time where coming back from Vietnam and certain different things that allowed Black Americans to be able to acquire property, right? Going forward, he speaks about things called, he has a concept that he calls the decadent veil. And he positions the decadent veil as the entertainment class being paraded in front of Black America intentionally to give us the impression that as a population, we are a lot more wealthy than what we are in reality, and it leads to a kind of disassociation from the actual position that Black Americans are in as a collective. So I would say Antonio Moore absolutely makes the argument for systemic racism still existing in 2025.
I
So
don't
I
like
don't know
that. They
how.
do that with white people too. They voted Arnold Schwarzenegger in the open government.
Well,
Shit.
that is because of Antonio and the ADOS movement, which I represent, ADOS.
Yeah, so would you agree with my assessment that a lot of the points that Antonio Moore posits would substantiate the idea that systematic racism still exists today, or would you say no? Antonio's viewpoints don't reflect that.
Antonio Moore is talking about reparations and and us being paid back to help close the wealth gap for something that happened in slavery and loss of property and land back in the day. He's not saying that it's going on today. He's just saying that hell, we're behind because of what went down and we need our reparations. This is all
So
he's
what about
saying.
the decadent? What about the decadent veil? Is the decadent veil today
Antonio,
or back in the
Antonio,
day?
I don't know what the decadent veil is, but Antonio Moore is an attorney from prestigious UCLA, and nothing has stopped him. He got his attorney
So
degree
why is he
out of
advocating for
UCLA, and
reparations then? He's
he's
fine.
thriving, and he's made movies
Right.
and got them produced up out here, and he's doing
Thank
fine.
you.
Nobody has
So why
held
is he?
Antonio Moore back,
What is he
and today
complaining about?
he can talk shit to white folk.
So why is he complaining then? What is he complaining
He's
about?
complaining because he
He's
wants
good.
reparations. The same thing as everybody who wants reparations
He's
has an
good.
argument.
He's
Hold
good.
on, hold on. Everybody that is fighting for reparations has an argument and a complaint of why they need reparations.
Why though? But Antonio himself is perfectly fine. He had all the opportunities that every other American had,
I don't. Well,
according
that's
to
another
you.
argument. Why he wants it? Why he wants the wealth gap? That's his. You have to ask him that. That's not what we're talking
No,
about.
but you say you're in support of it. Why are you in
I'm in
support of
support. I
somebody
represent ADOS. I represent ADOS.
but you support
I also advocate for reparations.
and closing the wealth gap, right? You advocate for that too, right?
Yes, yes.
Right. So why would you advocate for that if pretty much Black Americans have all the same opportunities that everybody has, right? And everybody can be an Antonio Moore. So why are we complaining about the wealth gap? That's our fault. No?
Well, I'm gonna tell you why I do. Because they had set asides up in there and ways we can get reparations or reparative justice. It's not always a check. They say, hey, maybe Black African American kids can get a free college education for the next 50 years, which will help them be
Why would we
educated
need to
and
check
get
if
jobs.
everything was
Hold on,
equal
hold
though?
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. So things like that, those are benefits for my people, and I'm pro my people. So I mean, you're asking logic's questions just in a different way.
So there was affirmative action,
That's
by the way,
that's
right?
double speak. That's double speak, right? Because if you do not need it, why are you going after it? If you do not need it, if everything is equal and hunky dory now, why are
And
you
this
going
is
after
moving the goalposts. These
it?
people go for it for their own personal reasons, but that's a goalpost
You
move.
just double speak. You just double speak.
That's not talking about reparations. It's not talking about systematic racism in 2025.
Nah, I said that because like you keep running off of the point, like some
No,
kind of way you're acting like it's possible for you to acknowledge that we have limitations as far as opportunity, but still remain at the position of everything is equal. I just don't get it. And it doesn't seem like anybody else really gets how you're doing that.
What can't black folk do? This is what I'm saying. What can't black folk do that white folk can do?
Breach the wealth gap. We trying to get to that motherfucker right now.
No. We already talked about the wealth gap. I'm not moving. I'm addressing every point you say head on. What can't black folk do that white folk can do? Don't move from that.
We can't benefit from 100 years of a head start.
No. We're past that, bro.
We can't do that.
We already agreed that there's a wealth gap from redlining and bullshit. Stop going over that stuff. Okay, so what can black what can white folk
so
get?
that's what I'm saying. That is the disposition. That's the disposition. Like that's exactly like since we agree upon that, right? You can't just remove those barriers to say all things are now equal. Like that, like you could never even start the conversation off like that if you acknowledging that there are adversities that we are still dealing with. I don't know.
All right, sound like people fell off. I'm gonna get out of here.
Yep.
Where's Chief going, man? Yeah, we're still here, man. Like I said, Chief, if you make an argument to say that things are better for black people now and we have access to more things, if not the majority of things that society offers, I would agree with you. I agree with you on that. You know what I mean? Is there still racism? Yes. Can we find systemic racism? I think you can still find it. It'll be a little harder to parse, but I think you can still find it. But let me read this quote to you, because a lot of things you got to read through the line. You ever heard of the Lee Atwater quote? Where he says, you start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts you, backfires. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract. But now you're talking about cutting taxes. And all these things you're talking about are totally economic things. And the byproduct of them is blacks are getting hurt worse than whites. We want to cut this. Is much more abstract than even the busing thing. And a hell of a lot more abstract than nigger, nigger.
Nothing.
Right? And
I'm
so
trying to go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead.
My point of reading that is to say that a lot of these things that are happening, you got to read between the lines. It's not going to be as open in your face. Are things better? Yes, but it's not as open in your face. And so it's human beings that make these laws, that make these rules. They have biases, generally speaking, like we all do to some degree. And so their biases will show forth. White folks, they have an idea as to what life is, they want life to be for them. And so they'll pass laws and vote in ways that would be beneficial to them, but might hurt other groups, right?
Okay, land your plane, though.
I don't think they're voting for anybody.
Okay, so let me ask y'all a question in the chat. Do y'all just not want to talk to Chief X, or what the fuck is going on? Like, he's asking y'all, hold on, Chief. He's asking y'all real simple fucking questions and nobody's answering. Like, I'm listening to this shit on the fucking deck cooking, and these are simple fucking questions. Or y'all just say y'all don't want to talk to him. Because if he asks you what can black folk do that white, or what can black folk can't do that white people can't, or do y'all just think the question is stupid, or y'all gonna actually answer what he's saying? Because
my question would be, if you ask that question,
I did answer. I did answer the question.
Yeah, but there's so many fucking things that I gotta believe y'all just don't want to answer. So is that the case?
I did answer the question. No, I did answer the question. I said they can't benefit. They can't benefit from the Head Start. That was
Yeah,
my
Brad,
answer.
maybe we ain't got the
Okay,
answers, Brad. So why don't you go ahead and
No,
edify
I'm
us?
trying
Am
to
I
like,
on fucking?
trying
Am
to
I on
read.
mute or
You
some
sound
shit?
crazy as hell. This nigga asked, "What can black folk can't do?" And this ain't nothing against you, Chief. I'm talking to you
Am
about
I
your
on mute?
statement.
Well, I got you.
But the man asked a panel full of fucking African Americans and Africans in the diaspora a simple ass question about what white people can do versus what black people can't, and the shit was dead silent.
Hello, hello.
No, we was letting him get his point across. I mean,
He asked a question though, Corey.
I don't answer stupid questions.
Yeah,
That's why I
that's my mic on. My shit lighting up.
No, we can hear you.
The
We can hear
answer,
you,
the
Logic. Then just
answer,
say it's a stupid question and you don't want to talk to him.
I
But
did.
nobody's
I mean,
Black
I'm
folk
trying to.
can't
So
be
is
black.
my answer like some bullshit? And like,
Logic.
am I talking like? Is my answer like worth talking past too? Like
He
I'm
asked
attempting
that
to answer
question
it,
after you
and he
said it.
like keep rejecting my answer as if like I'm trying to be tricky about the shit. Like
So
I'm
no,
good.
trying
the
to figure out how I'm trying to figure out how he
answer,
acknowledging both things at the same time.
because everybody knows the answer is they are equal and they can do what they
No,
want.
that
They
ain't
can
the
do what
fucking
they.
answer. That's not the
No, no,
fucking
we
answer.
actually gave him Logic actually gave him an answer about the housing. He just didn't accept it. Now, just because somebody don't accept the answer, right? Well, I don't know why we can't be mad at Logic because he didn't
No,
accept.
I'm not mad. No, I
there
came
is
in
no
loud and
housing
strong, but
issue.
I ain't mad at nobody, Corey. I'm
Well,
trying to
the
figure out.
That
question
There's
was
more.
answered. It
inadequate,
wasn't
Brad.
what you
There's more
you
than one.
said. It was dead
Do
silent,
you
but
do
it
you
was
think
not
that
that at
do,
all.
More
It
than
was
one
not
answer.
that at all.
Hold on. Okay, let me say this. It's
so,
more than
Brad? Do
one
you
answer.
find that
Hold
answer
on.
inadequate?
Hold on,
Do you
Haskell.
find the answer inadequate?
No, it's a great answer. But here's the question. It's more than one answer though.
Oh, so it's not enough
So if
answers
Logic
now.
gave
I
one answer
already know that,
and
but
he
we
asked the
just wanted
question,
him to accept the first answer, though.
so
We're
what
not
would you say?
down
What are
to
some things that black people can't do that white people can do in
I'm
the
talking
United
about the.
States of America?
We was already finna go into the generational wealth, right?
No,
Black
I'm
people
saying from
on
you,
that.
not that, not from that. I'm saying you.
Control,
What would
control,
be your
control
answer to the question?
Congress. Control Congress with their wealth. Manipulate and direct legislation and public policy with their wealth. How about that? Is that
The
an adequate
simple,
answer?
yeah, these are great answers. But I'm just saying, y'all don't understand how this shit sound. That's all I'm saying. The way this shit
No,
sound,
we don't. The thing is, you got to allow him to get it off. So, because he said a lot of shit that needed to be unpacked. So the first thing, let's start with the first thing he asked.
Right.
let's
And
go.
We
work
can't
on that.
bombard these bulls.
You
We're
know
not
what I
All right,
gonna
mean?
Corey.
bombard them
Like
with a
the
bunch
Gish
Corey, let's
Gallop,
go.
I'm not going for the Gish Gallop, Braz. If that's what you thought I was going to do,
Okay,
I ain't going for that.
okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Okay, so let me
okay.
say something real quick. Let me say
I mean, the
Brad.
chat
Let
is
me ask,
the
let me
chat's
ask Brad.
giving thousands of answers, and it was just dead quiet. That shit just didn't
No,
sound good.
that was false, though. That's a false
Let me
statement.
ask Brad. Hold on, y'all. Let me ask Brad a question.
No,
Brad, if
no,
you had, huh?
no. I know what you're doing. Your questions be setups, bro. I ain't doing
No,
it.
no, no. I promise
I
you.
will allow him.
It's not a trick. No.
Okay, go ahead.
No,
Ask your question.
I'm
Go ahead.
only
Ask your question.
asking because hold on. I'm only asking because I know Brass can sometimes be honest, and I respect him for that. And sometimes I know he'll give me an honest answer. That's all I'm
Go
saying.
ahead.
Now,
Go ahead.
the question is, Brass, if you had $10 million right now and an 800 credit score, is there a neighborhood that you couldn't move into?
Yes.
Which neighborhood?
Easy answer. It's easier. That's what you asked them that question before, and you
Yeah,
know
go
I
ahead.
am a real. Wait. You asked them. You asked them that question before. Now let me unpack that. There's
Okay.
a. I don't know if you still do real estate, but that's my day to day. So day to day, there's not a literal sign that says you can't enter it, but there are barriers and there are outcomes that fuck it up. Black mortgage applicants, I think the number in 2024, we're denied 2 times more than anybody else with the same qualifications.
But the
With the
wild part,
same
that was my
qualifications.
answer, though. Bro. That was my answer to that same question.
I didn't.
Guess
I
why?
apologize. I didn't listen, Corey. I apologize.
Guess why?
I'm upset.
Guess
I'm
why?
upset. I got to be honest with you. I'm upset.
Guess why? Guess why?
I gotta
Because
apologize. No, hold
it's
on.
because.
Let me finish. You asked me. I sat and listened to you. Just sit
Go
and
ahead.
listen to me
I'm
for 3
listening.
minutes. Okay.
Listen.
We're denied 2 times the rate of whites.
that means that
Because
they can buy in any suburb, but because of what Logic was describing was steering, we're not even shown certain homes that we
Man,
qualify for. We're not
That
even
was
put
funny.
in certain
you word for
neighborhoods.
word, Brad.
Yeah, we're not even put in certain neighborhoods that we will be access to. Now, here's the thing about redlining. When you say there's no longer redlining, I disagree. But here's the thing: when you say systemic racism and redlining is gone, what about the motherfuckers that still live in them redline neighborhoods? What about the values of their homes? What about the schooling? Because we're not even talking about the education that those children get based on the neighborhood they live in. You know they still live in them redline neighborhoods. So whether they're still, if they stopped redlining 10 years ago, and they didn't, but if they did stop redlining 10 years ago, those people still live in those neighborhoods. There's still the effects. We cannot act like in systemic racism, when they stop something, the effect of what they did doesn't still exist. Our homes are appraised $48,000-$50,000 less.
Right?
Black drivers, hold on, I'm gonna talk to you about all the things black people got to worry about. Black drivers, we get stopped on average 5 times more than white drivers. Black college graduates earn a quarter less than white college graduates, the same amount of money they make. So a white worker with a bachelor's can expect more pay, they can expect more promotions, they can get more callbacks than a black with the same degree. They've done studies on resumes that show that that white people get 50% more callbacks when the name is Emily or Greg versus Lakeisha or Jamal. Health and safety. Black maternal mortality is 2 times higher than white maternal mortality. You think that's just a fucking fluke? You think there's no systemic racism in healthcare?
None at all.
So predominantly black school districts, they get $23 billion less funding
Let me jump in
each.
real
Let me
quick, Brad.
finish.
Hold on. I can respond.
Let me
So
finish.
now when he
Let me finish.
when he dismissed everything you just
Said
said,
all that shit
I'm
you
gonna say
just
you
said,
was
and you
quiet.
said
I'm gonna say, you know what,
so.
you sat there and been
He
quiet.
dismissed everything.
I haven't listened this whole time. Let me finish, Chief. Black school districts get $23 billion on average less funding each year than white districts, despite serving the same number of students. They have better access to better schools, college pipelines, and resources. A black family with the same income will have to fight their children through an underfunded school or move farther away just to get a comparable education. So this shows. The only reason I looked this up was for stats. I knew all of this, but you respect stats and sources, so I wanted to get the exact percentages and stuff. Housing freedom, movement in public space, job and pay, health safety, and school access. Now, if I chat GPT more, I could probably go into a whole bunch of other shit.
Hey, Brass,
Oh no,
all of
we
that
can't
stuff,
do the same thing that white people
everything
do.
you just named a while ago, and what did he say to you? No, when you
That's a good
asked him, are
list,
these
Brass.
examples of,
Okay,
when you
now
said,
let
are
me
these
respond.
examples of systematic,
Hold on.
hold on, real quick, Chief,
Let me
I'm not going
respond.
to go
See,
long.
I like
I'm not going to go
have a
long.
little motherfucker
Just
with
give me one
data,
more sentence.
not just my
Brass, you
opinion.
just said what you said, and he casually dismissed it and
That's
said
fine.
no.
Yeah.
So
That's fine.
And it's okay, but let me. I
That's
can when I respond.
Go ahead,
He would
Chief.
understand
Go
me and
ahead.
say no when I respond. Has to go
Go ahead,
relax. Let
Yeah, brother.
me engage this conversation since the question is to me. Relax. Everybody don't have to. When I have to have competition of who's the smartest in the gotcha mode. Now he mentioned. Brass mentioned housing. Oh, they don't even show you the same. Everybody has their own personal realtor.
That's not
These are
true.
usually. Hold on. A person usually chooses a realtor, and sometimes a realtor and a friend. And the realtor, to get paid, does exactly what her client wants. This is how real estate works. If I say, take me to Newport Beach, where Kobe Bryant lives, she.
You chopping
thank
screw.
God.
We can't hear
The
you.
ancestors got him. Thank
We
you,
can't hear you, Chief, if
Oshun.
you still talking.
Thank you, Oshun and Kikikuyu and whoever.
We can't hear you,
Get
Chief, if you still talking. Because even if they
I
showed
agree
you
with
that fucking house in next to Kobe Bryant and wherever the fuck he lived,
Yo,
there's a
yo,
3
Brad.
times more chance you'll be denied that mortgage for that fucking house.
How long we gonna continue this disingenuous ass
So at
gaslighting ass
the principle,
conversation
you're gonna pay a higher
with this wild
error
ass
rate
coon?
as black
How
people.
long
And
we gonna
Logic, I
continue
didn't
this?
direct this shit. Well, everybody get a platform, but you just address it. And Logic, I wasn't addressing you. I heard your point. But when y'all go back to this video, there is a point in the video where the
There's a
man
lull.
asked a
There's a
simple
lull.
question.
There's a lull in when we were
Yeah.
speaking. That doesn't mean that we were like flummoxed or we wasn't.
No. I'm not
people.
saying flummoxed. I'm not saying flummoxed. I'm not saying y'all are confused. I'm not even listening. I'm cooking. What I'm saying is, he said, I'm gonna ask y'all a question. Is there something that black people can't do
The question was
that
answered,
white
Brass,
people
and he
can? No,
dismissed
listen.
it
And then no one
like
said
he
anything.
dismissed what you said.
That's where I came into the conversation. That's fine.
Yeah.
I
And
apologize.
probably was a silence because he was still going on. You know what I'm saying? So like
I
he
apologize.
he
And
said
Logic, I apologize to you, brother. I
that like
didn't know.
within him,
I didn't hear what you said.
little rant. You know what I'm saying? Like so.
Hey,
Right.
you came in hot, Brass.
Bro, because
you
I had my
you was so
bro, my
you were so
family is
disappointed,
listening
bro.
to this show rather than listening to Jersey
You
club
sounded
music.
so disappointed, bro.
I apologize, bro. I apologize. I was like, I gave my son the fucking tongs and said, "Watch this shit," and ran downstairs like, man, what the hell? Y'all gonna hear how
I
this
think if that's
sounds
what
when
you
it goes
heard,
live.
by that time you probably done heard like damn near everybody exhausted from giving this nigga like answering his question, right? So now
Okay.
after everybody like actually is like, nigga, what you're saying still don't make sense with why you have this position of everything is equal, right? Like how you gonna acknowledge all of that shit and then in some kind of way come back to, you know, we like neck and neck on some shit. Like what the hell is that? Like that's really what that was. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about nobody else, but I
Brad,
was definitely scratching my
no
head.
matter what you
And I
say
had
to
answered.
Chief X, no matter what you say, what arguments you make, no matter how well supported they are, you know what he's gonna say. Nope, don't meet his criteria. Nope, that don't qualify. No matter
Right.
what. So at some point, it's gonna confound you to the point where you're just like, okay, what the fuck am I? There's nothing to talk about because the discussion is not an honest one.
Right. And we can't dismiss these principle and term conversations in these mortgages because the predatory lending that Corey brought up in the black community is fucking horrible. Yes, they sign up. Yes, when they finally beat the 3 times denial rate of mortgages, when you actually look at the mortgages, now listen, I'm in real estate. I make the majority of my funds off real estate. When you look at some of these people's mortgages versus another person's mortgage, and you just put person A versus person B, when you take your licensing when you do your licensing for to get your real estate license, there's a different a bunch of different state tests you got to take. There's money laundering courses, i.e., whatever, discrimination and mortgage stuff like that. But when you look at person A and person B, and they're the same person, other than just race, same credit, same schooling, same everything, and you see that those people are denied 2 to 3 times more, it can't just be one individual racist person. And the majority of people, black people, when they go to home for banks, that's what I was saying about the personal realtor. Most people don't make it that fucking far. That personal realtors, yes, he's right. They are supposed to work for you, and I'm not going to argue with that. But the thing is they will even because you have a personal realtor doesn't mean you're going to get the full market because they're going to place you in certain places, and all realtors don't have access to all homes. That's another misconception. You just can't go anywhere in your state, even if you're licensed in your full state. Some of these houses are already under contract. Some of these houses, from what I've been seeing, if y'all if I don't know if Chief X is still doing real estate, but the majority of the houses I'm seeing ain't got nothing to do with a bank. I'm selling BlackRock homes at this point. The majority of the homes that I'm looking at in New Jersey are owned by BlackRock. That's a fucking fact.
Brass,
If you
I think
if you
a lot of
do
cash
real
only,
estate, you know that.
cash only market too.
also Brass, if you guys, see, you guys know this, but this is what I'm saying. Of course, black folk may get turned down more. Black folk have worse credit than white
No,
folk.
I mean the same standing, Chief.
No,
People
with
under
the
the same
same with
standing. The
equal
same
standing.
standing.
Again, okay,
No,
okay, if the same, hold on, yes, hold on.
Why do
If
black
you're the
people got
same,
worse credit?
if you're the same standing,
That's a
right?
good point, Logic.
In
I know where you're going.
2025,
No,
you're just a number. They don't even know what race you are
That's not
these
true,
days.
Chief. That's just not
G-Fact,
The other
true.
thing
why
too,
black
You
people
people
can't
got
say
gotta
you're a real
realize.
estate expert and say that.
There's no lender, nobody's turning down closing a deal and making money just because you're black.
Yeah, no,
The other thing
I
Chief
hate to
gotta
say this.
realize.
Yes, they are, my
He's in
brother.
California. Him and his
I
son
don't
are in
know any bank
California.
that has
That's a
ever
different
turned
vibe
down
out there
making a
too.
deal with somebody
No,
that
but
actually
y'all
has a
need to
credit
get
score.
to hold on. But
real
y'all need to
dumb
get to
shit,
Logic's
though.
point. Because Logic's point is, why is they fucking? If it is a difference in the
Why
credit,
they got bad credit,
yeah.
G-Fact?
Why the fuck is they credit fucked up in the
Why
first
they
place?
bad?
Come on
Why
now,
is it bad?
now y'all reaching and playing
No,
crazy.
I gotta
You
go though.
said it.
But I apologize, Chief. I had to address it, but I gotta go. I gotta dip for real.
I'm
Later.
gonna go soon too, but y'all know why people's credit is bad. Come on, man. So let's stop
I
playing.
don't. I'm trying to understand why you said it right now.
You know, black folk don't have like it's the same thing. Ask
What happened?
yourself. Hold on. Ask yourself why Asians score higher than white folk in IQ tests.
It ain't the same reason. It's apples and oranges. I want to know
Right,
why
like,
black
it is.
folks
You're
is
correct. You're correct.
more
But
likely
you
to have
know
bad credit.
poverty. You know that the more poor you are, the worse credit that poor people may have
So why is
because
black
they miss
folks
paying
more
the
likely
bill.
to be in poverty? Why is black folks more likely to have that lower credit score and be in poverty?
Lack of education, lack of ownership of land. It's a lot of reasons.
So redlining.
If my credit score is bad, Corey, it's because I fucked up my credit score.
I
It's
knew
no.
you
It's
was
not.
gonna like
I
that
agree
one.
with that. I agree with that, Chief. That part I do agree with.
I knew you
Yeah,
was
I mean,
gonna like that one.
y'all low key trying to blame
I
white
gotta
folk.
why black people credit bad, Chief X. The Chief X started what
Oh,
he
you
said
try to
was because y'all missed
make
it. The niggas
racism
said, why the Chinese people, why they be scoring better, yo? I thought so
Logic.
at first I don't know what you meant by that, but I'll let you take it back.
Fuck
systemic
that
racism
point.
is different than blaming white folks.
Let's get back on the points. Our credit is bad
I
because
want you
niggas
to
don't pay
know
bills
that.
and people are poor.
Hey, Chief X, I want you to know that systemic racism is a whole lot different than just blaming white folk. Just to let you know that.
Oh, I get you.
So
I agree. I agree.
are they poor on accident, Chief X? You think
Oh
it?
my
You think
God! You know, now, logic. Are you blaming white folk for your plight?
I'm asking
If you
you a
was
question.
broke and had zero in your bank account, are you now blaming white folk for that?
No,
This because this is the angle you're taking.
I'm not blaming white people.
Okay. Okay.
White
I'm
people.
responsible for my credit. I'm responsible for my credit report. I'm also responsible for how much is in my bank account.
Right. I'm being more specific when they have terms like for them to use to identify it. It's called systemic racism. See, like, so we're trying to sit up here and at this point almost convince you that like in real life those effects are like still happening, and then in some, not even in some cases, but in most cases like so deep to where you can even see them on the data, right? So when you say everything be equal, and then when we're talking about, like somebody else said, like 1% of the wealth become is black people, like it just don't make no sense. Let
me clarify what I mean by
Hold
equal. You're taking me out of hold on.
And I'm telling you, it's been sounding like this.
No, because you're taking me out of context. Let me get clarity. Let me tell you what I'm. Hold on. No, logic. Slow down. I got you. Let me tell you what I'm saying when I say equal. My son graduated from Missouri State. A white boy can graduate from Missouri State. My son and that white boy is equal as far as them going to seek a job, as far as their credit score, as far as buying a home, and everything.
That's a lie.
He's no better than my son. Hold on. I'm making a great point. It's okay to agree sometimes.
So
It's
that's
okay.
your whole point about your son
That's
is a
a
lie.
horrible point, T-Bax.
That's a
It's not a
terrible lie
horrible point.
that
What else
him
could
and
it
some white
be?
boy got an equal opportunity graduating
No,
from the same
Because
school, getting the
right,
same
because your
degree,
son want
getting the same credentials. They don't. I'm sorry. Like your son can tell you
I,
that.
I,
Your
I,
son, your
I
son can
gave
tell
you.
you that he don't have the same opportunity
My
as
son would
white
tell
boy
me he's
crime.
beating white. My son tells me he's kicking their ass. He's succeeding way more than the white boys he graduated with.
That
A lot of
doesn't.
them are
That's.
unemployed.
I'm not saying he can't succeed. That's the
Okay,
thing.
but
Because
what I'm
Chief
saying
Saying
is
that
X,
my
they
son
had
Chief
an
is
X
equal
equal.
is
playing
in
field.
California.
I will not sit
Said
here
they
and
had.
agree
Chief
that my
X
son does
is
not have no
Chief
handicap.
You're
X and his son are
penalizing.
in California. That's another factor.
No,
Because
no.
even during the
Listen.
civil rights era, there
not
was a
even
difference between
that.
being
Like
the South, the
That's
North, and
funny. That's
California. There are
funny.
differences.
compared to the white boys at large, like come on now.
Come on,
There's
what?
differences in location too. If you're in California, it's a different
Here we
outcome
go.
as a black
Remove the
person than it
goalpost.
might be in
Remove
the
the
How
South
can
or
we
in
goalpost.
the
Don't make
North.
sense.
It don't make sense.
How can
Hold
he
on, y'all. Hold
compare?
on, y'all. This is what's happening. Chief X speaks clearly. Y'all let him talk. Then when it's y'all time to talk, all y'all talking together. So he making his point clean, and y'all falling over each other trying to make a point right after it. All y'all talking together.
Okay. Well,
How
well,
y'all
look.
gonna do
So,
that?
okay, that actually makes sense. That actually makes sense. So, like for me, comparing it to the white boys at large, like that's just straight up silly, right? Because now
No,
once you compare it to the white boys at large, now you gotta include all that old money possibilities, right? You gotta
oh
include
my
all
God,
the
you back there
advantages
again,
that that
dude.
nigga got at
You're
that
back there
same
again.
age that your
I'm
son
not
is.
listen.
Some
I
of them
already
niggas
agree.
ain't even got to go get a degree. Like they walk into the fucking CEO type,
Logic.
right?
Your logic.
That's
You
what I'm.
misrepresent
But Chief
logic.
X,
You
that's
mis-
not fair. They let you
Okay,
make your point clean, Chief X.
yeah, why you
Go ahead.
And they
why you keep letting
disagreed
me
with you, but they still
But
let
he
you
gotta
get it
stop
out.
lying on me though, because he's not making a point. I didn't say
on.
my
I
son
ain't
can do what I didn't say my son can do
See,
what a
now you
millionaire
talking
white boy can
again.
do. Okay, real quick, logic. I did not say my son can do what a millionaire white boy can do. My clear example was a white boy graduating from this school and my son graduating from the school on equal footing, going out into the world to get jobs and success for their life. He's equal, not handicapped, is all I'm saying. Now you can move the
I
goalpost. Say, "Oh, Chief X said he can do something millionaire white boys." Come on, I'm not saying that.
okay, so more about what I'm saying is like if your son is competing well against his peers in his immediate vicinity, like that's actually great. He's overachieving. And and that's the reality of what that would be, right? But when you include a larger sample size of all the other people, Americans in his age, right? You just look at the demographic. Like the reason why your son wouldn't look the same compared to this larger number, which is what we're including in the conversation when you say
100%
you
is
said
equal.
everybody's equal, right? So I'm actually doing like what you started off doing, right? So when I include him to the larger number, I do have to include all the advantages of those other people.
What
And you
advantages?
have to understand that that's the reason why at their age they're that much further ahead, right? Like that I don't understand why that would be like something that we would have to disagree on, right? Or like shouldn't be, I don't know, at that point, something just to acknowledge. Like, are you disagreeing with that? Because you saying
I
it's
already addressed
equal
logic.
for
I get
all
your
people
question.
now.
I get your question. I already answered it. I said my son is on equal footing with any Mexican kid, white kid, Chinese kid, any. Now, if they were super
Even
rich,
the
of
millionaires,
course,
right? See.
hold on. If they were super rich, of course they would have to. I'm talking about in general, just a normal, average, everyday blow Joe,
Yeah,
Joe Blow. They're
like
equal.
regular motherfucking white boys,
There are
like
no
just regular
rules. There are no written
two house,
rules,
four cars,
laws
and
and
everyday
regulations
white
that's
people, nigga.
against my son. That's approved for other people. That is not approved for my son. In laws and rules and regulations in 2025, they cannot be discriminatory or you'll get fucking sued.
Do you understand that there's an average difference between black people and white people?
That's another topic. That's another topic.
So when they pass it down, right, on average,
we already talked about the wealth
they
gap.
have an advantage.
I already told you they got more land.
You gonna say everybody
He's
equal
saying
then,
that
bro?
don't affect the things that happened in the past have no effect on today. So like at that point,
time we went over that, Corey.
At that point, you're not even having a conversation.
No, this is the fifth time. This is the only point you guys are making, and we went over and over this 5 times already, and you guys are still going over the same thing that I agreed with. I already said that there's a wealth gap, and yes, white folk have property and land that's passed down to their kids that our kids don't have because we were redlined and discriminated against back in the day. How many more times I got to agree with that when you guys keep bringing that up?
Hey, Chef, on that point, can it be heard?
At this point, there's no sense in us keep arguing then, Chief X.
Right.
If
So
you
basically,
if you're saying that these effects still have residual effects today, right? And just because they don't call it redlining, just because they call it redistricting, or zoning or whatever the hell they call it these days, right? Just because they call it a different name, don't mean that it don't have the same effect. And just because that they have collateral damage and some of it affects poor white folks that's poorer than black folks, right? That don't mean that overwhelmingly it don't affect the black community. And again,
let me say something.
The very reason we be in these low income zones is because of the residual effects of redlining, which affects our schooling, which you just said. You said it's education and property, home ownership, property. We don't own land and all that. You named that. That was you that named that, right? And we were denied those opportunities, those equal opportunities, which the residual effects we see today. But go ahead.
Again, for the 10th time, I agree with that. Yes, we're affected by having less wealth because of all that back in the day. Can we move off that point?
And what I was saying, that's why I read that Lee Atwater quote earlier. And I don't think people really liked it, but that's what it's saying. It's saying that the things that they're doing these things, or these things are being done, but they're not being done in the same way that they would have been done in the 40s or 50s. It's more subtle. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So basically, I've been on here for about an hour. I'm about to take off. So basically, no one was able to prove a system that was racist.
Logic brought it out.
See, that's why I said before we even got to this point that we wouldn't have an honest conversation.
I said a system in 2025.
After all of this agreeing and all of this, he says, okay, so basically what we're saying is there's no systemic racism again. So we're not even having an honest conversation. He's not even being honest at this point.
No. There's individual racist. There's no system that's racist.
There's systems.
Because the system can get sued and there's no discrimination.
You heard of the Brett Favre case? You heard that?
Okay, you're just talking about. Okay, you heard the O.J. Simpson case? You heard the O.J. Simpson case?
The Brett Favre case.
Do you want me to rattle on the case? Got off in court.
In the Brett Favre case, the federal government
got off in court too.
Government,
everybody gets off in court if they got representation.
The federal government passed a law to help like poorer people. They take the money down in Mississippi, and there's plenty of other things they could have funded. Jackson had a water crisis, all this type of stuff, and they took that money and gave it to wealthy universities and Brett Favre for speaking engagements that he didn't do, and all this type of stuff.
Right. Guess who was investigating?
So that's a systematic thing. These people are there running the system of Mississippi and doing these things within the system that is not benefiting the people they're supposed to benefit.
Listen, fine. Guess who investigated Brett Favre? White folk. Do you want me to tell
No,
you
I'm not
stuff
saying.
hold on. Do you want me to tell you stuff that we've got away in the system with? Everybody gets away with shit in the system. That's not the system being racist. That's them being a con man and scamming. He's
Well, the thing
scammed. What
is,
the hell?
Chief X, like
White
earlier,
folks
I
scam
could
too.
agree with your points to a degree. And from what I can tell so far in this discussion with everybody else, you don't seem to agree with what we're saying. So it doesn't matter at this point.
But no, I agree with. I agree. See, this is the thing. This is the thing. Like when I say something correct, you guys just refuse to give me credit. Like when I made the profound statement that all federal employees have the same exact benefits, killing that. Oh, what? Somebody got better health care. All state employees have the same health benefits. All county. You guys didn't give me no credit for saying that and debunking that health disparity bullshit.
And this is the thing that it goes back to again, Chief X.
So am I right
You
about
gotta
that?
think. No, Chief X, you gotta. It
I'm
depends
out
on
of
where
here.
you are. Like you
Y'all,
talking about
y'all,
your son, right?
peace
You
out. Peace
talking
out.
about
Peace
your
out, y'all.
son, for instance, Chief X, right? Your son is in California. You're in California. That's a different outcome than maybe some other states. You see what I'm saying? The whole thing with the federal government versus
Yeah,
state
y'all
employees.
gotta
Yes,
give
they're
them
going to get the same benefits, but
credit
that's different than
for
being in the
saying
private
that the
market.
federal people get the same benefits. Y'all gotta give them some credit for that.
No, I'm agreeing with
He
that, but I'm
said the
saying,
federal people, the federal employees get the same benefits.
right. And
So
I'm agreeing with
let's
that,
give
but
them
I'm
some
saying,
credit. Let's give them some credit for that.
I'm agreeing with that, but I'm saying at the same time, working for the federal government is different than working in a private institution. The federal government makes these federal laws, and they're more likely to follow their federal regulations and laws. And that's what I'm saying. It's like you living in California. Your outcome on certain metrics might be different than if you live in Mississippi as a black person. And this is how it was even during the civil rights movement and all that, the Great Migration, and all this stuff. You had a better outcome in the North or in the West than in the South. And so people made these moves.
Yeah, but the statement he made about federal and state healthcare ain't true neither. That shit ain't true.
I think
That.
it's more likely to be true than not.
This is a simple thing. Federal employees do not get all one identical plan. They get access to the federal employees health benefit program. That's a marketplace with 200 plus plan options. That coverage changes by state, cost, and plan choice. So yes, everyone can choose, but outcomes still differ. Not all doctors accept all plans. Black federal workers on average are in lower GS pay grades, so they pay a bigger chunk of income toward the same premiums. The health outcomes differ. This is where also the systemic racism comes in. Fuck that they make less money. That's one part of systemic racism. The second part is then you get into the healthcare. Black patients report more misdiagnosis, more undertreatment of pain, and worse maternal care. State employees, they do not have a uniform national system. Each state offers its own public employee system. California has CalPERS. New Jersey has the state health benefits program. They're not identical. The benefits, the costs, and the access varies, but that goes into Logic's point. When we start talking about why this some of the reasons for people's credit, do people fuck up their own credit? Yes. That's not that we're not even having that conversation. But the point is, does the insurance mean equal care? That's the systemic racism. So even if they have the same insurance, then explain why Black women with private insurance die 3 times as much as white women with the same. Why are Black patients systematically undertreated for pain compared to whites? Black Americans overall have a shorter life expectancy, even when insured, due to systemic issues in care delivery, environmental exposures, and bias in the system. So, whatever the fuck he's talking about with federal insurance and state insurance, that's just the deflection to get you away from the original shit. When we start talking about, oh, well, Black people's credit is more fucked up, why is that? It's just because we just fucked up and stupid with money, right? That's what we want to believe. Not that he talks about his son. His son has the same chance as the white guy. I just showed you. Even with them, both of them with the same degree and same qualifications, when his son comes out versus the white son that comes out, one's going to be paid less. One is going to get more callbacks. One's going to be paid more. One is going to get promoted faster. One is going to have a higher starting pay. That's the systemic racism right there. Now I understand what Corey is saying. Fuck the conversation, because if we ain't gonna have an honest conversation and you're just gonna fucking just disregard everything that is said, then we're not having an honest conversation. But bringing up state and federal insurance plans, that ain't no motherfucking huge point. That don't even make sense. You're ignoring the systemic racism. So if you just want to ignore it, fine. And say it don't exist, fine. I'm the fool for looking for it.
Yeah, but every time we asked him, hey, what about this? What about that? He said, I agree. That's why I ain't get it.
The systemic racism is sometimes in the outcome of what happens. It's not always in the what's the name. And then another thing, Chef made a good point earlier. I cannot point to me and my success or lack of success and then just say systemic racism is gone. I'm not that far removed.
Bro, at one point, the man acknowledged that that reparations could be a good idea. Like, why would we need reparations with everything being equal? Like how are you even making both of these points at the same time? It fucked me up. I don't know about anybody else. Before a while, it was like, dog, I guess what you're saying, like, just not accepting any of this is being systemic racism. How, I guess that's the only way that you can be able to hold a position that it don't exist. Like, no, it is still happening. The wealth gap is getting larger. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
Hey,
just
Brad, on that pause.
somebody don't
Brad.
oh, go ahead, Babylon. Go ahead.
Okay, on that pause, I just wanted to make sure my mic worked, because y'all talk so much, bro, nigga can't even get in. I ain't got nothing to say. I just wanted to make sure I was heard.
No,
Peace.
you gotta make sure you gotta come in strong, bro. And then once you come in strong, we know you there.
Yeah.
Well, the only strong thing I got to say, man, y'all almost let Chief X get away with straight trash. If it wasn't for Brass helping out a little bit, that was garbage.
I mean,
Nah,
he
but
just
you know
wasn't
what?
accepting what
In
I
their
was saying.
defense,
I mean, I
yeah,
had said
in
most
their
of what
defense,
Brian.
they're used to talking to Chief X. They've given up. They gave up years ago.
Yeah, not only
This
that,
is
like if
not.
you
Yeah,
just gonna
yeah.
dismiss out of hand what we say, like you know what I mean? Because we mentioned all of that. That was the first thing Logic talked about is the zoning. As soon as he asked the question, Logic brought the zoning up. So it's not no need to keep going on down the line, because he gonna keep asking you, well, name something else. Well, name something else. No, we're already talking about zoning. We're already right here. You see what I'm saying? So let's go. Let's stay right here, and we're gonna let you run off down the street to wherever you want to run off down to. But we're gonna hone in right here. You see what I'm saying? So and basically the zoning led to the redlining, which led to the generational wealth, which led to the education. We said all of that already. It's just the fact that if he don't accept it, ain't nothing I can do. We not having no honest conversation at that.
Yeah, it's not
Even
genuine.
with Brass ran all that down, like in a better articulate way than what me and Logic did. Right, once he ran it down, he just dismissed that out of hand and then ran off. So at no point was there an honest conversation to be had.
Yeah, Corey, though. But Corey, listen, it did go that way in a way, but in a way he was slick because he put a little caveat on the conversation when he said to y'all, well, redlining does not exist. Now I hear a lot of time y'all say no absolutes, no absolutes. I ain't hear nobody say no absolutes then. He made an absolute concrete statement and said redlining does not exist right now today.
Yeah, but we
That
brought the
doesn't
zoning
that
up demonstrates
that
that red lighting still exists. Yeah. You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? That was
And,
the point in the zoning point right there.
okay. Yeah. So but then he was saying that, hey, I agree with you. This what Logic had a problem with. He was saying, I agree with you. I agree with you. Because he was agreeing with what y'all was saying. That what y'all are saying is that the redlining from the past is created bad conditions for today.
he agrees with that. That redlining of the past caused bad conditions of the day. But what he does not agree with is that redlining exists today. Because it doesn't, he says. He says redlining does not exist today, and that's not your problem. You're just dumb, broke, stupid, and got problems. Because his son is excelling, and everybody else's sons that's complaining are failing. And it's just, this is what Chief X was saying. This ain't my view, but this is how he was getting out the conversation by saying that it only happened a long time ago. It has nothing to do with right now. Maybe some side effects, but those side effects has nothing to do with you right now. You having your credit, you going to school, you succeeding, you competing and being on. This what he was saying, and all of that is a lie.
Right. I actually feel you. Like I pulled it up. I pulled it up a while back and decided like not to read it because Chief X was just going around in a crazy ass circle. Like I just didn't even know like why he was doing that. So like, but I've been seeing that it said like zoning laws have historically been used to segregate the communities. Like I've been able to just go through and read the same thing that Brass did. Now I can see like how his point was clear, but that still doesn't remove the fact that not only does zoning exist, but like they rezone areas in order to keep like that disparity there. You know what I'm saying? Like let's not sit up here and act like that's not something that black people are like, making that particular decision on. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not you know what I'm saying?
And just
I
because
just
they don't call it
I
that,
don't know how you can't call that systemic racism. Or you know what I'm
and
saying? Or at least
just because they
the
don't
law
call it
using
redlining, don't mean it don't
yeah,
exist. Though,
using
you
the
know what I'm saying?
paperwork to slant, economics into a particular neighborhood or into a particular school district, right?
Yeah.
It could be for football reasons. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the fuck it is, it's not fair, right? Like, let's not sit up here and call that equal. That shit just like sounds stupid, and that's what he kept talking about. So that's was that easy and clear for you to understand, or or would that make you play confused for 2-3 hours like Chief X did?
That was easy and clear for me to understand, and I didn't have a problem with what you said or what Corey said in the background, other than once again, when he asked the question, like that's another thing. Systemic racism and redlining is two different things. Now, systemic racism may be a form of, redlining may be a form of systemic racism, but redlining and systemic racism are two different things. Systemic racism is a general and a universal thing. And um, the other thing is specific or particular. Those are particular events in redlining. So they two different things. Now, the other thing is when Chief X asked, he said, so give me an example of redlining that exists today right now. And the thing was zoning. But Corey just said in the background, even though redlining, the word ain't used today. See, this give Chief X ground. If you say the word redlining don't exist today, then you are agreeing that redlining is a
No,
past tense
but the
thing
point
and
is
that
that systemic racism doesn't exist today, not redlining, right? So
yeah,
so
but
they
I
so
was talking about
redlining has evolved,
redlining.
right? It is under new terms and it works under new laws, right? That's actually what we're saying. Like redlining was a lot more of like a particular wing of the government, right? That was having like under the table handshakes and agreeing to not sell black people
No,
houses in certain areas. And
no.
they did, yes, this is what happened, yo. And then you have the Housing Act, right? I forget what year that is, but it's after Martin Luther King passes. But then you have the Housing Act, in which all of that had to be reorganized, and that's when you get this new thing that we see today, right? Where you still see systemic racism existing, and it's
within zoning laws, right? But the laws are used to segregate the communities, right? Under the guise of class or land use, like however they want to separate it, but they have all sorts of barriers that they can use to lock you out from these areas, to lock you out from these benefits of being in those higher property tax areas, having access to better schools and whatnot. Like that is something that they can use legally to pencil whip get what they want. And
Yeah,
and just and it also overlaps with the housing, I mean with the job market, right? Because your particular class or not having access to those better educations doesn't allow you to get those degrees to have access to the higher paying jobs, right? So that allows the pricing market now to be able to price you out because you in large numbers don't have access to the higher paying jobs. You see what I'm saying? Like it's not the same as redlining, right? Where they just to your face say, no, nigga, you can't live over there, right?
What you just
They
described
have
was a
other
system.
barriers, right? They have other barriers that they put up in front of you. And it just operates differently, but it doesn't mean it's not there. Like, don't like, how can we say it's not there? And I'm giving you an example of it being there.
Yeah, that's a system,
I
right?
really don't know
Whether
who
whether
said it's
somebody
not there.
accepts that or not, like that's out of our hands. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
this is cool, man, though. Who said it's not there?
yeah, Chief X saying that was not there.
No,
Oh, okay. Maybe not.
redlining
I don't
still
know about
exists
that.
though.
Chief X ain't here. Chief
No,
X
No,
ain't
we
here.
saying just because we saying they don't do it in the same way. That's what logic explained it, right? That
no, it's
redlining
worse.
exists. Yeah, fine. That's
All right,
fine. What
can
he's
I
saying though is this zoning. It's zoning now. Just because we don't call it redlining, don't mean redlining don't exist. That's the
I
point.
agree with you. I
Yeah.
agree with the word. I agree with the wordplay, the semantics of redlining and zoning. Actually, I worked in the field of planning and zoning for several years, so I know exactly what you're talking about. But let
Right.
me say this: I looked up the word is. I looked this up on Google AI mode. It say is redlining still happening? Now,
hmm
this all you have to do. Now, it reads. I'm gonna read it quick. It reads. Yes, the effects of redlining are still happening, though classic redlining practices were outlawed by Fair Housing Act of 1968. Modern forms of discrimination, such as disparate loan denial rates for communities of color, predatory lending practices, and
hmm
digital. Listen to this: digital redlining through biased algorithms continue to deny wealth-based wealth building opportunities and perpetuate inequality. Now, that's one of the points I want to point out is that AI or ChatGPT is redlining, racist, is a form of systemic racism. ChatGPT and AI is built into
But
the
what they
system.
mean
But
by
we're not
AI,
talking
they mean the
about. But
data
we're hold on.
collection. They're talking
But
about the
we're
data collection, not kind of Chat GPT,
no.
right?
But we're not talking about the effects though. They're still redlining exactly how
I
they were doing
just
it
said that.
before. No, you said
Yeah,
the
yeah, we talked
effects
about
of
that earlier.
redlining.
We did. We
Yeah,
talked about
there's a bro. There's a case right now in
Yeah.
last year, October 2024. The Department of Justice. I don't know if y'all worked with Fairway before, ever heard of them. One of the largest non-mortgage firms, lenders in the country. They out of Wisconsin. They just got caught redlining in Alabama.
that.
They avoided, it says in October 2024, the Department of Justice announced that Fairway had engaged in redlining in Birmingham, Alabama metro area. They avoided providing mortgage loans in majority black neighborhoods. They failed to market or maintain branch offices in these areas. White neighborhoods had better outreach and access to these services. That's the classic redlining definition a year ago. They had the Fairway agreed to pay $8 million to resolve the Department of Justice's claims. So
And it
let's so
But
let's
and
did
let's
y'all
let's
confuse
let's
them
dropping the
not to
bucket.
understand they're
speak?
still doing the exact
And even the
practice.
settlement wasn't even the
No,
settlement was
yeah, it didn't even matter.
the settlement
And
was
then
right.
now check this out. Check
Go
this out,
ahead though.
Corey. And since then, the Department of Justice has secured $100 million in relief
along across 11 redlining places since then. So when he says something like redlining doesn't still exist, the Department of Justice don't agree.
I wonder
I
if
agree.
Trump's Department of Justice is going to get rid of that
And,
case.
and you know what? Like I
Make my
said,
point, Glenn.
yeah, when that exactly. Now, is there some wild guys that are just lazy and just gonna do the classic redlining? Fine, right? But in general, redlining is done a little different these days. You know,
But
I think that's the
now
overall point
because
that
they
a lot of
sued Zillow. They sued
yeah,
Zillow because when you put your information in to certain, that's why I tell people stop using them fucking
the
them
maps.
online sites because the algorithm redlining is the easiest shit in the world. But that's why I focused
Collect the
on the
data.
denial. Because when
They'll
you go
deny
to
you
them
based on
sites,
your
they won't
health.
even show
Did you
you the
know?
other shit.
Did you know? They can look at you. They can get the data from your doctor's appointment.
Yes.
How often you go to your,
Yeah.
and then they'll deny you insurance and home,
Yes.
bro. If they think if they think, bro, you about to die in the next 10 years, bro, you're not getting a home loan.
No.
This is how they collect the data on your ass these days and redline your ass these days. But the zoning is another way too, though.
No, I'm not going to
that was a
deny the
great
zoning,
point.
but yeah, I'm not going to
Yeah.
deny the zoning, but I'm saying in 2019, HUD they charged Facebook for allowing housing advertisers to block ads from appearing to users by race, zip code, or income. And the digital
Yeah.
version that HUD was the digital version that they was trying to put on motherfucking Facebook was them same fucking redline maps. Zillow, all these motherfucking sites. When you click a site in your neighborhood and they know who you are when you sign up for them sites, and you fucking put your same what's the name, they're not even gonna show you the houses that other people are eligible for.
That's
When you go to the
exactly what I
doctor,
said.
yeah, exactly. When you
But
go to the
they don't
doctor,
even got listen, Brad.
but
It's not. They say, well, what Chief X said, well, they wouldn't know what race or skin color you were, bro. Today, they know more than what your race and skin color is.
yeah.
They know how high your blood pressure is. These motherfuckers know how many tickets you got in the last years. They know, goddamn it, how whether you got late fees on your credit card. They know every detail about your ass these days. It ain't a detail they don't know about your ass. So the fact that they don't know, they can't redline it because you just a number and a credit score. That's wild as fuck. If that was the case, you wouldn't have the disparities. You see what I'm saying? That like the disparities wouldn't even be there. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then also when he was saying he said he was an expert. Now listen, I'm in real estate and make a lot of money from it. I wouldn't even consider myself an expert. The majority of the shit is that I'm a closer. I close deals. I don't know all of the intricacies. Once I close you, I send you off to all the other people. So I don't know the laws and the this and this, that, and the other. When I close a deal, the only thing I am is the money. Everybody else around me then gets involved with making sure that this is right and that is right, the contractor, this, that, and the other. Nobody, it's so much information, it's similar to the tax codes. But even with how you know the race, you know what I do know? When you do loans and you do loan officing, you have to designate your race. And you know what's crazy that people don't know is that if you do not put your race on that shit, if you somehow get around it, do you know the fucking loan officer? I gotta guess. I have to guess. I have to actually I have to figure out what I think you are based off the second shit you gave or if you sat in front of me. Like your race is most certainly a part about that shit. But then also, even if you ignore the race, your zip code says a lot. Just your zip code alone. When y'all go to the doctor, you know how y'all sign them paper. I don't know if y'all been to the hospital recently, but if you go to the hospital and you leave the hospital and you got to sign all them declarations and confirmations, you got to sign your name 50 times. Trust and believe one of them is to send your information out that you probably don't want out.
Right. Yep. That's the
So
data.
yeah,
Yep.
if you don't want to accept it, that's cool. But now, Fetty, you in here. I don't know if you could talk. Were you in full agreement with Chief X or you was just kind of like keeping the conversation going? Because it sounded like you was agreeing.
Nobody agree. I've been saying the same thing for weeks. I said two things can be true.
What are the two things?
I've been saying the same thing from jump. The conversation was dealing with accountability versus addressing external things that's taking place. I said two things can be true, bro. He argued from the
Two things
standpoint, I
can't
guess.
be true, bro. It's
Let him
something
finish.
called
Go
the
ahead,
law of non-contradiction and the law of excluded middle. Now, if you talking some paraconsistent logic or something like that, that ain't even real. But by law, it's something called the law of non-contradiction and the law of excluded middle. Two things cannot be true at the same time in the same place if they disagree.
Logic, your ass.
Wait, I don't know what you're talking about, but I got it.
Okay, Freddie. Nah, I don't. I get y'all are used to talking to chief. I'm not used to it. But it's just certain statements. I don't even systemic racism. I've heard people say that, but not in a real serious manner. You know, I haven't heard people that just believe that there's no such thing as systemic racism. That's a
I
wild
don't
statement.
even know that he
I got
really
a question,
understands
bro.
what
Can I ask you
the way
something?
that he was arguing. I'm not sure that he understands what systemic racism is. That was probably
That's the problem, Corey. That's the problem,
mistake.
Corey, and that's
Yeah,
what y'all wasn't addressing.
that's what we
Is
wasn't addressing. That
yeah,
was our mistake.
there's a
That was our mistake.
comprehension issue going on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the definitions are not y'all not arguing the same things because when y'all say when y'all was saying systematic racism, he started talking about his son and all this old.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, y'all
I
never
think
go.
that's
And
where we
then I was
failed
a
at.
real
We
estate
didn't
agent.
lay their definitions on the table. You know, that's
Yeah,
where we
Nah, come on, Chef. Now, after you came in and you was the pause, you said that everybody was talking over each other, and
yeah,
I had a chance to make what I was saying clear. He then wasn't addressing none of this shit I was saying.
because y'all didn't agree on definitions.
right. You got to agree on the definition first, and then move on. The conversation we got the cart ahead of the horse. You know what I'm saying? Right there. That's all that was.
Hey, Chef, what's up?
What up?
Man,
What up?
he wasn't gonna be nailed down to nothing. Like he couldn't even agree that he said the word everybody is equal. And, like he wouldn't be nailed down to anything. It didn't matter what I was saying.
Hey, Chef, I want to say this though. I watched this video earlier today. It was a video about voting rights in Louisiana, right? And they was talking about Jim Crow voting laws, right? And they had a test. They had a test that they gave black people. Black
Oh yeah,
people
hell
only.
yeah.
You seen this video?
Yeah, no, I know about the practices. That was all. They used to do all kind of shit to get us away from the polls.
Chef,
Right?
you gotta do a show on this. You gotta give us the test. I'll take the test live. I guarantee you half of the people will fail this test that they had for black people to vote right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, it was crazy, man.
So that was a form of redlining. So I want to say this. Did you know, Chef, not did you know, but Trump right now just trying to pass a bill saying that they're gonna need ID, which is the same thing as systemic racism, which is the same thing as redlining the voting polls, because he's saying people gonna need an ID, which gonna limit the black people that go. This
So
is a
black
fact.
people, hold on. So black people don't have IDs?
No, it ain't the point that black people don't have ID. It's the fact that they gotta get that particular ID and have that voter's ID.
All right, so if black people are serious about voting, then they'll go get the ID, the
Well,
voter ID.
it's
I don't
there,
I
Chef.
don't understand how that would be. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah,
No,
I hear
because
you.
I never understood. So just because I don't understand something, right, is not it don't mean there's no validity to it. Because I don't like doing that, right? But I never understood why, because most of the niggas that I be around, right, you gotta like even hood niggas like if you get pulled over without an ID or stopped by the police without an ID, they gonna take you. They want to take you down to
Exact for
identify
nothing.
you. You know, so
Exactly.
I always wonder, like, what's the disparities? And somebody smarter than me can answer this. Like, why is that? Why would that be racist? How is it disparaging to the black community? Wouldn't that be more disparaging in the illegal immigrant community
Right.
rather than the black community? So I just never understood why they always said that the voter ID would affect black people.
Black people, that ain't gonna affect us.
Yeah.
Can I tell you how they do it? Let me tell you. See, it's a whole bunch of stuff that's involved. So I have to give you a scenario. I'm not gonna give you a universal thing. I'm giving you a specific incident. But like, take for instance, you have the black child or the black people that's over here. They're doing their thing. They live in the ghetto. They smoke dope. They don't really go out much into the community. But when it comes time to vote, those niggas vote. Now, half of these niggas got warrants, right? So now they talking about ICE, they talking about this, that, and the other. He cracking down in Chicago, cracking down here and there. This discourages those very people that would vote in those low income areas from coming around that. Because now you got IDs involved. Now you want to check me. Now I need to
I don't
register.
know no
And all this.
crackheads that's voting and shit. Like
Wait,
that's
wait.
wherever you
No.
live at is different than here.
You
Like
ain't crackheads.
I
I
ain't
don't
never
know
seen a
who
bunch of crackheads in the voting line. Yeah.
you crazy. But
That's crazy, yo. Like y'all crackheads, you got some amazing crackheads in your city. I'll
You got some
never go
responsible
past a voting
crackheads.
line and say to a bunch of
Right.
crackheads, say,
Them niggas down
I'm
at
about
the
to go vote.
plasma center or some shit, nigga. They
But
ain't
the
down
part
at the
about,
voting
to be
booth.
honest though, the part about the warrants did make sense though. You know what I'm
it
saying?
sound like though, like if somebody willing to take the COVID shot, right? Then they say, well, I don't see nothing wrong. People on my job done took it. Everybody done took it. Hell, everybody can take it. What's the damn deal? If you ain't got it, hell, then you can't get that job. What's your fucking problem? No, it don't work like that. I might not want to participate in that shit. It's my choice. I'm my own person. I'm my own citizen. So just because you accept getting the ID and going to vote, I may feel like, no, y'all niggas doing too much. Y'all restricting my rights. I'm already able to vote. What's wrong with the system already? What the fuck you fixing? You see, people got questions. It ain't as easy as just like, oh, you just follow the leader. Hell no. People have their own mind, and some people thinking for themselves and saying, no, that shit ain't for me. You doing too much. Why would you have to fix something that ain't broken? Why you need to put a computer and make it digital when we had already been come
Nah,
to
but
votes analog?
it's
What's this and that?
technically it's never gonna be perfect though, right? So like
Now,
all
when
you
we
can
talking
really do is all right, all you can really do is attempt to like have people actually participate and then be more informed, right? Like be more informed about what it is in their community that they actually care about, and then how to go about it. Within whatever unfortunate system that they got to do it in. Like, how can we get this done over here? You know, through that bullshit. Like that's just. I mean, I think that's just like has to be the foundation of the argument, right? You got to take both of those realities in there. And how do we make people more like interested, responsible, educated on the subject, and then have them participating? Like that's how could it be any different today?
This is exactly why we need reparations, because reparations for education in this department and reparations in helping people to do this. This is what reparations is for. It's for a group of people. Go ahead.
No, you go. My bad. Go ahead. My bad.
Okay, yeah, this is what reparations is for. Is for people like black people who have been in a system that has relegated them to the side. And so now these people ain't handicapped. They have the same abilities as the other people, but because of the system they put behind them. Now, it amazes me that people haven't seen the video on YouTube where they show the people racing in a line, and they got a black girl, black guy, they got a white boy, a Chinese boy, Asian boy, Jew boy, girl, whatever. Everybody in a line, and they about to race, and then they say, wait, before we start the race, if you have $1 million in your bank account and your family is rich, you get to move up. If you parents have both parents in the house, you get to move up. If you never been to jail, you get to move up. Now, once they get through doing that, the black people on the last fucking line, bro. They at the starting line still. They ain't moved
And
up.
they never have to mention being black. Like the
They ain't never have
stipulations
to
never have
mention.
to mention. Yeah.
Facts, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, we gotta understand that the system is real. We can talk around it, bullshit, play, all that. No, the system is real. Now, what's happening is we are individuals, right? Individuals, specific individuals, and the system is a universal system. It's a one size fits all. It's a government for all of us, whether you like it or not. And this is the problem. Because if you have a government like that, then the government can't listen to all of y'all. It can't. The government has to do what it wants to do, and that's what everybody is ignoring. You know what I'm saying? You can't please everybody. You know
Right.
what I'm talking about? You can please some people
Yeah,
some of the
yeah.
time, but you can please everybody
And,
all the time. This is a fact.
real
So
issue. That's a fact, and I'm actually comfortable with that. The problem where that lies in that fact, though, is that disproportionately, the black community is always the loser. You know what I'm saying?
yes,
So
yes. But then I don't want nobody to think though, Corey, when you say black people always the loser, I agree. But then they go on to say black people the loser cause we dumb, cause we stupid, cause we need to do this. We need unity, love. We need to put no the hell we don't. We need to get the fuck out of a system that is oppressing us because we can see we have everything it takes to win, but we not winning. On my brother's door when I was a little boy, it was a little note on the door, little sticker. And the sticker said, if you ever in a game, the sticker read, if you're ever in a game and you don't see a sucker, you're it. That's what's happening here. We in a game, you don't see the sucker because you the sucker. That's what's happening here. So you're in a game and you say, hey, I'm gonna make money, I'm gonna beat the system. No, they create money. It's not a money thing. No matter how much money you make, you're going to feed the system more. They make more the more money you make. They get richer the more you get richer. So it's no catching up. It's not a tortoise and rabbit race. It's no catching up. It's a fixed system. You pay into it, I get rich. You don't pay into it, I don't get rich, but you don't get rich either. So either
Like,
you
but wait a
participate
second, wait
or
a
you stay
second, wait
broke.
a second. You said something real important back there, right? So why do you say we got to get out of this system? Like, because I think that when you say get out of this system, that's the kind of talk where you can't stimulate people to vote. Because when you tell them to get out of it, that's clearly telling them not to participate. So why do you suggest getting out of it rather than
I
being
don't know
more
how you
educated
make
in how we deal with it?
I don't. First of all, I don't know logic how you make the illogical inference from me saying that to gathering me saying all you said. So can you
No,
show me? Can
you
you show me
use
the
the
link?
words we got to get out of this system. That's what you
Yes.
use. And I just want before you got too far away from
So
that,
how
I
you turn
wanted to be
into
able to
don't
ask
vote?
you why you said it that way.
Wait,
Now you could say,
how does
"Hey, I
get
said
out
it
of the
that way, and I
system?
meant this," but that's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I hear you. How does get out of the system turn into you saying I'm basically saying don't vote? How does that get to
Well,
that?
when you say get out of it, when you say get out of once you're out of
Mhm.
it, you wouldn't need to vote because you're out of it.
No,
Now,
that's your definition, And that's you reading into something, and you should just ask the question instead of trying to lead the witness or bait me into some type of stupidity. No, that's not a real
Elijah,
question.
he might have used language that ain't the clearest, but what I'm taking away is meaning like that system needs to be done away with some way, somehow. I think you're taking it more so of kind of a separatist kind of rhetoric. I don't know if that's what Babylon is advocating for, separatism. I don't think that's what he was trying to communicate, though. I could be wrong.
I'm right here and I can speak for myself. And I'm definitely not bringing separatism into the conversation that I was having. Those are just catchwords. That has nothing to do with get out of the system.
But Babylon, can you understand how logic, and I'm assuming logic took it that way. Logic can correct me if I'm wrong about that, but can you see how someone could potentially construe you saying that way?
No, not when I'm here and they could just ask, what do you
No,
mean when
I'm
you say
saying
get out of the
no,
system?
I'm saying before they even got an opportunity to get clarity from you, just hearing you say that sentence, can you understand how
Of
someone would
course not.
interpret that?
Of course not. If I thought that, I never would have said what I said.
That's crazy.
Of course
Okay.
not. Of course not. Of course, I'm thinking that I'm speaking clear and logical here. So I don't think people will jump to conclusions or assume, make asses out of themselves
Well,
for
I don't
nothing.
think
I don't think that they
but we
would
know
just
what you said
assume.
now. We're at the point where where he's clearer than what he was now. So like, let's
Yeah.
not brag feet on something that now we clear on, right? So
Yeah.
he's not
Can I say
he's
this,
not
Corey?
talking to separatist talk. Go ahead.
Corey, can I say this, Corey? No, that the whole thing about and I watched the separatist video today too, and it was really good, man. That's really a doctrine that hasn't really been beat. This separatist doctrine that was put forth by Elijah Muhammad and different people like that, like the segregation. No, keep it. We want it like that. We'll do better by ourselves. We'll do fine without you. We don't need you at all. We don't need you to help us. We don't need no morality, no sympathy, no nothing. Get out of the way, and we got it. So I can understand that argument. Who could put up, who could not, who could argue that? Who could argue that a person want to be sovereign, self-determined, self-sufficient, and have their own thing and do their own thing? I've never seen an
Well,
argument against that.
sovereign to me.
So when
Don't
y'all say
mean
the word
something.
separatist as if it's some negative, I always think like, what the hell wrong with
No,
these brothers?
Babylon,
But go ahead.
what
You
people probably give you
sovereign
pushback about is
sovereignty.
more so about the
Hold on,
feasibility, practical feasibility of separatism is where people are going to give you pushback on, and they're going to ask you difficult questions like, okay, are you not going to pay taxes? How about health care, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? That's how they're going to approach it.
Okay, but
Not
listen, where
only
you
that,
getting
like you
the
mentioned
thing, brother?
sovereignty.
Where you getting the sense? How we get on taxes?
Excuse me. When you mention sovereignty, right, and separatism and stuff like that, when you mention those types of things, sovereignty to me just mean a nuclear weapon. That's all sovereignty. Without a nuclear weapon, ain't nobody in the world sovereign.
Hey, Corey. I'm sorry to cut you, but I like that shit, nigga. Cause if you ain't got the muscle to lay that separatist shit down, it ain't no fucking separatism, nigga.
Yeah, every country right
I
now
like how
who
you
ain't got a
said that too,
nuclear
Corey.
listen,
I
if you
like
ain't got
that.
a
I be
nuclear
trying to figure out how to just
if
get
you
through
ain't
it.
got a
Because
nuclear weapon right now in
Anybody
2025,
that say separatist, anybody
listen,
that say separatist is a domestic terrorist.
yeah, fine. What I'm saying is if you ain't got a nuclear weapon in 2025, right, you probably getting ran up in. Look at
Oh
Ukraine.
yeah, bro. I
You see what I'm
agree. I
saying?
agree. Now
So
you talk
ain't
about
no sovereign if you ain't got that plutonium enrichment going on, right? Ain't no sovereignty to be had, brother. Just let you know
yeah,
that.
bro. Yeah. I agree. I teach that doctrine. I agree. Not in that way, but since this is an avenue, let's use this avenue, this moment for a teaching moment. Corey, there is something called the comity, though. And I just put this out there because I know people be listening, so then they could go and look it up and they can fucking investigate and know what I'm talking about. But it's something called a comity, a
That's a
comity.
state. That's a state within a state, right? I think so.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a state. If you calling a person an individual, a state, anything sovereign, anybody, person, place, thing, a sovereign, then yes, that would be a comity. Yeah.
It sounds like the Citizens United.
No, bro. Hey, don't throw no doctrine on me now. I ain't with no shit. Look at my name. My name Babylon Dunn, outside the box.
Citizens
So you
United
can't say, oh,
was a bill that was passed by Congress. Well, go ahead.
All
It
right.
was
It
it was
says
signed into law by Bill Clinton.
it says it's an association of nations for their mutual benefit. That's it.
yeah, that's what a comity is. And a comity is basically a sovereign acting with another sovereign, where these two sovereigns agree to interact or talk or do business or to have a conversation. So it's not like just because a person says sovereign that they are going against the government. It doesn't mean just because a person
That
says,
worked out in
hey,
Palestine.
go ahead, Corey.
I'm saying that didn't work out too hot in Palestine. When you're trying to have two sovereign states. You know what I'm
In
saying?
one geographic location.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't work well for them. And it hasn't worked well for the Native Americans. It hasn't worked well for black people due to colonization. However, it is a thing of the past. It has worked in the past. And because you're dealing with a vicious beast who has violated every single treaty that he ever signed and has even going now goes against the United Nations, goes against everything that's there in place, goes against the World Health Organization, goes against the IMF, goes against the very system that everybody say is united. And then everybody say, oh yeah, that's just the way it is. No, you got to understand back to what I said. If you're dealing with a beast and a rational person, a rabid dog, then you can't hold them to the same standard. We have to have two different conversations. If we're talking about dealing with rational people and dealing on a rational level, then this is what sovereignty and this is what comity is. If you're talking about a beast who doesn't respect sovereignty and doesn't respect comity, and like you said, builds nuclear bombs and threaten to bomb everybody because they don't do what he say, like a little baby, and take his ball and leave the fucking park, then if you're dealing with that type of person, you either got to get rid of that person or get away from that fucking person. That's it. You get rid of them or you get away from them. So when I say
You can't
get
get
out
rid
of
of
the
nobody when
Brian.
they got the nuclear
Hey,
weapon.
Brian.
Hard to get rid of.
You're still on the panel, or you can hear me, man. Hop on, man. I want to ask you something.
It's hard. Yeah. So get away from them. I mean, like I said, the you talking about this a global. You talking about a global.
When I say get away from them, I mean get out of the bed with them, like people are trying to do now, like Gaddafi did, like Traore is trying to do, like other people. I don't want to call too many names because they kill everybody we talk about, like Chavez tried to do, like Castro tried to do, like different people try to do around the world. And then, and another the television, black people in America, y'all, and I say y'all, and I'm here with y'all, but y'all niggas think y'all smart, man. Y'all ain't no smarter than nobody else in the world. In fact, y'all dumber than everybody else because y'all got more access to TV and lies and bullshit. For real. So the indoctrination of what people think, like you think like Africa is a beat down country. They have no people thinking. Nigerians still you buy into the stereotype. And then they bought into the stereotype about you. You lazy, you broke, don't want to work, beat on women, all this. This is what they bought into. So who put that message out there? We know who did it, the system. So now we have to get away from that. We have to get out of that system right there of even believing that, of accepting that. If you have not been to fucking Nigeria, you shouldn't be able to say nothing. When people get in conversation, they say, hey, well, the Chinese do this and the Chinese do that. I ask them the first thing, are you Chinese? Are you a Chinese citizen? Do you have a fucking passport? Do you speak Chinese? Do you have Chinese family members? You married to a Chinese? You live with Chinese? Do you even work at a Chinese fucking restaurant? Then if none of these things are the case, don't come tell me what Chinese people do. But that's what they say. Arabs do this. The Mexicans do this. All them live like this. You're not fucking Mexican or Arab. You don't know what they do. So I'm saying that we live off a bunch of lies and fallacies and things that's been passed down, and we never really challenge that. We'll challenge each other, but we won't challenge our worldview, our arguments. And that's the problem. We think we're thinking straight, and we think we got a good worldview, and we done got the worldview from CNN, from ABC, from CNBC, from ESPN. That's not a fucking worldview. Even if you watch international news, your ass still local, because it's done been proven that you could see one TV show in one country and another country and another country, and you could play it, and they all will say the same thing. They all will say the same thing, not just here in America, from country to country, from nation to nation. People need to read the book 1984 and know about things like Insop, proletarians, and how they changed words like they doing now, and how they change history like they doing now, how they change different things, the mathematics, the metric system, analog to digital, how they do all of this to keep people off key from generation to generation. And that's what Brass was talking about, generational wealth. It don't happen because you don't understand the generational gap.
The man.
Yeah, they changed the mathematics. Yes, they changed it. Like they went from the metric system, from the SSI to the metric. But the United States, y'all niggas still using pounds and all of that, And and I ain't talking about a pound like pound of money in England either. I'm talking about like a pound of flour. Y'all still using that, or an ounce of weed. Y'all still using that. But the whole world has switched over to meters, kilograms, things like that. They using that system, but we didn't change over to that system. And in fact, a NASA rocket crashed because of that, because the numbers that was passed over came from England over to America, and they wasn't translated into American English, and the measurements was wrong. The rocket crashed. Things like that. So they changed different things. They changed, like I said, analog to digital.
Hey,
They went from
real
analog
quick,
TV to
Babylon.
digital.
Real quick,
Everything is digital now.
Babylon. Hey, anybody else? Y'all got nothing, man. Y'all wanted to redirect the conversation because I don't know. No disrespect to Babylon done, but my brother is kind of rambling right now.
Yeah, am I the
So,
only one that's lost? I'm confused on what's going on right now.
so I don't know. What y'all doing, man?
What's up, New Justin?
If y'all that
What's up,
slow on
Logic?
each
It's
other,
good to hear
Nah,
your voice, Logic.
yeah, you wasn't supposed to
Do
be
you
able to
know
follow
anything
that, brother.
about the voter?
Okay,
He was
okay.
trying to get a lot of thoughts out at one time, it seemed like, so it was a little
I
tough.
have a question though for you, Mujasi. Did you know about the voter ID disparity? Like why does that? I don't understand it, right? But just because I don't understand it, don't mean it ain't no validity to it. I wanted to know if you knew about why the voter ID is a disparity in the Black community. Why them asking for voter ID? How does that affect the Black community? If you knew anything about that.
Voter ID.
Yeah.
It's a recent
So
phenomenon.
so,
Like people
so
applying.
requiring. I'll
Yeah.
go ahead. You
Okay.
muffled a little bit.
My finish and the ACR. I don't know a whole lot about that. Know very little about that. The only thing I do know is that I mean, is that was it the early 2000s? Republicans have always used different tactics to try to prohibit certain people from showing up to the voting polls. And one of the ways that they were able to use it was voter IDs and I mean, really just getting IDs, period, but voter IDs, and I feel like it has something correlation to people who are convicted felons as well too. But I don't. There's nothing that's coming back to me right now, so I'm not entirely
Right,
sure what that history is and how that showed up. But that's the only thing that's popping up in my head.
right. I do. I know. That definitely they say that it affects the black community in some way. I just
Absolutely.
didn't understand, how that really played out in real life. You know what I'm saying? Like what was the
Yeah,
inside? You know
I think it's tied to convictions, but don't quote me on that. I'll definitely look it up and post
No,
and see
it's
if I can
tied to
share what I
voter
find.
fraud. It's
Voting
tied to
fraud.
voter fraud.
Say more about that, bro.
Voter fraud, like
Hmm.
fraud. People frauding the vote, like voting twice, voting 10 times, different things like that. Voting and you ain't supposed to vote. You from another country, you're an immigrant. Voter fraud, FRAUD. That's what it's tied to. And the reason why it's not right is because it's unconstitutional. That's what people say is unconstitutional. Now, if you want to look up the Constitution to see what in the Constitution to make voter ID seem unconstitutional, that's another story.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I do. I think I do understand that it's unconstitutional. I do believe that definitely, or that it doesn't require that. It doesn't mention that in the Constitution as a requirement or something like
That's a
that.
fact.
Or
No, no.
it has something to do with your rights.
Was
First,
that Babylon
First
who was just
Amendment
breaking
right.
it down?
Yeah,
So
I think it
Yeah,
has
Babylon,
that's me, bro.
First Amendment
yeah,
right.
the First Amendment right. But Corey was asking, what is the relationship between black disenfranchisement and voting and the voting ID
Yeah,
thing? Can you know how to make that connection, Babylon?
Yeah, we made it earlier, but it's the same old story. I don't want to go back through it because it's going to be a bunch of individual cases because it's an unconstitutional thing. So if a person feel like their rights are being violated, then they have the right to say that, hey, this is unconstitutional. And that's why a bunch of people are against it because they feel now, if you don't feel like it's unconstitutional and you feel like, hell, I could get an ID easy, or y'all just making excuses, then that's how you feel, and that's why it's an argument. People have the right to feel how they feel. You see how subjective this
No,
argument is, though, bro?
I
It's
ain't
not
saying.
really mental.
I don't think. I think you mishearing me.
Yeah, I don't think we get
I'm
in
not
the
saying
question
it.
and answer.
I'm not saying if
Mhm.
it's whether it's true or not, or it's valid or not. I just wanted to understand how it showed up in the community. So
Yeah, that's it.
I can look that up. I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah,
I
I'm gonna
mean,
look it up too.
in the long run, don't you think it showed up in the community? Now I go back to what the brother said about tied to like low income and warrants and prison convictions and different things like that. And the ability to retain information and different things like that. And Corey, you just said that hey, they monitoring everything. They able to get your they know your blood pressure, they know this, they able to know this and that. So with voter rights, I'm just asking Corey, would a voter ID be a form of that? Like a form of a census or monitoring the people? Would that be a form of that?
Yeah. So they can use your data. I'm guessing. Yeah. So I
Then
don't.
you answer your own question, then Corey. Then it's people that feel like that hey, it's unconstitutional because of what we just said. If you agree with that, then you agree that it's unconstitutional.
Nah, so I just did a little quick reading on it, and they're saying it potentially could be unconstitutional because he's trying to implement the policy before the midterms or for the midterms, and it's saying that those federal positions are done at the state level, right? Those that are voting, and it's saying that they don't the federal government may not have the purview to to control those elections at the state level. So
Gotcha.
right,
So that's a
because what
recent
it
thing that's
is,
happening, Haskell.
yeah, it's saying it's
Gotcha.
something that he's enacting via executive order, and
Gotcha.
it's basically to ensure that illegal immigrants mainly are not voting because he still claims that the 2020 election was won by fraud.
Mm.
So he wants every voter to provide ID. He also wants it to be done by hand count and to do away with the electronic counting. And what else did it say? For years, he has also called for the end of electronic voting machines, pushing instead for the use of paper ballots and hand counts. Earlier in August, Trump pledged to issue an executive order to end the use of mail-in ballots. That's the other thing I wanted to say. So he wants to end mail-in ballots ahead of the 2026 midterm elections. He also wants to end absentee ballots unless the person is like gravely ill and the people who are deployed in the military.
So you see how you mentioned electronics right there? I just want to say this. That's what I meant by analog to digital. So when people said I was rambling, that's what you got to know. I'm just touching on stuff because I know it's there. The voter fraud is there. The analog, the electronic machines is there. Diabo, the German company that makes those machines, is there. Diabo, who you see at the
No, it's
ATM,
got
you
something
go
to
get
do
it,
with
is
the
there.
districting. It's the districting is what it is, right? So that once you know how they do the redistricting for the voting, right? And now this ain't the only thing. This is the significant thing that I've read so far, right? So once they know how who's voting in what district, right? That determines how they chop up those the
Zones.
lines, and shit, the zones and shit like that, right? So the
Yeah.
gerrymandering, it's
Yeah.
basically the gerrymandering. That's how they get the data to do the
Gotcha.
gerrymandering. Without the voter IDs, right? They wouldn't know. You know, they wouldn't know like who's voting where. They would just know that your vote came in. They just know who's voting, right? But see, they want to know who's voting where. So, okay, so now we're gonna redistrict you. You know what I'm saying? Because you guys, the niggas is voting over here. So this is how we do the gerrymandering and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And
Oh,
the
so Corey,
gerrymandering.
are you assuming that gerrymandering still continues in 2025? That what you
Yeah, that's another systemic way. But yeah, gerrymandering is really huge today. That's a big time topic today. But yeah, that's what
Point,
voter
Corey.
rights do. So far, that's what I've read. But yeah, I just wanted to know like how it showed up and like what's the effects. Like where does it make it a disparaging thing? Like that's all. I was just curious on that because I've heard that, but it never made sense to me because most people I know, right, always want to keep their ID on them because that's just a doorway to let the police in. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? If you ain't got your
Right.
ID on, every nigga know, like, bro, you gotta have your ID on you, bro. If you ain't got your ID, now the police got a reason to fuck with you. Now you're going down to get fingerprinted and all the wild shit that you don't want to be fucking around with. You know what I'm saying? But I understand it's the gerrymander and tactics like that. So basically, what it is and Babylon was on the right track with the data. It's a way to collect data, basically. You know what I'm saying? So then they can go in and do all the illegal shit. You know what I'm saying? With the pencil. You know what I'm saying? When they
And the
draw
dis-
the.
sorry, Corey. And the districting is a new name for redlining. Districting, zoning, like y'all said, that's
Yeah, yeah,
still
yeah.
redlining. So when he pull out the pen to do that thing and district thing and change the district to voting district, then he redlining right there. That's one thing he doing. Then he doing another thing with the other hand.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and read some more, man. Y'all
Hey, Corey,
go ahead.
say you about to leave?
No, I said I'm gonna go ahead and read some more. Y'all continue
Oh,
on.
okay.
I'm reading up
I
on
had
it.
I had wanted to ask you something real quick as a little aside, right? I'm about to share my screen. It's about what we was talking about yesterday. And I don't want the topic to go here, by the way. I just want a quick answer, right? I don't want us to get in no Egypt shit, but I just want a quick answer. So I clipped what you had said yesterday and I want to know if my interpretation of what you said is right. All right, so here we go. You can see me share my screen, right?
Hold on, let me look. I'm trying to get my screen right. I got to tap your screen. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead. It says Chorus believe Nubians portion of Egypt was through annexation. Okay.
Right. So I'm gonna play the clip.
Uh-uh.
All right, so you heard that, Corey?
Yeah, I heard that.
All right. So what I gathered from that is that you're under the impression that the southern portion of Egypt, right? That's specifically the first and second cataract, right?
Mm-hmm.
Within today's modern borders of Egypt, that's the people living in that region, Aswan, Abu Simbel, and are referred to as Nubians. From what I gather from what you said just in that clip, gives me the impression that you believe that they only became Egyptians through Egyptian expansion and annexing of that territory. Did I read into that correctly or no?
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying I could be wrong, but that's what I'm understanding, that the borders, that southern border has expanded over time, right? And so now those Nubians, right, um, that were in that area are now residentially Egyptians. Now, I don't like if you're saying the only way, I don't know if it's other ways or whatever. However, I'm fine with it, but I'm saying I
No,
believe
no,
that
thank you.
that's
Thank
that
you.
I
So
believe that's the case there. That's all I'm saying.
right. All right. Want to thank you for being candid, Corey.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because guess what? Even Egyptians living in Egypt today, Dr. Banu, most notably, that be in our chats, he believes the same thing, and most people believe the same thing. But yeah, I just wanted confirmation. We off that. No Egypt today. I want to revisit that at another time though. But I appreciate that.
Oh, okay. No doubt. I don't think that would inhibit any of my arguments that I was having though. In any way, I could be wrong about
I
that,
mean,
but
so what you saying? You don't believe it, Haskell? Since
I
that's the
don't.
popular
I don't
opinion, you
do no
saying because usually
Egypt.
you go against the popular opinion.
I want to go into no Egypt talk today. You know what I'm saying? I like what we
oh,
talking about.
that.
Let,
Hey,
let's
but
revisit.
you said yesterday though, Haskell. You said that I thought, and we don't have to talk about Egypt, but you thought that I was saying that Aswan wasn't in Egypt or something like that.
Yeah, I took it. I took it as all right. So the way how I said it was incorrect, right? Because obviously you consider Aswan to be a part of Egypt due to Egyptian expansion, right? But
I think
the main
Aswan always been part of Egypt. You know what I'm saying? I
it,
never
it,
thought like.
it has, but are you aware that Aswan is considered to be in Nubia?
That's fine. So, like I said, Aswan ain't in Nubia. Aswan is just north of Nubia, in my opinion. Now, maybe I'm wrong on that, and I'm fine with that. If you show me that, okay, listen, Aswan is in the middle of Nubia, then fine. You know what I'm saying? I can't be mad at you for that. I'm not saying I'm like the Egyptian geographic expert, but as far as I understand, Aswan is just north of Egypt.
You know, let me make sure.
I mean, just north of Nubia. I'm sorry, not Egypt. North of
What's the question?
Is rather Aswan in Nubia or is it just north of Nubia? Or I don't
All
know.
right.
Is that the question you wanted to? Is that what you asked? Am I understanding that right?
Aswan is in Egypt.
Yeah, but it's a part of the region that's referred to as Nubia. I just AI overviewed it. It said yes, Aswan is considered the historical northernmost border of the ancient region of Nubia, with the region extending south from Aswan to Khartoum in modern day Sudan.
Yeah,
So
so we talk about
Aswan,
ancient. So that was a qualifier there, right?
No,
I
no, 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 y'all. So what's happening is there was a moving border. All right.
we just
There was a right. So it's disputed area. All right. But Lower Nubia extends into modern day Egypt. So when you look at modern day Egypt, right, it encompasses Lower Nubia in it. Meaning
right.
modern Egypt is big as hell, right?
And
But
Aswan and
the
Aswan's a
ancient
part
borders,
and
huh?
and Aswan is a part of Nubia, right? Just so we're
No,
clear.
no.
I just Googled it. I just Googled it.
In ancient times, right? What is misnomered now is Nubia, right? It was actually Egypt.
Right. That's what I was
Nubia
trying
is
to
a
get.
made up term.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And that's what I was trying to get across to Corey. But do you know that the people who live between the first and second cataract, which would be like Aswan to like Kustul, right? In that area, that is Egypt, right? And from the
Aswan is above the first cataract.
no, it's not.
That's what I was thinking. That
Yes, it is.
Aswan is just north of Nubia, right?
Again. Let me read the AI overview again,
I
because
don't
maybe,
need no AI overview for that.
well, maybe the people do. So let me read it again. I put in a question in Google: is Aswan a part of Nubia? Yes, Aswan is considered the historical northernmost border of the ancient region of Nubia. Now, Corey contested that with the idea that, oh, that's the historical. So you know what? Let me add in a
And then they
qualifier.
said the border. I guess
It's a
fine.
moving border.
Yeah.
But it's above the cataract, yo. Like, come on. What did you just look that up? Haskell? We ain't even got.
So, like, well,
We ain't
I'm
even
trying
got
to figure out
phosphorus.
though, Haskell, because you got a bigger point though than this, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, one of my
I do,
arguments is hinging on
do,
this. On
I
this.
do, but I
Yeah.
want Brass to be on the call
Oh,
when
okay.
we.
Okay.
I need an impartial party because when you and Chef tag team is something different. y'all niggas,
I ain't
y'all,
mad at you. I ain't mad at that.
y'all niggas smash beer cans over niggas' heads and throw dirt in the nigga eye when he ain't looking and nut punch and you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I can't
Not the
get
Johnny
y'all.
Cage punch. That's crazy.
What you said, Logic?
I said not the Mortal Kombat Johnny Cage punch. The nut
yeah,
punch.
dog. Yeah, dog. Hey, that nigga Chef fight dirty as a bitch, dog. I promise you.
Yeah, but I
So look,
always. I mean, I can look. I mean, don't they got Nubia on the modern map today? Is Nubia? Wouldn't that show up on the modern map?
Yeah, not on Google Maps, but you know what? I'm gonna pull it up and share my screen and show you exactly what it looks like on a modern map. So hold on. Matter of fact, hold on. All right, where is it? Boom.
Yeah. So Aswan.
It's right above the first cataract.
Right. It is. I see it. And then, yeah, Egypt's border kind of goes way beyond Aswan. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's my point. But I'm saying all of those territories from Aswan to the border is a part of Nubia, of what the region that is part of the naming convention that Egyptology created, right? Called Nubia. And I do have a larger point, but I want, like I said, Brass got to be on here so that I don't get gaslit. You know what I'm saying? Cause I know y'all slippery. You know what I'm saying? And I know I need a referee. I need a referee to keep the fight. Cause once I get y'all cornered, it ain't no wiggling out. It ain't no wiggling out.
What are you trying to get us on though? We might agree.
I must have said something. I don't know why high school don't think I would keep it real though. You know what I mean? Like, I don't got a
So
record of keeping it real though. High school, that's cold blooded, man. Like, I might like talk a lot of shit to high school. I talk cash shit. Believe me, bro. I do the hyperbole and everything, right? But I definitely keep it real. You know what I mean? Like, where I'm wrong, bro. You got me. You got me.
So basically what I'm getting at is, and we could take Aswan off the table. Let me pick another
I'm willing to
territory.
die on Aswan.
I put the map in the chat in
I'm
here,
willing
y'all.
to die. I'm willing to die there at the Aswan Mountain. You know what I'm saying?
I put a good map in there for you, Haskell. You can do us dirty with it. I gave you everything you need. However you want to flip this
This is a
map
good map.
around and
That's
do
a good
your
map. That's the one they always.
yeah.
Yeah, they love this.
What the gnome map? All right, hold on. Let me look at it.
Yeah. So Nubia, Lord Nubia. I can't
All
even
right.
see Aswan. Aswan is like where Thebes is at, ain't it? Where's that? Where is that at?
It's south of Thebes.
Oh, is it?
Thebes is modern day Luxor, right?
Right.
So
You're
let me.
absolutely right. I should have known that. That's
Where
where
is
my
Look
man
in the
is.
middle of the map, Aswan/Elementine. You see
Okay,
where it
yeah, I
say
see it.
Upper Egypt?
I see it. Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's the map. This is the map now. You can't deny this map. This the Magi Archers map right here now.
Right.
Come on.
Yeah, but that's why I said I'll pick another city since you know what I'm saying.
Okay. Oh,
Aswan
okay.
is
The city don't matter in the overall point, basically.
yeah, right. So let's pick Abu Simbel.
That's clearly Nubia. There's no
That's
argument.
Nubia. That's definitely
Clearly Nubia. Now is Abu Simbel in Egypt?
No.
No, Abu Simbel ain't in Egypt.
That's clearly in Sudan, yeah.
Oh, let's see. That's incorrect, by the way.
When you look at the modern map, hold on, because I had the modern map.
You said that's not the Sudan?
It's not. It's in Egypt.
No, Abu Simbel is in Egypt. That's at the borderline, chef. Yeah. Abu Simbel is in Egypt. Now, is it in ancient times? Was it in Egypt? I don't know. So,
Shit, there's areas south of Abu Simbel that was in Egypt. The first nome is south of Abu Simbel. If we want to go there, Kustul is south of Abu Simbel.
That's not an Egyptian nome.
I didn't say it was. I said there is an Egyptian. I said the Egyptian nome of Taseti is south of what we call Abu Simbel today.
No, it's not.
He looking at the well, I don't know anything about the
No,
Egyptian.
you're wrong right there. Now you need to have a geography lesson.
But like today, Chefrin, today, if you go to Egypt and you in Abu Simbel, you're in Egypt. Chevron,
Now,
today.
is,
You know what I'm saying?
Is Abu Simbel a part of Nubia?
Definitely, yes.
There you go.
I'm guessing. The point, I guess it just highlights my point. Then the borders be moving. Then, right? I mean, I don't know what's happening here.
And that's
Mhm.
that's the whole crux of the thing is that there are some Egyptical.
Well, you know, so you thinking? Are you saying? I want to know, like, so when y'all bring up these Nubians, right? That's in Nubia. Are y'all thinking like these niggas is like Sudanese type niggas?
Yes.
No. The point is, I'm alleging is that Egyptology through word association, they conflate Nubia with Kush, in my opinion, intentionally, so that those people, right, in between that first and second cataract, that area has always been a part of Egypt from the very beginning, right? It's a way to manipulate people to naturally otherize those people or to look at them as, oh, they're Nubians, they're not Egyptian.
Well, the Egyptians did that. I don't like. Why you ain't mad at the Egyptians for that?
They did not. They did not, Corey. Not that geographic region. The people who they had a clear separation from would be the people in Kerma, which we will call Kush. They conflate Nubia and Kush.
Oh, you back, Haskell? Something happened?
Yeah. I was saying most people conflate Nubia with Kush, and I would say including you and Chef.
Why they do that? I don't know about that. I wouldn't see. It's like certain shit like that, bro. I never even really gave that a lot of thought, like, to conflate Nubia with Kush. So
Come
I
on,
wouldn't
yo.
do that.
Nubia is Kush.
I guess
not.
I don't. Chef, look, I have no idea, like, about like whether
Corey,
Nubia is
Corey,
Kush.
be honest. When you say Nubians, right? You're
You
saying that.
black people. You talking about black people.
Hold on, that's besides the point I'm making.
That's what I. Okay, that's
Hold
what.
on, Chef. Hold on,
They
Chef.
talking
Let me
about.
ask my question.
Go ahead.
When you said Nubia, and you always hear the term Nubia, you always associate that with these are not Egyptians proper. Am I right or wrong about that? There you go. And I'm telling you unequivocally, that is absolutely wrong. That's the point.
So you're saying that the
Oh, because
Nubians
it's
are
Nubian.
Egyptians.
The Nubians in that region. See, that's what the conflation is, because
Fine. I ain't mad at that. I wouldn't argue that. I wouldn't argue that.
Okay, but
No,
Chef,
that's not true. That's
see what I'm
not
saying?
true. And the reason why it's not true is because you're looking at a moving border, right? They always called the area from the first cataract southward as a frontier land, right? And the people was different. Even the people that lived in Elephantine or Aswan was described as different from the other Egyptians. They were more Nubian. It's a border area, like the people in San Antonio, Texas, right? And all of that around Texas and all that, right? They're Mexican, right? Just because they live on this side of the border, they are American. But everything in culture and phenotype and language, they are Mexican. So Nubians lived in the boundaries of Egypt, right? Because Egypt could extend its border. And then when Nubia got powerful, it could extend this border up past the first cataract. So they were pushing each other backwards and forwards. You know what I mean? At times when Egypt could dominate, their border would extend down into Nubia. When Nubia had more power, they can push their boundary
up into Egypt. You dig what? So there's an overlap in culture right there. But those two people, two cultures are different. Like we ain't gonna do that.
Right.
Yeah,
So let me
I
ask,
said that. I said
when you
that. Have
say,
I said the borders
hold
moving?
on, I got him. I got him. So, chef. So we're clear. You have the associated or the conglomerate of different ethnic groups that are called Nubian, right, in that particular region.
Mm-hmm.
You're asserting that north of that, right? So north of the first cataract would be the Egyptians proper, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Well. That's what they say. But we know that Nubians extended up into that area. That's
No, we're
why
speaking.
Elephantine and Aswan was traditionally a part of Egypt. But we know they're more Nubian. Like San Antonio is more Mexican
I got
than
that.
it is
Chef,
American. But yeah.
chef. We heard you the first time.
Okay.
Right. So
That's
Aswan is
my
pretty much
position. You ain't got
God.
to ask me again. That's my position.
I never asked you again, chef. You took the
Okay.
liberty of just repeating yourself. So we
Okay.
agree that the first cataract, or right thereabouts, generally is Aswan, right?
Mm-hmm.
So are we pretty much agreed that anything north of Aswan, to your understanding, is Egypt proper?
That's still kind of sketchy though.
No, but you agreed that.
Because come on, Bo, like you're asking for definitive uh borders of how we look at Egypt and and the Sudan nowadays, right? The, we don't know
Oh,
how that thing
no, forget about
actually
forget
looked in
about.
ancient times. And we can tell culturally, right? We can tell culturally that it wasn't a clear line at Aswan or Kom Ombo in ancient times.
Got it. And I'm not making that claim. What I'm
Okay.
saying is, you have said that the people of that particular region, the lower part, or the part that is considered to be in, or that is in modern day Egypt,
Lower Nubia. Lower Nubia.
Nubia, you're
Lower
saying
Nubia
that.
extends into Egypt.
Got it. And you're saying that the people within that region from time immemorial, or from the time of like the dynastic period or right before, your assertion is that those people have always kind of been looked at as their own distinct type of polity outside of the framework of what would be considered Egypt proper in those. I need you to commit to
Yes. Yeah, I'm committing to
right,
that. Yes.
right. Beautiful. So to go back to my point, can we agree that anything above the first cataract, generally speaking, right?
Was
We know there are new. Right. So anything above north of the first cataract is Egypt proper. And then anything below that would be potentially territories and areas that Egypt
Nubia.
expanded into over different times, or or their territory retracted when the Kushites got the upper hand. So and
Yes.
so we can agree to that also, right?
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
But see, that's true at on the first level, right? That's true on the first level. But then when you add nuance to that, right? If you add nuance to it, then we know on the ground that might have looked it different, because we know that Nubian culture extends all the way up into Kom Ombo, and that's above Aswan and Elephantine.
Hold on,
So
let me check the map. Hold on.
yeah,
Right. That's north of Aswan, right?
exactly. Like
Okay, so let's start. So let's
people
start at
didn't have a clear like think about it.
Even today's borders ain't clear. I mean,
Mexicans can go anywhere in the United States, right? Or Mexican Americans, they can go anywhere in the United States. So you can see their culture damn near all the way up to Canada. You can see
beautiful, but
vestiges
you're confound. We're making the argument too murky now. So
because
Mexicans,
it is a murky thing.
hold on. We can agree that, let's use Puerto Rico for an example, right? Puerto Ricans are Americans, right?
Is there?
Agree? Puerto
I don't
Ricans
know.
are Americans, correct?
Province. They're a province. So ain't
No,
American.
but I'm just
They
asking
can't vote.
technically, are they American citizens?
I
No,
don't know.
they're not.
Yes,
American
they is.
citizens, they got a right to vote. They don't vote, or they can't vote
So
over
they
there.
citizens.
They are American citizens.
I don't know. Y'all gotta look
I
that
don't
up.
know. I don't know. Make
I
your
don't
point.
think that. I don't believe. Let me look that up. I don't think
Yeah,
Puerto Ricans are American
Yeah, that's
citizens.
I think he got a point. When they tallying up the vote for the president, Puerto Rico ain't on there. I think
Yeah,
that's
you can't.
simple enough of what you're
American
saying.
citizen. If you're an American citizen, you can vote. I mean, that's part of being an American citizen, ain't it?
did you
I
look
thought
it up
that's the
yet,
hard
Corey?
part. The
Did
hard
you look it up yet? Did you look it up yet?
I'm looking. Hold on.
Okay.
Just give me a second here. You so
Once again, that's that naive view of if you're a citizen, then you get to vote.
Corey, don't take that long, brother. Come on now.
It's not a bad place to draw a line as
It
far
says
as who can be
Puerto
considered a
Rico,
citizen.
Puerto
You think?
Rican individuals born in Puerto Rico are U.S. citizens by right and status granted
Beautiful,
by the Jones.
beautiful, beautiful. All right,
Yeah.
now because it's just a part of a point that I'm gonna make, right? So, from what I gather, based on wherever chef or you want to draw the demarcation line of Nubians, right? And
But the Constitution don't apply. The nuance is the U.S. Constitution don't apply in the same way it does to the other 50 states. So just to let y'all know that.
I still don't understand. Go ahead, Haskell.
Yeah,
right,
Corey, that's good. That's what I meant by they don't play fair. They the beast. They make up laws and do things the way they want to. You know, and I know that it should be right. If they citizens, they should be able to vote. But they're not able to vote, which shows you they are a territory of the United States. Though they citizens, they territories.
got you. So chef, again, for purposes of this discussion, Sudan, in terms of the modern border, is
Mhm.
not in is not in the discussion whatsoever. We good?
Okay.
We good on that? We clear on that, right?
Okay. Yeah, we just talking about the modern Egypt.
We're talking about specifically the modern area in Egypt, right? The lower Nubia that is considered to be in Egypt. That region alone.
Yeah. Okay. I'm with you. I'm with you. Go ahead.
Right. And my contention is the people living within that region, wherever you want to draw the line at north and southward, and who you're saying has had a distinct separate culture
Mhm.
from quote unquote Egyptians proper. My contention is that that has been a part of Egypt since day one. Am I clear on that?
Yes.
Do you disagree with that?
What is day one?
Whenever Narmer unified the two lands. So 3100, because remember, there is no Egypt prior to that. So we're talking about dynastic Egypt. So we got an agreement.
That
I'm
that Aswan been a part of Egypt since the time of Norma.
Aswan, Abu Simbel.
I don't know
Cool.
about Abu Simbel. I don't know about. I ain't going.
You're crazy.
You going too far.
There
Yeah,
you go. Beautiful.
Simple that
So,
that took Moses seen that when he came down there and he made a religious symbol out of. That wasn't no thing like that's after the Nubians were Egyptianized. That's when they start praising that. You got to know the
who's
history and
that?
you need to know the history in detail.
Who's that? Is that Gullah?
Gullah.
All right. When did they get Egyptianized, Gullah? What time?
With the Nubians
Yeah.
during the 1890s,
Specifically,
during the 1890s,
specifically,
early
specifically
1890s.
dealing with. Okay, the 18th. You said right.
Yeah, during the 1800s. Before that, the Kerma, the Kermites, you know, the people of Kerma, they were their own type of people.
Got it. Now, just so you know, Gullah, I know you're coming in a little bit late. I'm trying to pin Chef down on something. Pause. This discussion we're having is constricted strictly to Lower Nubia, specifically the area that is in the borders, or that's north of the southernmost border of modern day Egypt. We taking Sudan is off the board completely. You following?
That's northern Sudan though. That's the Cushitic group.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. That's not northern Sudan.
It is north. It is the borders of northern Sudan.
No. I said on a modern map, Gullah.
I know, but whatever the northern Sudanian group says today, they would have been in that region. Them C groups, A group type motherfuckers.
Beautiful, but
Bijou type niggas.
Beautiful. But I don't want to get the discussion murky. Me and Chef and Corey, we working something out. We keeping the discussion within a certain parameter, right? So if you want to say that people from what would have been modern day Sudan would have flowed into what is modern day Egypt, that's outside of the purview of this discussion. What I'm saying is, the claim that I'm making is the portion of Nubia, Lower Nubia, that is in modern day Egypt. So that would be from approximately the first cataract, right, to the second cataract, which is right around the area of the modern day borderline. I'm saying that that area has always been a part of Egypt since day one.
No, you're wrong.
We got something to work with.
I'm on the record.
How was it Egypt if Normandy didn't even come from that area?
Doesn't matter where he came from. I'm making the claim, Gullah. I'm making the claim, and again, for purposes of the discussion, Gullah, we're considering Egypt to be the time of the unification. So we're starting from approximately 3100 BC or whenever Narmer unified the two lands. I'm saying from that day going forward, and I'm going to use Abu Simbel specifically, so we could pare it down to a.
Abu Simbel ain't come, like he said, into the 18th dynasty.
Hold on. I'm saying that
Farha conquered Tasseti. He went back and conquered after they created Egypt.
You talking about the Nome or the area that they refer to as Tasseti? That's a part of
the area.
Hold on. Let me get the question out, because you do know that in Egyptology they use Tasseti two ways. There's a Tasseti that refers to the first administrative Sapat of Egypt, and there's a Tasseti that refers to Upper Nubia, which is in the Sudan. Are we clear on that? There's two Tassetis.
Right.
Boom. So when I say Tasseti, I'm referring to the first administrative nome of what we call Egypt, dynastic Egypt. Right? So I'm making a clear and unequivocal claim, and I'm going to pare it down to one city that's in the far south of Egypt. I'm gonna put my neck out there. Abu Simbel.
You wrong.
Hold on, let me just get it out so niggas know where I stand. I'm clear. You know I run halfback middle every down. You hear me? 4th and 11.
You ain't even got to hand the ball off. You sack. You wrong.
Hey, check it out. 4th and 11.
You lost yardage.
Hey, I don't give a fuck. 4th and 11. We running halfback smash. You hear me? Just like that. So I'm saying Abu Simbel, from the time of the unification, has always been a part of the polity that we refer to as ancient Egypt. Chef disagrees.
I disagree.
Gullah, what say you?
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't because Tutmosis had to come down there and conquer.
So prior to Thutmose, wait a minute, Thutmose didn't conquer Abu Simbel.
Yes, he did. Tutmosis the third. Yes, he did.
No, he conquered. Hold on, he
Yes, he
conquered
did.
Kerma or some shit like that. Hold on, make sure.
Tutmosis the third came down there and conquered conquered Abu Simbel when he seen that damn the damn cliff and shit. It said it looked like the damn Uranus and all that shit. He came down there and conquered it. That's when he set up fucking
Yeah, that's
temple.
Tutmosis. That's Tutmosis.
Hold on, I'm gonna look it up because I think you're incorrect on that. Hold on.
Earlier, Milo said that earlier.
Yeah, all them pharaohs turned around and started banging on Nubia. Even Narmer, after he unified Egypt, Narmer made a U-turn and went down and started banging on Nubia.
All right. So hold on. According to AI overview, right? It says no. Thutmosis III did not conquer the area of Abu Simbel. Ramses II, who reigned much later, constructed temples there. While Thutmosis III did campaign and expand Egypt's control into Nubia, the temples at Abu Simbel were built by Ramses II during his reign. Not they fucking that
He
up.
was right.
Not Thutmosis III. But
No,
I need a
right,
source. Hold on.
He
Hold
was
on.
right.
Temple built shit. I can still be
Hold on. No. I need a source that Thutmosis III conquered Abu Simbel.
He exerted control. You just read it.
He didn't do it.
Nothing I read said that, Chef.
Read it again.
No, Thutmose III did not conquer the area of Abu
No, he led
Simbel.
campaigns to take control.
Right.
And then later the other guy came.
He led campaigns to expand Egypt's control into Nubia. But see, this is why. Hold on. This is why the conversation gets so muddy, because they conflate or they use Nubia interchangeably with Cush. Thutmose III, when they say expanded into Nubia, they're talking about when he was warring with them Kerma niggas. So that's going further south of past Abu Simbel.
No, they were talking about the border. They were talking about the border. They said they expanded the
border. You confusing yourself.
Yeah. They're talking about the borderline.
You can't forget Kerma.
No, I'm not.
Hold on, listen. Before Moses had a beef with Kerma. Kerma had to conquer those areas too. Kerma was an expansionist too. In the beginning of the 18th dynasty, so they took over them northern Nubian region. So they infused the culture with Kerma culture anyway. By the time Moses III came around, they weren't just moving. This wasn't just one move. People moving one direction.
So to be clear, Gullah, Abu Simbel a part of the Kushite Empire kingdom?
No, they didn't even flip off that shit. They didn't even symbolize a trip up of it till Moses came down there and started symbolizing it.
That doesn't answer my question, Gullah. Was Abu Simbel at any point after the unification of the two lands ever, or even before, if you want to do that, was it ever a part of the Kushite kingdom?
No, it wasn't no settled Kushite kingdom then. It was different chieftains and shit.
Beautiful. That's why I gave a specific date. I said at around 3100 BC, when Narmer unified the two lands, they established Taseti as the first nome, set up Memphis as the capital, blah, 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 blah. At that point in time, was Abu Simbel a part of Egypt, or was it ever a part of Kush? So when Kush came into existence, approximately 2000 BC or so, was Abu Simbel from that point going forward ever a part of the Kushite kingdom?
No.
Thank you. So my claim is, Gullah and Chef, even at the time of Thutmosis III and before, Abu Simbel was always under the purview of what we call dynastic Egypt. That's my claim. Y'all there?
I'm saying like, but that ain't even what you just read, and then you interpret it the way you want to interpret it. So at that point, what can I do with that? Like if
What do
you
you mean,
interpret
Corey?
them moving the borders clear down the Kerma, like when they talking about the expansion of the borders, and you clear down in Kerma, like that's just, I mean, ain't nothing I can do with that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The expansion of the borders, it didn't include Abu Simbel. When Thutmose was expanding the empire into Upper Nubia, right? Abu Simbel was already a part of his kingdom, already a part of his empire, and it was prior to that already a part of the Egyptian kingdom or empire. Is that clear, Corey? Am I being clear on that? It's not one of the
I
areas.
don't think I agree with that. I don't think I agree with that.
But you're clear on my position, though. It's not one of the areas that Thutmose, when they say Thutmose expanded into
No,
Nubia.
it's not. It was the next guy that actually did the conquering, but Tutmos just went down there and kind of laid the law down,
You're
basically.
talking about who's the next guy you're thinking about? Senraset?
I don't know. You just read it. What was his name? Go ahead, read what you just read a few minutes ago.
Oh, you talking about Ramses II? It just says Ramses
Right.
built a. It just says he built a temple there, but he built a temple there because it was a part of the polity called that we refer to as Egypt.
Read what you just read one more time, please.
All right. So I asked Google, did Thutmose III conquer Abu Simbel? Right? And in response, AI Overview says no. Thutmose III did not conquer the area of Abu Simbel. Ramses II, who reigned much later, constructed the temples there. While Thutmose III did campaign and expand Egypt's control into Nubia, the temples at Abu Simbel were built by Ramses II during his reign, not by Thutmose III.
So obviously the temples, because you asked about conquering, and then they went on talking about these temples, right? So obviously these temples are a symbol of conquest.
I need a source on that, Corey. You just made that up.
Well, why else would you ask them about conquest, and then they start talking about temples? What's the reason why AI did that for you?
I don't know, because AI is wonky like that. Like if temples were built,
if you can't depend on them motherfuckers, then I
temples,
don't know why we listening to.
that's why I said I just did a quick.
Don't pull it up.
Hold on.
Don't give me AI.
Hold on.
Nigga, don't
Hold
know
on. Blum, we having an informal discussion, right? So sometimes you got to do stuff on the fly. Now, either AI is wrong about Thutmose III not conquering Abu Simbel, or he did conquer Abu Simbel. Now, if somebody could get a source,
No, Thutmose didn't conquer Abu Simbel. They correct. They clearly said no on that. That was
so
a
you're
clear,
saying,
definite no. That Thutmose didn't do it.
you're saying by Ramses building temples in Abu Simbel, that indicates
What
that
they
it was a
saying
temple.
is he went down. Thutmose went down campaigning. Meaning, when they talk about campaigning, they're not talking about an election. You know what
I
I'm
know
saying?
it's a war campaign.
They talking about slapping niggas upside the head with swords. So
Got it, but that doesn't include. And I'm saying
he
that
went
campaign.
down. He went down through that motherfucker, all the way down through Nubia, campaign, slapping niggas upside the head with swords. So now what? I don't know. And then his homeboy, his predecessor, come behind him, right? And or his successor, I guess. I don't know which one it is, which is correct me on that. His successor come behind him and start laying temples down.
Now I don't know.
Okay,
I
I
don't
see where
know
you.
why you ask AI about conquest, and they clearly
because
said no
Gullah,
on one. Listen, hold on, Haskell. That when
go
you
ahead.
asked AI about the conquest, he clearly said no on one. Then he started talking about the other guy putting temples down. So
All
I
right.
don't know.
So,
Go ahead. I
so
don't know
just so
why
you know,
why that is. Go ahead.
just so you know, I brought up, I searched that because Gullah made an absolute assertion that Thutmose III expanded into the area called Abu
But
Simbel.
we know that was false. We know that's
Right.
wrong.
All right. Beautiful. So that's the reason why I did that. Now, so your assertion
But
is
we
that
did. But that
Ramses.
gave us some clarity on more. That gave us more clarity on the overall question, though.
Got you.
Mhm.
So am I clear when I say that your claim is that Ramses II conquered the area of Abu Simbel?
That's what I'm getting out of what the AI guys
All right.
said. Go ahead.
All
I
right.
could be wrong.
So let's go ahead and look it up.
Look her up.
I think it's just saying Thutmose and the different pharaohs led campaigns down into Nubia, and the purpose of all this is to control the gold trade and run the gold trade. I don't think they're specifically worried about a specific city or so.
Yeah, he said a post
But
and
if
shit
you're
like.
running through somewhere, if you're running through a city
Yeah,
to control the gold trade, you basically running all that shit, whether it's Abu Simbel or not.
yeah. That area wasn't even really like a city. Like it was like kind of like a no man's place. Like nomads and shit traveled in and out the area. Like it was kind of like they set up posts. Like Egypt set up their posts. Like it wasn't for Tub Moses, the other kings wouldn't even be able to, like, you know what I'm saying, do their thing down there later on.
Yeah, and Gulla's right on that. So like when Gulla said nomads just now, like I got so frustrated because there's so much confusion about who is Nubian and what is Nubian and who is a Nuba and a Nuba mountain, all this old Nubia phrase, and it's so many different tribes. I said, screw it all. Let's focus on Cushites, because that's who Black Americans really talking about. Them people who
Right.
took over 18
That's why I
countries
asked the question.
And that's the delineation that we're. Hold on.
But we all the way up in Nubia.
Hold on, real quick
Right.
for clarity, real quick.
Is Ramses II in the New Kingdom?
Hold on.
When is that?
The Cushites
Yeah,
were
he
down
was
by the fourth
19th dynasty, or was it 18? I think
I'm
it's
saying, is
19.
that New Kingdom?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Cushites.
Middle Kingdom.
the Cushites was way down by the fourth cataract and shit. They came up and ruled Egypt. Their headquarters is way down in central Sudan.
Kerma, right?
So what happened
Right.
with Ramses? Did he do the conquering? Did he? What was he?
Well,
No.
basically, what it's saying is that by the time Tutmos is Pharaoh, Egypt is. I mean, Abu Simbel is like basically already part of Egypt, but it wasn't through military campaign. I'm trying to read down further, but it's more so suggesting that like it was just the border was just that far.
Say it again for me, Logic. Repeat that again, so the people in the cheap seats can hear it.
By the time
So yeah,
Thutmose was go ahead.
yeah. By the time Tutmos was king, Abu Simbel was already a part of Egypt. It's basically so far it's suggesting that their border just expanded that far. So I'm trying to read down. It says it wasn't like a military campaign.
Not rather Tutmosis expanded it. I don't know how we got to Tutmosis, but like the borders expanded. That was my thing. I never mentioned any pharaohs or anything, though. I asked him.
So it's saying in the Middle Kingdom, Sin-Rosette III conquered Nubia as far as Simna and beyond, laying the foundations. So it would be Sin-Rosette III in the Middle Kingdom.
No. He's saying so Ramesses could come behind him and then build him temples. So I'm gonna answer Corey's question.
Well,
So
well, Corey would be correct because that means that that means that they had already conquered them. It just wasn't through like a military conquering that we might have.
No, so I was wrong on the Ramses. I misinterpreted the Ramses part. But my base point, right, before we even got to Tutmosis and Ramses, my base point was those borders were expanded, bro. That was the base.
Right. Yeah,
Before we ran
that's what I remember.
all the other kind of rabbit holes.
They expanded south of the area called Abu Simbel. Is my point. Abu Simbel was always
But that ain't what he just said though. I don't know. You just agree with what Logic said, but now you're saying you don't agree with it.
Yeah, I agreed that he said that by the time Thutmose expanded into Nubia in his campaign, Abu Simbel was already a part of dynastic Egypt. So that
that was never an argument before the Thutmose guy came up, right? That was never in the conversation though.
Beautiful.
Right. The whole point of bringing that up was to distinguish. Okay, so Ramses built the temples later, right? And Corey was like he was only able to build the temples because that shit was already under control.
Thutmose laid the
Like
groundwork.
that's why he said that his homeboy they came in later on and put the temples there, right? Because remember, you was like you put conquering in the thing, like in your AI, and AI gave you the temples, right? So they didn't apparently it was conquered somewhere in the Middle Kingdom, and then Ramses came back behind that shit later in the New Kingdom and put the temples there. That's just the short version.
So you confused.
You're making an association because you don't have the information, and don't take that as me trying to belittle you, right?
How I don't have the information and not reading it, bro.
Confused
Hold on, Chief X. The assertion that you just made, Logic, is incorrect and is not in the historical record. Right? So let me answer Corey.
Well, if it's not in the historical record, I'm just reading it. It said that Sin Rosette did it in the Middle Kingdom. I mean, I could ask it for a source, but I ain't the one making the shit up. I just trying to find clarity.
So according to what you're reading, Sin Rosette conquered Abu Simbel in the Middle Kingdom.
It says Simna and below. Is it below Simna? Simna and beyond, laying the foundations. Is it beyond Simna?
But how did you conflate that with
it's exactly what it said. Is who actually conquered the area.
I don't know where
in the Middle Kingdom. Sin Rosette conquered Nubia as far as Simna and beyond. Right. So that's the name that they give when I ask who conquered the area and when. Right. And then in the early New Kingdom pharaohs, it actually uses the word.
You asked what? What was the question you asked? Who conquered what was the prompt that you put in? Say it again. Who conquered what?
So it's answering who conquered the area.
And where?
Right?
Which area? Which area? Which area?
And in what the Abu Simna area. Okay, so it says the Middle Kingdom, Sun Rosette conquered Nubia, right? So that's the first name that it gave. And then in the second name,
how is Semna spelled?
SEMNA, and it says Simna and beyond. So wherever that's located, they seem to be lumping in Abu Simbel in that Simna area, right? So then it says it actually goes on to say Ahmose the first and Tutmose the first reconquered and extended Egypt's power after the second intermediate period. Right, so they're saying that it was also reconquered in this intermediate period by those two people. So that basically would be three different times that you could see Egypt actually like campaigned into that area to expand it.
Yeah, the military conquest was Tutmose the first. Tutmose the third, he made it possible for Tutmose the third and Ramesses later to set up shop down there too.
All right, so where did Thutmose the first conquer?
He bringing Thutmose up, but he didn't. All he did was go down swinging his sword. He didn't go down.
So what area did Thutmose the first expand the kingdom into? So we're clear.
Third cataract.
Third cataract. We're not talking about Sudan. That's in Sudan. Remember, again, I'm going to repeat it again. For the purposes of this discussion, the purview is constricted to the area that is north of the modern day border of Egypt.
Lower Nubia is not even really Nubia. That's the area where them C group niggas and niggas be at. There's some
Beautiful.
niggas.
Beautiful, but it has nothing to do with the discussion.
That's when them niggas be at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm against that.
Hey,
That
girl, I
place
appreciate
where
for the
where
fifth
logic
time,
is
it
talking
has
about has
nothing
to
to
be a
do
city within
with
Abu
the
Simbel,
discussion that we're having right now.
because I don't see Simna. It's got to be like some ancient city within Abu Simbel or something. Or
No, it's
No,
not in the
Sumner is all the way near Karma.
Yeah,
That shit is deep south.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
south.
okay.
It's well south of Abu Simbel. So
Right.
again,
So if it's saying that he conquered Nubia as far as Simna, right? He would have. That's basically saying he would have had to pass Abu Simbel up to get there, right?
Hell yeah.
right.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
So there you go.
Yeah, but
Right, there
Abu
you go.
Simbel wouldn't be a part of that conquest. It would be from the second cataract, right, which is south of Abu Simbel, to the third
Ain't no
cataract.
way you can ask your question to. I think you can ask your question to the, because I'm willing to accept it either way though, Haskell. Like that ain't, I don't know, like whether these guys conquered or not.
Abu
I'm
Simbel was
willing to keep
never
the clarity of it.
from the time here. So here again, I'm going to make my assertion clear. From the time of the unification by Narmer, the area that we call Abu Simbel was, from that point in time, was a part of Egypt going forward. And at no point, at no point did Egypt conquer or expand its territory into Abu Simbel. It was always a part of the polity that we call dynastic Egypt,
No,
irrespective
that's
of
not
the.
what this. That's not what this is saying.
if they went
You're
down to
wrong.
if
He's
they went
just
down
give
to
you
the
that.
wrong.
second cataract, they
We
would
ain't
have
even
had
got to
Abu
argue with the
Simbel.
nigga. He's
It
just
gave
wrong.
the starting point in the Middle Kingdom. Like that's where it actually gave you a
And
start.
furthermore, I'm trying to figure out like what, because these wouldn't be niggas anyway. Like, so
Yes,
I
they
don't
would be, but he's wrong, Corey.
know. Chef,
He's
come
wrong.
on,
It
bro.
don't matter what they
I
were.
guess
They could
it's
have been
wrong, but
aliens.
listen, yeah, fine.
But
Yeah.
y'all, Corey, this is where y'all mess up at. Y'all push y'all so scared that they gonna be black that y'all start disclaiming black people when the nigga just wrong. You ain't even.
No, I already know he's just wrong, but this is what Ngozi is always trying to explain to these niggas, that these Nubian niggas wasn't the niggas that y'all thinking. The Nubians niggas is not Bior.
So you think that they gotta look like Bior in order to be black? That's the problem. You got a cookie cutter black thing already in your head, and you're saying
But
if it
this is
ain't
what they
them,
thinking,
then they ain't
Shepard.
black. That ain't
Shepard,
even
you gotta
logical.
understand. You have to understand. But this is what they think when they
I don't
say
even know too
Nubian.
many niggas that look like Dior though.
No.
So
When they say
how can he
Nubian,
be
when
a
they say
representation of
Nubian, Shepard, they thinking about Bior when these niggas say Nubian.
No, they
Yeah,
You
not.
have to
No, they
no,
not.
understand that. Yes,
Corey,
they
Corey,
is.
Corey, correct. When a black
No, they not.
American hears
They
it,
thinking about
they thinking of
Bior
black.
when they say Nubian, bro. I'm trying to tell you, bro.
No, they not thinking about Dior, but he encompasses it. But he's not. Come on, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
them
trying
niggas.
to
If
Yeah,
you
tell
think
you,
an
bro.
African
Shep, you
American,
got to know that. You
if you
got to
think
know
an
that, Shep.
African American thinks that black people need to look like Dior in order for them to be black, then you might as well throw away half of Black America.
No.
That don't even make sense.
That's not the.
Hey, Bior,
Shep, don't go down that road. That's a rabbit hole.
them niggas
That's
like
a rabbit
Bior
hole.
mixed. Hold on, niggas like Bior when the Kermit Kingdom came about. Them type of niggas mixed with them C group type looking niggas and shit. They became like mixed in the
Tell
population
them
and
who the
shit.
C group niggas is, the Nubian niggas. Tell them who them
No,
niggas is, Gullah.
them C group niggas are Cushitic niggas. Niggas look like Nipsey Hussle or niggas from the Horn or some
Thank you.
shit.
Go ahead. That's all I'm saying, bro.
But the Kerm, but hold on, but the Kerma niggas.
Fine. They black
Hold
people.
on,
I ain't
Corey.
mad. I'm not mad. They black.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
but the Kerma,
Go ahead.
But the original Kerma niggas, when they came in, they would be niggas like similar to Bior, but they end up mixing with them niggas. That's how the Nilo-Sahara language spread it further north. You know what I'm saying? Because them Kerma niggas conquered Lower Nubia.
But Gullah, tell the truth. When they bring up Nubians, when the conscious community bring up Nubians, ain't they thinking about Bior? Ain't they trying to tell you that
they
Bior?
are.
Yep. A lot of them niggas,
you got to acknowledge that.
They think a nigga look like an avatar. They thinking a nigga looking like dark skinned avatars and shit. When they
Right.
See, and that's where y'all being disingenuous at. Because until we start talking to you niggas, hold on. Until we start talking to you niggas, we didn't separate Ethiopians from the rest of black people.
But let me piggyback on what Corey's saying. What Corey is saying.
I know what you're talking about.
Ethiopians in them.
I ain't mad about that. I'm not mad about it, though.
Corey, hold on. This is why they show. Hold on. This is why they show them images.
They ain't really black.
Hold on. This is why they show them images of the pitch black Nasar and the pitch black Nefertari. They're trying to say they black like Bior.
What?
Corey's right. What I'm saying, he's trying to say when they say Nubian
groups. So y'all telling me that Cushitic groups are outside of what we call black people?
No. Corey is saying in the Black American psyche, when they see
Black American,
Nubian, they thinking Dior. That's what Corey is saying.
No, but hold on. I'm a Black American. I don't believe that.
You're in the conscious community and you kind of aware. I get what you're saying. I know you don't. But I'm just saying these ignorant cats up out here.
No, I'm saying I was around to go see Renoko Rashidi and them, all them in the 90s, and they included those Cushitic people and all them as black people. So if people were saying that the Egyptians was them, then we were saying that they were black. It didn't have to look like Dior and them. Most black Americans don't even look like that. That's even odd to us. But a Cushitic nigga looks more black to us. What we understand is black than Bior in them.
No, I wouldn't call them niggas black. I wouldn't call them niggas black.
It don't matter what you would do. I'm saying in the conscious community, those Cushitic groups was never outside of the purview of black. I don't care what y'all niggas saying now.
Because they didn't understand. It was a lack of understanding there.
Yeah, they was talking about when they were talking about black.
I'm fine with them being black.
Because the conscious community ignorant. Them niggas don't even call themselves black.
No, I'm not even gonna do that. I ain't doing that part. I'm just saying, Chef, if you want to call them black, it's fine. That's fine. The overall
they
point
look like African Americans.
No, they don't.
It
look like East African. Don't look like African American. Look like East African.
African Americans and stick them right in that motherfucker.
No, you can't, bro. No, you can't, bro.
You must ain't been looking at a lot of Somali
y'all
women.
tripping. Y'all tripping.
All you gotta do is Google a bunch of Somali women. You'll see a bunch of them don't look like us.
Genetically, African Americans will genetically fit or fit more with hold on. They fit more with Fulani people than more so than people from Sudan and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Are the Fulani black in your estimation, Gullah?
Yeah, what now?
Are the Fulani black in your estimation?
Yeah, they'd be black. They're a mixture of black people. They'd be black. Yeah.
We're a mixture of black people too. So if they're black and you're saying that
they got Niger Congo, they part of Niger Congo civilization. So damn right, they'd be black.
Haskell, when you say Nubian though, Haskell, ain't you talking about Bior? Ain't you talking about Bior though?
I don't even know what the hell.
You don't even know what
the homeboy Bior. That's the homie. He part of the Kushite.
I assumed you knew who.
He a Dinka. He a Dinka dude. That's the homeboy. I help him with his little show and shit sometimes.
No, I don't know who that is.
When they show the African with the scary lines on their head.
Oh, so
do you think
the ones on the wall?
Hold on.
The guys that's on the walls that. Some people say, now I'm not getting in this argument with you, but some people say that they was paying tribute, right? When they draw them super black and all that when they made the caricatures out of them. You know what I mean?
Do you think Nubian?
Yeah, that when you see that person, when you think about Nubian, right? Ain't you thinking about that person right there? That's on the wall.
Not, because if you look at that famous painting of Ramesses trampling the quote unquote Nubians, right? You'll see Nubians depicted charcoal black, and you'll see other Nubians right with them depicted in the same color as Ramesses.
So his
Right,
answer is
but
yes.
that's fine. I understand that, Haskell. But what I'm saying is that group of people that's on the wall, though, ain't that what you're thinking about when you say Nubian?
That charcoal black?
No, the mixture of them. You said some of them, the charcoal black, but some of them you said is like a lighter black. But go ahead.
No, the
ones
charcoal
that
black
they
and
trample.
brown. He thinks
Haskell,
both of them.
don't get caught up on the charcoal black. The ones that's being depicted being trampled, right? Aren't those the guys that you think about when you think about Nubian?
Right, the charcoal black ones and the brown ones.
Don't get caught up on the charcoal black shit. Forget about the charcoal black.
That's what you're saying when you say you're saying. Don't you think
the group of people? I just want to know: is he talking about the group of people? That's it.
I don't subscribe to the idea of a Nubia anyway. It's a name and convention.
Fine, but I'm just saying, if I say Nubian, isn't that the group of people that you're thinking about?
Bior, you've been saying Bior, Corey.
He don't know who Bior is. He don't know who Bior is.
I know, so that's why I'm saying. So when you say Bior, I'm relating it to them black people, them pitch black that's being trampled, so you can understand.
T-Fex is right.
He think I got an agenda behind.
Hold on, Corey. T-Fex is right because you use Bior as an analog for the idea that you were trying to get across, and even without knowing who Bior is, I'm pretty sure from what I've gleaned is that he's a super black motherfucker.
Yeah.
So that
he my color. He my color.
When you get out like when you get up at Lord Nubia, them niggas like Bior get watered down by Cushitic niggas, gas groups and niggas C group type niggas. Them niggas get motherfucking real in the mix, and you know,
this is my point.
Mixing with them Eastern
they don't understand.
So the answer, yes. So the answer is yes. He thinks them pitch black is Nubian. That's what he thinks.
Basically,
yeah. You saying that's what I think, Chief-X?
Okay. Let me just. It's just simple. This is simple. Those getting trampled on in that picture. Okay. Some were pitch black. Some were dark brown. You consider whether they're pitch black or dark brown. You consider that type the Nubian, correct?
No. In that pain, the people being trampled were part of a kingdom called Kush.
Okay. So you consider Kushites Nubians?
Do I consider Kushites to be Nubia? I don't subscribe to the idea of Nubia. So
we had a whole conversation about Nubians and Nubians and Nubia all day. Now here we answer cold blooded. That's cold blooded.
You're muffled. You're muffled, Gullah.
Hold on.
Hey, so just so we're clear,
people just so we can't come to an understanding because people are just being disingenuous.
No, so T-Fex,
So
let me
can
be
we
clear.
some kind of way actually get to it, Joe? So who on the bottom of the shoe, Haskell? Is it Kushites?
Hold on, so let me provide clarity for Chief-X, because I've said it before. He came in a little bit late. We're having a discussion. Hold on. We're having a discussion that is constricted to the area that is north of the modern southern border of modern Egypt, right? So we're dealing with the Nubians of that area between the first and second cataract. My claim is that those people have always been Egyptians.
Right, and you would just be wrong because I just read that they expanded the borders in the Middle Kingdom actually to reach those territories.
Logic. I'm just giving clarity to what we're talking about to Chief-X because he came in late. So
what I'm saying is I got clarity. I've been listening. I'm very smart and got good listening comprehension. I'm very clear on what you've been saying, what Corey been saying, what everybody's been saying. But people are avoiding the point. Corey was making a point. When you see this black cat, do you think Nubian? And it's okay to just say yes.
No, I don't. But when I see a charcoal black person, I just think of that's a person along the Nile Valley in that region. So you have charcoal black people that
Okay, maybe you don't want to call him Nubian, but I'm just saying people call them people.
The
You
thing
just
is, he's saying
hold on.
We've
People
been talking
call
about
people in that
Nubians
geographical
all
area
day.
that you talked
For
about
3 hours, we've
Nubian.
been talking about Nubians. Now all of a sudden you don't describe
Right.
to
That's why I
and
said. So who on the bottom of the shoe? If it ain't the Nubians, who is it?
No,
Those are
the
Cushites.
original
Those are
question was,
Cushites.
did
Them ain't
Those are
no, they
Cushites.
not Kush. No, they not Kushites because Kushites
hey,
or the
listen,
hold on. They're not Kushites because
Let me bring
hold
some
on.
straight face.
Hold on. He can't say they Kushites because Kushites are Egyptianized people of Lower Nubia. Kushites
Not
or
only that,
Egyptian. Hold on. Kushites or Egyptianized Napatians. They are Egyptianized Napatians. That's who Kushites are.
No, it's
See,
not. So what about the people? Wait a minute. So what about the
let's be very clear. People in the conscious community,
It's too much
consider
people
people
speaking
in
at
the
the same time. I
geographical
didn't even
area
get a chance to answer
hold on,
Gully, bro.
real quick. The geographical area that you're talking about, whether you call them that or not, I'm just saying in this community, for communication's sakes, people in the geographical area you're talking about, they call them Nubians and or Kushites. Why can't we just be honest about that? Regardless of what you call
Hey,
them.
look.
No, I'm
Like I said,
saying but that would change the whole story, right? He didn't. So that would be like, so they in the Middle Kingdom, they didn't expand their territory in the Nubian territory. They expanded it in the Kushite territory. That would be a huge deal, right?
that's my claim.
A big difference.
Yeah, that's my claim.
well, how was it different if we talking about the same territory?
No, you
Whatever you
changed your
call
claim. He changed his claim just now.
It's not the same. It's not the same territory, Corey. You got to consult that map, brother. Lower Nubia is in modern Egypt. I'm saying that
I thought
area
you
is
didn't know
all.
where Nubia. I thought you didn't use the word Nubia.
I'm using it because we're communicating, so I could be clear to you
Oh,
guys.
so you can actually do things like that.
Right. So it is different from the Kushites, right? It's not the Kushite territory.
I can walk
See,
and
it's
chew gum.
wild. I can't do that.
I can walk and chew gum.
Is he just retracting everything he's just saying for like the last 3 minutes, Corey? Am I tripping, bro?
That's just like if somebody say, "Oh, it wasn't called Africa back then," and in a discussion, we use Africa so that we,
But that's what you just did, though.
the people. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm using it so that we both know what we're talking about, even though I
So why
don't
would she
necessarily.
ask you the question about whether
Now
you
it's
see these
crazy. I have
guys
no idea how
that's
it would
getting
change it. I
trampled?
just asked the question, and you thought enough
Say that
other
again,
questions to
Corey.
actually
Say it
retract
again.
all
I
of that
couldn't hear
shit.
you.
That wasn't me. That was
Hey,
you.
hold on. Everybody talking at the same time. Like if the
Okay,
man
so
asks
say
me,
it again, Corey, because
if the man
Logic was
asks me a
talking. Say it
question,
again,
give me
Corey.
a chance to answer.
I'm
Give me a chance to
asking.
answer.
Corey, let
Like,
Corey
you know
get his
what?
question
Haskell.
again.
You know
I'm
what? Let me
asking you,
take
Haskell.
you guys trying to keep you trying to jump in. So I want to have the discussion with
I'm
Brass.
not jumping
Chef.
in. I wanted Corey to finish his statement so people
Listen,
could
Now he
hear.
quit.
So
I'm
Logic was
making him
talking over
quit.
him.
Listen.
I'm a mute up, Haskell.
This is what
I'm a
this is
mute
what
up
I
because I want
propose.
you to
Hey,
be able to say
Logic,
what you
look
got
at
to
the
say.
chat. Logic, look at the
Yeah,
Cushitic people in the chat.
this what I propose, right? I want to have this
It better
discussion
not
with
be them
Chef.
little girls again.
I want to
Go
have
ahead.
this discussion with Chef, Corey, and Brass.
Tony
That's
said,
it. That's it. Nobody else.
I'm a crack
So you
up
don't run
laughing.
them.
I'm a crack up laughing.
You don't tell who can talk and who can't talk.
No, you could talk now. I'm saying at a future date. I'm saying at a future date. I don't. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah,
Got you. But you know, we have an audience listening, and we're listening. We know, in general, the conscious community, when we're trying to have a conversation, we're just trying to throw out words that we're used to for conversation's sake. So anybody from Abu Simbel all the way down to Dan Kenya. Not Kenya. I'm sorry. But the geographical area you're talking about, we always consider them people Nubians and or
Sudan.
Kushites. It's just
Yeah, to
like
Central Sudan.
Hold on. We just use them interchangeably in general. Maybe you don't, maybe Sheffrin don't, but the vast majority use those words Nubian and Kushites interchangeably.
They did.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Egyptology uses the terms interchangeably, and I said this about an hour ago before you came on. And in my opinion, it was specifically promulgated on a high level by Egyptology to cause confusion. Again, an opinion. Don't jump on me.
Everybody got a conspiracy against you.
Yeah, but I will say, me growing up and going to see Van Sertima and all of them, all of those people that y'all claiming are not black now, is who the fuck they was talking about. It wasn't just one group that looked like Bior and them, the tall thing. It wasn't them. You dig what I'm saying? So I think y'all got the shit wrong a little bit. Corey and Chief X and Gullah.
No,
You know what I
you
mean?
mean it
I think
wasn't?
y'all
No, I agree with
overemphasizing
you. I agree with
a
you.
No, you're
stereotype.
absolutely
Hold
right
on.
with
What
that.
I think
Temperance
y'all
did
over.
wasn't. It
Oh,
wasn't
let me
just
finish.
them.
Let me finish. I think y'all overemphasizing a stereotype, meaning those people that is, that have a caricature look about them about being black. Y'all trying to say that that's what people thought the Egyptians basically. No. That whole range, especially the argument that African Americans brought, right? The argument that African Americans brought, right? Think about it. If Dr. Ben and Van Sertima and them, they look vastly different from each other. They didn't just categorize black people as the people that look like Bior in them. That's not even logical.
I agree. No, they didn't. But look, Chef, you misunderstanding what I'm saying. I think you misunderstand because I totally agree. Van Sertima, all them, they were talking about these people. Everybody, they had the whole, the whole spectrum, right?
Right.
But so the way it's a newer crowd that kind of understands things a little bit differently, right? That's slightly more informed. This is still misinformed, right? But slightly more informed, right? So when the thing is like it's been done, like that's what I think about. You see what I'm saying? When they say because it's always comes up that way in the conversation, Shepard. That when they talking about Nubians, they not talking about now these people here, they got quite a bit of sub-Saharan in them. I'm not gonna deny that, Shepard. Like with these people, these Cushites here. Now this young lady right here, I mean, I ain't.
Look at them and look them upside down. Look at their cheekbones. Try to take them out of being black.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying. I'm saying these people that you particularly pulled up. These are Cushites, right? But we talking about the Nubians that's up where he's talking about in Abu Simbel area and all that. This is like C group and all of that kind of shit. So you got to understand that Nubians.
So they always black people was always in Egypt then.
That's fine, Shepard. I never said black people wasn't. It wasn't no black people in Egypt.
Oh, so that's what Haskell is arguing.
Fine. If that's what he was arguing,
yeah, and y'all fighting against something that you don't even got to fight against.
Yeah, I wouldn't. But what I'm telling you,
that's
fine.
not really what
if black people it was some black people in Egypt, Shepard. Nobody would ever deny that.
That's not really what I'm arguing, Chef, but it is a part of it though.
Right, I know.
Yeah. The main thing that I'm arguing is that you guys have a misconception of exactly what Nubia is and what Kush is, and I'm gonna suss that out completely when I have the conversation
we don't
with y'all.
have a misconception. Nubia is just a geographic location, a nickname for a geographic location. And it's just so it's all kind of different groups in Nubia. So there's not just one. So when this is what I wanted to tell
porn in the chat, bro?
When you want to
why you posting porn in the chat, Chef?
Yo said porn.
Yeah. But listen,
This is what I wanted to tell Chef, though, right? Nubia consists of all kind of different groups. That might be one group of Nubians that you showed, or those is Cushites, I guess. Is that what you're saying? Those are Cushitic people, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you got to understand, within that Cushitic territory, there's a geographic location that has a nickname that's Nubia. And within that geographic location, you got all these different groups in there, Sheffrin. So when you pull up this group, this specific group of Cushites, that doesn't reflect the overall makeup of Nubia. You see what I'm saying? So, like, this is what I'm trying to tell you. Most of the overwhelming
So
vast
you saying that the
majority
people that
of
I
them
posted,
Nubians
hold on.
would have been go ahead.
So are you saying that the people that I posted represents a minority?
No,
Of
I'm
what
saying they
Cushitic people
represent
are?
they represent one group.
No, this is a myriad of different Cushitic groups, right?
When you
Afar.
saying Cushit, I don't listen. Y'all confusing me when y'all
Exactly.
interchangeably using
You
Cushitic.
just said it was a whole bunch of different groups. And I agree with you. You dig what I'm saying? So I'm saying that those are the people.
Where
right?
is the Cushitic territory at? Where is
Hold on. I'm
Because I'm
saying
talking about the territory of Nubia, the geographic location that they're talking about in Nubia, not Kush. That's what I'm talking about, Sheffrin. See, y'all be leading the conversation off into all kind of other
I think Kush is further south than
No.
Nubia.
That's
Sheffrin,
fine.
Sheffrin,
I'm
listen,
not
let me
mad
help.
about that.
Let me help, Corey. Let me help. People are confusing two different things. Cushitic and Cushites are two different things. Do you guys know that? It's one with a K and one with a
C and
C.
K, C and K,
Right,
C
so
and
you
K.
guys are confusing your arguments because you guys just think one people are saying that. Yeah. Cushites are the ones who took over the 18th dynasty. Okay, Cushitic people are basically just like people from the Horn of Africa. Those are mainly Cushitic people.
You mean the 25th, Chief X?
Yeah, I'm sorry, the 25th dynasty. Yeah. So if you think Cushitic with a C, you're talking about mainly the Horn of Africa, right, Gullah? But when you say Cushites, you're talking about people in central Sudan who came up and eventually conquered the 25th dynasty.
So when we said Cushitic,
but we talking about the Nubians here, though,
right?
we?
So when we said the Nubians, and then they start talking about Cushitic groups, they're talking about Cushitic with the C, right? So now I pulled up the Cushitic groups with the C and how they look, because y'all was saying that those people wouldn't be considered black. So either way, you in a conundrum.
I don't think I was saying. Maybe I misunderstood
Gullah
what you was
brought that up.
asking.
That was Gullah, Chef.
Oh.
That wasn't Gullah. He said like the Nubian C groups, the Cushitic groups. I think he said he doesn't consider them to be black.
I'm talking about the Nubian A and C group, the Nubian groups here.
The Nubians that's in Egypt right now speak a Nilo-Saharan language.
Fine. Some of them don't, not all of them. Some of them speak Afro-Asiatic
if you look
language.
it up, go look up Wikipedia right now. It's going to tell you their language group.
It's classified as Nilo-Saharan. He's right.
It's Nilo-Saharan. So you can't get away from the black. I'm telling you, you can't get away from the black, no matter how
I'm not
you
mad
slice it.
if somebody call them black. I'm just saying, when they talk about Nubia, they ain't even listen.
But they brought up the Cushitic, and then they'll try to say the Cushitic speak an Afro-Asiatic language. So obviously, we're not talking about them people.
Sheffrin, you can't even talk when they talking about Nubians, bro. This is why I brought up Bior, because this is what the conscious community wants you to think, Sheffrin. They want you to think.
I don't believe that.
When they say Nubia, not Cushites. When they say Nubia, They want you to think Bior, bro. They want you to think Bior.
Well,
Because
isn't Bior
those
and them the
groups
ones that
are in
conquered
Nubia.
Egypt?
It's groups of those Dinkas are in Nubia, bro. Is what I'm trying to explain to you.
Right, but aren't they the ones that conquered Egypt, though?
I think somebody came up from
Yeah,
deeper south
listen,
and conquered
they was
Egypt.
from Kerma, the 25th dynasty.
No, right. Them Nubians.
So the
So
Bior niggas
no, Bior
was
and them
the
from
one.
way. Their ancestors is way from Darfur, bro. I'm trying to tell you, they
Ain't that
came from
close to
way down
Kerma?
there.
Ain't that close to Kerma?
It's closer to Kerma than Nubia is, yeah. But it's farther south than Kerma. They can't. Bior's ancestors is from way further south than Kerma. I'm just gonna try to tell you. I'm just gonna tell you that.
So they wasn't the ones that conquered Egypt. That's
I'm
what you
not.
saying.
Listen, I don't. The
No.
Kerman. Somebody can
No.
answer that.
Who
Can Gunna
said no?
answer that? I might be. I
What
might
you
be.
mean, Shabaka?
Relax.
Not my opinion. I think the people who well, you know what? I think it's confusing. It's so confusing. I'm gonna leave it
Hey,
alone.
when you talk, hey Chef, when you talking about the 25th dynasty, they talking about that. It's a ruler named Kashtar. Then the ruler after him was named Pa. Then you had Shabaka and his brother, and all of them ruled. So that's just one period in Egypt of the Cushites coming up to rule over Egypt. Now, don't confuse the 25th dynasty with things like marriages, like when Harkuf went down to Nubia, or even when Narmer came up from from Cush and conquered Egypt and started the Egyptian dynasty. So that's what I'm saying. Like it's like y'all talking in circles. And Corey, don't follow Gullah on the C group thing. George Reisner has been debunked. There's no such thing as a freaking C group no more. That don't even exist. That's old
Whatever you want to
Oriental. That's
call it.
Oriental
I'm not gonna
Institute
get
talk.
into the naming of it, bro. I'm not gonna get into
Yeah, I'm
what
just
the
saying
name of
that
it is.
C group.
It's
Same
whatever
C
you want to
group.
call it. Those
Yeah.
groups are different than Bior. I'm just gonna tell you
No,
that.
I'm not calling it nothing. I'm saying that C
Yeah.
group don't exist. It ain't no what I want to call it. The word C group is outdated. It's like saying Caucasian or something like that.
Okay. Well,
People just don't use it no more.
what's the right term for it then?
The new term right now is the Kerma Kingdom. The Kerma Kingdom grew up. Now, Kerma is the kingdom of Nubia. Listen, Nubia is the region. Kerma is the kingdom. The
See,
city in the kingdom is
see this
called
chef. Now
Kerma.
can you see what I'm talking about, chef?
Yes, listen.
I hope you can
Listen.
go ahead and run
Hold on,
the
listen.
whole thing down for chef so he can understand where the hell I'm
Wait
coming. Run it down. Go
wait
ahead.
for it. I live on the Navajo Nation reservation right now. Now, the
No. Run
Hopi
down the
and
whole the Kerma
God damn.
and
Okay,
Nubia
Corey,
thing. You don't run off for that. Don't run off from that, bro.
I
Stay
won't,
on the
Corey.
track.
Can I have some? Okay,
Go
can I have
ahead.
a little time though? Okay, I will. I will get back to it. But let me just say this. I live on the Navajo reservation. So the Navajo and the Hopi fought for years. These two Native American tribes. When the white man, the Americans gave the land, they gave the Hopis land inside of the Navajo reservation. I'm gonna say it again. The Hopis, although they fighting the Navajos, their land is encircled by the Navajo people. So now, this is sort of like what happened in Egypt. You had Nubia there already. The land of Nubia is already there. It already exists. Now, you have a kingdom rise up in Nubia. The kingdom is called Kerma, right? The Egyptians named the people of Kerma, they called the people Cush or Cushites, right? So
Go ahead
that's
and
what
school
happened.
chef. Go ahead and school
That's
it.
it.
You teach it. No, keep
That's it.
going. You
So
teaching right
you
now.
got Nubia is circling Kerma. So Nubia is a greater region than Kerma, but Nubia is just a place name. It's just a location. It's just a region. Region.
I don't think he
Nubia is
getting
a
the bottom
region.
line though. I don't think Sheffrin
Oh,
understanding the bottom line of what you saying,
okay.
right?
I'm
So
not.
the bottom line is when you're talking about the Kermites, this Kerma region, really you're saying Nubia. Nubia is Kerma. That's
Oh,
so. What this is what I'm trying to tell you, Sheffrin. When they talking, they're not talking about these Afro-Asiatic looking niggas, right? When they say Nubia, they're not talking about these Afro-Asiatic looking niggas, right? They're talking about Bior and company. That's what I'm talking about, Sheffrin.
sorry, you're making that up though. You're making that part up.
I guess now I'm making
Yeah,
it up.
I keep
You just
saying
explained. You just
y'all
ran
doing
it
that
down.
shit, Corey. Like that's in y'all argument. So you know when you're arguing with somebody, you really have an idea of what they saying, and that's what you arguing against. It don't mean that that's what people are actually saying. You're going after the hardest part of their argument. And since those people are the most southern people, right, and the blackest of black, that's what y'all fighting. Y'all think that that's what people. That's not. I'm telling you,
But
that's
no,
not it.
that's not what Ivan Van Sertima was meaning. You're
And
right.
that's where we
You
got the
correct
shit
with that.
from.
You correct with that. But
Right.
these new niggas, Shepard,
No,
they on some
no,
whole
no.
other shit, bro.
No.
I'm trying to tell you underestimate them, Shep. You underestimate them, Shep. These new niggas is on some whole nother shit that you couldn't even. Obviously, you didn't even imagine they was gonna be on this shit, bro.
Bro,
I'm trying to tell you.
hold on. We got statues of them niggas, right?
Wait,
So we
hold
got
on a second.
statues of the 25th dynasty motherfuckers. They was the Bior type niggas.
Okay, fine. That the karma niggas.
Yeah.
This is what I'm telling you. So this is why you didn't hear him relating the karma niggas with the Nubian niggas. You didn't hear that.
All of them is classified as Nubian though.
No, Chef, you gotta stop that, bro. You gotta cut that out, bro. That ain't what that is, bro.
So you gotta clarify it then.
I'm clarifying it.
So you're saying
is
that
different.
you're
Is
saying that
different
the
than Nubian.
cartoon, you're saying that the people down in Khartoum and Kerma and Marway, they are not really Nubians.
No, they Kermites.
So they not Nubians.
No, they're not Nubians. No.
All right, see, that's where I disagree with you at.
Okay. Now, did they go up and conquer some
So you
Nubians?
saying is
Did
a
they go up and
definitive
conquer
Nubian?
areas of Nubia? Yeah, they did that. But no, they not Nubians. No.
So you saying, so tell me who's the definitive Nubian that you're talking about.
No, we're talking about those A groups and B groups.
That's what you talking about.
Yes.
Okay. Let's be clear.
Yeah. So this is what I'm saying. So when they relating Nubia, it's not even chronologically right when they saying Nubia and Kerma and all this old wild shit, bro. You see what I'm saying? So that when they saying Nubian, Sheffrin, you have to understand that they're relating these people, just like you said, the Bjornim is in Kerma. That's Bjornim, bro. You don't see that?
I
don't
do
know,
see
man.
that.
Maybe I'm just.
Who is this Dior nigga y'all keep talking about?
This tall motherfucking black nigga,
Bro,
Dinka
I
ass
swear
nigga.
to God, see, Shepard
Wait,
don't
what
want me
do he
to say
do?
it.
Like, is
Shepard
he a
don't
rapper or
feel
some shit?
comfortable with me saying it, but I swear to God, Bior look just like the niggas on the wall, Logic, bro.
He a basketball player? Like, what do he do?
No, Bior, he just a
YouTube nigga
guy. He just a YouTube guy.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to find a way to look at a picture of him.
No, you're
so
not
I
gonna
can see
find Bior. He's not popular or nothing like that. Like nobody knows who the hell he is. We just just a bunch of crazy niggas on the internet know who he is. Right? But listen, if you imagine the guys that's on the bottom of the
Matumbo, think of Matumbo.
yeah, with the dread, with the whole listen, the dreads, all that though. Like the guy that's on the bottom of the shoes or the ones that's being trampled, bro. He looked identical to these niggas, bro. That's who they talking.
Is crazy.
Like that's his ancestors on the wall, bro. Nobody's comfortable with saying it, Logic. See, I'm the only nigga that's gonna say it, right?
Right,
Everybody else don't want to say
Somebody
it,
got
right?
to translate it because they gonna tiptoe around it for another
Yeah, they
30
gonna
years if
tiptoe
you don't
around
make
it.
them
I
stick.
swear to you,
Yeah, it's
no,
okay. So
that's
they're trying to
Dior on the
so they're
wall.
trying to
That's Dior.
push more of that population into ancient Egypt. But
Yes,
I don't never
yes.
remember that being a big problem of saying like there was people from that area, also like in the original group of
That ain't
like
what that ain't what my point is, and I think everybody conceded
yeah,
that.
and I know I ain't never heard you say that, right? I definitely
Yeah,
have never heard you say that.
right. But the point is though, my point is, Logic. When they say Nubian, that's who they want you to think about. You don't get that? Like when
No,
they say
I do get that.
right, okay.
So I'm definitely
I
talking to
wanted to
Chef
go
in
ahead.
this case. Like so Chef, are you assuming that they understand the diversity of all the different ethnic groups in Nubia and all the you know what I'm saying? Are you saying that that's what they saying when they say that? Because I don't.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think they
because that
encompass.
could be the only other thing
I think
that.
I know Van Sertima and them was talking about all of those groups.
Right.
Okay.
I
Okay. Now that's fair.
I
That's
agree with
fair. I could deal with Van Sertima because they went
right.
all the way around the world looking at
Yeah,
at the varieties, right?
and
Yeah.
I know that when Unc and them was talking, they was talking about all of those groups. So to try to parse it out to just the Dinka type, you dig what
I
I'm
wouldn't
saying?
know that. Go ahead.
Yeah,
It's a
you know what I
little
mean?
murky with Unc. Unc is a little murky.
No, like yo, it ain't no way you could be reading Dr. Ben and them. You dig what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Reading Drusilla Dundree and all of those, all and what's his name? Chancellor Williams and them, and somehow miss the diversity of these people in the Sudan and southern Egypt. Ain't no
No,
way
they
you gonna be able
didn't
to do
know
that.
that. They didn't know that at
Yes,
first.
they did.
No,
Yes,
they didn't
bro.
know that it was that.
Yeah,
They didn't
I
know
Van
gotta
that.
I
Sertima was
gotta
an
believe that Ivan Van
anthropologist.
Sertima would
Van
have
Sertima
had
was
an
an
idea of the
Way too much
variety.
credit, bro. You giving out
Van
way.
Sertima was an
No.
anthropologist, yo.
Yeah, I think that he did, but when other niggas like looking at it, they the ones who like trying to pigeonhole it into just one particular thing.
No,
I can't see. Well, you know
no.
what? Wait a second now,
No, I'm
because
trying to tell you, I
didn't
don't think
Diop
Unc knew
say that
that, bro. He didn't know
what
that
was
till the
Diop
first.
saying?
Because remember, he used to try to bring the Badarian. Like, if you knew,
Wait a second.
listen, Sheffrin, if you knew as much as you know about like the groups like the Badarians, and when he was trying to bring those groups to us, right now, like that shit would be wild as fuck to you right now, bro. See, this is how you know that most niggas don't know who these niggas is. You see what I'm saying?
People don't like, yo, this shit is crazy as shit. Yo,
So
do
that's
you
what
know
I'm
how many?
saying.
Listen,
So when they say
look.
Nubian, when they say Nubian, Chef, they're only talking about Bior, Chef.
Yo, listen. Africa is so diverse, yo. It would be great. You can go to
They don't know
Nigeria
that though, Chef. They
and
don't
get
know that.
200 different languages in Nigeria alone. People separate over the smallest of fucking things. So we sitting here when they said Nubian, they encompass all of those people. Just like when people say Nigerian, they talking about all of them ethnic groups in Nigeria. They not parsing them out. Yo, that's how diverse Africa is. Now y'all going through trying to nitpick that? That's crazy to me.
So let me ask you this: Do you
I
think
can't word
Dr.
it
Ben
right.
was talking about the variety?
Yes,
Or
they
you
was
think he
talking
was
about the
talking about
variety.
you think Dr. Ben was?
Hell yeah.
That's kind of funny to me, Chef.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know if we
I'm
can
Yo,
say
torn,
that,
dog. I
right?
now
don't
I'm
know.
not a Dr. Ben fan.
I feel like I'm giving
I
Dr.
know
Ben a
that
lot
nigga
of
is
credit
smart
right
enough.
there, bro.
Come on, bro. So y'all think Dr. Ben is having it where he only classified Nubians as the niggas in Darfur?
Right, basically. Well, listen, listen. Let's start
He,
here.
I wouldn't
he
even
doing
play
it
with
on
him like
purpose
that.
though,
I can
Chef.
get
So
I can get
Chef,
us to
so
a
wait,
good
so me
start.
and Corey we gonna split up somewhere in this, yo. Cause he
Right.
doing something on purpose, right? Like somewhere in there, he trying to say, nah, them niggas ain't this, right? like so how far north do you get before you just totally
No.
excluded
Listen,
niggas that's
listen.
actually
I
there
got
on
a
some
good
shit?
starting
So
place for
Dr.
it.
Ben and them was famous for taking people to the Nubian village in fucking right. So to see the diversity of those people and the phenotypic range, if he was calling those people in the Nubian village, right, and when he take
Yeah.
his tours to Egypt, why would you say that he was only talking about the people in fucking Darfur? Y'all lying, yo. That don't even make sense.
No. Listen, Chef. So let's start here. I got a good starting place for us.
I might be wrong with Dr. Ben. I mean, I feel like
think we
that's
got.
giving him a lot of credit, but I know I damn know Pan African James feel like them people invaded. So like we done moved on to a different conversation to be
Well,
clear just for a second.
let's start right here though. Let's start right here. The thing is, all right, most people in the conscious community. Now you gotta be honest here, Sheffrin. When you say African, they thinking about niggas that look like me, right? Am I right or wrong? We have to be able to start at least at that
No,
point.
I'm not gonna do that. I
What
can't
about
do
you,
that.
Logic? What you think when you say African in the conscious community? They talking. Most people in the conscious community is thinking about a nigga that look like me. Is
But
that a false
I
point?
gotta believe that. I gotta believe that with the big nose and the big lips and the peppercorn hair,
Right.
bro.
And
I
Do
gotta
y'all know
believe
that Haile
that
Selassie? Hold on, do
like that's
y'all
the
know?
no, they
but
think
like so you agree that there is a stereotype that niggas go for, right? So if you already
No.
understand that, huh? I'm talking to you,
Listen,
Chef. So like you agree that niggas do
Haile
try to
Selassie.
stereotype. They do try to stereotype Africa, right?
There is a stereotype, right? But there
Right.
is a
So we talking
variety.
about niggas we talking about niggas who looking at that stereotype unscientifically, right? For
There,
real.
no, there is a stereotype, but even in having that stereotype, there is variety in that. When Haile Selassie went to Jamaica, them Jamaicans didn't think they wasn't looking at a black man. They said that this nigga was the king. Are y'all crazy? Y'all saying now, y'all looking at these people and saying that they not black. That's not how the black world looked at people before I met you niggas. Before I met you niggas, there was a variety and a diversity
I think
in
you're in denial.
blackness.
I
No,
think
and
you deny
before
it.
I met you niggas, I'm being 100% honest. Before I
Right.
met
But
you
when you
niggas,
so when you
that
talk
wasn't,
so
hold on, let
look,
me say
look.
this, Logic. Before I met you niggas, there was a diversity and a variety in being black. A nigga ain't had to look like Logic in order for them to be black. That's not realistic. That's some Black vegan shit that y'all doing right now. And there's some
No.
bullshit.
But you
I'm not
acknowledging
saying that
that.
it's not a variety and diversity, right? But listen, when they this is a chef, you got to be honest here.
Hey,
The
I'm being
reason why they
100% honest.
listen
hey,
to this,
this the
Jeff.
man that said he keep
I'm,
it real.
I'm,
Right? He
I'm
just
finna
said, I
give
keep
you
it real.
the real clue. I'm finna give you a real clue right here, Chef. Right?
Go ahead.
What's the reason why them niggas think them Egyptians is invaders? What's the reason?
You know I agree with you on that because they not
No.
black.
Tell me the reason why, though. Tell me
Because
the
they
reason
not
why.
black, though. Because they not black.
Oh, okay. So this is my point. When they think about Africans, they thinking about niggas who look like me.
So
If
wait
it
a
was
minute.
a bunch
So
of
there's
niggas
oh
that
my
look like
God.
me
So
up
you
here,
think
they
that
wouldn't be
so you
saying,
think
"Oh,
Dr.
it's a bunch
Ben
of invaders."
so Dr. Ben thought that on one end of the spectrum is Zahi Hawass and Bassem Youssef, and on the other end is Matumbo. That's what you're saying right now, Corey. And you just told me you keep it
said
real.
what now? Say it again, Haskell.
What you're saying is the niggas in the conscious community, the Dr. Benites, their conception of black and white insofar as the Egypt discussion, one end of the spectrum is the Zahi Hawass, Bassem Youssef niggas, and on the other end is Matumbo. And it ain't no in between. That's what you're saying right now.
I'm sure niggas accept that it's some light skinned niggas. You gonna have a Sawa Steady in there.
You're not keeping it real.
The overall
You're not keeping it real.
Yeah, but the Bassem Yusufs in the
right. But when the nigga get the sharp nose and the straight hair and the beady eyes and
right
y'all and thin lips and all of that, y'all don't think that's nigga black no more.
I'm trying to answer, but you talking over me though, Haskell.
No, I'm just saying though, but I just want Chef to know they being very disingenuous right now.
Right. Listen, Haskell, they think Bassem Youssef and Zahi Hawass is invader niggas, and you included with that. So that's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know what's being disingenuous about that. I think I'm being straight up.
I heard. Say it again, Corey.
Huh?
Say it again. What you just said. I didn't hear you.
I said the majority of the conscious community think Bassem Youssef and Zahi Hawass is invaders.
Yeah, and I'm with them. That particular phenotype, yeah, that's an outside.
I'm not keeping it real then for.
But that
has nothing to do with your.
They not embracing the variety, Chef. You know what I'm saying? See, that's not. I told you I tried to do it unscientifically, nigga. Like,
hold on,
I don't understand why Chef.
Hold on, Corey, but that has
I don't know why
nothing to do.
I'm trying to figure
to do with the assertion that Corey makes that when the blackologists talk about Black Egypt, they only are referring to the Taco Fall.
Oh, see, now we gotta get we gotta really hone in on the only and all that.
That's what you said. You said when they think about that's what they're thinking about.
In general, when niggas say Nubia, right? They thinking about the motherfuckers that's getting trampled on that wall. They thinking about Bior. This is what I'm talking about.
That's what you thinking about. That's you.
But me and
you're arguing against your position.
Me and everybody else in the conscious community.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
Chef, who are they saying are the invaders, Chef? The invaders got to be somebody.
The Asiatic looking motherfuckers.
Yeah, the Bassem Youssef, Zahi Hawass type.
They don't understand that the Nubians, a lot of them Nubians look just like the Egyptians.
No, they did.
No, they did not. No, they did not.
No, they didn't. And that's where you fucking up at.
And that's where
you fucking up at.
So hold up. I ain't gonna say a lot. So there ain't none of the Nubians that look like that.
I know they don't listen to it.
Who you're referring to as Nubians?
So once you get past a certain, hold up. So which is the city that once you get past this city, you just stop seeing them type of niggas?
Right.
Like, which one is that? What y'all talking about?
That's crazy. Logic.
Like where is that? Where is that particular line right there? Where you done got too far into Nubia, and now you are no longer seeing Egypt.
Obviously, we're speaking.
Them the niggas that went up there. Hey,
listen,
listen.
Obviously, we are speaking outside of the anomalies, right?
I'm asking y'all the blackology stupid question.
You gotta
understand
I'm trying to answer your question. Obviously, we're talking about the people outside of anomalies, right? I'm sure you can find a Becky in Congo, right? So the one random the one
not one Becky in Congo, not one single one. Not one.
Hey, Logic, but listen.
Hey, I made this Google work now.
Came from Thebes, from way down there in Thebes, bro. Just to let you know, the founder.
No. They say he comes from Thinis, and they don't know exactly where Thinis is located.
Right. So if we understand that, hold up, yo. If we understand,
they don't know where Thinis is.
Hold up, yo. So if we understand that the people that were once considered invaders, right, actually turned out to be the closest relatives to the original people. right? So that means like this whole time that
That is
there were
ridiculous.
people that was
You
already
don't know
living
how
there
ridiculous what you're
that did
saying
not
is right
fit
now.
that did
So
not
you
fit
think
the
the Nubians
description
look
that
like
they were
Zahi?
looking
You
for
you think
when they
the
said black
Nubians look
man
like
on the
Zahi
Nile,
Hawass?
bro. Why
Dog,
is
you just
that not obvious?
like
Bro,
you're
when he
rambling.
said, when
You're
Dr. Ben
rambling,
said
Logic,
black man of the
and
now,
you're not
he was
making
talking
no
about
But the
sense.
nigga
Bjork.
said black man of the
He
Nile.
was
He
talking
was
about
not
Bjork
talking
when he
about
said
Zahi
that.
Hawass in them, yo.
He was not.
No,
Ain't
he
no
wasn't talking
goddamn
about,
way
he
he
wasn't talking
was.
But
about
y'all are
Zahi
making a
Hawass.
claim that the new who y'all call the Nubians is the Zahi Hawass. They're not. They don't
Yeah,
look like
yes,
no Zahi
I'm saying,
Hawass
So
I'm
I'm
saying they
at
saying,
might
I'm
all.
have
saying,
slightly darker than
right. So
Zahi
I'm saying,
after
how
what?
far south do you go, but like between where Zahi Hawass is and the actual Nubian is, right? Like where's the line cut off? Like that's what I'm asking.
If
Like
they,
I
that was
understand
the
that they're
According to
dark
question.
the
skinned
hold on,
people,
let me
right?
answer his question.
So,
Let me
but
answer
it's so
his
like as
question,
far as
Corey.
variety,
Let
like
me
where
answer.
is that?
Let me
Like,
let me
go
answer
ahead.
his question. By Egyptological convention, when they say Nubia, they're referring to the area between the south of the Second Cataract. Excuse me. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, 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 no,
South.
no, no. Haskell, you the
Hold,
looking ship guy, yo. Don't
hold
go all
on. Hold
geographical
on.
on me, yo.
But
I'm
that's what
trying
it
to
Wait,
figure
is.
wait,
out
There's
wait,
how
no
wait,
far
wait,
south
wait,
do I
wait.
gotta go
Mhm.
before I only start
Aswan.
seeing Nubians and ain't no
That,
more Zahi Hawasses
so
at all.
Aswan and South. But you can find them there because people travel. Obviously, we're in modern times. But we're
Is you
saying
Okay,
south. So Aswan and south of Aswan to answer your question the best that I can.
yeah, don't go that logic. You gotta be Aswan is in Egypt.
Yeah, that's
Just
why I
let
said
you
Aswan
know.
and south of. I said Aswan and
Aswan is south.
south of
So you
Aswan.
stop seeing Zahi Hawass niggas at
No, you
Aswan.
could again, again, again. We are in 2025.
At
We
No,
are
least
in
no,
we
I'm
got an
20.
saying
answer,
for
yo.
We are
Uh,
in
we don't have to we don't
I
have
mean,
to
he gave
force
us
it
an
down.
2025.
answer. Where's Chef at?
We
How
are
you
in
I'm
answer that
saying
question,
for
Chef?
2025,
you.
bruh.
Come on.
A nigga
Because
could
I
No, no,
know
go
the
I'm
from
I
question
know you
a
talking
sounds
about
so
nigga could go from
2025
ridiculous.
and
That's
Cairo.
why I
2025.
feel like I'm
Nigga could
glad
go from
Haskell tried to
Cairo.
answer it.
Listen,
Where you at, Chef?
you'll find Zahi Hawass niggas way down in Central Sudan.
Yeah,
Nah,
yeah,
because
in
because
2025.
It
He's
Chef
talking
is.
about
know
his
that there
course.
ain't no real
He's
invaders,
talking
right?
about his collective not in 2025.
Wait,
He know that the invader shit was just a little
nah,
like
it
switcheroo
was
type shit.
invasions. It was invasions by the Persians, the Assyrians.
Now, I ain't you're
What
right,
do you?
right. There was invasions. There was invasions, right? But
Yeah,
as far as
the
as far as the
Mamluk.
population change, right? As
Yeah,
far as the
yeah.
population change, that's still the
That's
same
so
people,
funny.
right?
This nigga
Did
That's
brought
y'all
up
that's
were
what
y'all aware?
that's what
By the way,
I'm
that
trying
boy
to get it
let me
out.
ask you a
hilarious.
question.
Just
Hilarious.
have
Were
to know
y'all
all of that
aware?
shit, right?
Let me ask.
That's why I'm trying to get it.
And let me ask y'all a
That's why
question.
I'm
Were
trying to
y'all
get his
aware?
answer.
Were y'all aware
I'm
Hey,
not
that?
saying there wasn't no
hey, let
Hold
me
on,
keep
invasions. I'm
hold
talking
on,
going.
about the
hold
Hey,
way
on.
the conscious
hey, listen.
community, the way the
Hey,
Hey,
conscious
Logic,
community
Logic,
tries
hold on.
to
Hey,
separate
Logic.
the real
Let me ask you a
Africans
question. Let me
from
ask
the
you a
people
question,
who
Logic.
also been living right there for all that
Let me
goddamn
ask you a
time.
question, Logic. Are you aware that Egypt, right, during the Mamluk era, was the biggest slave port in North Africa, right? And the majority of the slaves that they imported into Cairo, because that was their base, was from the Balkan area. You weren't I know you're not aware of that. You're not familiar with that slave trade that brought in Europeans into Cairo. Were you aware of it or no?
No, like I'm not aware of it.
What were you aware of it, Corey or Chef? They dropped off.
No, I'm what you say, Haskell?
Oh man,
No, I said,
funny shit.
were you aware that at the time of the Mamluk Turks, when
Mhm.
they were engaging in the slave trade, because they talk about the trans-Saharan slave trade all the while with niggas. Were you aware that their main port of Cairo, right, which is where they traded the slaves, the majority of the slaves that they brought in were from the Balkan area, the Black Sea, Europeans. Were you aware of that or no?
No,
Yes.
I wasn't aware. I'm yeah. That's
Okay.
what I wasn't aware of.
So
Yeah.
Y'all brought up a different conversation.
Nah, I was just throwing that out there. Because when we talk about the demographic makeup, far as racially, right, phenotypically of Egypt, we talk about invasions and different admixture events, right? They'll talk about the trans-Saharan slaves and the black
I'm
people that
speaking
was
Spanish now, Corey. I'm
traded.
speaking Spanish again.
Hold on, Logic. I'm dead in the middle of talking, brother. When they talk about the trans-Saharan
I'll see
trade
where
and
you
the
going
black
now.
folks who
Yeah.
they traded, right? Egyptology never speaks about that trade that affected the demographic. They never do. Apparently, it was only niggas that were slaves, and that's what they promote and push. So when that allows Logic to say ignorant shit like the Bassem Youssefs and them niggas been there, and they're analogous with the niggas way down in what they call Nubia today, just rambling craziness.
So I don't know. Did you? It's wild because like they actually, this is what the consensus says, that the Bassem Youssefs niggas them been there the whole time. Like I don't know if they didn't realize about the Balkan slaves. Maybe, I would assume that if they call themselves anthropologists and Egyptologists, I would assume that they knew about the Balkan slaves or whatever, right, coming over. So they would
Oh, they're
account
well
for
aware.
it.
They're well aware of it.
But they
It
just
just
not
never
gonna
gets
put
talked
that
about.
in there. They hiding that
They don't
information.
hide it. They don't hide it. They downplay it, or they just don't deal with it at all. They don't talk about when they talk about the
Well,
demographic,
what about the
makeup
sub-Saharan
of the area.
slave trade though? Why? How come the
No,
sub-Saharan slave trade
they
didn't say
know
that
if
much
black people
about?
get their hands on that type of shit, nigga, they gonna
No,
start
I'm
buying
trying.
up all the
No.
houses,
Why?
and they
Why didn't?
gonna
Why
and
didn't
they gonna start closing the wealth gap and shit. Nigga.
No, why didn't this?
They get
Why
their
didn't
hands on that real shit.
the Saharan? Why didn't the Saharan slave trade fuck with the demographic? How come it ain't a bunch of
I'm
niggas
not
here?
saying I'm not saying it did or didn't, but when
How they
they
just
do
didn't
these,
talk about it?
yeah. Well, I'm saying when they do these studies, right? Like when they do Neuron Man or even the Schunemann study, they always talk about in regards to how the demographics, the modern day population demographic was impacted. The sub-Saharan and the blacks that were enslaved, they never, ever talk about the Europeans, and we talking about a huge number. Let me go Google the number for you. They never talk about that in regards to how it impacted the modern day population. It's like it never even happened.
What do you think the impact was? That's why
Hold on,
you
I'm
got
gonna
the Bassem Youssef niggas.
get the number
That's
for
a
you.
good point. That's a good point,
Oh
though.
yeah,
Haskell.
you definitely in line with Babylon on that. You lined up. Y'all gonna be lined up on this one. Haskell.
Yeah, we click tight, Corey.
It's because logic.
You keep in
It's
good
because
company.
logic said no. It's because logic said that they are you know like Zahi Hawass now. But the brother Haskell made a very good point. That's a good point that he said that those people that look like that came in on that Balkan slave trade with the Mamluks and the Turks and the empire. That's a fact. What ain't no argument.
Okay.
That's where they came from.
So,
That's how they got there. So when y'all look at them
so that's
and
what
y'all say
that's how
they've been
Zahi
there,
was them. Okay.
yep. If when y'all look at them and say they've been
Now
there,
you know that's the
the
majority
people
of the
that know
population
say
is a bunch of Zahi
say,
Hawass
say
looking at and
we
Bassem
say
Youssef.
those are Turkish ornaments. Those are Turkish ornaments. And
They
y'all label them
You agree with
Arabs,
that,
invaders.
Haskell?
but they're not really Arabs.
They invaders.
That's the Turkish. That's not Africans. That's not
Yeah,
black
they're
people.
Turks. Like Zahi Hawass is a Turk, but
Yeah,
Bassem looks like a Turk. I'm not 100% sure if he is
Right.
though.
they're Turk.
See,
But
They're
Chef
Turk.
long gone. See, that's who we needed to be talking to, right?
Yeah.
We need. See, we already know what Haskell don't mean. He don't. We know he don't mean Zahir Watts when he say black man on the Nile, right? That's
No,
why.
hell no.
That's why we
He's not looking at the whole spectrum.
but that's
He's
who
not ain't no damn
that's what
spectrum.
Dan was talking about, Logic. You were talking about You were talking about Zahi Hawass them as the black man of the now.
I know y'all was.
I didn't know that's not what you were talking about. I knew that's what you weren't talking about. Like,
Nigga funny
you know
as
what
hell.
I'm saying? See, that's the thing. Like when y'all saying things like Nubian, right? And I know you don't like the word Nubian.
I like the word Nubian.
Fine, yeah, Haskell don't like it, but it's fine. It's for educational purposes. We're gonna use this, right? So when they say Nubia, they talking about Peoria, right? Who is them folks on the walk of Babylon? Them folks that now I don't. You can say they not being trampled or whatever. I don't want to get into the argument on whether they being trampled or whether they paying tribute or not, right? But and I think that's King Tut, right? He on the chariot, right? And he running
Right.
niggas over, right? Who is those niggas? What they call them niggas? Wouldn't
They
if
call
I
them niggas.
said listen, if I said they was Nubians, would you argue with me for that?
No.
Nah, if we're
All right.
communicating for the sake of the
At least you can
communication,
keep it 100.
because I
Now.
understand what
We
it is
may
that you
disagree
mean.
on a lot, Babylon, but I don't care about how bad we disagree. All
Yeah.
I care about is
So
how
Corey.
real you keep it with me. You
So
know what I'm
Corey,
saying, Babylon?
I think I know.
I
I think I know
appreciate
what
you
you're
for that.
getting at, Corey. I think
Yeah.
I know what you're getting at.
Hey,
And so for the purposes of the discussion, I know what you mean by Nubia, so we're gonna work with that, right? So your assertion that the conscious community niggas, when they talk about the Nubians, they asserting the blackest of the blackest niggas. I can kind of go for that because what they'll do in the arguments is point to the most unambiguously black people so that nobody can deny their blackness. Right? That's why they will probably point out the blackest of the blackest niggas to say, all right, okay, so you saying these niggas ain't black? So I think that's what you're saying. And if that is, then okay, I can rock with that.
Because they classify them people that's being trampled on the wall as Nubian. So again, when they say Nubian, they want to automatically put you in the mindset of Bior. Is what I'm and Bior has if you hit the chat that's in here, I mean the back chat or whatever, right? You'll scroll down, right, and you'll see them tall guys that not the Cushite people. It's below the Cushite people, right? You'll see Sheffrin put all them
No,
people
I see
below.
it. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
but
that,
hey, let me
guy
say
with
something
the
happen,
beard,
please.
So
the guy
out of
with
all
the
the pictures
beard.
that Chef could have posted, right? Out of all the pictures that
Let
Chef
me
could
tell
have
you,
posted, why he got a
the guy
nigga?
that's got the
Oh, Corey,
green,
hold on.
the guy
Corey,
that's
hold on.
got the green
We got
on,
some
he
serious
looks
matters to
just
deal
like
with.
Dior.
Corey, we
One
got
mic.
serious matters. Real quick. Hold on, Corey. We got some serious matters to deal with besides all of this shit. I just went in the back chat and looked at them pictures, right? Why out of all the pictures this nigga Chef could have got off the internet, why is a nigga with a motherfucking thong in the goddamn chat, bro?
Because that's those Dinka niggas though, right? But the nigga in the green, they look like that in modern day. That's not an ancient
Why I
picture.
gotta see the thong? Why he chose the thong picture though, bro?
That was pretty wild. Hey, but listen, the nigga in the green though, right? That nigga looked damn near identical to Bior, just to let you know. All right.
So you saying the conscious community is only talking about that type when they say Nubians?
Listen, when they say Nubian, that's what they talking about.
I'm at only when they say Nubian, they're only saying that type.
I'm saying that's what they want you to think about. Though that's the mindset they want to put you in. Now the only and all of that, I don't know what you mean by that. But what I'm saying is when they say Nubian, they want to put you in that mindset, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Zahi Hawass want to put
Now
you
they
in that
might,
mindset.
now they might accept
Zahi
varieties
Hawass,
of that, right?
Zahi
But
Hawass.
they're not going to go as far as Zahi Hawass. Even you would agree with that.
No, hell
Zahi
no.
Hawass want to make it
Hey,
look like.
that's a far. Hey, Logic.
So
It's a lot of.
that's what I'm saying. Like there's a clear.
Hey, but Logic. Check it out though. It's a cavalcade. It's a multitude of phenotypes in between Zahi Hawass and that nigga in the thong though, bro. Come on, man.
Jeez.
Talking about a lot
but what I'm saying is they don't understand when you say Nubian to the conscious community, they don't understand that includes Zahi Hawass looking
No, it
niggas.
does not. Why do you keep
It
saying that?
does. It
Oh my
absolutely does, bro. What are you thinking?
What's wrong
They
with
don't
you?
like that shit, Corey.
They don't. That's the
What's
part that they don't
Because
like.
Zahi
And
Hawass
this
is
is
an
how I
ancient
know they don't
Egyptian,
listen
nigga.
to Adobe. This is why I know they don't listen to
Today it
Adobe,
does
No.
include them.
because he tries
Today it
to
does
Logic.
include
explain
What's
this.
wrong with him, Logic?
He tried to
Logic, your
explain
dog
this to these
crazy,
niggas for
man.
years now, and
Dog,
they still
Zahi
still.
Hawass.
Nigga, we try to explain
Zahi
a million
Hawass
different
people
ways to make this
is
shit
from
simple.
Turkey,
Nigga,
bruh.
Zahi Hawass is an ancient
What is
Egyptian nigga.
wrong with
Y'all say that them
Logic? What
niggas
is
Zahi
wrong with
Hawass
y'all, man?
ain't the niggas that y'all trying to fuck with right there.
Logic. What is wrong? What is wrong with your dog, bruh? Zahi Hawass is from Turkey.
Bro,
That ain't
fine.
got
I'm
nothing to
saying the
do with.
way
That ain't
his
got
look.
nothing to
I'm
do
talking
with
about
no
we doing
Nubian.
looking shit.
Nubians did not look like no goddamn Zahi Hawass. Cut
Listen,
it out.
they had
This
they had
nigga's crazy. This man is crazy. So where are the depictions of the Zahi Hawass type on the walls for the Nubians? Where is it in the artwork?
would have probably looked less
Why we
like.
ain't see him getting trampled under the wheels? Then if he Nubian, y'all niggas funny. Y'all niggas is crazy.
Actually, probably the Nubians of
Hey,
ancient
y'all
times.
niggas is some
More like
supreme trolls, dog.
that's
Y'all
what I.
niggas is
Corey, hey Corey, Corey, I
If
want
you
to
don't
say this before
understand
Corey.
it, bro, I might can't make you understand it.
Oh,
Logic. You crazy as
shit.
hell, bro.
What'd you say?
Okay, chill.
Babylon?
Have still logic. Can I talk to Corey for a second? Hey, Corey, check this out, bro. One historical thing I want you to recognize, though, about ancient Egypt is that the Narmer, they say, and I know you'll probably look into this, Corey. Listen to this. They say Narmer went up and he the unifier. He is the unifier. Some people
Yeah,
say
I agree with that.
but
Yeah.
Narmer unified Egypt, right? Okay, then. So if Narmer unified Egypt, and Narmer is from down by Tar City, no
Mm-hmm.
matter what you say, thinness, no matter what,
Right.
then he would be the originator of Egypt. And
Right.
Narmer is a Cushite, Nubian, Abyssinian, Ethiopian,
Oh my
Sudanese,
Lord, have
That's a
mercy.
Egyptian
lot of different shit,
Negro.
bro.
Yeah,
See,
no,
That's a lot of
this what
different
they
shit,
fucking
man.
call it in
that's
the
what
book,
I
bro.
thought I was
This
doing.
what
You
they
did
fucking
say two
call it in the
things
book.
can't be true at
I'm
the
glad.
same time earlier.
When
Hey,
I'm
when the
glad you
Greeks
see
fucking
what
came in,
Babylon.
they
Go
called the
ahead.
people
hey, y'all
Ethiopians.
boys, I'm out of here, man. I'll catch y'all on the
Look,
flip
they
side,
don't want
man.
to hear Babylon because he
I
telling
have,
us
I'm
what
out.
it is
yeah,
for real.
yeah, because
He telling the
when,
truth.
when yeah, when the Greeks came in, they called the people Ethiopian, Ethiop. That was the Greeks calling them. That's called an exonym. That means somebody outside of there is naming me. So they call them Ethiopians, Ethiops. Now, today, y'all think that when they say Ethiopians, they talking about modern day Ethiopia, and they not. Y'all think they will be talking about Axum or Eritrea, and they not, or Demiti, or they not. They not talking about that Ethiopia. They talking about Egypt. When they say Ethiopians, they talking about Egypt right there in the Nile. They was calling those people niggas. The people in the
Mhm.
Delta, the people that y'all calling white or light skinned, when the Greeks came in, they called them Ethiop, black face, burnt face.
And
So
when
how do y'all
I
go
try
ahead?
to explain this to Sheffrin and Haskell, right? They run off down the street talking about what black people really thinking and all that. No, you spit the game to them like it's supposed to be spit. So I definitely appreciate the honesty and the knowledge for the day. You made my point definitely out of everybody. I appreciate it. It looked like them niggas dropped off. Like once the truth started coming in, they started dropping off. So I appreciate you, Babylon. Peace to you.
I heard you, Corey.